story of my familiar visitors. This is all from personal experience. I hope you enjoy reading as much as I enjoy sharing it. It's one of those things that change the way I handle whatever life throws my way. My parents divorced when I was very young. I chose to stay with my mother and my sisters, so I looked up to my grandfather as a male role model pretty much ever since. Sadly, he passed away when I was 6 or so I didn't really have a chance to talk about the true things of life with him. However, he made sure to teach me valuable lessons through his stories. As far as I know, he was like horned by a bull. A train rammed his truck, which left him with more than 100 stitches all over his body. He fell to the sea on a fishing trip, got lost and was presumed dead before washing ashore 2 days later. He was a member of the National Secret Service, which I could verify myself through an ID. My grandpa kept under his lock and key, but, teenagers. This is not in the U.S., by the way. He survived 2 types of cancer. Well, the third he didn't, however. Many other accidents accounted for in his pictures and newspaper articles and the tales of my grandmother and her children, my mom included. You'd have a hard time believing, but I digress anyway. The day he passed away, I remember coming home from school to find my mother crying at my grandmother's place. They were in the dinner hall. We lived like 2 blocks away. He tells me Grandpa has left the building and starts sobbing, urging me to do so if I wanted. Oddly, I was totally aware of the fact that he wouldn't be coming back home from the hospital, where he used to go a couple times a week for treatment. Didn't feel the need to cry or weep or sob or mourn or whatever. In fact, I felt my grandfather was with me at that moment. I just hugged my mom and tried to do my best to cheer up and say anything like, "Don't worry, I'm sure he'll hang around for a while." You may argue I was a child with a totally oblivious idea of death, but having had an accident around that time in which I almost bled myself to death, and that ended up kind of saving my life by allowing the doctors to detect my type 1 diabetes. This is how I became pretty well versed, and having read my first encyclopedia by the age of 5, I was quite calm and had another level of understanding about such themes. I knew my grandfather was there, and, well, from then on I would follow and protect, or rather he would, sort of like a guardian angel. I remember the old man used to love fishing. Sometimes we got up real early on weekends and went fishing to the beach. I live in a coastal town, and this would just be for the fun of it. A week after he died, I had this dream of an ideal lake, your typical Eden surrounded by lush forest and wildlife. We, being my grandpa and I, we were sitting on a boat, fishing rods in hand, silent and smiling, enjoying the calm weather, listening to the waves crest the shore, the faint buzzing of insects roaming by, and occasional squirrel or deer showing up. As time went by inside my dream, dark clouds started to show up on the horizon, engulfing color out of the forest itself. Everything turned dark and withered into a lifeless and rotting parody of the lively picture that surrounded us. Trees, plants, the fish, water, all life forms were consumed, almost as if torched from their very inside. I remember I was calm, though. Can't recall how somebody would be calm in such visions of death, just making their way around me. The eyes of my grandfather turned into a blazing stare, which I'll never forget. He opened his mouth, as in like a furious roar, and then vanished. He never said a word, but I knew this was his farewell. Days later, my mother was looking at some pictures of the old man, and amidst them, I found one of the place I had seen in my dreams. She tells me it used to be a ranch he owned way back before I was born, when she was very young, in fact. I'd never been there, not even as a baby, but I described it in great detail to her. She just burst into tears and hugged me. Some years later, like when I was 16 or 17 and lived at my grandma's, I had a very peculiar dream. It was relaxing and pretty much doing nothing besides one of your typical old classic muscle cars in the street in front of my grandma's. Nearby, resting on the car's back bumper, was a rectangular thing, which I can really only describe as the frame of a mirror. Out of nowhere, a very sick-looking, water-like surface appears in the mirror. Think of it as the effect of paintings in Super Mario 64, but with, enhanced water caustics. A single drop of liquid blasts out of the waves in the surface and floats until it's about a foot away from me. Then a blinding flash of light spans from the drop, and my grandfather appears in front of me. If you have trouble understanding my reference, think something like this. He looked just as I remembered him. An aged man, half-bald, with a very serene look, his body tanned and more skinny than athletic. However, he seemed to be full of life in a way I can't explain. It's like knowing somewhere inside someone's eyes there's a child waiting to burst into hyperactivity with a sugar rush. He dusted off his clothes and greeted me in a way that I felt was more like a friend of his rather than his relative. Of course, by now, I knew my jaw was open and I was being severely mind-fucked in a dream. Imagine that. But nonetheless, I kept my composure and greeted him, asked him how he was and told him how much I missed him and all that jazz. He asked back how everybody was. He said he was watching me and was proud of me. And I was doing well and taking care of my sisters and my mother. We chatted about the last years. I couldn't resist the temptation to ask him where he was and how stuff was going wherever he was. He says, and I vividly remember, he called it that place. It was like an infinite, pristinely white corridor filled with doors. No matter which door you chose, you opened it, and you could do whatever you wanted, with whoever you wanted, whenever you wanted. I remember he described how he was having a great time horse riding, taking care of cattle, spending days playing dominoes and smoking cigars with his friends. Activities I recall were his greatest pleasures in life. There were no limits to what you chose, imagined, or wanted to do, simply. I was amazed by his description, decided not to ask any further. At some point he said he had to go back, because he had been granted permission to visit us for the night, and his time was about to finish. Once again, he sent his regards to the family in 2 specific messages. To my mother, he recommended checking herself at the doctor. To my grandma, he told her she should sell the ranch. Times were hard. But he prohibited her from selling the house. He had built it, and it would stay in his family forever, no questioning. As soon as he finished, he waved away and threw himself into the liquid mirror, back into wherever it was that he came from. I saw myself turning around and feeling a breeze in the dream, just as I was waking up. When I did wake up, I remembered everything perfectly, pieced all of this in my mind as a rather creative and intriguing experience. I was shaving early in the morning when my grandma came around. Well, I decided to tell her everything about the dream. To me, it meant nothing. But when I finished and turned around and saw her face distorted into a mix of shock and disbelief, I was more surprised about her expression and asked what was wrong. Nothing, she said. It's just that today is his death's 10th anniversary. She also delivered the message to my mother. She was confused at first, but guess what? The medical check found a tumor which, fortunately enough, was detected so early on that it could be extracted without any risk. She was scared when they first told her, but pulled through and is perfectly healthy now. I swear, I don't know what to think about this. Been a couple more odd experiences, which I will tell another time, but if For the time being, I trust that somewhere out there, my guardian angel's enjoying a cigar, watching, proud of his first grandchild, me. This was posted back on October 24th, 2011. A lot of things have happened in my life, both expected and surprising, pleasant and unpleasant. I finished college, got my own business, got a lot of work. He's never left my side. I can feel him and I know it. For the last couple of years, I waited for the right time to continue, and the time is now. I studied chemical engineering, graduated with honors. One of my two sisters married and moved to another town, really. Then divorced and came back. Of the other one, I knew next to nothing for a while. That was because she lived with her boyfriend. I wasn't jealous and I didn't really care. She also graduated in chem and English. Had the sweetest and smartest and grouchiest, just like her mother, couple of kids you'll ever meet. We're far more close than we used to now. Recently, my mom was, who raised us three by herself, by the way. Recently, my mom met a good man. And it appears that they're in a rush to marry and spend the rest of their lives together. I don't really mind. I appreciate what she's done for me, and I support her in any way I can. As long as she's, educated me, and I'm mature enough to respect her decision to approve of her happiness. But I'm not her father, of course, and my guardian would have something to say about it. There's nothing wrong at all with the idea of my mom moving to another country to enjoy a break from the hard years of raising us alone. Left to enjoy the pleasures and the luxuries of life, with a fitting gentleman at her side. But my life accelerated too fast, and in the rush to answer my own questions my own way, I felt like I had left some of my trust in him behind. I'd become a lot more withdrawn, thoughtful, and silent. Felt unsure about things. What about me? It's October 21st. Almost 2 years have passed since I told you my visitor. Time flies, doesn't it? Last August, I created my own company with some friends. Doing great. Thank God, and him. With his blessing and his picture in my wallet, we've risen to be amongst the top of our class in my region. I always look at him when in doubt. I always ask him when I'm in despair. I always pray to him when contrived. I would not be different this time. One day my mom tells me that she's met a guy online. You know, the kind of guy your baptism godmother introduces you to your mom, hoping that they'll match up. Well, surprise, they did. And all of a sudden I see my mom fall deeply in love with some dude she can only Skype with. Well, he's not fooling around either. He decided to visit us in September. The man my mother chose to be her partner arrived last week. He's a nice American gentleman who's raised a couple of kids but divorced when they grew up. My mom chose him, but I wanted to make sure I needed to know. My grandfather would have to tell me. And so I asked him. Quietly. 2 nights ago, actually. If you approve of her choice and decide this is the best for her, just give me a sign to be sure so I won't be left to drift myself in these rapids. Let her journey be the one that, you've chosen her as her reward. I don't know if I was referred to accepting the fact that she's going away or the fact I'll be left on my own with my life ahead of me all of a sudden. Maybe it was just a hunch I had. Something I had to say for him to reassure me. With that idea in mind, I slept. I slept, and I know I dreamt. I can't remember it. I know it's important. I know I'll remember in due time. But it just drives me crazy. The only thing that could calm me down came in within the first 3 minutes of the day. As I log into Facebook and check my notification, my mom's chat pops up. Victor, he asked me to marry him. I'm so happy I'm crying. Can't believe it, I'm so happy, I wish your grandfather was here. And as I read the messages and tried my best to digest them in a half-awoken stupor, yet another notification popped up. My mom posting on my wall. She must be going nuts over it, I thought to myself. Then I clicked on it. I stared at the post, jaw wide open to the floor, eyes staring like highway roadkills in my mind, blown by that nth time in my life, really. He's still here with me, I knew it. Look at what my cousin Sandra found. It's a picture of you and Grandpa. Sandra and my mom had not met in years. Since the last great family reunion back in the early 2000s. They're not in contact and don't really talk to each other, not even through Facebook. They live in cities over 300 miles away from each other. The picture is a 2 to 3-year-old me, held proudly in my grandfather's arms. His smile exudes happiness and pride in a way I can't describe with words alone. As my gaze meets his on the screen, I hear his words in my head. Don't worry, little man. I've got you on this one. I'm not an emotional guy. I'm not the kind that lets feelings get to him. But I couldn't hold back my tears, and I smiled and quietly thanked him again. A lot's happened since. It's now 2020. Sadly, my grandmother, with whom I lived for almost half my life, passed away last year. And of course, she paid me a visit of her own. The Year-Long Hauntings of Itasca Hall, 2016. Part 1. The Witches' Cemetery. While attending college, me and a few buddies decided to visit Trout Lake. It's a Norwegian cemetery in Coleraine. We were bored and had read a few stories online stating that there was a haunted cemetery near us where a witch was buried. The post said her name was Bertha Maynard, and that she had killed, or was killed, I'm assuming, in the late 1800s for being a witch because her crops were better than all the other crops in the area. We got there around 1 a.m. and struggled to find her grave, even though the cemetery was small with only 30 graves or so. After walking around for a while, we eventually found her grave, but it was down a small hill near the lake and away from all the other graves in the cemetery. The grave looked like it had been damaged, and all that was visible was her last name on the bottom of the grave. Please don't vandalize people's graves, it's disrespectful, and it's somebody's ancestor. But apparently this grave was stolen once and found in a nearby lake, after some high school seniors were out there drinking. After we found the grave, I whipped out my phone and started recording a video, trying to act like the ghost adventure people. Started asking questions and then asked, "Bertha, please come forward and present yourself. Prove to the townspeople that you are not a witch." After I said this, wind chimes started to go off at the next closest grave behind me. Thought this was cool, so I started to film them. When my camera finally focused in on them, they came to a screeching halt and stopped making noise. At this point, my buddy says, "Whoa, it's not even windy enough for the wind chimes to go off." Shortly after, we left the cemetery and went back home. We didn't expect what was to follow the next year. Part 2. The Black Figure in the Kitchen. A week after visiting Trout Lake Cemetery, my roommate and I were sitting in my room watching TV when we decided to walk into the kitchen to grab some food. I turned into the kitchen to grab some food. I flip on the lights, and when I turned, I saw a black figure standing parallel to the refrigerator, as if it was trying to hide alongside it. I could see feet sticking out near the bottom and a head where a freezer is. I then looked back at my roommate standing over my shoulder and gave him the "what the fuck" look, and when I looked back in the kitchen, the figure had disappeared. I quickly ran back to my room, grabbed my notebook, and drew a quick sketch of what it is that I had seen. I asked my roommate if he had seen what I had just seen, and he laughed at me and said, "We just visited the witch's cemetery not long ago, and your mind's playing tricks on you." For the next few months, he kept making fun of me whenever we were agreeing about what we saw anytime the conversation came up. Finally, it was the day I was moving out, and before I left, he came up to me and said, "Hey, we need to talk before you leave. Do you still have the picture of the black figure you saw in the kitchen?" I was very annoyed and was thinking he was going to make fun of me again, but instead, he apologized, saying that he actually saw the same black figure that I did. But due to his religious beliefs, he couldn't get himself to accept what he had seen that day, and said it went against what he previously believed. He said he just kept telling himself it was fake because he didn't believe in ghosts. He wanted to apologize again and tell me it wasn't crazy. I showed him the picture and he 100% agreed in certainty that he had seen the same figure as me. Part 3. The Black Orbs. Quite often while sitting in my dorm bedroom, I would occasionally see black orbs floating for about a second or two. They would show up in my Snapchat pictures often, but only when I was in my dorm apartment, never when I was away from my room. One night a friend came to visit and spend the night, and we were up talking, and I noticed she kept glancing down the hallway. I asked her what was up. She said, "I don't want to sound weird, but there's this black orb that keeps floating from the kitchen to the bathroom. I've noticed it many times." I didn't tell her about this weird stuff happening lately because I didn't want to freak her out, so I just acted confused. I did end up seeing it once, and it was that night too after she mentioned it. I also had a third roommate who would randomly see a white mist in the apartment pass through occasionally, but I never witnessed this. But he claimed this happened many times. Part 4. The Notebook. It's been about 2 months since we had visited the cemetery, and 12 other people who lived on the same floor as me and whom I was friends with started coming to me with creepy and unexplainable stories of their own. It became so frequent that I started writing down everyone's experiences, had a half-full notebook. I kept detailed accounts with times and dates. I no longer have the notebook as I burned it one night a few years ago. I felt like I had to burn it, because I keep having these creepy things happen to me at new apartments as well, and at my childhood home. And after the creepy things would happen, I would always randomly stumble upon the notebook. Creepy and paranormal things have stopped completely in my life since burning the notebook, so I feel good that I did that. I can say that doing that helped close that chapter of my life. Part 5. The Snapchat Girl. One day I was at work and I checked my phone. I had a bunch of missed calls and messages from the girl who lived across the hall, asking if she could spend the night with me. I called her and she told me that all day she kept hearing somebody walking around in the kitchen and dropping pots and pans. She said she kept walking out there and saw nothing out of place, never saw anyone. She brushed it off as nothing until she was taking some selfies and a girl appeared in the doorway of her room. She said the girl was about 5'5", which was slightly shorter than her, had jeans on with a t-shirt and her hair up in a bun. The girl stopped her in her doorway and looked at her for a few seconds, then walked into her roommate's room, just moving through the door as it was closed. When I got home, she was waiting in the lobby and looked pale white. Bad anxiety. After that, she would always hear weird noises in her apartment and would constantly hear footsteps in the hallway, but never saw her again. Part 6. The Unexpected Visitors. One night I was sitting at home alone and I got a knock on my door. And as I answered the door, I saw it was 2 girls who used to live across the hall from me a year prior. These girls both lived in the same room where my friend saw the Snapchat girl. They asked how things were going in the dorms, and I said that things had been kind of weird lately. Left it at that. The one girl spoke up, and "Oh, you must be talking about the ghosts." I then asked them how they heard about all that stuff happening. They said they hadn't heard anything, but when they lived across the hall, they would hear things all the time in that dorm, and things always sounded like they were being moved. And you could hear people talking quietly in their dorm while at the same time hearing footsteps. They both agreed that they were glad to be out of there and assumed stuff was still happening. I asked them if they wanted to come in. They said they were just passing through town, felt the need to check in. I watched them leave, super confused. What's weird about all this is that we weren't close at all. We would only exchange pleasantries in the hallway the year prior. So when they left for the night, it had me questioning things. Like, if they're in a rush, why come and visit me? And out of all the people to visit, why not visit some of your close friends that still live here? Part 7. The Girl Down the Hall. Just before all this stuff started happening, I met this girl who lived down the hall. Let's just say she has tons of weird stuff happening to her quite frequently. There's a couple of times her roommate just would come up to me, and they had a shared dorm, because during the night she'd be kneeling on the loft bed, rocking it side to side aggressively while mumbling nonsense. And when she'd try to talk to her or wake her up, the mumbling would just get louder. Whenever her roommate would ask about this, the girl down the hall would have no idea what she was talking about and could never remember. I remember one Saturday her roommate came up to me again and asked what was up with the girl down the hall last night. I said, "What do you mean?" "She's at her parents' house this weekend." She said that she's not. Last night she was sitting in the corner of her bed just staring at me and whispering to herself. I tried to talk to her, but she wouldn't respond. When she told me this, I thought she was crazy, so I said, "Nope, she was at her parents' last night." I walked her out to her car and watched the girl down the hall leave. She said, "Well, somebody was chilling in her bed last night." After getting to know the girl down the hall, she too would also ask about always hearing people in the kitchen late at night, and would say that things are being thrown around her room, like books randomly falling off her desk or chairs moving by themselves. She said that she would wake up and her paperwork was often crumpled up on the middle of the room. I remember she would always find things missing, like her keys and headphones and wallet. She would be unable to find them, and then randomly they would appear a day or so after leaving them perfectly in the middle of the room. This girl always wanted to go for walks at night through the cemetery across the road from campus, which usually didn't bother me. But given all the weird stuff happening to her, I would start to go less and less frequently, even though I really enjoyed hanging out with her. By far the scariest stories that she told me was the one day before leaving for family vacation. She was sitting downstairs watching a movie, and when she stood up, she looked in the mirror. She saw an old man sitting in the chair that she was just in. She looked back at the chair, no one was there. Then looked in the mirror, and the old man was sitting there again, just staring at her with a glazed-over look. One day, her and her family left for vacation. When she returned, she said that there was a VHS sleeve sitting on the floor, and it said her name followed by baptism video. She called me and was freaked out because A, she didn't realize she had a baptism video and had never seen it because her family didn't own a VCR anymore, and B, she spent hours searching the house and couldn't find the VHS that fits inside the sleeve. I asked if someone broke into the house, and she said, "No, nothing else is missing. We live in the middle of nowhere, 20 minutes to the nearest tiny town. So why would anyone drive all the way up here just to steal a baptism video? And who would even known that it existed?" After that VHS went missing, she kept saying that she would hear an old man asking for help when she was home alone. Maybe the guy she saw in the mirror. I'm not sure, neither was she. She finally brought all this up to her parents, and her mom said, "I used to experience a lot of unexplained things and see people in the house. They weren't real when you were a kid. I just never said anything because you never asked." Part 8. The Group Chat. While all of this stuff was happening, we had a group chat going that consisted of about 12 of us. Most of us living in the second floor of our hall. I'd say at least once every other day somebody was messaging the group with some unexplained story or some weird, creepy thing that happened to them. Most of the stories consisted of hearing people walking around in their dorms or bedrooms. But what's strange is the fact that nobody had stories that took place outside of the hall. I also understand that we lived in a dorm and apartment building, so you have to take certain noises with a grain of salt, because college students are loud and drunk, and sometimes this causes things to happen unintentionally. I haven't been back to the building since I left, but I'd be curious to spend the night or even visit just to see if I get the same feeling or similar experiences. Prison Ghost Story. I worked as an officer at a prison, and although I've moved on to a new facility, I've been an officer for the past 12 years. One of the major skills I've learned is how to retain and recall details, which helps recount events that I witness. This makes report writing much easier, and is helping me recount these events here. The prison I worked at was the oldest operational in my state, and it was built in the 1870s. It was in an old style with like a brick wall that runs the prison's perimeter. The place has been updated over the years, but some areas are still operated, had little done to them since it was built. When I started, the old heads told all of us that the place was haunted, given that everybody who had died over the years. Different places were more than others, like the old unit was the segregation, or what some people might know as the hole. Had all the prison graffiti. I never gave it much thought, because I don't really experience it. It's just a cool story, but not confirmed. First experience. I worked there for 8 months when I first saw something strange. I was working overtime at night on what's called a one-on-one. This is where you have to watch a prisoner who's feeling suicidal, make sure that they don't kill themselves. It meant that I needed to stay up all night and check to make sure the prisoner was breathing every 15 minutes. I had a partner who walked by every 28 minutes, so I knew I was awake. It was about 2 a.m. I had just used my flashlight to illuminate the cell of the prisoner I was watching, confirmed that he was indeed breathing. I looked down to mark the check on my clipboard. I saw movement out of the corner of my eyes. My partner had just done his round 15 minutes prior, and all the prisoners were supposed to be locked in their cells, so there shouldn't be any movement down there. I turn, and I see someone doing a round on the housing unit, but he isn't right. This guy's wearing a blue uniform with a Breton cap, shiny black leather belt, has a baton in his hand. The problem is that these uniforms haven't been used in my department since the 1950s, and our uniforms aren't blue, they're gray and modern, whereas this one was old. I watched this guy walk down the unit for maybe 5 seconds. Then I shook my head and slapped my face to make sure I was awake. When I looked back, there wasn't anyone there. Second experience. This one happened roughly 2 years later during my normal shift. The central building of the prison I worked in is a big room called the Rotunda. It has 2 floors, but it's open so you can see the balcony up on the top levels, and anybody who's leaving the Rotunda can be seen from the opposite side, even on the balcony. The doors into the wings that branch off of the balcony all have windows, and most of the rooms directly connected have windows also. It was maybe 2100 hours. I was going to the Rotunda to complete some paperwork with a coworker of my sergeant, which is pretty common. As we were opening the open barred gate into the Rotunda, I looked up and noticed that the administrative wing lights appeared to be dimmed through the window in the door. I commented to my coworker that we would need to report that light was out to the administration wing. It was then, as we were both looking at the window, that we observed something more in the window, and we realized that this was not a light malfunction. A shadow person was standing in front of the window. While we were watching the shadow move to its left and through a solid wall and into another room, we saw its silhouette through the window of that room. We just looked at each other and kept going. Third experience. I was about 3 years in as an officer by the point that this one happened. I was working the 3rd shift in the control center, which is where we use the cameras and security measures. Also, there are several rifle posts around the prison perimeter that are used to ensure the security of the prison, but we only ever use 3 of them during the operational hours. In this case, it's important to know that when a phone is left off the hook, the phone rings into the control center. So that way we can address the issue. When the call rings through, you can pick up the phone and hear anything on the other end that may be being said in that area, which is important in case we're dealing with a staff assault or a hostage situation. So, I'm working as the electronic monitoring officer, which means that the camera controls are my main responsibility, along with the perimeter security. As I'm working, the phone rings, and an institutional caller ID says, 1 post, which is odd because that post is not used because it's too small for a modern person to comfortably fit inside it. Also, at this time, there's nobody that should be near it, and for someone to reach it, it'd have to be set off at least 2 security alarms, which I was in charge of monitoring. Given the fact that the guy who was doing the perimeter checks was a bit of a prankster, I figured it was just him playing a prank, and that he knew a way around the sensors. So I answer the phone and I hear the static, which is continuously increasing and decreasing in volume like somebody has an old television on a static-filled channel. Like it's moving volume up and down constantly. I hang up the phone, move the camera to look at the post, and I can see right inside there's no one there. As I'm looking at it, the phone rings again, and it says 1 post. This time, my lieutenant picks up the phone and after a minute walks back to me, asking if the perimeter officer is playing games, because he can hear mumbling blurred out by static from the 1 post phone. He sees that I have a camera pointed right at it, and that there's no one there. The lieutenant tells me to have the perimeter officer check it out. Maybe an animal may have gotten to the post and knocked the phone off the hook. The officer took a while to get there, as he had been on the other side of the perimeter. He had to climb 5 flights of stairs to get there. During this time, the phone had continued to ring from 1 post until I could see the officer opening the door, at which point the phone stops ringing. The officer opens the door with his flashlight on and calls over the radio that there's not a phone in the post. My lieutenant responds that there must be one because the calls keep coming through. In response, the officer holds up a disconnected phone line so that the camera can see it, and says that this is the only thing in the post. This post hasn't been used since like the early 80s, and like I said, it was too small of a space. The phone would still ring now and again on a 3rd shift until we updated our phone system to the internet-based system. 4th experience. I had been an officer for about 4 years at this point. I was working my regular shift as an electronic monitoring officer. I went on a restroom break, which means I had to leave my post and go about 100 yards away to the nearest restroom. As I'm in the restroom, I distinctly hear the sound of boots clapping on the tile floor of the hallway that leads to the restroom among other rooms in that wing. As the sounds get closer to the restroom, I can hear the large Folger keys. They're clinking together on their waist as they walk. When it sounded like they were right outside the door, I called out saying, I'll be out in a minute. I didn't hear the sounds after I said that. Thinking someone was waiting outside, I hurried up and washed my hands, not taking more than a few minutes. I opened the door, and there was no one there. The hallway is long enough and has 3 entry doors, and I would have heard them open or close as well as any other door in the hallway, to where they would have had issues getting out of the hallway noiselessly in the time between me calling them and leaving the room. I returned to my post. I asked my sergeant if he saw anyone go into the wing while I was down there. He said he didn't and asked why, knowing that he was somebody who believed in ghosts, given that he and I had talked about how he used to do independent paranormal investigations. I told him what happened. His face went slack and his eyes got large as he said, "Go check the video." I returned to my position and watched the video of that hallway. The hallway of the wing above that one and the areas outside the wing. No one was in that area during that time except for me, and no signs of distortions. Fifth experience. I'd been an officer for about 6 years, and I was working my regular shift. I was watching the medication lines after the dinner lines. They were done. My sergeant was talking with me. Not like a management thing. We were kind of friends. We just wanted to have a conversation while ensuring the prisoners weren't passing meds, fighting, or anything worse. The medical hallway I was watching is connected at one end to the rotunda and the other end of one of the main housing blocks, specifically right next to our main segregation unit. As we were talking, we heard what sounded like muffled talking from a radio. Checking our radio, we realized that this was not us. We began searching the area around us. Given the location, there shouldn't be an unattended radio, so it was like a security issue and some kind of concern. As we proceeded to search the area, we realized that the intercom system speaker for the segregation unit was making the sounds. This intercom, unlike a standard housing unit, is not used frequently, which is why we were surprised to find it transmitting sound at all. The sergeant points out it and says, "Must be broken. Switch is in the off position. Activation lights off." I looked closely and I got goosebumps as I made a shocking discovery saying, "Sarge, how is it doing that when it's not plugged in?" I held up the unplugged cord leading out of the intercom box and gave it a slight tug to show it was attached directly to the box. The sergeant's face went white as he walked off, shaking his head saying, "Nope, nope, nope. These intercoms don't have backup batteries. There's no direct power hookups, just the cord that had already shown that was disconnected." The sounds continued for the duration of the medication lines. I left the area after that, and I never heard of it doing that again. Earl C. Clement's ghost. Hi all. Sensitive Queen here with more ghostly experiences to share with you. Anyone ever hear of Earl C. Clement's Job Corps Academy in Morganfield, Kentucky? It's built on top of an old World War II Army barracks by the name of Camp Breckenridge. You can research it if you like. I went there from 2005 to 2006. Anybody who reads this, if you've been there, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The following encounters are 1000% true. When I first arrived there, I could feel the spirits. Some were angry and violent. Some were mischievous. Some were lost and confused. As I constantly state, I'm a sensitive, so sometimes I see them, but most of the time I feel them. It was just me and another girl from Chicago. We arrived together. So they bunked us in the same room with 2 other girls in dorm 304. This was a co-ed dorm, boys on one end, girls on the other. After our tour and unpacking, we all went for lunch. We spent the rest of the afternoon getting to know each other and talking. The room captain, who was the girl that had been there the longest, we'll call her Jane. She asked us, "Did anybody tell you about the captain and how he haunts the dorms and the land?" Me and the other new girl said no. The other new girl scoffed. She said she didn't believe in ghosts. Jane laughed and said, "You will," and proceeded to tell us about the captain. So the story goes that he was killed on the barracks by a grenade. It was a training exercise. It was supposed to be a dummy grenade, but it was live. Someone threw it as a prank. It exploded, and the captain was one of the many people killed by it. However, I later researched the story, and I couldn't find anything about it. Supposedly, he was angry about his death, and he haunts the land to seek revenge on the people responsible. Every night like clockwork, we would hear tapping on the window and doors at exactly 2:18 a.m. The first few nights, the new girl assumed that it was older girls trying to scare her. But every time she would hear it, she would get up and the three of us would be sound asleep. She even told the RA that she couldn't sleep because we kept pranking her. We tried to tell her over and over this wasn't us, but she never believed us. They ended up switching her room, and the same thing would happen. Every night at 2:18 a.m. The taps would always come in threes. Since she didn't tell the girls what happened in her new room, there's no way that they could know about the tapping. After that, she finally started to believe that it wasn't us. One night around midnight, I was laying in bed with my book light on, a tiny, almost pen-like light, the kind that you can clip to your books, that way you can read without turning the light on. I kept noticing a shadow moving back and forth past the window. My bed was third from the window. There were no trees or branches or bushes that could have been swaying in the wind. Every time I would turn my head to get a glimpse, it would disappear. This would continue until I fell asleep around 1-something. Then once again at 2:18 a.m., we're all awoken by this on our window. We had a community bathroom and shower room. There was 12 showers and 12 bathrooms. Sometimes in the shower, girls would always complain about someone grabbing their boobs or butt while showering. There's no way this could be the boys, because there was always a male RA monitoring the boys' side and a female RA monitoring the girls' side, especially in the mornings while we'd be getting ready for classes. One night after being awoken by the tapping, I got up to use the bathroom. All my roommates are asleep. So as I made my way down the hall to the bathroom, I wave at the RA. She waves back. While doing my business, I hear the slow squeak of the shower knobs being turned on, the water shooting out of the shower head. I instantly freaked out because there's no one in the bathroom but me. The shower room had a motion sensor light, and if someone was in there, the light would turn on. It never did. Before I could haul ass out of there, the motion sensor toilet directly across from me flushes on its own. I could barely pull my underwear up before running out of there and into my room. After that, nothing major happened for a while, besides the tapping at 2:18 a.m. and some other little things, like keys and clothes being moved. Fast forward to about 3 months later. I was in my CDL class. I was the only girl. And me and some other guys in the class stepped outside for a smoke. Our CDL class was called Roadway. The class was far from the other trade rooms, at least about a mile's walk from the dorms. The guys start telling me about how come they come there at night and you can hear voices and see shadows moving in the darkness. Of course, I believe it. I want to come there at night to see for myself. I always get freaked out when something like this happens because it doesn't happen to me all the time. So, when I see them, I get scared and run, recollect myself. Then I'm okay. So my boyfriend at the time and I decided to go there at night around 8 p.m. for some alone time. I had stolen a key to one of the semi-trucks so that my boyfriend and I could fool around in one. The truck that everybody loved because it had a bed and an AC was called the Beast. It was loud, clunky, and majorly old. As we're walking toward the truck, I hear voices and screams. I ask my boyfriend if he hears anything. He says no. I start to feel an overwhelming sense of sadness and grief. I try to shake it off, but being sensitive, I always pick up on feelings from spirits. But now, in the 32 years I've been on this earth, I've learned how to control them. As we're in the truck fooling around, someone or something starts banging on the side of the truck. We're thinking it's security. We quickly dress and look out the window. Nothing's there. We laugh it off and go back to making out. That's when we hear the banging again. It's louder and harder and it echoes. Then we hear this creepy, sadistic laugh. I can still remember it to this day. Kind of sounds like a witch's laugh, but more like a man cackling instead of a woman. My boyfriend is starting to get creeped out, so we head back to the dorms. No way we could finish after that. One night I lay down to sleep. It was 11-something at night, and like clockwork, the tapping starts at 2:18 a.m. I'm pretty used to it now, so I rolled over and decided to ignore it. Big mistake. A few seconds later, the window flew open so hard that it hit the wall and the glass shattered. There was this violent wind. It sounded like blowing so bad that our blankets flew off of our beds. We were all screaming and ran to the room captain's bedroom, clutching each other, screaming at the top of our lungs. We could hear the male RA and the female RA banging on our door. They were trying to get in. The door wouldn't budge. Then, after what seemed like hours, which was only literally a minute at 2:19 a.m., it stopped. The door opened, and the RAs ran inside to see what looked like a tornado that ripped through our room. We had woken up half the girls in our dorm, and everybody was peeking in to see what happened. When we told the RAs what happened, of course, they didn't believe us. They told us it was our imagination or a bad dream, that maybe one of us was sleepwalking. Stupid idiots. The final and scariest thing that happened to me was right before I was set to leave. I'd gotten my Class A CDL, still have it. And the day before I was set to leave the academy, my friends threw me a surprise going away party. That night as I slept around 1-something, I felt a heaviness on top of me. It was weighing down on me, as if there was a body on top of me. I opened my eyes to see a man sitting on top of me, facing away from me. A few blinks, and I still saw him. Then, as I started to hyperventilate, he turned toward me, except his body didn't turn, just his head and neck, all the way around. Now he was looking right at me, with his body still facing away from me. He had a long beard, and he was missing half of his right jaw. Teeth shattered. Breath, even more terrifying than he looked, he said, "Stay." And as quick as he was there, he vanished. I sat up not knowing if I had just dreamt this man, or if it actually happened. Ask Reddit. So my family and I were living in Germany back in the 1980s. We rented this nice old house. I was 2 at the time, and my mom was pregnant with my first brother. Things didn't really start happening until a few months after moving in. It was pretty weird. The house always had an odd feel to it, but you always get that when you move into a new place, right? Started with things not being where you last left them, kitchen cabinets being open. The main thing was the stairs to the attic. It was out in the open in the hall, right next to my brother's room. It was only like 6 or 7 steps up until you got to the ceiling and a latch door. You could get about 2 steps up and would immediately be filled with overwhelming dread and fear. I can remember only thinking, get out, over and over, until I could walk away. Friends would come over and go up the steps and sit down. They would get this look on their faces and just start crying uncontrollably. So, all of this to say, one night when I woke up in the middle of the night to use the toilet, which was just across the hallway from my room, after I was done, I sleepily made my way back when I got hit with the coldest blast of air I'd ever felt. I was maybe like 5 at this time. My neck and back felt tingly. I felt like shivering. I turned to look down the hall and saw the top half of a younger man walking down the hall, and then turned to go down the stairs, but just straight up vanished. I was pretty sure I dreamt the whole thing up, to be honest. My mom claims that while she was pregnant with my first brother, there was an older man that would stand, quote-unquote, in the doorway and had this aura of, in her words, pure evil and sickness. My mom was super sick, but so was my dad on the nights that this old man was around, at least. During her second pregnancy, she says that the younger man would stand in the doorway, but facing away from the bed, and that he made the room feel calm. The man never bothered my mom during this time, but after my second brother was born, he stopped guarding the door. My first little brother would have awful night terrors. He would wake up screaming at the top of his lungs like he was being murdered. After my second brother was born, he would have the same terrors. They would wake up screaming at the same time. Super weird. I'd have the same nightmare every night for 6-ish years that we lived in that house. It was always me standing at the base of the stairs to the attic. Then the door would vanish from under me, and I would fall into total darkness. There was no escaping it. I would fall into it every night. Another instance was when my mom told me to stop getting in the cupboards for snacks. I told her I hadn't been in them. She told me to stop lying, or I'd be grounded. She came and grabbed me, and later that day took me to the kitchen, pointed me to an open cabinet and scolded me. I argued that I didn't do it. She then pushed me to go in my nose to the corner. She then went back to the kitchen, and then all was quiet. Too quiet. Like that eerie quiet that creeps you out. I turned around and my mom just standing in the kitchen doorway, mouth wide open. I asked her if she was okay. She just continued to look in the kitchen, not moving. I walked up to her and looked in to find every cabinet and door open. We just stood there, shocked and scared. My youngest brother was asleep upstairs in his crib, and my other brother was with his dad at the doctor's appointment. The scariest incident was when my mom was able in the dining room watching TV. My brothers and I were playing upstairs, and I heard crashing, like glass breaking. I ran downstairs and saw my dad rush into the dining room. My mom was just standing there. The dishes were broken on the floor in front of her. My dad asked if she was okay and went to help her. She says, "Get out." My dad stops and just turns white as a sheet. I guess they'd been hearing the old man in the dreams and nightmares as well, telling them to get out of the house. They didn't tell me till years later. Mom then started screaming, get out," over and over again, ripping things off the shelves and throwing them to the floor. The weirdest and scariest part was when she started shouting at us in fluent German. My mom barely spoke any German, just enough to get by. She spoke French and English at the time. And the look on her face was, well, weird. Didn't look like my mother. It's hard to describe. but she looked older and her eyes were so full of hate. Never seen my mother look like that before. My father told me to run upstairs and shut the door. He would come get us when it was safe. I ran and hid with my brothers in their closet, terrified at what was happening. My dad came up sometime later and went to see my mother. She was sitting on the sofa sobbing. I remember hugging her. She held me so tight I could barely breathe. After that possession happened, my mom called in priests to try to cleanse the house. The owner fully cooperated with us after my mom and dad told him, claimed the old man we described was his grandfather who had previously owned the house before dying in it. He has no idea who the young man, though, was. I can remember a priest coming over, and it was so bizarre. He would start to pray and try to rid the home of evil or whatever, and every time something would happen, the phone would ring, the postman would knock, my brothers would cry, a truck drove by with its horn going. But the priest persisted. But as soon as he started up the stairs to the second floor, he fell down them. He claimed he felt 2 hands push against his chest, and then he said this was beyond him. He left, never heard from the church. The final straw was when I was playing in my room and I was standing in front of my large mirrored closet. It fell on me. Luckily, my bed was right next to me, and it stopped the closet from crushing me completely. And remember, I was around 6 at this time. There was no way for me to be able to tip this closet as it was butted up against the wall, and it was a heavy, solid wood one that came with the house when we moved in. Not to mention, I was standing away from it nearest to my bed. At this point, we were all stressed out, so much so that it was affecting my dad's work. His boss pulled him into the office one day and asked him what was going on. My dad said that he wouldn't have believed him if he told him, but I guess his boss persuaded him to. Turns out my dad's boss was a long-time practicing Wiccan and said he could help. Not sure as to how that conversation went down, as my dad said he doesn't really remember all the details, but he remembers his boss explaining to him the process of cleansing the house and how he had it done by others before ours. So the day comes when my dad's boss turns up to our house with a bunch of his fellow coworkers and friends. The landlord showed up to help. Everyone gets a task to prevent the cleansing from being stopped. Kind of like when the priest had tried. My dad's boss and another guy go down into the cellar to start, and gradually move through the house. My mom and I sat in the living room, and a friend had come to take my brothers to her place while this happened. Can't remember why I was at the house, to be honest. These guys got to the attic stairs, and shit got weird. The house felt awful, like the air was buzzing with static, and I felt my stomach. My mother was feeling it too, as I could see her gagging and trying to hold everything down. The guys opened the attic and started cleansing. You could hear things in the house moving. Not sure what it was, but it sounded heavy. Turns out that the source of all of the things was like the old armoire in the attic. My dad told me the landlord recognized it as belonging to his grandfather before he died. It was full of old clothes. Things like memorabilia. Nazi memorabilia. They all first tried to remove the armoire from the house, but it wouldn't budge, so they took everything out of it and it still didn't budge. They thought maybe it had been nailed to the floor, but found nothing holding it down. They eventually called the other guys, and 6 grown men could not move that armoire. Dad said it was the craziest thing he'd ever seen in his life. So, my dad's boss and his other Wiccan friend decided to seal the armoire in a circle of salt and sulfur. Once they'd completed that ritual, they finished the cleansing of the house. And no lie, guys, it was like the house sighed. Felt like a breeze blew through the house, like every door and window would have been open on a windy day, sort of a feeling. And by the way, they weren't. Everything was closed during the cleansing. My hair even moved with it. It was so weird. Then silence, not just audibly, but that uncomfortable, heavy feeling the house had always gone with. Truly felt empty. Such an odd sensation to me. After the house had been cleansed, the attic was locked up, and that was that. No more apparitions, nightmares, or fear around the attic steps. No more opening cabinets, no more possessions. Even though it only happened one time. My parents were so happy, and the people who helped out were invited over quite a few times. My dad says he still talks to all of them to this day, and he said he still feels he can't ever thank them enough for saving us from that horrible nightmare. He even became a Wiccan afterwards and still casually practices, but not as much as he used to. Anyhow, that's my long-ass story of the haunted house I lived in as a child. The Haunting of the Cobblestone Square. Before we begin, we must understand that everything you will read is absolutely true, and the events continue to this day. It was last summer. My girlfriend, who's now my wife, we both made a big decision to move in together. Cobblestone Square is a situation of apartment complexes, surrounded a center park. After living in another apartment for 2 years, I learned a bigger apartment was opening up on the other side of the complex. We needed bigger space because my wife had 2 children from a previous marriage. After a rushed inspection, we were happy to move in as June started. The months passed by, and the days grew shorter and colder. Autumn was drawing close, and with it, that's when the trouble began. In all the stories and movies, it starts out small. Things moving place to place, lights being left on, all chalked up to forgetfulness. This was true in our case. We didn't think much of it, but only started to escalate with the children. Our apartment is set up with 2 bedrooms and a bath on the opposite end of each other. In our bedroom, we have our own private bathroom, and next to the kids' room is a small hallway leading to their own bathroom. We would give them baths here and potty train, and almost as if flicking a switch, when the autumn month came, our youngest, a 2-year-old girl, would absolutely hate going in that bathroom. At the mere mention of bath time, she would go into hysterics, or on good days, she would sit in the tub, and in the process of bathing, she would look past myself or my wife and start screaming and crying. Well, oftentimes, something would catch her eye in the mirror, and she would also start crying like mad. The most unsettling part would be as soon as we took her out of the bathroom, she would stop and act like nothing happened. Our son, who was 4 at the time, also would run up to us and say that he would be hearing a voice say "uppy," which is a common saying among the children when they wanted to be held. We asked if it was his sister, and he would profusely say that it wasn't her, but he did say it sounded like a kid. This happened a few times. With my wife being separated from her first husband and splitting custody, we would have the children come live with us every other week. On the weeks that the children would go stay with their dad, the activity would seem to die down. But that didn't mean it wouldn't happen. I asked my wife what she remembered from the last year. She recounted a time when she didn't have the children, and she was cleaning the house. She noticed the kids' door was open. We usually keep it closed, but thought that maybe I went into their room for something. Checking to see if I was inside and seeing that I wasn't, she closed the door and didn't think much of it. It wasn't until a while later that she went to use the kids' bathroom and saw that the door was open again. She found me in our room and asked if I'd opened it. I said I didn't. With more incidents of lights being found and doors opening, it all came to a head near the end of October when I was washing dishes in the kitchen. Above the sink, facing the living room, is a small window that allows someone in the kitchen to look out into the dining room and living room, and, additionally, the back door. It's a sliding glass door, which is going to be an important detail. After the kids had been put to bed and were asleep, my wife and I set out our nightly duties of chores to finish before the next day started. As I was washing dishes, I looked up from the sink and saw in the glass of the sliding glass door a reflection of a large shadow in the hallway to the kids' bathroom. It quickly entered the bathroom, and I immediately walked over, turning on the light and seeing nothing there. Went to my bedroom where my wife was vacuuming, and I asked her if she could, by chance went to the kids' bathroom for whatever reason. I wasn't surprised by her response when she said no, and, I told her what I saw. It was after this event and subsequent Halloween that all the activity seemed to stop. Months passed by again, and jumped to 2020 in August. As soon as the activity started again, I started to keep a journal of all the findings. That way there was a record. On August 10th, I went out to go to the bathroom in the kids' bathroom before going to bed. Heard a small child giggle. Both children were fast asleep. August 11th, my wife was bathing her daughter, and in the first time in a year, our little girl started to shriek in fear until she was out of the bathroom. August 13th, while getting ready for bed, our son knocked on our door. I'm always the one to answer. He told me that he was afraid. He wouldn't elaborate on that, but when I laid down on his bed, he begged for the closet to be closed. The closet had never been a problem, and a few nights after this, we returned to being open, haven't experienced something like this again. August 15th, my wife and I had an argument. I went out to the couch to sleep for the night. As I was tossing and turning, I heard a child's voice in the night say, "Uh-huh," as if answering a question. I forced myself to go to sleep. Both myself and my wife have caught our son speaking to himself as well. My wife told me that once she heard him saying, "Ow, stop it, you're hurting me." When she went to go check on him, he was in the hallway by the kids' bathroom, holding his arm. During the daytime, the kids were playing, and both me and my wife were doing our own thing. As I was sitting on the couch, our son runs behind the couch, stops, and then says, "And how would you do that?" out of the blue. I turn to him and ask him what he's talking to, or who. And after a moment's hesitation, he says, "Nobody." I told him I heard him say something, and then he insisted that he didn't say anything. One occasion, my wife was sleeping on the couch and in the middle of the night heard a man whisper and say, "Don't get up," to which she promptly obeyed. It was the night after that I woke up from my sleep in bed to see a shadow shape standing over me with piercing red eyes. Felt as if it was going to hurt me. My wife and I have naturally begun our interest into the spiritual world. We began researching and looking for ways to go about this. We've purchased a Ouija board with no results, and from a medium, a supposedly haunted ring. Our apartment was going to be haunted. We wanted to know by who and with what intentions. It seemed as if our mail-order ghost has always made their home, as one morning our front door was unlocked and slightly ajar, but nothing was stolen. Tonight, as I write this, my wife and I were watching TV on the couch and decided to call it a night. But as we went to our bedroom, I noticed a low scratching sound coming from the record player. I opened it up and saw that the turntable was moving as the needle was off its holder. Turning the record player on, I replaced the needle, and I tried sort of knocking the player a few times to see if it could be easily bumped and knocked off. But nope. The only way to move that needle was to pick it up with your finger and set it down. I was reminded that, one other time that this happened, long before we had any haunted items. I am thoroughly convinced my apartment is haunted. people die in them way too often to think it's not a possibility. If nobody died here, the cemetery across the road definitely doesn't bring me any comfort. As I write this, I can say that two distinct entities can be somewhat accounted for: a small child ghost and something else. Or maybe something that wants to be viewed as a child. But let's think happy thoughts. We still live here to this day, and if any new events happen, I can be sure to add them to the comments. Autumn is just beginning, and that's when things seem to get really interesting around here. The real story behind Roswell. I don't know if this story fits here, but it's a story I've known all my life, and until now, I've never spoken about it. My grandfather not only knew what really crashed in Roswell on June 24th, 1947, but he had been chasing it for almost 5 years before it crashed. The craft wasn't a UFO, nor was it a weather balloon. It was something much more dangerous. It was a device constructed by the Nazis during World War II under the name Die Glocke. During 1942, my grandfather was stationed in London and was in the intelligence unit involved in collecting information on what the Nazis were doing. The American government at the time was very interested in gaining this intelligence for themselves, due to the implications most of it had on advancing weapons. Because of this work, many of the scientists defected to the United States, and programs were started with them that gave us things like nuclear technology and missile technology, rocket technology. During this period in the war, there was talk amongst these scientists about claims of technology that was like nothing else produced. Nothing else produced by any war machine in the history of the world. It was considered otherworldly and deemed Wunderwaffe technology. One device named the Bell was a culmination of different technologies put together to produce a device that could move at unrealistic speeds without any forces placed on the pilot inside. This couldn't be detected by any means at the time, including visual, and could travel through time. It had a power source that was radioactive and would be considered a miniature nuclear power plant that ran off plutonium, cesium, cerium, and thorium. If captured by enemy forces, the pilot could set this power plant to overload, causing a massive meltdown that in turn would cause an explosion that was more powerful than the Tsar Bomba developed by the USSR. It used this power source to manipulate the electromagnetic, gravitational, and photonic fields to form a quote-unquote bubble. This bubble surrounded the bell. Manipulating the bubble would allow the bell to move directionally and through time. It could travel to the past or future and return to the present, which was found out by accident during testing. It could also become completely invisible. During World War II, any technology found by these experiments the Nazis were doing was taken to a secret location, studied by our scientists, and the ones that defected here from Germany. Troops on the ground found remnants of where testing and construction of the bell were, but it was always cleaned of the technology they were using long before the troops would arrive. The bell was never recovered during World War II. Only hints of its existence were ever recovered along with traces of radiation. One of the tests ran by the Nazis later on was discovered to be the results of the exposure to the radiation the bell gave off, and was done on the prisoners of the Gross Rosen concentration camp. Here, troops found prisoners that had severe radiation poisoning, and most died from the illness. For several years, my grandfather chased the bell all over, from reports of sightings that extended all over the world. Then, in 1947, due to the pilot becoming sick from radiation exposure, it crashed in Roswell, New Mexico. When the soldiers moved into the area, they found the bell still active, but malfunctioning due to the crash. And the pilot that was ejected by the crash, he lived for 8 hours after the crash before passing from injuries and severe radiation sickness. The craft was moving to a location that was far enough away from civilization that, if it exploded, it wouldn't cause a nuclear fallout. It wouldn't harm any person, except those involved in the location. The pilot was reported to be confused as to where he was. He seemed to believe it was 1944 and he was in Germany. From the vague accounts the intelligence agency was able to collect from the pilot before death, he explained that they received orders to move the bell because they knew soldiers from the Allied forces would be capturing the base in the next few weeks. The bell wasn't just moved to another location, but it was moved to a different time to test the capabilities of time travel. The pilot was ordered to move the craft 2 days into the future and to secure a location farther from the front lines. But when he did, the area had been bombed, and because it materialized in the debris, the craft became unstable and uncontrollable. Then it performed what the pilot called a bounce, propelling it into the future where he crashed in New Mexico 3 years later. No other information was obtained from the pilot after that initial interview. His speech became harder to understand, garbled and gibberish. Muffled gargling was all he could produce before passing away. It was apparent that the bell was still malfunctioning more and more, with reports that it would phase in and out, move in the bunker it was being held at. It would move so fast it seemed to be in multiple places at once. Then it simply and slowly started fading out of existence. It was held in the facility for a total of 29 days. Nothing was ever learned about the device. Because it was so unstable, nobody could get close to it. The only time anybody was able to physically touch it was the time shortly after the crash when it seemed most of the systems were not functioning. My grandfather said there's only one piece of the craft in existence that he knows of. A piece that was about 1 foot in length and about 6 inches wide, made of gold alloy over steel that was melded together by a massive amount of radiation it was exposed to. He said that when they used a piece of equipment to pick it up, it vibrated so much the equipment would drop it. Yet, when held in your hand, it was calm. Although we didn't learn anything about the bell, except bits and pieces that we were able to get from intelligence reports, the bell sparked many experiments by the government in stealth, nuclear, and even time travel technologies. The extent they've taken this research and development to my grandfather's knowledge wasn't known. But he said the possibilities what they could accomplish with it was endless, and, in the wrong hands, would be dangerous to the world. He believed up to his death that a lot of the sightings of UFOs were in fact the bell rematerializing in different locations. Or maybe a recreation of the bell the United States was able to create from research. He told me how much the intelligence they gathered and the research that followed has given this world so much technology it was hard to keep up with. He died before we had cell phones, internet, or a lot of the technology that we have today. I often wonder how much we gained from the bell, and how much we don't know that we gained yet. I'm sure we have gained much more than I can imagine, and then some. One thing is for sure, whether you believe my grandfather or not, We made such an advancement in technology after World War II, it can't be explained. And the mysteries of some of the research done during that time by all nations still spark interest. If only it was in the hands of the right people. I believe I experienced a residual haunting while working at the refinery. I work at an oil refinery in a chemical plant. It's in the southern U.S. I'm not going to give out the company's name for obvious reasons. I work primarily around the rail yard, but we do handle business throughout the whole eastern portion of the plant. About a month ago, I won't give you the exact date as you would probably be able to find my place of work. I had completed my work for the night and had taken the company truck to part of the refinery that was more likely to go unnoticed by my supervisor, should they be driving around anyhow. This has been my go-to hiding spot from the boss. I would sleep away the remainder of my shift for the past 2 years or so I worked here. This part of the refinery, where there's been a relatively localized explosion that tragically took the life of a woman who had been employed directly by the owners of the refinery for about 5 years. She was attempting to fire up burners to restore power to the refinery. This was during an emergency power outage. This took place exactly 10 years before, on the same day and around about the same time in the morning. The area of the plant where this happened is still taped off and shut down to this day. On this night while sitting in the truck, it had begun to rain very heavily. We'd been in a relatively severe drought for the past several months, so the poor weather was welcomed by all, especially with the notice that the plant had sent over the radio stating that there was lightning in the area and to stop work and to find the nearest substantial shelter. I was watching a movie on my phone, finding it hard to stay awake with the sound of heavy rain on the roof of the truck. Sometime in the very early morning hours, though I can't be exactly sure of the time, I was awoken from my half-sleep by a huge orange glow. It completely engulfed me. It was so intense I couldn't open my eyes past a squint due to the brightness. I could only describe it as being very similar to staring directly into the sun. I immediately recognized that I was in the middle of an explosion. However, there was absolutely no sound, no heat, and no fear. For a moment I questioned if I was still alive. But as the orange glow died down, I saw a woman. She was completely engulfed in flames, running for about 5 or 6 steps before falling to the ground. Since that day 10 years ago, there have been a number of pipes installed that run horizontally just above the ground floor of the furnace, and it was meant to be bypassing it. She ran straight through them. She ran straight through them like they weren't even there. Then, just as soon as I saw it, it was all gone. The fire was gone, she was gone. The whole space was just as empty as before. I was back to sitting alone in a truck, listening to the rain. I obviously couldn't believe what I'd just seen. I, like everybody else at the plant, was familiar with what had happened on that day, and I knew exactly what I had just witnessed. I couldn't just wrap my head around how I had witnessed an event that happened a full decade in the past. I drove back to our shop where I promptly clocked out, went out to my personal truck. I sat there for at least half of an hour trying to come to terms with what I just witnessed. After the initial shock wore off, I felt very indifferent about it. It didn't freak me out or anything. What I saw was just very matter-of-fact to me. Even still, though, I kept the story to myself. I figured there was very little benefit to telling anyone, and even like this is obviously hard to forget, especially in the only 3 or so weeks since it happened. But I've tried not to dwell on it too much, because I know I will drive myself crazy trying to comprehend exactly why I was somehow able to witness such a well-known and tragic event from 10 years in the past. Last night, it happened again. We have a very small loading truck. It's a loading truck rack, and it sits on the back of the rail yard. It hasn't been manned or used in years. Last night, the weather was very foggy, to the point you could only see lights from the refinery for about 100 yards. You could only see objects for maybe 25. I was driving the work truck down the storage tank that we have, talking on the phone to my wife about the trip that she had taken. She went to visit her mom the next state over. As I turned the corner near the rack, my phone dropped the call. Didn't think too much of it because service can be spotty in parts of the refinery, although this area is usually having a pretty strong signal. Nevertheless, I figured I would just call her back after I arrived at my destination. I happened to look to my left to glance at the rack. I never had the opportunity to use it, and they had different equipment than I'm used to using. So I often look at it when I pass by and attempt to picture how it all worked. It sits about 30 feet from the road, so it's close enough that I was able to still make out details pretty well. As I looked over, I saw 2 men up there. They were wearing the old company uniform and seemed to be hooking up a large white rail car. These white cars are uncommon in our yard, but not unheard of. However, if we had one staged in this area, there's absolutely no way I would not know about it, nor is there any way I would have not seen it, or any of the other 10 or so times I'd passed that area during the day. I could make out their faces well enough to know that neither of the men were anyone that currently works here. I also noticed the rack didn't look nearly as rusty and neglected as it usually does. It still had paint on it. It didn't look overgrown or abandoned at all. That being said, everything was a little blurry. Like instead of being in the fog, it was more like perhaps they were the fog, like they were part of it. Then as I reached the next turn, they were gone. The people were gone, the large white car was gone, and the rack was back to its rusty normal self. Interestingly, the fog started clearing very shortly after this, although I can't say that they were really connected. Once again, this took a minute to process, but I wasn't freaked out at all. I actually just thought it was really cool that I got to witness this slip 2 times now. I asked a coworker that's been here nearly as long as I've been alive when this uniform changed. He said it was sometime during 2015. I didn't know if I also saw them 10 years in the past, or if this was a different, more random amount of time. Our company's been here since the 60s, so there's really no telling. Both events seem to move slower than normal time. Not slow motion, just a little slower than normal. I don't know if this was actually time moving slower or if my brain was just taking longer to process what I was seeing. These are the only times in my life that I've ever experienced anything like this. I don't know if it has something to do with the plant, the area, or me. I will say, the city where this took place is where one of the most well-documented UFO sightings and abductions took place. Maybe this is just a place where odd things happen. Sorry if my thoughts seem jumbled. Reliving this while typing it's proven to make it difficult to keep my mind on track. I would love to hear anyone else that's had a similar experience to this. I plan to post a couple other relevant subs, as I'm really desperate to know that I'm not the only one that's seen something like it. My ongoing and terrifying experience after leaving haunted Goatman's Bridge in Denton, Texas. Hi. For reference, I'm a 24-year-old female. Okay, I'm going to start out by apologizing for not adding any photos or tangible proof or deep history lessons here. I would appreciate it if you all couldn't accuse me of lying and being mentally ill, because this is 100% true. You must take me at my word, because this is still an ongoing experience in me, and I'm physically affected every day by ongoing nausea, especially when I look at the photos or talk about the history of this haunted place. I'm trying my best to avoid making matters worse. I feel a grueling resistance as I'm typing this. I'm fighting the nausea right at this moment, so I hope you can understand. Last Sunday was Father's Day. I was with my boyfriend, my mom, and my dad, sitting at the dinner table eating, when the topic of ghost hunting came up. My boyfriend, which we're going to call B, which the narrator is going to just call Barry, because he hates saying letters. I love this type of thing. Neither of us are particularly religious. We're a couple of open-minded, curious agnostics, so the idea that spirits could exist and possibly show themselves to us excites us very much. We had heard about this Goatman's Bridge from a couple sources: friends, Ghost Adventures TV shows, and other articles online. We also live relatively close to the location. Please look up the history yourself. Just Google Goatman's Bridge, Denton history. I will tell you, it is KKK-related gruesome violence, leading to the death of a successful African American that lived nearby. Every time I read about it now, I feel like I'm gonna puke. So anyways, we decided to go. My dad's never encountered a spirit before, and this place seemed to be a very popular spot for ghost hunting. We went at about 10 p.m., a prime time to explore the bridge and hike the trails with little interruption. The bridge at first was empty, seemed a bit spooky. We didn't see anything out of the ordinary there. We then hiked a couple of different trails nearby. The first one was completely fine, no activity. The second trail, we saw a pair of glowing eyes in the distance. When I shone my flashlight in that direction, we saw them. We all think it was a deer, though. Third trail. We come up to this very scary-looking graffiti-covered structure. It had words like, "We all die," and it had 2 pentagrams with letters and things like that. There were stars across the top of it with fake blood dripping from every one. It also had a number of symbols and words that none of us or Google Lens could decipher. Although, we all did see my nickname, Jen, written, slightly hidden with another acronym. Forgot what it was, but I'm not going to look at the picture right now, sorry. Later, B had dug some more online. Found out that the structure is actually an altar that had been used for animal sacrifices. It's still being used in rituals by a modern group called the Dark KKK. All in all, the most exciting part about this is to place itself with me tripping over a root and bruising my knee. Yeah, so kind of boring. The only paranormal activity that the 3 of us had witnessed was my dad expressing that he felt an unexplainable quick tap on his back a few yards from the altar. So now we go back to the bridge, and to our surprise, about 4 or 5 men, white in their early 20s, they were sitting on the spider-infested bridge smoking cigarettes and remaining unusually silent. I honestly don't know why anybody would hang out there at midnight, not have flashlights or anything. But hey, maybe they're just kind of weird, Who knows? I didn't have a very good feeling about them, though. As soon as I got in the car, I felt like I was going to puke. I wasn't sick from any illness. I'm not sick now either. At first, I believed it was, and is, a visceral reaction to the haunted place. Now, I know what it was, and it's something more. So when we got home, I was in immense pain, unspeakable, excruciating nausea. I went to go wash my hands in the bathroom. When I look at my reflection, I didn't recognize myself. I was looking into someone else's eyes. I met the gaze of someone violent, someone with immense hate. It was not my reflection, rather someone or something that was using my body to see through me. I know it sounds crazy, but it gets crazier. I apologize on some of these upcoming details. I was not in control of my body or mind at this time. My memory of this part is almost dreamlike. Barry could see that something had changed in me. He told me to lie down because the nausea was making me lightheaded and very dizzy. I remember Barry asking me a series of questions. I don't remember most, but I do remember saying that I'm not Jen. I remember how my hate-filled gaze felt resting on Barry's eyes. I remember my dog not coming over to me like she usually does. I remember telling Barry that I was unsure of whether he should stay or not, because I was afraid I would hurt him. Physically. I felt extremely violent, to the point that I was digging my nails into my hands as hard as I could. But I couldn't feel any pain. I remember wanting to break his hand when I was holding it. I remember fixating on a wall filled with very old photos of my ancestors, and having a feeling that whatever's in me is trying to learn how to become me. I still think that last feeling I mentioned is lingering in me, even today. The next day I woke up, couldn't shake the thought that I had this new body. I tried doing things I don't normally do. I was testing my pleasures, my body, its limits. I think whatever took my body is mostly gone. It's a possibility that I may in fact be haunting my own psyche. But both Barry and I know that something took hold of me that night, and I'm paying for that every day now. By the way, I took pictures with my DSLR, some with flash, some without. In almost every photo, if you zoomed all the way in, you could see at least one red, strange-looking pixel lurking in different parts of the photo. I have absolutely no clue if this is a camera-related issue or not, but I become more physically ill the longer I look at them. Does anybody know if this is normal for taking raw night photos on a Canon Rebel T3i? The red dot showed up in both images with flash and without flash, so that means it was totally dark. So as you know, Barry did some more digging on Google after this whole thing. He actually found out that women typically had a stronger paranormal experience or reactions at Goatman's Bridge, and could be related to this evil spirit named Steve. I don't wish to say any more about that, so please feel free to look it up. Almost possessed. I was about 17, and I'd got my first job at McDonald's. I was super excited to earn my own money and start learning how to be responsible, budgeting my money, etc. Homecoming was coming up, and prom soon after. I wanted to pay for my own dress, shoes, hair, and limo, all by myself. My parents were proud of me, and so was I. Anyways, on the weekends, I would always close the store with my manager. Usually it's just the manager that closes, but I was in the process of being promoted to manager, so naturally I had to stay and learn how to close down the store, count the money from the registers, turn off the machines, and things like that. After about 2 weeks of watching my manager close, I learned everything I needed to, and eventually I was closing the store by myself. I closed about 4 or 5 times before the first paranormal thing happened. It was about 12:30-ish when I was finally done, ready to lock up the store. My dad was sitting in the parking lot waiting for me to come out. I see him and I wave at him. He waves back. I exit the restaurant and lock the door, and as I turn to walk to my dad, I hear this loud bang from behind me. I turn around and nothing's there. It sounded like someone threw something at the door after I locked it. There was nothing there. So, thinking it was my imagination, maybe I'm tired as hell, I walk to my dad's car and get in. I put my purse on the floor of the car, and as I look up, I see this person in all black moving in a fast motion inside the restaurant. At this point, I'm freaking out because I was just in the restaurant, and all kinds of things started racing through my head about what could have happened. I ask my dad if he sees what I see. He says, "Yes, call the police." Back then, there were car phones. I yank up the receiver to dial 911. They'd come within 4 to 5 minutes. Whatever it is, I thought it was a person robbing the store, is still there up until the police get there. And once they shine their lights on the store, the thing literally disappears. The cops search the restaurant and nothing. They then call me into the store to review the security footage. At this point, the owner of the restaurant, which is independently owned, was coming in. I'm assuming my dad called him and told him what happened. We're all reviewing the tapes when the lights go out. Mind you, whatever it was that me and my dad saw was not caught on tape. Just as fast as the lights went out, they jumped right back on. And now we're looking at a blue screen that says "No visual available." We still, however, hear sounds from the audio. We hear things like "No" and "Leave me alone." We all kind of side-eye each other, but nobody says anything. The police probably are thinking this is a prank. Fast forward about 30 to 45 minutes later. The owner and the police are walking out of the restaurant. He instructs me to lock up. I'm the last one out. Once again, because I have to turn the security lights off and the TV, as I reach the door and open it to leave, I felt the iciest, coldest, roughest hand I've ever felt in my entire life clutch my shoulder, and a voice that whispered, "No." Needless to say, I screamed, ran my ass off to my dad's car, dropping the keys in the process. The police watch me scream and run and don't say a word. Once inside my dad's car, he hugs me, tries to console me. I refuse to look in the windows of the restaurant because I'm afraid to see what I might see next. Fast forward about 10 minutes later, we're home. My dad and mom in the kitchen talking about what happened. My mom and dad are also sensitives, but my mom is more sensitive than we because she always sees them. My dad and I see them sometimes, but my mom all the time. At this point, I'm exhausted. My mom and dad told me I can sleep in Sunday morning because of what I'd been through. Sunday morning, I wake around 10 a.m. My parents are at Mass, so I'm alone in the house. I go down to the kitchen to have breakfast and watch some TV. My mom cooked breakfast but didn't wake me up, so she left some for me in the microwave. Just heat and eat. I go into the living room and sit down, grab the remote. Then when I look into the TV, as I'm getting ready to turn it on, I see a tall, fairly thin black figure standing right behind me. I freeze. I'm trying to breathe, but I can't help but feel whatever we encountered last night had followed me into my home. I close my eyes and open them, hoping that I'm dreaming, or that whatever it is will just go away. No luck. Before I can let out a scream, I feel that same icy hand on my shoulder, but this time it's holding me down to the point where I can't move. It's saying, "My soul." And this time the voice is getting louder, louder and louder. Sounded like a demonic voice, like multiple voices in one. Then I start getting overwhelmed with a sense of evil. The pure hatred running through me. It's weird. But with this hand on me, I felt like I wanted to harm the first person that walked through the door. Then whatever this thing was shifted into a black sort of mist, started to go through me. I could look down and see it going right through me. As it's doing so, the light from the morning starts to fade, and it's becoming night. Everything was in slow motion. All I remember after that is letting out a scream, seeing my mom and dad run into the house, my mom holding a rosary bead necklace in her hand, saying something that I can't make out. My dad said, "In Jesus' name," and that's it. I woke up hours later. My parents were crying and hugging me. They explained to me that they believe a demon or something was trying to possess me. They left church early because my mom had a vision of this and knew that they had to come and save me. Till this day, I'm 32 now, I always keep rosaries with me. I always hear noises and voices in the night. I always get the sense that something is still there, watching me, still wanting to possess me. But perhaps it can't because it's not strong enough. I'm old enough now where I can keep these things at bay. My husband knows and believes in what I can do, what I can see, what I can hear. I'm glad that whatever this thing was could not touch me now. Donner Pass. Last night I experienced something very disturbing on Donner Pass in Truckee, California. The area is known for being haunted because it has a rich history of death and violence, i.e. the Donner Party to name the biggest one. But being born and raised in Reno, I've been to Truckee hundreds of times, and I've never experienced something quite this disturbing. My fiancé and I went to Northern California to visit his family for Christmas. We didn't leave his family's house until 6:30 p.m. We had about a 5-hour drive ahead of us to get home. By the time we got close to Truckee, I had realized that I'd made a mistake not taking a bathroom break at the last gas station that we stopped at in Yuba City, as every gas station after that is closed for Christmas. But by the time we hit Donner Pass, around 10:30 or 11 p.m., I thought my bladder was going to explode in my body if we didn't stop. I was expecting to have to wait until we got to the Arco at the bottom of the pass, but to my surprise, there was a big rest stop at the top of the pass. I remind everyone that I've driven through this pass hundreds of times, never noticed this rest stop. As soon as we pulled up to this stop, I immediately felt uneasy. I felt a fight or flight instinct kick in that I've never felt in Truckee before. I've gone to Truckee to investigate paranormal activity multiple times. but my need to use the restroom outweighed by an uneasy feeling. In the parking lot was one car, a blue car. Could have been a Honda, but I honestly didn't look too closely because the man standing next to the car looked completely normal and harmless. Made me feel like a rabbit in the face of a wolf. I couldn't figure out why I was so scared of this man. I dismissed it on a late-night paranoia, got out of the car. I had to pass this man to get to the building, the bathroom in it. But the closer I got to him, the more panic I felt. To the point where I stopped in my tracks and waited for my fiancé to walk in front of me. He stopped when I did, though, seemingly because he caught the same creepy vibe from the guy that I did. But then walked in front of me anyways. He's a real sweetheart, and I'm so lucky. The entire walk from the car to the building, the man looked almost through my fiancé and at me, had a really creepy smile on his face the entire time. It made my fiancé so uncomfortable that he put his keys in between his knuckles in case he had to fight the guy. When we walked into the building, things got really weird, really fast. As soon as we opened the doors, my vision became strange. I tried focusing my eyes on the sides of the building, but no matter how hard I tried, my eyes just kept unfocusing themselves. It freaked me out, but I dismissed it on the long, dark drive contrasting the bright lights in the building and walked toward the women's restroom. The men's restroom was on the left, and the women's was on the right, and both had two sides to choose from. My fiancé needed to use the restroom himself, so I assumed we were going separate ways, and ran into the left side of the women's restroom. As soon as I turned the corner, I was immediately even more creeped out because there was toilet paper all over the floor. It looked like 3 or 4 rolls had been unraveled all over the place. But again, I dismissed it as tweakers doing weird shit at a rest stop. Took a deep breath, opened the first stall. Clogged and disgusting. So then I moved to the second stall. Clogged and disgusting. Then I moved to the third stall. But as I reached for the door, I got a sinking feeling that someone was behind the door, and I backed up. I looked under the stall and saw a woman's feet. She was wearing black small-heeled shoes with a weird-looking silver buckle on them. And under her feet was what looked like a puddle of water. It looked like this woman was soaking wet, dripping all over the floor. Spooked me, so I turned around and went to the other side of the bathroom to try those stalls. When I got to the other side, as I was passing the mirrors, I glanced toward them and saw a woman following me in the reflection. She was about my height. I'm 5'2", maybe a little taller. Black hair. She was wearing a white turtleneck button-up shirt and a black skirt that was long enough to reach below the mirrors. She was soaking wet, and she had makeup on that made it look like she was painted by somebody else. But the creepiest feature I saw was her eyes. I'm not new to seeing the dead. Sensitivity runs in my family. But I've never seen a ghost that looks like this. Her eyes were grayed out the way a corpse's eyes do after a few hours of passing. I worked at a morgue a few years ago. It's the only reason I know what that looks like. Usually when I see ghosts, they have normal eyes. But hers were different. They were wrong. It scared me to death. I ran into a stall and locked the door. I heard her footsteps come up to the stall, and I saw the shoes that I saw in the other stall from under my own stall. I cannot make this shit up. The woman started aggressively trying to open the stall. I was pulling back from the inside, and she was pulling back from the outside with the force of a living person. Then suddenly it stopped. I said out loud, "What the actual fuck?" Took a deep breath, sat down to finally just use the damn bathroom when I heard a loud, fast footstep come from outside of the bathroom. I was going into the side I was on, and saw brown leather suede boots running into the bathroom and toward my stall. And at this point, I've had it with the ghost crap, so I stood up, closed my eyes, ran out of the bathroom. My fiancé was standing outside of the bathroom, apparently waiting for me because the guy outside creeped him out so bad he didn't feel like I was going to be safe going to the bathroom. He told me he was standing there the entire time waiting for me. I told him to get me the fuck out of that building. I wanted to go home. He asked me what happened, and who he heard in the bathroom with me, and why I said, "What the actual fuck?" And it dawned on me, this was not something that only I had experienced, but that he had also heard happening. So I told him, I think I saw a ghost, and that we just needed to leave. When we walked out of the building, the same guy was standing by his car watching us. I looked down at his shoes, and he was wearing the same suede brown boots that I thought I'd seen in the bathroom. When we drove away, my fiancé said, "That guy gave me serial killer vibes. He was looking at you like he was hunting you. It really freaked me out. I wouldn't be shocked if we saw that man again in the news." When I told him about my experience in the bathroom, he felt that it was possible he had heard someone there before. She was trying to warn me. He also expressed that he had the same experience with a weird change in vision when we walked in. However, again, this could have just been a change from the dark to a bright room. Can't get her face out of my head, and I'm worried that that guy did hurt her, and he'll hurt someone else. My fiancé is a Marine veteran. He doesn't spook easily, and he's met a lot of violent murderers. So when he says he recognized him as somebody that wanted to hurt me, I believed him wholeheartedly. Any thoughts? Has anyone experienced anything like this before? I haven't slept alone in 3 years, but I've no idea what I'm sharing my bed with. I swear, I've been a paranormal magnet since I exited the womb, let me tell you. I have an entire notes section in my phone of experiences that I can remember. Because I have so many, it's difficult to really scare me anymore. But part of this story freaked me out a lot. It started in 2017. The activity in the house started to pick up more than usual that year. So seeing and hearing things just became a part of my day, and never thought twice about any of it. One night in September, I went to bed early, felt sick, and I had plans the next day. Now, I'm not someone who is blessed with the ability to fall asleep instantly. So after about 20 minutes of lying with my eyes closed, I felt the corner of my bed dip down. For context, my bed was against the wall that my door was on, so the end of my bed stopped right at the door frame. Plus, I slept facing the wall. I felt the dip move along the edge of my bed, up the back part where it stopped for a second. Then it went down the door. I was a teenager with a horrendously messy room. I just thought it was one of my parents coming in or something they borrowed, and the reason the bed maybe to not tip over anything. I turned my focus back to sleeping, and I felt the movement again. Still convinced it was my parents struggling to find something. I laid there, and after the third time I realized I never heard my door open. I immediately sat up to find myself alone in my room, with the door obviously still closed. I was freaked out, but felt like shit. I laid back down and I tried to ignore it. It started moving again. But eventually, I finally fell asleep. For the next year or so, at least once a week, I would feel something jump onto the end of my bed and walk around a little before laying across my legs. I could even feel the heartbeat of whatever it was. It would only happen while I was trying to fall asleep. But later it started walking around even if I was wide awake. It would only stop if I turned to look at it. But the earlier behavior, my mom telling me that she once heard scratching from inside my door at 6 a.m. one morning. We assumed it was a dog. My childhood dogs passed away long ago, so I didn't know whose it could be, but it became an almost nightly routine that I soon found comfort in. However, there was one night I woke up to the feeling of a full human laying next to me. The whole side of my bed was dipped down as if something was there. My bed's only a twin bed, so trust me, you feel anything and everything. But I wasn't scared at all and just went back to sleep. A year later, we moved to a new house, and this is where my comfort of a ghost dog was replaced with confusion. It became a nightly thing. What used to be a bit of a walking, then laying down and sleeping with me, turned into constant moving. It was no longer the feeling of a larger dog laying across my calves. It was the feeling of my entire legs plus lower back being pushed into the bed. Some nights I feel like one dog walking, but more often than not, I now feel multiple smaller things like walking around at the same time, usually one by my head and one behind me and one at my feet. Or you could say I feel, let's say, human, for the sake of my sanity. Just imagine someone standing at the end of your bed, putting their hands on either side of your body, and climbing onto the bed on top of you. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that's about, but okay. My mom told me I should try recording it one night, to see if I could see the bed moving, since I'm the only one who experiences this. So about a year and a half ago, while I was watching YouTube on my iPad before bed, I felt it come up. I was laying on my stomach. Without turning around, I grabbed my phone next to me. It was still walking. As soon as I opened the camera, it stopped. So I waited again. When I felt it, I hit the record button, pointed the camera at the end of my bed. It walked for a little bit and stopped again. So I tried to watch the video, but I had so many blankets I couldn't see anything. Gonna try again, but it stopped for the night. I didn't sleep for 3 days starting that night. I was waking up every 45 minutes, panicked. And I mean like heavy breathing, almost crying panicked. I feared falling asleep. Every time I woke up, I would turn on my flashlight and stare at my closet. Yeah, closets are creepy, but I was terrified of it. And I had no idea why. So the next 2 nights I stayed up as late as I could, so the little bit of sleep I did get would be during the lighter hours of the early morning. The fortnight I was completely fine, slept perfectly fine, and had no worries about the closet. I was alone in my bed those 3 nights. I've slept with the lights on almost every night since then, aside from the quote-unquote dog turning into a human and the multiple smaller things. This is what really made me think, okay, so maybe the dog assumption wasn't correct. I'm not entirely sure if this was related, but I'm also not counting on it, so 2 weeks later I woke up in the middle of the night. When I was a kid, I had a weird thing where at least once every couple of weeks I'd wake up in the middle of the night, and I would hallucinate bugs everywhere around me, throw myself out of the bed. This is my first time doing it again in years. That morning I woke up with a giant bruise on my inner leg. No, I didn't hit anything that night. There was literally nothing for me to hit besides the floor. This bruise was immediately bright purple and blue. Hurt so bad to even lightly touch. Took a good 2+ weeks to go away. Like there's no way I would have felt it. I definitely would have. Sometime after that, can't remember exactly when, I was trying to sleep. Whatever I was doing, I wouldn't sit still. I was getting annoyed. So I said something like, "Yeah, all right, buddy, I'm going to need you to sit down or fuck off. I want to sleep." It stopped for a second. Then there was a loud growl directly into my ear. For some reason, I wasn't scared, so I just laughed at it and went to sleep. Other than the aggressively nightly walking around my bed, the most recent thing was a couple months ago when I was sleeping. But I woke up and I couldn't open my eyes or move. It felt like whatever it was in its human form pinning me down. After a few seconds of trying to violently move my body, I finally moved. I could open my eyes. So that was fun. I have so many other stories, but they're all more just, today this happened. Well, this is an ongoing, more interesting thing, I guess. But maybe I'll share more in the future. Have a good night, guys. See ya. Or a good day. Various ghost encounters my family and I have had. I grew up in a pretty old house. It was about maybe 115 years old at the time. It was a 2-story Victorian in Minnesota. It had a dirt basement that my parents had renovated before I was born. My dad was always a skeptic when it came to ghosts. But while he would stay late renovating it, he would get the overwhelming feeling of being watched. One night while installing new kitchen cabinets, he felt eyes on him again, decided he'd had enough and said loudly, "You're gonna like it when it's finished." Immediately he felt calm and didn't have that terrible feeling after that. Once my parents moved into the house, whatever it was seemed to stick around, sometimes causing unexplained noises and such. My mom, being the curious person she is, looked into the history of the house, found a lady named Breen. She had died in the house. Along with, well, according to rumors anyway, Breen had been known as the neighborhood cat lady, took in all the stray cats, and her cause of death was cat scratch fever. I've since done my own research and I found no proof of this though. After learning this information, my mom and dad started to somewhat jokingly call this ghost Breen, assuming she was the one haunting it. One day my dad was watching football, had the TV on very loud. My mom yelled jokingly, "Turn that TV down or Breen will get you." My dad laughed and said, "She can't do anything." And at that moment the TV turned off and there was a knock at the door. My dad was stunned, jumped up to open the door, but nobody was there. Keep in mind the front door is right next to the TV in the living room and there's a huge wraparound porch. It's also a good 6 feet off the ground. Whoever knocked would have had to go down steps and down the driveway, all of which you could see from the door. Basically, making it impossible. Right as my dad, confused, shut the door, the TV came back on. My mom said he silently walked over to the couch, sat down, and lowered the volume. When I was a bit older, my grandparents moved into the downstairs bedroom. One night, my grandmother woke up to someone touching her foot. She looked up to see a woman dressed in a white nightgown walking away from the bed, go out the door, and up the stairs where the rest of the family were sleeping. My whole family thinks this was Breen. Another experience happened to me when I was 5, but it wasn't the cat lady. Instead, I woke up to a man standing in my doorway. I stared at him for a second, and I was so terrified I couldn't speak. He looked like he had a bell in his hand, but I still don't know for sure. It was really weird. I called for my dad finally. I watched him run into my room and go right through to the intruder. Never saw that ghost again. There wasn't a whole lot of notable activity from the cat lady other than knocks, footsteps, and other boring stuff. We moved out of that house when I was about 6, so I don't have any recent stories. However, in 2011, my family moved to Maryland, where my parents' families are. One night, we spent the night at my uncle's house. His house is pretty old, but he also collects antiques, so there's always a creepy feeling to it. Not bad, not good, just creepy. My parents were sleeping in the guest bedroom upstairs, while my sister, who was 11 at the time, and I had to sleep in the living room downstairs. From the living room, we could see the bottom of the stairs and across to the library, which has always had a creepy vibe. Right around the corner was the kitchen. It was around midnight, and my sister and I were half awake. Suddenly we heard noises in the kitchen. This person was moving pots around, putting cabinets and drawers, walking around as if they were making a 3-course dinner. But there was one problem. The lights were off everywhere in the house. We would have seen lights in the kitchen if they were on. We would have heard someone coming down the stairs. But it was completely dark. I whispered to my sister, "Do you hear that?" She just said softly, "Yeah." And that was it. We both just kind of tried to sleep as if nothing happened. I really don't know why we both did that. Thinking back on it, it's really terrifying. Went on for a good 20 minutes of cabinets opening and closing and pots and pans rattling and footsteps moving around. It stopped eventually. We slept through the night without any more events. In the morning, I woke my sister up. I asked her if she remembered anything. She said she did and relayed the events. I had to make sure it wasn't a dream. We still both remember this happening. My grandmother lived, with my uncle for a bit after my grandfather died. She would occasionally hear footsteps going up and down the stairs, and noises in the kitchen, so it's a pretty active house. Jump to 2013, my parents got divorced, so I lived with my mom most of the time. She rented a townhouse that was fairly new. Nothing creepy about it, but I could feel an energy in my bedroom. It wasn't evil, I could just tell something was there. One morning around 5 a.m., I woke up and saw a shadow of a man standing over me. He had a top hat, Abe Lincoln, and I could tell he was staring at me. I blinked a couple of times and he was still there. Covered my face with a blanket and waited a while. When I peeked out again, he wasn't there. Got out of bed and ran to my mom's room. Told her what I had seen. She didn't even look surprised. She said that the owner of the house's sick husband had died in my room. She hadn't told me because she didn't want to freak me or my sister, who I shared a room with. My sister never saw anything in that room. That was the only time I saw him. I still don't know what the top hat was about. So yeah, those are the most exciting stories in my family. Others include my other uncle's house being haunted by a KIA U.S. soldier. And the other uncle, I have 3 by the way, they all have haunted houses. The other uncle whose ghost liked to sing to my cousin when she was a baby and drag furniture across the floor. Ask Reddit. To preface this, I'm as inclined now as I was then to not consider the following story a paranormal experience. But it was the only time I ever went through anything remotely spooky. And I'm as clueless now as I was then about the truth of that situation. So I think I don't have a choice but to regard it as paranormal. My sister and I slept in the same bedroom when we visited our childhood home in the summer some years ago. One night we woke up to what seemed to be a heavy jostling noise in our bedroom door. It became clear to us what the sound was, really, immediately. Someone was forcing the door open by roughly twisting and turning the doorknob. We looked at each other with wide eyes, alert unease quickly replacing sleep. The knob shaking had obviously been going on for a little while now. It was incessant, and no one was speaking to us through the door. Not a low voice or a whisper calling out. Nothing but the doorknob being turned forcefully, again and again. "Is that Dad?" I asked my sister. When I woke, she was already up. Maybe she even shook me awake, actually. So maybe her father had called out before I woke up. But I knew that made no sense for several reasons. One being that she would have already opened the door for him. She also looked a little scared. That could only mean that she thought it was probably not him, or anyone else in the house. We had our grandma in the next room and 2 aunts across from us. They didn't sleepwalk or have any other nocturnal habits of any sort. I don't know, she whispered. We both knew it was highly unlikely. We were teenagers then, so we were probably more ready to imagine, well, the stuff of horror movies. But even in my half-asleep state, I knew it was a legitimate fear. The person at the door forcing themselves in was not likely to be anyone that we knew at all, including our father. He worked the night shift back then, and always told us ahead of time when he'd get home or if he was likely to come home early. So that night, whether we had come home early or on time, we would have already been long in bed, so there was never a reason for him to come knocking, let alone at 2 a.m, which is when this all went down, if my memory's any good. He had definitely never done it before, and if this was the first time, why would he do it by harassing the doorknob wordlessly? "Dad?" I called out, knowing along with my sister that it could only be an intruder. No answer. Just whoever, or whatever, if you will, that was on the other side of the door, untiringly twisting the knob. I must have called out to the doorknob shaker a few times and became equal parts panicked and annoyed, because eventually I opened the door and even peered into the pitch black hallway. My sister freaked out a little at this. You can probably guess what I saw. Yep, nothing. No one was there. It's true I could see literally nothing in the dark, but the doorknob was still being manhandled up until I opened the door. So they couldn't have gone anywhere in that instant without me detecting them, right? I even called out to my dad as soon as I saw there was no one, my fear partly shifting to confusion. His room was right next to ours, but I didn't hear any footsteps near it nor his door closing and opening. "I don't think it's Dad," I said to my sister. Soon my eyes adjusted enough for me to make out a dark corridor. There really was nobody, and the doorknob was silent again. That is, until I went back into our room. Can you believe it? Since we all agree by now that it wasn't a person or anyone I could account for. Didn't even wait for us to settle back into bed, the doorknob thrashing restarted a moment after I closed and relocked the door behind me. By the way, another reason it could have been our dad, since he started to go to the office at night, he especially instructed us to keep our door locked after we got into bed. So it was a strange occurrence for us to go, think of that. If it was an emergency, they would have banged on the door and yelled for us to wake up, whether it was Dad or an aunt or a grandma. When I pondered over again, shoved that doorknob as the most irrefutable thing to me, along with the voiceless urgency of it. We never heard knocking or banging on the door itself, just the insistent, frantic shaking to unlock the knob. Anyway, to keep it longer than it already is, my sister and I lay in bed awake, terrified for the rest of the knob jerking. Really, the whole door itself lasted for 2 more hours at least. I remember drifting back to sleep at about 4. I'd also particularly remember sweating from the stress of just laying there having to listen and imagine what it could be. It was pretty awful. A few times we thought the door would break down. The frenzy would grow more desperate and reach a violent peak so that I had to visualize what I'd do in case the intruder would be successful. They even actually stopped sometimes, and we'd think it was over, until they would begin again, over and over for hours. I could almost make myself believe I was having a dream. Fear gripped me in a mix of bewilderment and anxiety. I couldn't even offer any consolation to my equally horrified sister. But like I said, I think it died down and eventually stopped without us having to wait for daybreak. The next day we talked about it with wonder, dread, and disbelief, acknowledged that it was very real. We asked our father. He told us that he did come home the night before, but that he hadn't knocked on her door or dropped by her room. So late already, and there was no reason to. I don't think we told him why we were asking. Nothing was amiss that night apparently, no thieves or night robbers, no broken locks on the front gate. We didn't believe in the supernatural, and still don't. But until now, both of us can only conclude that it was something, well, unexplainable. Ask Reddit. Growing up, I lived in 2 houses. I'll call the first house, the one which I lived in for all of elementary school and some of middle school, House A. I'll call the second house, where my family lived in the rest of my middle school years, all of my high school years, and all of my college years, House B. Interestingly, House B was less than a mile away from House A. It's on a dirt road in the middle of nowhere, but in retrospect, I loved living there. It was quiet, it was secluded, and there were 40 acres of woods and swamp to explore. My understanding is that House B was my dad's dream house growing up. I always attributed our decision to move there to my dad's love of the place. When the woman who owned House B died, her family wanted to make sure the house went to somebody local who would appreciate it. Enter my dad. Over the years, though, I started to wonder whether my parents had other reasons for moving out of House A. I'm not going to lie, the place was a little bit creepy. I'm not going to say it's haunted because I've never seen anything in real life that's made me believe in hauntings. Also, nobody ever died in House A, to our knowledge. But I'm certainly not going to say that House A wasn't haunted. There were a handful of weird things that happened to other members of my family in House A. Before I was born, my mom and dad, sleeping in the bedroom that eventually became mine, woke up one morning and happened to look into the closet. As they watched, a dollar bill drifted down from the ceiling and floated gently to the floor. Once while I was at school, my mom was hanging laundry on a clothesline in the yard while watching my sister. She got the strangest feeling that somebody was looking at her. So, she looked up at the window of the second floor of the house, which overlooked the yard. And although she didn't see anything, she could swear that something was looking at her from that specific window. As an aside from the rest of the story, my little sister was always creepy in her younger years. She once pointed at the corner of the living room and asked, "Who is that old lady?" There was no old lady, at least none that we could see. When I was in elementary school, my family was sitting around eating dinner. My sister, out of nowhere, said, "Vic Pez will die at the age of 10. With Mom. My dad and I paid no attention to this, but this really stuck with my mom. She spent the entirety of my 10th year freaking out that something was going to happen that would kill us both. In particular, she worried whenever she drove me to and from school activities. She was such a bad driver that she was going to get us both killed. There was actually one time when we were driving during a bad winter storm that she was convinced that we were going to bite it. But obviously we didn't, because I'm here to tell the story today. In the end, our little creepy prophetess of doom turned out to be incorrect. Most of the weird things happened to me, though, and I'll start with the dreams. I had one dream where my cousins came to visit. They left at the end of the day as the sun was setting. As we stood in the yard waving goodbye, I started floating upwards uncontrollably. Then the dream ended. I had a similar dream in which my parent and their friends were sitting around the kitchen, having some beers and catching up. I went into my bedroom where I saw a villain from a kid's TV show floating in the corner of my room up toward the ceiling. I started floating up toward her. Now, I'm not saying it was aliens, I'm just saying it was weird. Dreams don't mean much, though. They're just dreams. Nothing concrete there, and nothing outside of experience of one boring little kid. There was one time, though, when I woke up, not in my room. I was standing in front of the door of my house, with only the screen door separating me from the front porch. Don't know how I got there. It was weird. Went back to bed and thought nothing of it. A year or so later, my dad was remodeling the hallway that connected my bedroom, my sister's bedroom, the living room, and the stairs up to the second floor of the house. He left his equipment in the hallway for the night. That night, I walked out of my bedroom while my mom was watching TV in the living room. "What are you doing, Vic Pez?" I didn't answer. She asked again, and when I was silent, she figured I was sleepwalking. Then I fell down, right next to my dad's. He saw it, and luckily I got back up and fell again. At this point, my mom hurried over and guided me back to bed. I have to say that upstairs of that house has always weirded me out. I was up there a lot. It's where we kept my Sega Genesis and my PlayStation, and in the last year or so of living there, a computer. But something about that floor gave me the creeps. You know that tingling feeling on the back of your neck when you get like someone's watching you? If I was ever up there after dark, I got that feeling. Weirder, though, was the feeling I got, like regardless of what time of day it was when I was going down the stairs. There was this brief chill and a certainty that there was something behind me that wanted to push me. Took those stairs at a dead run whenever I got that feeling. By that time, though, I was old enough to know just how childish all this sounded, and kept it all firmly to myself. At the beginning of 7th grade, my family moved into House B, and the creepiness stopped. At least, it stopped for me. Years passed, and I came home from college one summer. This was the year before my parents got divorced. When my family was still living in House B, by the way. My mom, my grandma, my sister, and myself were standing around the kitchen trading stories. Eventually, the topic of conversation turned spooky, and eventually the topic of conversation turned to House A. This is how I eventually learned the stories I related above, at least the ones that didn't happen to me. Since we were all being creepy, I decided to tell my mother just how creepy the upstairs used to make me feel. She seemed surprised, but agreed that it was not a pleasant place. "Sometimes," she said, "when I was going down the stairs," and I interrupted her before she could finish, "you felt like someone was going to push you." Neither of us had ever shared that story before. A very regretful Ouija board experience. So this happened years ago in about 2019. I was over at a friend's house. We had a good amount of people to play with their Ouija board. Maybe 5 or so people. I want to preface this by mentioning the board we were using was used before to summon the well-known Ouija demon known as Zozo by the person who owned the board. They supposedly sold their soul to Zozo for the demon to protect them from their biggest fear, which was being in a car crash, or something similar to do with cars in that way. Anyways, we started playing. We circled the board with the planchette to warm the board up, began asking questions. It began to answer, responding yes to if there was a spirit with us, and answering basic questions such as its name, how old it was, and why it died, which it gave answers to. I believe the first spirit had answered hospital. The group I was playing with began to ask dumb and all too playful questions, and not taking it seriously, even making fun of me when I chastised them for not being serious about it. I stopped playing with them after a while. I remember their non-serious nature went on for a while too, but as they continued to ask questions, they all had gone silent and had seemed to become entranced by the board, deeply focusing on having a very, very long session with it. I had tuned out most of this and hanging out with my other friend on the couch who had also not opted into the session. This wasn't that. I wasn't interested in playing necessarily. I just had no tolerance for the group not taking the game seriously. I've always experienced paranormal shit since I was a baby, and every single one of my households I've ever lived in prior was really sensitive to the paranormal, actually. This was my first experience with the board before I was followed by something. I asked to borrow the Ouija board. My friend gave me permission. This marks the next time I played the board, which, this is going to be very dumb and cliche, but the day was Friday the 13th, and I decided to play in Cal Anderson Park in Capitol Hill in Seattle, Washington. My friend and I took the board to the park. I managed to find a few strangers to play with. My next mistake. We sat down, circled the board, and I took to asking the questions. The spirit I'd managed to contact began to give me random letters as opposed to the previous session having clear English written out. I asked if this was Latin, as I knew if the board began speaking Latin, you're supposed to end the session. It answered yes. Then I asked if it was a negative spirit. It answered yes. Then my next mistake, I asked it permission if I could end the session. It told me no, then began to circle the board in wide circles. I got really uncomfortable, tried to push the planchette to goodbye, and a strong force pushed against the planchette, not allowing me to pull it to goodbye. I did manage to push it to goodbye after some more force, told the spirit that it was not allowed to contact me again. I cut contact with the session, flipped the board, believing the session was cut off, but left a deep feeling of dread in my stomach, like something wasn't right. And that feeling was correct. My ex and I had kept the board at his house. Kept it in his shed for some time after that. Because when we kept it in his house, strange things would happen, such as footsteps and doors closing and opening, knocks underneath the floor and his doorknob wiggling, and some other happenings. We returned the board to the original owner after this, the one who had summoned Zozo with it. We didn't want it around anymore, and the owner had apparently wanted it back. After all of this, a spirit followed me home. I would hear footsteps running up and down my stairs outside my bedroom. I would wake up freezing cold with a deep feeling of dread and a figure at the foot of my bed. One night there was a heavy banging noise in the garage, which my parents blamed on me, to which I frantically responded, "See? Something isn't right." Something did follow me home from the Ouija board. They began believing me more that night after the banging. I was so scared during this time that I sprinkled salt around my entire bed and door frame, smudged with white sage before I knew it was closed practice. Slept with crosses and a Bible on my bedside and prayed to God every night. I became extremely spiritual around this time because I honestly had no idea what else to do or where to turn. I just wanted the haunting to stop. One morning my ex and I heard my mom knock on the bedroom door. She asked us, "Why are you guys sleeping still?" He got aggravated at my mom waking us up so early. I checked the time and it was 7 a.m., which is really unlike my mom to be wondering why we were still sleeping at that time. When I went upstairs a bit annoyed to ask her about it, she was on FaceTime with my sister's kid in the living room. I had no idea what I was talking about. My mom isn't the type to prank me like that or lie, and she was really busy with the FaceTime call at the time that it happened. Honestly, think back and wonder whatever asked us why we were sleeping was mimicking my mom, or if it was an entirely different woman's voice. We had just chalked it up to being my mom since that's the only lady in the house. The thought still makes me sick, honestly. The person who owned the board, who summoned demons with it, was also extremely troubled and ended up committing suicide a year or two after I stopped being friends with them. Haven't touched a Ouija board since, and the experience left me with some trauma. I still sleep with the lights on, and I still did continue to use my pendulums and tarot cards and practice with gems and scrying. But I never touched a board again. I never will. The concept interests me still, and the fact I did have some sort of profound experience, I'm just not sure if I'm morbidly lucky to have had. I'm just glad that things, well, that followed me home stopped contact after some time, right? My friend confirmed all of my experiences. So just some background. I'm a 19-year-old female, and I fully believe in ghosts and the paranormal. Oftentimes, I find myself going down rabbit holes where I read stories and watch videos about ghosts and cryptids. Of course, I also get hallucinations quite often. Stuff like people calling my name, seeing people standing in the corner of rooms, hearing echoes of my voice. Just stuff like that. From what I've gathered, it's genetic. Since some of the women, specifically my genetic line like my mom, my grandmother, and my aunt, they've always said that we were more sensitive to spirits. And due to this, we often do cleansing rituals. I do believe that they do something, but I'm never 100% sure. Since it's dead-ass just easier to believe it's hallucinations than it is to believe I'm haunted or something. At least, that way it's just affecting me. Anyways, with that all out of the way, I can actually talk about my most recent experiences. This happened a few days ago, in the days leading up to Halloween. I had the house to myself, since my family went on a camping trip, and I wanted to stay home to watch the dogs. Once my family left, my friends came over and we were all hanging out, getting ready to go see the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. Once we all got back, we decided to turn in for the night. Fast forward a day later, and everyone except one of my friends had to go home, since they had work and classes. For this story, we'll call them Finch. Finch and I were hanging out real late at night, just playing video games, reading, and chatting. Eventually it hit 2 a.m., and we heard this bang downstairs. As usual, I ignored it. I chalked it up to another hallucination. But then they asked, "You heard that too, right?" Freaked me out, since my first thought was, fuck, someone broke in. But then I realized the dogs weren't barking, not even the yappy-ass dog. After working up the courage, I went downstairs, found all the drawers in the living room open. They were all closed before we went upstairs. Even stranger, nothing else was out of place. Doors and windows were locked, alarm was set, stove was off, just as we left it when we retired to my room a few hours earlier. With no evidence to truly worry about, we just closed the drawers and went upstairs. We just hung out until I eventually fell asleep. About an hour later, Finch woke me up, asking if my house was haunted. I asked why. They said that they heard someone repeating what they said in our conversation prior to me falling asleep. And on top of that, they heard footsteps. I said, it's probably just my cat John. He's a big boy. He can sound like a person sometimes. But they pointed out that he'd been sleeping on my chair since we came into the room. We didn't really do anything about it, chalked it up to, well, that's weird. Eventually, Finch fell asleep with me, and we slept without much interruption. The next morning, we got up and chilled some more. Eventually, they fall back asleep, and I figured now was a good time as any to clean up the house before my family gets back. As I'm cleaning, I decide to make breakfast for us, so I go upstairs and ask if they want any. When I come in, they're fast asleep. Takes me a while to wake them up, too. When I ask, they say no and go back to sleep, passing out almost immediately. I go back downstairs and make a fried egg over rice. Then I heard noises again, like someone was walking around upstairs. Once again, I figured it was John, but then I realized he'd been sitting at the counter this entire time. Then I reasoned it was Finch, but they were fast asleep. Whatever it was none of my business, so I just got back to the food. Once it was done, I made too much and brought some up for them as well. When I came in, they were still asleep. So now I knew for sure it couldn't have been them. Even if they got up to use the bathroom, the footsteps went on far too long, and it even went into my mother's room, which no guests are allowed in. Finch is extremely respectful of this, so I know damn well they aren't in there. While we're eating, they mentioned that they were having a very strange dream. A little boy about 12 with strawberry blonde hair, a long face, and a cheery disposition came in with my mom to look around my room. They said even though the little boy was bubbly, something felt off about him specifically. Normally, I just call this a weird dream and move on, but I was supposed to have a younger brother. Due to complications I won't be going into, he's no longer with us. I never knew what he would look like, nor how old he was, but my mom says he stays to watch over us. Usually when that kind of stuff just happens to me, which is kind of super often, I just call it a hallucination and I move on. But this is Finch. Finch doesn't have a family history of hallucinations or paranormal experiences. They didn't even believe in the supernatural until very recently. The fact these all happened very closely to one another with another witness is just strange. Now that I'm typing this all out, it sounds like many of the ghost stories I've heard. I pretty much just wanted to type this out just to get it out there. Any thoughts on it are welcome. My friend who didn't believe in ghosts until recently, and I, who commonly has hallucinations, although now I'm wondering if they're all hallucinations, had some weird experiences when we were home alone. Opened drawers that were for sure closed with no one to open them. They heard someone repeating that they had said, earlier voices and lots of footsteps with no source and weird dreams. But I'm just recapping the previous thing that happened. Hunting report. Ancient giant presence in Papua New Guinea. Over the festive season, my daughter persuaded me to post one of my stories from my early years on your platform. To be completely frank with you, some of the questions I'm about to raise here are still bothering me to this day. So, anyway, this story's about hunting. At the time, I was 17 and living in Papua New Guinea. It's a large archipelago in the southwestern Pacific Ocean. My parents were French, but I was born in Papua New Guinea. I spent my entire childhood surrounded by native Papuans. I considered them my brothers, and they considered me one of theirs. One of my friends was a boy my age. We called him Cam. He lived in my neighborhood, and we were in the same class for a long time, so we were very close. And I say were because we haven't seen each other in a very long time. He and I shared a passion for hunting and fishing. We spent our weekends in the lush woods behind my house chasing small prey and birds. I've amassed an enormous number of memories and hunting stories, and experiences, as many laugh-out-loud moments were painful and frightening ones too. We've also gathered a lot of experience and equipment. During these hunting trips, the peak of the excitement, the real trophy, was the big prey, and in particular the deers. But they were rare in the small wood that bordered our neighborhood, and you'd barely ever see any. To find one, you really had to go deep into the jungle. So during the holidays, we'd ask Cam's big brother to give us a lift in his 4x4, and he'd accompany us on our expeditions into the prehistoric flora and fauna. This time, Cam's older brother had guided us to a hunting area I'd never been to before. We arrived very early in the morning, armed really, and equipped ourselves. Set off into the jungle in silence. To describe the atmosphere, the inside of the jungle is like a burning oven. We were forced to wear nothing but our underwear because it was so hot. The air was also extremely humid, with drops constantly falling from the trees even if it wasn't raining. And the ground was made of slimy, sticky mud. Not to mention all the insects and vegetation that constantly irritated our skin. Hell on earth, but it was really fun. You could also hear the monkeys calling and the birds singing through the forest. There was never a moment's silence. We concentrated on listening to the animals' footsteps, following their tracks in the mud, picking up any dung we came across, and vigilantly observing our surroundings. That day we wanted to go deeper into the jungle. To my surprise, my two friends took an abnormally long detour that made no sense to me. We were wasting time and energy when the primary forest was practically, impracticable. But I thought they knew the area better than I did, and the landscape I was seeing was magnificent, so I didn't say anything. After 4 or 5 hours of walking, we came to a watering hole, which looked like a heavenly little swamp. It was a good sign, so we stopped, had a drink, then hid, rifle in hand. After 40 minutes of silence, perhaps an hour, a pair of deer appeared near the waterhole. Feeling the excitement and adrenaline pumping, I slowed my heart rate and took aim at the buck. Then the three of us fired in chorus, made a terrifying bang, a triple rifle shot that instantly struck down the prey. All the animals in the vicinity scurried off and all the local birds flew away. All the animals in the vicinity, all of a sudden, silent. And by the way, I'm not an animal sadist, and violence isn't my favorite thing about hunting, but I have to admit that seeing the deer fall into our hands gave us pretty great joy. Then we tied up the animal's legs to carry it to the 4x4, but instead of taking the most direct way and clipping through the area, Cam headed off in the direction of a detour. I argued that there was no point, and that would be wasting our time. Then Cam responded with a bewildering answer. He said, "Our traditions forbade us to pass through these lands because it was here that our ancestors killed the last giant." His tone was serious and sort of solemn, and his eyes betrayed neither lies nor humor. I didn't try to argue any further, and we headed back to the 4x4 via the diversions. At the time, I was really surprised by this mystical response. Then I was able to relate it to another story I'd heard from another native Papuan, Vilai, the sister of a friend of mine. As part of her job, she had to terraform a parcel of land that was in a forest in order to build houses. When she and her team were excavating the ground to build the foundations, they made an outstanding discovery. 4 human skeletons, the largest one 5 meters tall. Naturally, they called in a paleoanthropology consultancy from France. Scientists and soldiers arrived in a hurry the next day. They strictly forbade access to the area to anybody who wanted to go near it. A few days later, the scientists left, taking the bones with them and assuring Vieli that the other witnesses that the incident had never really happened. That's all I really had to say. I haven't managed to get to the bottom of this mystery, which the islanders find hard to talk about, by the way. I've done a bit of research into them, and some legends claim that these giants were the result of crossbreeding between a human race and an extraterrestrial race known as the Nordics. the tall blondes, or the Elohims of the Bible. Do what you like with this information. Also, I've never seen any giants myself, but the people around me believe in their existence very hard, and the legends do circulate. Scientific proof of the afterlife. The law of conservation states energy cannot be created nor destroyed. I submit to you that the presence of an electrical current within the body also has to follow the law of conservation, in that it cannot be created or destroyed. It, in fact, has been present since the beginning of time, or even the past, that and will always be present, never ending. We have enough understanding about the energy to know there is a positive, a negative, and a neutral. Consider for a moment this energy exists in and out of our dimension. We will call it dimensional wide energy. In this theory, this energy exists and affects us, but not on a level that can harm or be seen and barely measurable. But if you could see it outside of its normal environment, the form, color, size, and measurement would vary depending on the development, which is a result of knowledge gained in our dimension, and the type and size of the power output, more positive than negative output, as an example. This is the actual spirit each of us has, evident by the visual aura that we put out. Think of our bodies as a battery, storing energy constantly until our demise, when there's a release of that energy. That energy is then passed on to another, or even multiple bodies. Also, think of our bodies as a kind of antenna, receiving and transmitting energy back and forth throughout our lives, but always maintaining the same level, never dropping below the highest level produced in each other. To do so is to start the process of our bodies breaking down and passing away. In storing of the energy within ourselves, we have the ability to store the three types separate from each other. Those levels can fluctuate up and down considerably, which means you can at any given time have more stored up negative, positive, or neutral dimensional wide energy at any given time. And the one stored up the most directly affects our personalities at that time. For example, if you have more positive energy stored up in your body, this energy creates positive thinking or makes you do good things. Also, we transmit the positive energy to others around us. We can even submit emotions or a basis to prove the types of energies that we've stored up the most. The negative being anger, sadness, and despair. Positive being happy, love, and peacefulness. Neutral being calm, or the absence of any emotion. That, in this theory, is the essence of the energy stored. The energy directly relates to our emotions, in which transmits to others the energy we have stored. Death comes to all of us, but this energy has to abide by the law of conservation. So, what happens to it? Electricity is built in desire to reach the ground. Consider the law of gravity. Even though there's no measurable mass or weight to electricity, doesn't mean it doesn't have one. I submit that, in fact, it does. By applying the law of gravity, we must assume when this energy leaves our body, it goes to the ground. Consider the Earth as one big recycling machine. We see this over and over, where the earth uses anything that has died to produce new life. I propose the same can be said of the dimensional-wide energy. The earth takes this energy and uses it to create new life. So where does this afterlife fit in all of this? Eventually, all life on earth will end. This energy will still be present, though. This is where the dimensional-wide part of the theory comes in. Consider for a moment 3 separate dimensions, all existing within each other. The dimension of positive energy, the dimension of negative energy, and the dimension of neutral energy. We live in the neutral dimension. Therefore, all life starts with a neutral energy. It exists as neither a good or a bad life. We choose which energy that we want to absorb the most, and when we pass these energies separate into its respective dimension, heaven being the realm of positive energy and hell being the realm of negative energy. The reason these dimensions exist is because one cannot exist without the other. Just like in electronic devices, you need a positive and a negative output for it to work, with a neutral being the energy that transfers back and forth through it. In a way, we can say that when we die, we go to heaven and hell and stay right here. You may even be able to explain things paranormal with this theory. Ghost. Seeing the future. Recalling a past life. These may all be a direct example of this antenna that we have, and being able to tap a specific wavelength of a specific energy to be able to do these things. Even the visual manifestation of a ghost could be a sort of a short circuit of the wiring, you could say. Whether all of this is true or not, it makes for a compelling story and something to debate. No matter what religious beliefs you may hold, there is one inviolable truth. Inviolable. We must all acknowledge it. There's a presence of an electrical current within our bodies, and that energy has to come and go somewhere. Whatever the truth may be, that much is certain. My experience with something paranormal. I was 17 or 18, living with my girlfriend, who was 6 months pregnant with my son. We went to bed on a normal evening, and nothing strange had happened. And in fact, we were very happy, looking forward to getting the baby's room ready at the weekend. I was sound asleep, and as a heavy sleeper, nothing wakes me. Until my girlfriend woke me to say that there was something in the house. It was around 2 a.m. For reference, we live in a maisonette. I assumed that someone had broken into the house, so jumped up to grab something to protect us. I don't know what, but I had to do something. Our bed was against a wall, so getting in was either on one side or from the bottom, and I was against the wall. I threw the duvet and lunged toward the end of the bed to get up. Then stood or hovering or floating at the end of our bed was a figure with no defining features at all. It was a shimmering gray outline filled with a white smoke texture. I came within 2 feet of it. Jumping up face to face, so to speak, I froze for a second as it moved toward me. I launched back into the bed and threw the duvet over my head. I know. And my then girlfriend said, "Did you see it?" I was shaking, absolutely petrified with fear. I looked at her and said, "What do you see?" She described the exact thing I just got a foot away from. She said she woke up to it standing next to her on her side of the bed, so she could feel it staring at her. The room was absolutely freezing cold. We could see our breath like in a horror movie. We hid under the duvet for around 20 minutes and kept peeking. And this thing was pacing around the room, slowly moving up to the windows and pressing the glass. It would press so hard we could hear the double glazing creaking under the pressure. After 30 minutes or so, it left the room and we decided to make an exit as fast as we could. We grabbed our clothes and fumbled around as quick as we could and decided that we could make a run for it. Our stairs were U-shaped, so you go down a flight, turn 180 on a small rectangle section, and down the next flight. We got to the top of the stairs, and it was clear, so we went as fast as we could, turned the corner. It was halfway up the lower set of stairs, but we were already running, so we couldn't stop. I hit this thing full on into my chest. It was almost like time stood still and everything went calm, so I could see it clearly as white smoke-filled figure with shimmers of red, almost like red ribbon inside the smokiness. The next thing I knew was my arm being yanked as my girlfriend continued to run me through toward the front door. It was the most surreal feeling I've ever had in my life. I stood at the door calm and collected as my girlfriend was frantically trying to get the key in the door lock. Again, like a movie. She was screaming, opened the door, and I stood there and said, "Where are we going?" She just cried and cried, sobbing hysterically, and calm as a cucumber, I said, "Let's go in and sit down, think this through." She put up a fight, but agreed. We went into the living room, sat down while I made some points. Who will believe us? Where will we go? What about our things? We sat on the sofa, lights on until daylight. We were young with no home phone, and mobiles were very rare back then, so we never had one. At 7 a.m., we walked to her mom's house 20 minutes away, and she collapsed, crying. We both cried and explained everything, now terrified to return after talking about it. I had to go to work, so in work I called my dad and asked him to listen, and all I got was laughter. I felt alone, scared, and utterly humiliated by my dad. I don't know where to turn. We had nowhere to stay, and my girlfriend was heavily pregnant. We called the council and explained what happened, begged to be moved, and the council lady actually said to us, "You're fucking mental." We returned home that evening around 8 p.m., went straight to the living room and sat on the sofa. I never slept a second that night, and I don't think I did for a week. I went to work, and my girlfriend went to her mom's. We sorted blankets and pillows for the floor, and we slept on the floor of the living room for 3 months, not once venturing upstairs. We used the toilet in our neighbor's and showered at her mom's. Then my girlfriend went into labor, and we had no option. I had to face my fears and venture upstairs. It was calm, quiet, and cold. I was talking to whatever it was, begging for it to be kind, saying that I meant no harm. I just wanted the best for my family. I built a cot and changed all the bedding and cleaned like never before. We brought home our new son and only saw this thing one more time about 2 years later and then never again. Now I'm 46 years old typing this recollection with a new family and goosebumps running through my soul. I will never forget that night, and the image haunts me, although I'm no longer scared of anything. Now believe me or not, I don't care. I haven't added this for you to say I don't or do believe you. Posted this as I've never really spoken about it to anyone else. I saw something not known to us, and after seeing it, my girlfriend described it to me, and she woke me telling that there's someone in the house. Not that there's something in the room or anything other than, leading me to believe it was a break-in. And I want to add that we went to our local church, and if a car came to our home and said, "Don't mess about it and leave it alone. Don't communicate with it, and don't show it fear." I took over a month of begging and pleading in the church for him to come out, and he was scared of what we described, as if we had heard the same thing before, didn't want any part of it. He said it was there because of the baby, good or bad, but ignored it. He said prayers around the house and left after about 5 minutes. To me, this was useless and a waste of time. I've had more experiences since that day, different homes, different ages, and some good and some bad. Desert Encounter. Back in the 80s, my Aunt Kay was in her early 20s. This was before she married my uncle, and when she would drive long distances back and forth between her parents and my uncle's to visit. It was a transitional period for them. He had just graduated, and she hadn't moved out yet to be with him. It was a long drive across several states through the desert, which took her hours. This desolate highway would have stretches of road that lasted like hundreds of miles, where you quite often wouldn't see another driver, let alone a gas station. So Aunt Kay set out and began one of these journeys. A couple of hours into the drive, Aunt Kay noticed a dark vehicle slowly catching up to her. She barely noticed as she continued to sing along to Les Miserables, till the vehicle got aggressively close. She turned off the music and looked into a rearview mirror, seeing the vehicle flash its brights and a hand pointing at her car and motioning for it to pull over. Alarmed, she quickly slowed and began to look for a good place to pull off the road to see what must be wrong with her car. The second she began to pull off the road, she said that she felt and heard as clear as day, "Don't pull over." Then again, stronger, "Don't pull over." Call it God, intuition, or just a gut feeling, but a jolt of adrenaline and fear shot through Aunt Kay's body as she hit the gas and peeled back out into the highway. Heart pumping, Aunt Kay silently asked herself what the hell was that, as she saw the vehicle peel out behind her. The dark vehicle continued to closely follow, flashed their brights, and motioned to her to pull over. Fear and confusion set in as Aunt Kay began to question what was going on. Why was the driver motioning for her to pull over? Was there something wrong with her car? And what the hell was that warning she felt? It would have been a severe situation if her car broke down out there, especially before cell phones. But she pressed onward. Just as her resolve wavered, she started questioning if she truly did feel what she felt. She started slowing back down when the dark vehicle picked up speed. It entered into oncoming traffic lane, came level to my aunt's car. The driver smiled, pointed, motioned, and mouthed the words, "Pull over," to my aunt. She said the second she looked into his eyes, she felt pure evil. She felt a horrible, sick feeling in the pit of her stomach, and again heard the words in her head, "Do not pull over." She described him as looking scary and greasy and noticed he was missing a couple of teeth. She'll never forget that smile. That sent chills through her, and this quickly dispelled any thought she had of pulling over. She put the pedal to the metal, tried to lose him. He chased after her. She slowed down, he slowed down, she sped up, he sped up. It got to the point that he began to try to push her car off the road. Aunt Kay was to the point of tears as this creep continued to terrorize her alone, out in the middle of nowhere. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Aunt Kay sees a couple of semis off in the distance. She felt if only she could get close or even get between those trucks, she would be safe. So she took off. He continued to flash his lights and honk his horn and try to hit her car till she got close enough to the trucks. As she got in between them, she saw the dark vehicle slow way down and eventually disappear from view. She stayed with the trucks for a couple of hours until she felt safe enough to pull over at a gas station and cry. Fast forward several years. My aunt and uncle are married. He's working at a law firm and a high-profile criminal prosecutor in Las Vegas. She is now a full-time mom of several young children. Since I've known my aunt, she's been obsessed with true crime. Dateline, 2020, and unsolved mysteries were always playing at her house. This day was no different. She was folding laundry in the kitchen while listening to the TV in the other room. The interviewer was talking about a man who was being interviewed on death row. As she paired another match of socks, she heard the man describe one of his tactics for procuring victims. According to him, he would, quote-unquote, wait along the side of the highway. Car would go by with a family. He'd wait. Another car with a male driver would go by. He'd wait. But every so often, a car would go by with a pretty woman driving alone. So I'd pull out behind and follow him. I'd flash my brights, honk, and motion for them to pull over. Aunt Kay was paralyzed. Continued to listen. When they would eventually pull over, I'd tell them to pop the hood, and I'd be able to tell them what was wrong with their car. They would, and I'd yank a couple of wires. When the car wouldn't start, I'd tell them no problems. My buddy has a shop in the next town. I'd give you a ride. He'll give you a fair deal. My aunt slowly moved to the living room. They'd get in, and I'd rape and kill them. Bury them anywhere in the desert. When asked how many times he did this, he responded, "They'll never find out all the bodies. I can't even count." And how many got away? 2 or 3. My aunt stood alone, staring into the same toothless grin she saw on that highway that day. It was Henry Lee Lucas. That's a straight-up real story. What did we see? This is a story from a friend and I, and something that we saw 7 years ago. It was the week of my birthday, November 2nd, 2017. And as I shared a birth date with one of my gamer friends, I decided to have a weekend birthday party that would take place from the 3rd to the 5th. One of my friends had to go to work that Friday and work for a couple of hours before he could come back. But he didn't drive. I offered to drive him there and back, as he was a very good friend. Didn't want him to miss the first night of TTRPGing. Also, since I had reached an age where I wasn't drinking as much as I did in my early 20s, he worked as a floor cleaner in a chain store, home state of Michigan. It was 20 miles away from my house, so I was fine with just waiting in my car with my book. Please keep these points in mind for anyone questioning how much detail I go into. I work in the criminal justice field, and I'm trained to observe and retain details about notable events. I'm still able to recall critical events from 12 years ago with great detail. Also, my friend was present and confirmed everything that I saw. He may not work in the criminal justice field, but he did go to college focused on it, and he's a great observer, often noticing things that all of our friends miss. It was 2 in the morning when we drove to his job. Being the gamers and sci-fi fantasy fans that we are, our conversations were filled with our geekiness the whole way up. Driving north along the Michigan highway, we didn't see anything other than some white-tailed deer movement, which in the rural area of Michigan is not out of the ordinary, and it seems to be another fall night with a relatively open sky. My friend went to work while I read my book with nothing abnormal happening. I sat there. He came out a couple of hours later and we set back to my place. We had been driving and talking further about various geeky topics until we began driving up this hill. We just seemed to have an awkward silence between us. In the middle of our conversation, I specifically remembered thinking something was off as we reached the crest of the hill. At the crest of the hill is a house on the passenger side of the road with a mailbox and a guardrail which leads from the base of the hill up to the driveway, because there's a crazy ditch on the other side of the rail. As we were about 50 yards from the driveway, a I saw it standing there by the side of the road. I could see the brown legs, torso, and antlers. I specifically remember thinking that the deer looked huge. In the back of my mind, thinking I should find out who owned the property near there. Maybe go hunting near the area. But as we reached the crest of the hill, I realized that this was not a white-tailed deer. This thing was standing on two legs with what would have been its front legs hanging at its sides as a human would have as their arms. The head was also wrong, as it didn't seem to have a snout, and its face was just covered by hide with its green glowing eyes facing toward us. Its antlers were sitting on top of a human-shaped skull, which is not where they sit on a deer's head. This thing was massive, standing between 6.5 and 7 feet tall. Very broad. I was sort of gauging this off of the scale against my car as I drove by it in comparison to my size. I drove a 2008 Chevy Impala, and I'm 6 feet tall. My abdominals were aligned with the window, and I was standing outside when we were right next to this thing. I saw its legs at knee level. I managed to keep driving onward without issue, and my friend and I continued in silence for nearly a mile when he finally turned to me and said, "Did you just..." he asked before I cut him off, saying, "Yeah." He brought it up. I felt a knot forming in my stomach, and he continued, "You know, that could be..." I cut him off again, and I said, "I really don't want to talk about it." We stopped talking about it and continued for the next 10 miles in silence till we reached my house. We went to bed even though some of our friends were still up, but I did not sleep well the rest of the night. It should be said that I grew up in this 4-county area and have been traveling these roads at all hours of the day and night my entire life, especially the one that we had taken, which I traveled at least twice a week at roughly the same time frame. I have extensive experience with Michigan wildlife and have acted as a nighttime deer spotter for my family since I was old enough to see over the dash. I've hunted since I was like 10 years old, and I've killed many deer. And as is pretty common in my area, I've been the victim of car-deer accidents more than once in my life. If anyone thinks it was a person doing a prank, you can factor that percentage down to 0. It's near the end of bow hunting season at that time, and no one outside of town and cities would dare dress as a deer, much less by the road. I also discussed this with my friend before posting this, and our descriptions of the events matched. We don't talk about this much. We don't see each other often anymore. I was used to staying up till dawn, so it wasn't me being tired. Why did it seem we had entered a sort of trance? I've seen blood spurting out of someone's open neck and not missed a beat as I applied pressure waiting for an ambulance. Why did it bother me so much? What was it? The Wendigo? A skinwalker? A not deer? Or something else? The questions still haunt me along with the anxiety I feel every time I walk into the woods. Haven't seen it since, and I hope I never do. Angry demonic voice in Santa Cruz Mountains. So we were deciding to go somewhere haunted during the day. There's this cemetery in Santa Cruz. We decided to check it out. We go in and walk around, and nothing out of the ordinary happened, so we decide to leave. The cemetery is on a supposed haunted road that leads up into the woods. This road is said to be haunted by a lady in white that tries to hitchhike into your car. I'd forgotten about this fact until after the day. All right, so along this road, we're driving down and it leads into a forest area. A couple of miles down from the cemetery, you can pull to the side of the road and walk along this hiking trail. So we decide to hike this trail because I completely forgot the road was also haunted. So I wasn't even looking for anything paranormal. Anyways, we start hiking this trail in the afternoon. 10 minutes into the trail, we stumble along abandoned train tracks and a barely standing bridge for the train that used to run along those tracks. It looks cool, so we decide to go down this hill right by the bridge that lets you go under a dilapidated bridge. We go down there and just mess around, looking at the cool architecture. After we had our view, we start back up that little hill that led back to the trail. When we get to the top, we're a little exhausted, as the hill is kind of steep and you have to use the trees around you as leverage to climb back up. So we're standing around back at the top of the trail when we both notice something out of the ordinary. We hear a voice, like a grown man shouting and screaming very angrily. And when I say angry, I mean angry. This voice sounded like rage-filled, hatefully murderous. And it sounded like a man. We quiet down and I can tell the voice was very far away. Almost sounded like it was like in the mountains around us. Sounded more than 500 feet away for sure. We both look at each other like, the fuck is that? We stand around listening for like 15 seconds. And the next thing we know, the voice came down the trail for what sounded like hundreds of feet away, being like right down to the end of the trail. The inhuman speed, the voice, came closer to us and it was unnatural. I noticed the voice coming from down the trail, and I'm thinking to myself, this voice sounds like it's from someone who's about to kill someone out of rage. But the weird thing is that the voice is speaking what I can only call gibberish. I understood not one word it was saying. I instantly get this fight or flight feeling all in my body, because this voice starts getting very loud and closer to us in an inhuman speed. I tell my brother to pick up some huge sticks with me to defend ourselves. Even though this voice came out of nowhere and moved down the trail at lightning speed, I still had the assumption it was some kind of crazy person ready to kill someone. We pick up the sticks, run down the trail back to the car. Now here's the weird part. As we're running away, at least as we're running away from this voice that's coming down the other end of the trail, I hear the voice come up behind us in an instant. It sounded like he was no more than 10 feet behind us, chasing us back to the car. I turn around even though I don't want to, because I have to see how close the psycho is from us. As I look back, I hear the voice right behind me, and I see no one. I tell my brother to run faster. The voice is right behind us, yelling in absolute rage, but I see no one chasing us. We start picking up speed, and the craziest thing in my life happened. The voice starts panning around us in 360 degrees of audio. I hear the voice yelling in gibberish right behind me, then it starts panning to my left through the trees just off the trail. Then the voice is in front of us, and it slides to the right side of the trail, then back behind us in all a matter of 10 seconds. At this point, me and my brother are very creeped out, ran the rest of the trail back to the car. The voice kept following us down the trail. I remember after hearing the voice panning around us and hearing it reverberate through the woods, I started praying to Yahshua, otherwise known as Jesus Christ, to help me come out of here alive. After we make it around halfway down the trail, the voice disappears. I remember slowing down, exhausted, and we started talking about what we heard. I asked my brother if he also heard the voice slide in circles around us, and he said he heard it too. At that point, I knew I wasn't hallucinating or imagining it. I asked my brother if he heard how it sounded like gibberish, but like a man screaming at the top of his lungs in rage. He said he heard the same thing. And, well, that's when I remember the whole road was haunted, and not just the cemetery. I'd been down that trail alone a few months before this experience, and had nothing weird happen, honestly. This was one of the weirdest things that I've ever experienced in my entire life. To this day, I've never been back down to that trail, and I never plan on it either. Everything I've written down is the absolute truth. Nothing's been altered. The Santa Cruz area and the mountains are known for cults and very dark magic being performed in them. If you have any questions about our experience, feel free to ask. Also, please upvote this, because it took me quite a while to write. Stay safe out there, everyone. Not sure what happened. When I was 16, we moved into the last house we lived in my hometown. This is in South Carolina, before moving north. The road was a horseshoe. Now, a bunch of different things happened in the house and in the area. I'll start with the first encounter. The original owner of the house, her brother had cancer, died in one of the rooms. That room was always cold, and you would hear things during the night. Beeps like medical stuff. Sometimes even breathing. I refused to go in that room by myself, until the night my dad and I saw something in my room. It was about 1 a.m., maybe 1:30 a.m. My dad and I were standing in the kitchen, looking at the TV in the living room. It's an open concept house. We were making something to snack on. All of a sudden, my dad looks at me, extremely white-faced for a man that's Native American and always tan, and asked why there was a light underneath my door. I turned, saw something walk behind the door. I froze. My TV and lights were off and my door was closed while I was out in the living room with my dad. We finally found the strength to go and open the door. Nothing was in there, but my TV was on, the light was on, and it was freezing in my room. We didn't talk about it for a while. For the next month or so, I slept in the room that the brother died in. Second thing that happened to my dad. Now, my dad is not a small dude. He's 5'11" and 250 pounds, mainly muscle. He's also an army vet, and we are big believers of God. My dad has a huge fear of dying while being awake. He was lying in bed almost asleep when he noticed a glow in his room. My mom was asleep next to him, so she didn't see anything. He opened his eyes and saw a white entity floating next to his dresser, staring at him. When he told us, he said he didn't feel any fear, but felt completely relaxed. He put his head under the blankets and went to sleep, thinking he was going to wake up the next day. This hasn't happened since. He believes it was an angel coming to comfort him from the stress he was dealing with. Now, this last encounter still freaks me the fuck out. Every night after dinner, I would sneak some of my mom's cigarettes. I was 16. Walk around the corner from the house to call friends. This was an everyday occurrence. Up the road from my house was this beautiful house that had a story that the owner of the house, my mom was friends with the wife, and that they were shot and killed in the house. I always felt cold when I walked by the house, even in 100-degree weather. I'm not sure how true the story is, but there was something in that house. Anyway, the way the road was, you came down a hill on my side of the road. Remember, it was a horseshoe. Go past my house, around the corner, down a slight hill, up a slight hill, and around the other corner, and out the other end of the road. I would walk to the second driveway around the corner from my house because he couldn't see me from my house. One night it's about 8 p.m. and I'm on the phone. I look down the road right between where the hill goes toward. It stopped and the hill going away started. And I swear I saw somebody standing there, but only from the corner of my eye. If I looked straight at him, he'd fade into the tree line. I acted like I didn't see him and started walking toward my house. He was a good distance away from me, so unless he ran, there was no way he caught up with me like he did. I was speed walking and calling my house phone for my mom to let the dogs out. She didn't answer. I called every cell phone in that house. Nobody answered. I looked behind and he had to be like 50 feet away. I saw jeans, a white t-shirt, and work boots. Also hearing them hit the road. I was almost to the corner where my house was when I heard, "Hey baby," in a deep male voice. I took the fuck off. I turn around and he's gone, but I didn't stop. But here's what freaks me out. I didn't hear him run back up the road into the woods or into the neighbor's yard. Their dogs would have barked, and I ran inside, freaking out. My dad asked what happened. Him, my boyfriend at the time, and a friend went around the road. Didn't find a thing. We went into the woods the next day to see if we could find a shack or anything. Nothing. After that, I refused to walk around that road by myself, especially at night. One day, my boyfriend and I were walking down the road when I felt the hair on the back of my head being tugged, like hard enough that my head was pulled backwards. I freaked. I kept having recurring dreams where the guy chased me to the front of my yard and tackled me and either stabbed or shot me. I swear I saw him in my bedroom window a couple of times. My window is only about 3 feet off the ground. Weird things kept happening until we left. I still don't know who it was that night, but I can't forget that feeling of absolute terror. This isn't the first or last thing to happen to me in my life. Depending on how this post does, I'll post other occurrences. Everything died about a year ago, but as of a month back, it's starting to happen again. So I used to have an intense poltergeist experience. Things in front of me would literally be thrown across the room. And once I was on the edge of sleep when something grabbed my foot. I felt it yank me to the very bottom of my bed. The latest to that string of events was about 5 months ago, before quarantine. I heard something while I was home alone running through the halls. Keep in mind, both my dogs were with me and I have no cats. After that, things just stopped for about a month. This is when my mom had her friends over. They were all outside talking, from which I can see from my window. And all of a sudden I hear loud, constant banging on my door, as if I didn't open it. I would bust open, so I swing it open mid-bang, expecting my little sister. But absolutely nothing. No one's there, and no one's in the hall. I'm on the second story, so if somebody would have ran down the stairs, I would have heard them. After that, things died down to the occasional bangs and things falling without obvious solutions until last night. When I say last night was one of the most terrifying nights of my life, I mean it. It started when I went to visit my sister, who just moved. She moved into an old 83-year-old house. And this house, as soon as I walked in, I knew something was wrong, especially when I was alone. So I did a little investigation, just asking if there was a spirit to give me a sign. Nothing happened until that following night. Last night, August 18th, around 21:50. On our way home, I spotted some lights in the air, about 25,000 feet up. As we get closer, I realized they weren't moving now. If you may not know, helicopters and blimps cannot go that high. Planes can't stay in one place, so it ruled out any of those. So I just labeled it as a UFO, as in the actual term, an unidentified flying object. It was around 8:40 p.m. So about 2040. Then we get home around 9:30. As soon as I walked in again, I could feel something was off. My dogs didn't run up to me like usual. They weren't as hyper. It even turns out one of them had a number 2 in our game room. So I go clean it. Our trash can is nowhere to be found. I look in the upstairs, downstairs, kitchen. Literally nowhere. Then all of a sudden it appears in the middle of the game room. This is the little event of last night, by the way. So I thought it was strange, but I just went along with my night. Around 9:50 p.m., which is 21:50, that's when I was heading to bed. As soon as I walked into my room, I had been doing some work on my loft, so I had a ladder up. The ladder fell, hit my ceiling fan, breaking off the blade to which I have a picture of, almost ripped out the fan. Quickly turn the fan off, break the ladder down. At this point, I have no clue what's going on this night. Picking up pieces of a fan when I hear another loud crash behind and look behind me. It was literally nothing. Nothing had fallen. But I hear another crash from behind me. Where I was looking before, again I look and nothing fell. This continues all night, and I'm writing this at 9:54 a.m. I don't even want to go into my room. Well, I finished picking up the pieces. I got ready for bed at this point. It's like 10:30 p.m., which is 22:30. I climb in bed, lay on my side, as I always do. Clear as day, I hear something or someone running behind me off the other side of the bed. I jump up, ready to hit someone. No one's there. Like a little kid, I check my closet under my bed. Also, I'm a small paranormal investigator. Turns out that the most activity I got wasn't even in the investigation. It was in my own house. I try to lay on my side again, but every time, I hear something running on the other side. So I lay flat on my back. Now it's around 11:45, 23:45. I'm trying to recall everything, but it was so scary that it's a little hard to recall. So around midnight, I decide to lay on my back, not turn over no matter what I do for a solid 10 minutes. I hear the constant running. Then, as clear as day, I see a little kid run from the bottom of my bed. I could see through my wall and they would vanish. I'm completely freaked out now, so I turn my lights on and just sit there. I've just moved into this room last month. Everyone who was in it before had always felt a sensation of being watched, and so did I. Sat there till 1:30 a.m., finally just passed out and go to sleep. But I'm awoken by a strange noise at 3 or 3:30. I have absolutely no idea what they were, but it sounded like gurgling or growling of some sort. Even when I was fully awake, I still heard it. That's when I heard a bang on my closet door, so I fling it open. No one's in there. I don't recall what happened after this, but I remember staying up to sounds and weird things till 4:30, then finally going to sleep and staying asleep. And that was one of my scariest nights ever. Ouija board, sleep paralysis. This happened to a friend of mine at a sleepover she threw. It was about a year ago. She had just bought her first house, and she planned a girls' night with wine and games. We played Monopoly, Scrabble, and Heads Up. After that, we were all a bit bored. So my friend said that she had one more game for us, that she had just bought it. She went to her closet, came back, you guessed it, a Ouija board. We all burst into laughter. We thought this was the most childish game we could play that night. She insisted it would be fun. So we thought, well, what the hell? Why not? By now, you all know that I'm a sensitive. If you've been following my stories, you know exactly what that means for me. So, I'm already skeptical about playing with this thing, but my girls are into it, so I figured, why be the spoil sport? I knew how to close the Ouija board after we use it, so no harm, right? We start using it. My friend asked, "Is there any spirits that would like to make contact?" Nothing. She proceeded, "Is there any spirit here?" Nothing. I could tell everybody was getting bored and irritated. So, of course, I had to step up my sensitive ass in there. Show them exactly how it's done. I told them to take a deep breath, relax, and concentrate on making contact with spirits. Concentrate on the planchette moving. Everybody obliged. Then I proceeded. Any spirits want to make contact? The planchette slowly moved to yes. My friends jumped back, let out little gasps and screams. They were all accusing each other of pushing it, and they all maintained their innocence. After a few minutes, everybody recollected themselves. They wanted to continue. So we all put our fingers back onto the planchette and asked more questions. I said, "What is your name?" The planchette moved slowly but spelled out Jake. My friends looked at each other in fear. I then asked, "Did you die here?" The planchette moved over to yes. I asked, "Where?" And the planchette spelled out UPSTAIRS. My friend, whose house it is, said to stop. She didn't want to play anymore. So I told her we have to close out the Ouija board. She asked why. Instead of explaining the whole thing about why you should close out a Ouija board, I simply said, out of respect. So I told Jake goodbye, and we would talk to him another time. The planchette moved to goodbye. So later that night, around 2 or so, we decided to call it a night. We were all asleep in the living room, around 4 something, when I hear my friend mumbling and groaning in her sleep. It's loud enough where it wakes me up, and apparently not loud enough to wake up the 3 other girls. My friend is lying completely still, but sounds like she's trying to talk while in pain. I flipped on the light. I walk over to the couch that she's sleeping on. Her eyes were wide open as if she was staring up at something. I couldn't see anything that she was looking at, but she was still gasping, trying to scream and move. But she couldn't. I immediately knew what this was. Sleep paralysis. I shook her violently, trying to knock her out of it, but nothing happened. She just kept gasping. I was screaming at this point because I'd never seen this firsthand, didn't know what to do. The other girls woke up and saw what was happening. They ran over to assist. After about 3 to 5 minutes of us calling her name and shaking her, she finally took this huge gasp, snapped out of it. She looked at us with a bewildered look and said, "What are you guys doing?" We told her what happened. She didn't remember any of it. All she remembered is that she had a dream. She kept trying to help, but she couldn't reach him. He just kept getting further and further away. She described him, quote-unquote, as being average height, brown hair, muscle-toned, very handsome. She vowed to never touch that Ouija board again. Fast forward to the present day. She says that she never experienced anything like that in her knowledge again. She never even dreamed about Jake again. The Battle of Spirits. My boyfriend can sometimes see dead people. I can't. He told me that his first encounter was his stillborn big brother when he was about 5 years old. He met him in a school toilet. They talked a little, then he disappeared and he didn't see him again until recently. Now, my boyfriend's apartment hallway and toilet had always freaked me out. I always felt like there was something there watching me. The first time I had that feeling, I was in a shower. I could have sworn there was someone on the other side of that curtain. I was literally shaking because I was so afraid. But when I slided the curtain to the side, there was nothing there. Once when I was watching the TV, I saw a reflection from the window. It was a dark figure moving away from the bed to the hallway. My boyfriend was cooking in the kitchen, so there was no way it could have been him. I didn't tell him about it because I didn't want to freak him out, and I was doubting my eyes. I've also seen shadows in the hallway mirror, but again, I was doubting my eyes. My boyfriend has insomnia, and one night he was on the couch playing mobile games while I was sleeping on the bed. I often see nightmares, and according to him, I was acting restless again. He turned to see if I was okay, but he saw a dark figure standing at the edge of the bed. It left immediately when my boyfriend saw it and disappeared in the hallway again. My boyfriend sat the rest of the night at the end of the bed protecting me from whatever that was. And that morning, I told him about the dark shadow figures I had seen. Once when we were coming back from the store, my boyfriend started to open the door with his key, but the key didn't turn. He tried many times, and when it finally turned, he had to pull hard to get the door open. Later, he told that it was there. It was something like pulling back at it. When he finally pulled the door open, I saw the air move inside in the hallway, like on a warm day outside. When we stepped in, he felt really weird, like we're not welcome there. Then one night we're watching a movie at his place. I had a migraine and kind of started to feel sick and overall super tired and grumpy on top. When the movie ended, I crawled into bed. My boyfriend joined me, hugging me and trying to make me feel better. It was around 1:30 a.m. when suddenly all the hairs in his body stood up and he froze. He started squeezing me even tighter, almost hurting me. Told him to let me go, and he loosened his grip and turned to me and said, "Honey, I don't want to scare you, but there's someone behind the front door." I was confused. Couldn't hear anything. Couldn't even see the door from the bed. He stood up and walked to the hallway. Suddenly he kind of jumped, backed off and stared at the corner. He stood there for a while and reached his hand forward. My migraine disappeared because I was so scared. I didn't know what was going on. Couldn't see whatever my boyfriend could see. Thought it was the shadow I'd seen before. After a while, my boyfriend came back. He seemed calm and just said, "He's gone now." I was just staring at him, and then he continued, "Think it was my brother." He was just smiling and looking at me. We then talked, and he said he didn't feel scared at all when he saw the man. He felt warm and loved. The man was young, like my boyfriend's brother would be. He had the family ears. I painted my boyfriend's family coat of arms on the wall before. The man had stood right next to it. My boyfriend's just he thought he came to warn him about something, but he wasn't sure what it was about, really, because he didn't say anything. But nevertheless, my boyfriend seemed happy about the encounter, and I was happy for him. I was getting more and more scared for some reason. Then maybe a half an hour would pass. We were just talking about his brother and his family. This is when my boyfriend got goosebumps again. He looked at me and he said, "He's back." But this time he looked a lot more worried. He jumped out of bed and ran to the hallway. He stood there for a while. Then he ran to grab a candle. While he was running, he told me he was feeling something freezing cold. It was coming through the front door. Go all the way to the toilet to the wall in the kitchen. He shut all the windows, lit up the candle, and blew the candle. The smoke rising from it went crazy, spiraled all around the kitchen, but there was no wind inside. My boyfriend backed off and came to the bed and grabbed me to protect me. He told me that he thinks it's a poltergeist and his brother's fighting it. Sat there for a while, then suddenly I felt, completely calm, like a weight had been lifted. My boyfriend felt it too. We looked at each other. He whispered, "Wonder if it's over." And right after that, our dustpan that was leaning against the wall fell over. He smiled and said, "I'll take that as a yes. I guess my brother won." After that, we stayed awake for a long time, talking about what had just happened. I kept telling him to thank his brother for protecting and warning us. After that, we haven't seen or felt anything weird in his apartment. A ruined dinner. I was with my girlfriend preparing dinner. The year was 2015. Everything seemed normal. I put on some music and the speakers were in my room. While we were cooking, I noticed that the music was no longer being listened to. I was surprised that something happened with the internet. Because it was Spotify, I went to the bedroom and I noticed that the playlist continued, but the volume knob had been set to 0. I didn't pay much attention to it at that moment. I set the knob again, went to the kitchen to continue with dinner. Not even 2 minutes passed when again, I noticed that no music was being heard. This time it seemed something strange to me. I lived alone and we were just my girlfriend and I. I went into my room and this time the knob was on and I could lightly hear some music. I was surprised because it was a physical and not a digital fault. Again, I turned the knob and returned to the kitchen. I tried not to think about it, and I would try to concentrate on cooking. This is when suddenly I clearly heard things on the floor this time of the studio, right next to my room. It bothered me, the idea of passing by these things instead of enjoying a pleasant evening with my girlfriend. I asked her if she'd heard that sound. She said no. I replied that it was clearly a noise from the studio. So she told me, let's take a look. In the effect that there was things on the floor, I wanted to think that maybe they'd simply fallen. We picked them up, turned off the lights, and left. We were in the kitchen again when we heard another noise. This time she could also appreciate it. I told her something's happening, and she, being a very religious person, told me not to worry. We went to the studio, and this time the light was on, and there was again some things thrown away. There were no windows open or wind currents, and it seemed very strange to us. We lifted everything, and before leaving, I pronounced aloud that I will leave the light on, and we retired kind of nervous. We had not reached the kitchen when noises were heard again. This time I was really afraid that it was a thief who had entered the house. We ran to the study, and the light was off, and a TV that was there was just static. We looked at each other and I told her that it was not normal that something was happening. We should do something. She proposed to pray. We went to the kitchen. She took my hands. We said 2 prayers that she knew. And when we finished, something was heard again. I wanted to go see, but I was shocked to see that just outside the kitchen there was an inflatable toy that I used to have punch and fun in the studio. It was horrible. had no idea how it got there. I felt very scared. I didn't know if it was something paranormal or a person entered the house and he was playing us the worst joke ever. My girlfriend asked what was wrong with me, why I stood at the door. I told her not to leave the kitchen, that I didn't want her to see that, but she leaned out and screamed. I tried to calm her down. Nothing had ever happened in that house. We were very scared, and at that moment the bell rang. I answered on the intercom, and nothing. Every time I was more nervous, but I tried to stay calm. I walked toward her and the bell rang again. I answered and nothing. I told her, let's get out of here. Something or someone's bothering us. It occurred to me to go to the house with a cousin who lived nearby. Then the lights started to blink. It was horrible. Getting to the street was a great relief, and by the way, it was completely desolate. We walked a few blocks until we reached my cousin's house. We told her everything while our hands were still shaking. She believed us, and she said that she had some holy water, that we had to go back because what happened to us was not normal. When we came back with the holy water, you could hear loud music from the street. We opened the door with fear, and immediately my cousin began to sprinkle holy water all over the place. The inflatable toy was in another place. It seemed that it had moved a few meters from where we saw it last time. The knob of the speakers was at maximum, and all the lights in the house were on. It seemed that they had another small party without us. It was horrible. Note, on the Spotify browser was written Rogaton, and the first playlist was playing. I hate reggaeton music. Never put that kind of music on before. I don't even know how it's spelled. Reggaeton. Okay, you spelled it wrong. Anyway. But it was written the same way I used to know it, and that was shocking. I was never skeptical to the paranormal, but I didn't believe everything I heard until that night. For my good luck, I can say that after using the holy water, nothing else happened in that house. I no longer lived there. I threw the toy, and that girlfriend is now my wife. And we know that all of that was real. These spirits or entities exist. We must be careful, have faith in God, and not let them disturb us. Hope I didn't bore you, and sorry for my English. Greetings from Ecuador. The only thing to make me question my firm disbelief in the paranormal. Now, for the sake of context, to that specific night, I was home alone with my 2 dogs. It was late at night, so it was completely dark outside, aside from a dim light shining partially over my neighbor's fence into my yard. It was about 2 a.m. I was up late, no longer lifing another Skyrim playthrough. My dogs started to bark a little bit, which usually means that they hear or see either a person or an animal. So I walked out and looked out the sliding glass door and saw nothing. So I told them to stop, went back to my room. About 10 minutes later, I hear the loudest yelp from my husky ever. For all the husky owners out there, you know that huskies yelping isn't uncommon because they're a very vocal breed. But this was different. In the year and a half that, in the year and a half that I've had her, I've accidentally stepped on her tail and stuff has fallen and scared her, but she's never been bitten by another dog. She has been bit by another dog, and I've never heard her yelp this loud. I ran out to the living room and see what's going on. Her and my German Shepherd were lying together under the dining room table, shaking. She had a small drop of blood on her ear, and my dogs never lay with each other. Don't get me wrong, they do love each other, but whenever one gets close to the other, it always results in a play fight. As they generally will lay separately, unless they want to play. I assumed it was an animal, and considering my neighborhood borders a foresty area, I grabbed my dad's pistol just in case it was a rabbit, or because occasionally we'll get some rabid raccoons in my town. I've heard stories about even rabid coyotes. I walk out and turn the light on and look out the window. For about 5 seconds I saw nothing, and right when I was about to look away, I heard the gravel crunch. I looked back out again. I again saw nothing, so I decided since I have a pistol, I'm probably safe to walk out. And right as I reached for the door, a hand came flying toward the part of the glass right next to my face, and what appeared to be a male in his late teens to early 20s stared at me with a blank, expressionless face. Normally, I'd assume this was either some lunatic or someone trying to fuck with me, if not for the fact that his eyes were reflective, deep black, almost like obsidian. I also don't know if this is cliche or not, but I've never felt such a sense of terror my entire life. I've been in life-threatening situations before. I've dealt with a home intruder before. I've been shot at before. But I've never felt such a primal and intense sense of terror my entire life. The shock made me fall over. But I looked back with the gun trained. He was gone. I was still in a state of shock. So instead of going out there alone, I called my neighbor and he came with a shotgun. We both went out back together. That's my dog. I saw nothing. Not a person, not any footprint in the gravel or dirt. No handprints on the window. Literally nothing. So I decided it probably wasn't worth filing a police report. Well, I checked over the security camera footage and saw nothing as well. I used a fingerprint kit on the glass and found nothing aside from myself and my dad's prints. It's been about 4 days so far, and I haven't seen anything, but I left some cornstarch in the backyard to see if there are any prints there. I haven't seen any. This house has been in my family for 60 years now. There hasn't been any notable instance that would lead me to believe that a spirit has a reason to haunt my house, considering they do exist. My grandfather bought this house directly after it was built, so we would probably know if anything happened. As far as the area, it's a relatively peaceful community. As far as accidents or murders, there aren't any, and at least any I've been linked to. I don't think any have happened to my area. Again, I'm an extremely skeptical person, so I would like to believe that this was just someone messing with me. But I didn't recognize the person. I don't know how a person could achieve making their eyes look like that aside from contact lenses. But I feel like if somebody scared me with contact lenses, I'd probably know them. And everyone that knows me understands that they could get shot or bit by dogs if they pull some shit like that. Again, I'm on bad terms with the local church, and I don't know anyone from other churches, so I'm reluctant to go look there for help. The only reason I can think of that, maybe something that isn't human, is my ex was borderline obsessed with the occult, and when she cheated on me, I broke up with her and grilled her for a few hours. So I guess it is possible that she did something to my house. I don't know. We've been broken up for over a year now. I haven't seen her since then. Ask Reddit. My wife and I were living in Oregon. We found a cute little house for rent off the main roads in the sticks a little bit. It's super old and small and up on a hill. It overlooks a fair amount of land, completely surrounded by massive Oregon trees. Simply beautiful. However, the house itself was apparently built by hand, by a guy that the locals considered a hermit several decades ago. Apparently, the guy was a bit of a Nazi extremist, conspiracy-driven, World War III doomsday prep type. So much so that we found these crazy trap doors all over the house. There was a false floor in one of the closets, just big enough to fit a person or a body in. There were false cabinets in the walls in various places that were clearly intended for guns and stuff. Even down in the basement, there was an escape hatch and a tunnel that you could use access to the backyard from the underground ladder. I recall when I was digging holes to make a fence in the yard for my dogs, I found a buried power cable coming from the basement running a straight line straight out into the woods. To this day, I still wish I had borrowed a cable finder from work and tracked down where it went. Coworkers used to theorize it may be an old bunker with bodies inside or something crazy. Last but not least, my landowners who bought the place from the bank said the guy died in the house, and all his money was in a fridge in the basement with chains and shit locked around it. Not to mention various cans of cash and valuables buried all over the property. Weird. I described the house and the odd things about it, just to give you a concept of how my wife and I felt about the place when sleeping there at night. Now, if you've spent most of your life living in the city, or even just a small town, you may not realize it, but there's almost always some kind of sound coming from outside, maybe via cars or sirens or trains, planes. Same goes for light from streetlights and cars and whatnot. You don't know true silence and darkness until you live in the woods of Oregon, which we found out the first night there. So here we are laying in bed in our new house. The floor creaks real loud when you walk around. The cold air coming from the basement is so alarmingly cold that you throw towels down under the basement door to help keep the warm air in. You're certain you can hear the mice in the walls fighting to get inside as the winter air starts to drive critters indoor for safety and warmth. Laying in the bed in pitch black darkness and hearing small sounds unlike anything you've ever heard or experienced before, you question how you'll ever be able to sleep and regret that you didn't finish unpacking the truck and get that damn box fan out for noise. My wife and I would talk to each other to break the silence here and there as we try to go to sleep. This goes on for about 2 hours or so until suddenly, out of nowhere, a skin-curdling cry starts to creep up into our ears. It starts out really low at first, and you question if it's just the ringing in your head caused by the silence. You question if you should ask your wife about it, but assume that she's likely asleep, and you're just hearing shit in your head. In reality, your wife is laying there too, thinking, what the fuck is that? Now the cry starts to get a little louder. Suddenly your brain decides to sound kind of familiar. Sounds like a baby crying. For a moment, you're in complete confusion trying to make sense of how this could be happening out in the middle of nowhere. Suddenly you have goosebumps. You start to question if all the doors are locked. You think it over and over in your head many times and decide you're certain the front door's locked, but not certain you closed the hatch to the basement and wonder why there isn't a lock on the basement door just outside your bedroom. Just as you finally start, you ask your wife if she hears it too. It jumps in volume really, really loud. Your heart leaps out of your chest, and both of you are jumping out of bed and looking at the window that faces the backyard. It's pitch black out. You can't see shit. Your dogs, herding cattle dogs, are now at the massive window in the living room barking their heads off, growling like they see something. Still can't see shit. It's just a black void out there as you look out the window in the direction of the woods. If you avoid focusing your eyes and instead try to pay attention to your peripheral vision, you can almost make out some dark shapes just at the edges of the woods about 20 feet from the back of the house. The sound As it greatly increases in volume, it sounds like a crazy mixture of a screaming baby, a didgeridoo, and a standard referee whistle all at once. Think something much like the ring wraiths in Lord of the Rings. Goes on for a few moments, getting ear-piercingly loud before dying down completely. Each time, my wife and I start to attempt to gather our thoughts about what could be starting this up again. This lasted for roughly 30 minutes before it just stops entirely. We never hear it again that night. Needless to say, we got a very little amount of sleep that night. It wasn't until I told my landlord about it the next day that I figured out really what it was. Malaysia. Unexpected visitor. This happened back when I was 12 years old in my hometown in Malaysia. It was school holidays. My parents had decided our family would be staying at our grandparents' house for a week. My grandparents' house is located 40 minutes away from the city. It's built in a small town in a rural suburb consisting of 3 other neighborhoods. The nearest town from their house is another 10-minute drive out in a dense tropical environment, which also means the entire suburb will be pitch black after sunsets between 5:30 and 6 p.m. The best thing about this time of the hour is the quiet and the peacefulness of the atmosphere, combined with faint cricketing noises in the background. You would hear these as you would lose yourself gazing at the starry skies surrounding the full moon. There's 4 rooms in my grandparents' house. The maid's room, the grandparents' room, the great-grandma's room, and my parents' room. My great-grandma was 97 at the time, so she moved to the city with my uncle who had 3 maids to care of her. This means my younger brother Andy will be staying with me in great-grandma's room, since we don't want to share a room with our parents. Fair enough. Everything went well until our second last day. My parents attended a friend's wedding in the city, but therefore they won't be coming home due to heavy alcohol consumption from a celebration. It was already 9:30 p.m. My grandparents and the maids had already gone to bed. Only Andy and I were chilling in the living room. He was playing his Game Boy Color in front of the TV, while I'm reading comics at the very back of the room with the window slightly open to enjoy the cool breeze. Very humid in Malaysia, especially indoors. All of a sudden, I could feel a distinct change in the motion of the breeze. It no longer felt the same cool inward flow, but rather like a cold hand gently brushing up and down my neck to the top of my head. My entire body instantly reacted with goosebumps, and it's those kind of goosebumps you know something isn't right. I tried to play it cool, not freak out, pretend not to notice anything for another 5 minutes or so. My dad once told me that if you show you fear, it'll notice and will continue to bother you. The brushing continued as I endured, and trust me, it was the longest 5 minutes of my life. I slowly stood up, didn't turn my back to look behind, shook off my goosebumps and said, "Andy, bedtime, let's go." He instantly agreed not to, because he noticed, but he was always afraid to be alone downstairs. We went upstairs, brushed our teeth, and then it's lights out. I remember waking up very suddenly from my sleep, feeling wide awake for no reason. I couldn't see very well as it was still dark, so I assume it was around 3 a.m. While trying to go back to sleep, I heard a very faint meowing in the room. I could instantly tell the difference. It wasn't from my cat, but man-made from a female. Confused, I quickly turned to Andy and I find him facing me sound asleep. The meowing gradually grew louder and its tone became much more sinister until it was next to my ear. My mind remained calm. However, my eyes began tearing up, and my entire body was shaking in absolute horror. I no longer have control. I was completely paralyzed. Minutes felt like hours until my body had finally calmed down, and the feeling of dread and horror slowly lingered away. I could feel an external calm in the room. However, I couldn't bring myself to go back to sleep after what happened. To feel safe, I sat upright, positioned my back against the corner of the wall while watching Andy sleeping peacefully until daybreak. When first light entered my room, I immediately woke Andy up to get him out of the room with me. Although I received a couple of grouchy punches and kicks, it was worth it. I don't feel safe for him to be there alone. I don't want to worry the whole family while seeking for an answer. I approached my maid and told her no matter what, do not share with anybody about what I'm about to tell you. Feeling excited, she hurried for her promise, and I told her what happened. My maid's expression immediately turned sour and hesitated to explain. However, I begged her. Really needed the closure. Eventually, she caved and appeared regretful for telling me. But the culprit was a Pontianak, a female vampiric ghost in Malay mythology who they prey on men. Pontianak usually rises at a full moon and announces her presence through high-pitched cries. If the cry is soft, it means that the Pontianak is near. If it's loud, then she must be far. I almost fainted after hearing it. To this day, I still get the goosebumps every time I retell this horrific experience. I work at an escape room, and I always feel on edge when I work there alone. As the title says, I'm a game master at an escape room. We have 5 rooms, and the place itself takes up 2 storefronts and a small shopping center. So generally, it's not very big. The neighborhood is pretty safe. There's never been an incident near the area. However, being there alone gives me the heebie-jeebies for reasons I can't explain. It's not even driving there or pulling into the parking lot that I start to get scared. It's actually walking inside. My chest gets tight, and my whole body just fills with this undeniable sense of dread, like my brain is telling me something bad is going to happen. The feeling goes away almost entirely as soon as I walk out the door. The only place I feel remotely at ease is in the employee area, where I have camera views of the whole place. I feel totally fine coming and going from that area if other people are present, but as soon as I'm alone, I can't walk out of the employee area without having what I think are some sort of heart palpitations. When I'm the only person there during the day, the only sound that really travels through the place is the sound of the AC. Even with that bit of white noise, I still feel a sense of looming heavy silence. If I'm ever in a position of deafening silence like that, I usually try to play music or watch YouTube videos to distract myself from it. It almost always does the trick. However, here, no matter how loud I blast music or anything of the sort, that feeling that comes with the silence never goes. It still feels ominous. That's literally the best way I can explain it. I apologize if that doesn't make much sense. The piece de la resistance comes down to when I reset rooms. I'm always even more on edge when I have to go into any of the escape rooms to put them back together. However, it's the most prominent when I have to reset one of our horror-themed rooms. There's nothing strikingly scary about it, in my opinion. save for a lot of creepy photos and writings on the wall. The ambience is meant to be spooky, but it's nothing compared to what I've seen at Halloween horror nights, or even other similar scary-themed rooms. I'm a nervous sweater, and any time I have to reset the room alone, I break into a cold, nervous sweat. Even if I was freezing just moments before because I'm also blasting the AC, I never cease to start this anxious sweating like a pig. It stops as soon as I walk out and head back to the employee area. But then I just go back to being standard nervous till I leave for the day. There's also a couple of smaller things, like at the end of the night, perpetually nervous about turning off the lights. I don't like the dark, but I'm normally okay shutting off lights and easily walking out of the darkened area. At work, I feel the need to flee the darkened area in haste as soon as the light shuts off. The dread I feel skyrockets as soon as the lights turn off. Once again, this feeling vanishes once I leave the place entirely. It also doesn't matter what time of day it is either. I used to think that I only felt this way because it was nighttime. I used to only work nights. But even when I started working during the day, I always felt exactly the same, which indicates the source of my fear is not what's happening outside, but what's inside. Thing is, I don't know what that inside thing is. That one spooky room definitely contributes, but it doesn't explain why I feel the way I feel even when I'm not inside and resetting it. Is there a chance this could maybe chalked up to something paranormal? Is there a chance I'm just a fraidy cat blowing it all out of proportion? I don't know. I should also mention that one of my coworkers dabbles in some witchcraft and believes there's something off about the place. Maybe what she said has some sort of placebo effect on me. My skeptic boyfriend, who also works there, has also said a few times that the place might be haunted. However, I would chalk that up to him joking. Take that with a grain of salt. I know things are very rarely actually hauntings too, but he concedes that the one spooky room is indeed spookier in feel than it probably should be, which is something. Not a lot, but something. Wall knockers / little demon. For about 2 years now, I occasionally hear what clearly is a hand hitting the wall between my room and the attic. Before anybody says chipmunks or whatever vermin, please rule it out. Trust me, I've had the area inspected by pest control, and there's no visible infestation. Traps and bait were set, to which go undisturbed today. If it's not happening from the other side of the bedroom wall in the attic, then the only other place it can be coming from is the exterior part of the wall. Picture a garage roof line, sort of butting against a house, wherein the attic is above the garage. This has happened at all hours of the day, and mostly when I'm alone. But it's happened with my wife in the room too. As a matter of factly, my wife and I hear noises in the house frequently. We are constantly going back and reviewing our security cameras to explain them away. And I'd say 80%, some say 90%, cannot be explained away. Trust me, if anyone's looking for a causation, it's me, a semi-non-believer in the paranormal. I can't explain this. I've also been in my basement studio, and I've heard my wife and kids come through the garage door. I hear the kids running. I have a hot microphone on, and studio headphones on as well. I can hear. I go upstairs, and they're not home yet. One night I heard this tapping on the basement bedroom window. Guys, this is a finger tapping a window. 43 years old, and I know what that sounds like. I also know there's nothing near the window to make such a sound. I have that window blocked 100% by a perfectly fitted painting, so no one can see in or out. And this goes on for 10 minutes. So I sneak down the hall to the kids' playroom. Think of the letter L, and I'm saying the two windows are equally spaced from the corner. I sneak over, lights are off. Can't see very well except the shadows of trees being cast by the streetlights. I just sit there for 10 minutes. Nothing. Tapping stopped too. I didn't even get 2 steps into the hallway and I heard that tap one time on my playroom window. I got pissed, darted toward the door, grabbing one of my guns en route. And I'm telling you that no one could have escaped my eyesight by then. But no one was there. I went back and looked at the cameras and nothing. One thing we have caught on camera is this very loud foot stomp from our bedroom, just above the living room. I wasn't home, but my wife and kids are visibly startled. Sorry, I'm confused. I was not home, but my wife and kids are visibly startled as a stomp was so hard that the ceiling lights flickered. Again, there's no explanation for this. And no, I will not accept house settling or vermin as causations. That's clearly a foot stomping the floor. The main level laundry room separates my studio from our master bathroom on the second. My wife has a rolling chair at her vanity. Now I can hear her rolling around when she's getting ready. I shouldn't, but I do. Well, I've texted her at 2 to 3 a.m. before asking why she's up rolling around. No response. She's asleep. It's not her. Other than that, I hear what sounds like a man tapping his cane on the floor above my studio quite often. I'm an engineer. I get mechanical systems and knocking. And I can assure you, there are no system equipment or associated lines in the vicinity. Yeah, I randomly get scared. Hair stands up on my neck occasionally for no reason. Yes, I see something constantly moving in my peripheral upstairs in the hallway. I sleep with the door open and the nightlight in the hallways is always on. And yes, the barn door to the bonus room was closed one morning after I intentionally left it open. Same hallway. Whatever it is, I fear it's a small little demon dude. My wife and I watched some docu on NASA engineers that got haunted by this little guy in that same room. My son, 7 at the time, actually fell asleep in there. In fact, it was that night, watching some kids' movie. I woke him up in the morning and the first thing he said was, "I woke up earlier and I heard little footsteps walk around the bed." I said, "It was the dog." He replied, "No, Dad, it was the footsteps of a small human." My garage caught on fire twice that week, too. Moma apparition. In order to understand my story better, you need to know what a Mona is. It's a term from my people's native language. It's from Guam, and it translates as forefathers, but it has a broader meaning than that. Our culture, before the introduction of Catholicism by the Spanish conquistadors, practiced spiritual worship, veneration of deceased ancestors. The Mona. They were believed to play an active role in our daily lives. This belief and the inspired traditions are still prevalent in our culture today. You'd also need to know, well, latte stone is, or perhaps it's pronounced lat, Latte. Lat stones are a stone sculpture consisting of a tapering, like an ascending foundation with a bowl-shaped stone placed on top. It's not hollowed out. These were used to elevate huts by our ancestors, and as grave markers as well. Some are as small as 3 feet tall, and others are as high as 15. I lived in a modern development at the top of a hill called Lat Heights. I was an adolescent, at least then. It's called Lat Heights because there's an authentic ancient Lat stone park at one of the end of the several Lat stones carved in place by our ancestors. These were not disturbed by the developers of the housing track. There's a park on the opposite end of the development, about 3/4 mile away. There's also a parkway that connects the two that run through the entire Lat Heights development. Along that parkway, where it intersects with streets, there's bus stops where we caught the buses to school. When I was in my teens, the bus stops were made of wood and were essentially an 8-foot square wooden box lined with benches on the inside and an opening facing the street. One night, my friend and I were smoking a cigarette in a bus stop, from which the backside had been kicked out. We were just chilling, talking shit, as teens do. This is when the bushes and the tall grasses around 8 feet tall across the street started rustling quite violently. Much like if a bear were in them. And of course, there were no bears in Guam. So we were just laughing and saying that it was a Tau Mona, but we're only mildly spooked by it. We continued to smoke and kind of joke about the Tau Mona in the bushes. Suddenly, then the bushes behind us started rustling violently in the same fashion. I recall that the back of the bus stop had been knocked out and was open to the vegetation that lined the parkway. We were completely freaked out because nothing had crossed the street, nor was there any pause in the activity across the street and the rustling behind us. The transition was instantaneous. One moment it was across the street, the next it was behind us. Naturally, we leapt out from the bus stop. My heart was tearing out of my chest. I'm sure my friends was too. We commented to one another that this was indeed a Tau Mona, so we decided to finish our cigarette in the path between two of our friends' houses, which were just a few yards from that bus stop. Why didn't we run? Well, Tau Monas are not exactly feared. Their role, at least to the living, is like that of a respected elder. You only fear them if you've done something really bad. Anyway, no sooner had we taken a puff when the figure of a young woman emerged from behind the house on the right and kind of floated in the distance to behind the house on the left. We were stunned and paralyzed. She had no legs, just a white cloud, dense but opaque, clearly female from head to about mid-thigh. She didn't walk. She floated exceptionally smoothly over an uneven path. Well, we gathered the courage that we followed that figure, which had disappeared despite the 10-foot-tall cinder-block fence obstructing the path. There was absolutely nowhere for a living person to hide. The only explanation for me was that it was not a person, but a spirit. I'll never forget that experience. It was a long time ago, but still as vivid today as it was when it happened. I don't think she was trying to scare us or anything, at least not to terrorize us. She may have been doing her duty as a Tau Mona to reprimand us for being out late and smoking cigarettes, using profanity. She may have just been, well, being playful, perhaps just entertaining herself and all of us at the same time. I don't know what this thing is, Last night, a tad after midnight, I'm laying in bed, just getting ready to doze off. All the lights were off, and the only light was illuminating from the street light right outside my house. The neighborhood was finally quiet. Having a block club party a few hours prior, perfect silence. The way my house is, there's a second landing that's open, with nothing but 3 horizontal banisters, about a thigh's height, to keep people from falling over. Most upstairs landings have walls. Ours doesn't. We had our house remodeled shortly after moving in. Our bed is set against a wall, and with the door open, I can clearly see that the stairs that lead up to the second floor, which are at a horizontal angle, about 50 or so from our bedroom door. Must have dozed off for an hour or so. I started dreaming about this creature. It had deep, glowing red eyes, a long snout, bloody teeth that were literally razor sharp. It had blood, both dried and wet, all over its hairy body. Walked on all fours. It had super long arms and legs, talons or claws on its paws. It was standing right in my doorway, grinning at me. It kept whispering, "I'm coming for you." I'm a very light sleeper, so when I heard these soft footsteps on my stairs, I was immediately alert. It sounded like somebody was tiptoeing, as if not wanting to be heard. I sat up and was horrified by what I saw. There was a creature, exactly like what I just described in my dream, crawling up my stairs. It was on all fours, was literally crawling up my stairs very slowly, as if not trying to be heard. I started to panic. I started hyperventilating. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, that thing that I just dreamed. This thing has invaded my dreams, and now it's in my home. I opened my mouth to scream, and I couldn't. I tried to get up and run, to lock my bedroom door, to climb out of my window. I couldn't move. It was like I was paralyzed. In my struggle to move or scream, I didn't realize that this creature was standing right in the threshold of my door. This was until I heard a small growl. I looked toward my door. This creature was slowly crawling towards me, staring at me with those red, bloody eyes, with this disgusting grin on its face, blood dripping from its teeth. I'm still struggling to move or scream, or at least wake my husband. Can't move. I can't make a sound. This creature's right in my face now. I can smell its putrid and steamy breath. It's sniffing all around me, sniffing my hair, my chest, my neck. Can't move or scream. It takes one of its sharp talons and slices at my nightgown, and it instantly falls down. It sticks out its tongue. It's long and slithering like a snake, rough and bumpy, and it's licking up my belly to my breasts. And I'm crying now. I can feel the tears. I still can't make a sound or move. All of a sudden, this thing forces itself on top of me, pushes me flat on my back. I instantly gasp. This is what wakes me up. A dream inside of a dream. I'm now able to move and speak, and I hear my husband saying something to me. I sit up in bed. He tells me he thinks I was fighting something in my sleep, and that it looks like I was struggling. Not sure if this was a dream or if this was an incubus or sleep paralysis. I never experienced this in any form before, so I'm freaked out. The creepiest part, My nightgown was sliced open and still hanging off my body. I've had a lot of paranormal experiences. Never anything like this. I'm beyond frightened. Was I raped by an incubus? Was this sleep paralysis? Was it the old hag? What kind of creature did I see? Needless to say, I won't be getting much sleep anymore. I'm too afraid of what might happen next. Ask Reddit. My friend and I were waiting in line at a boba tea place in early 2019. It was crowded, and a guy walked in with a full-sized shopping cart from the grocery store around the block. In the cart were several largest pre-packed party trays, cheese and crackers, CRUDIT', crudites, cruditties, things like that. The guy himself seemed totally normal. He was youngish, maybe 30, dressed casually, but well, he sort of gave me the what's up head nod to the cashier. They acknowledged him in a similar way. I assumed that they recognized him. I'd never seen anyone with a cart full of party snacks just out and about. But I thought maybe he was a delivery guy or picking up from the foot of a GoPuff. GoPuff? Alright. I gotta get over these things. He was picking up on foot for GoPuff. After I looked away, he sort of backed up into me a bit, and I went, "Oh, I'm sorry." Stepped out of his way. He looked me in the eye, smiled, and in the most genuinely reassuring voice I've ever heard, he said, "Honey, don't worry about the other people. Think about yourself. You don't need apologizing all the time." My friend turned around and kind of jokingly goes, "Girl, he must know you," referring to my habit of instantly reacting to any situation like this with an apology, and he smiled. He cheerfully said, "I do." He waited in line next to me, close to me, but not really by choice. His cart took up most of the space not occupied by the other customers, and he didn't say anything else. I assumed this odd interaction was over. I got zero weirdo vibes from him, which is weird, since I almost always have some discomfort from any strange man standing that close to me. But even though we were practically touching, he didn't loom, didn't seem to want to invade my space intentionally, but also didn't seem to mind having no personal space for himself. It was like he was just casually and comfortably standing next to an old friend, and I felt uncharacteristically at ease. As my friend reached the counter and began to place her order, the man stepped out and away to my side. I instinctively turned toward him. He then pushed his cart away a little bit, and in one fluid motion got down on his hands, did a push-up, kissed my foot, and jumped up, like he did one single burpee. When he stood back up, he smiled this really friendly smile and said calmly and cheerfully, "Love you." I looked over at the cashier and said the exact same way and stepped back toward his cart. I turned toward the counter very confused. My friend turned around just after and then placed her order and looked behind me and said, "Where'd the cart guy go?" Y'all, he was gone. Him, his cart, everything. Got out of a crowded boba shop in 5 seconds flat. He wasn't visible outside through a wall or windows either. This was impossible. My friend later asked why he was saying, "I love you." That was all she'd experienced of that situation. I told her what had happened while she was placing her order, and she was shocked. She almost didn't believe me, but the couple next to us waiting for their order confirmed my story to her, and to be honest, the many people behind us in line seemed extremely confused. The cashier seemed to be the only mildly reaction to, taking my order unfazed like this, as if it were a normal occurrence. Though, having worked food service, this part was not at all surprising. This tea shop is literally attached to my apartment building. I go there a lot. Never seen this man before or since. What weirds me out the most is that this guy didn't at any point give me any kind of creepy vibe at all. I'm not very anxious or introverted, and I generally have a pretty good radar for when someone's in my proximity and it's about to do something weird. I don't usually have a neutral emotion reaction to interactions of any kind with strangers, strange men being overly familiar with me especially, but this guy didn't register to my intuition as any kind of threat or creep. He kissed my foot in a crowded shop in broad daylight, but he didn't linger on it. There was no indication that it was in any way sexual or even vaguely inappropriate for him. Like there was nothing in it for him. It was just a thing he did, as it was perfectly natural and friendly. It was carried out like a polite handshake in the space of a few seconds. He just walked in, bumped into me, read a major personality flaw from an offhanded apology, waited in line with me for absolutely nothing, delivered absolutely nothing from his cart, kissed my foot like it was some weird boba queen, professed his love to me and the cashier, and vanished without a trace. Well, that's a weird story to end on. See ya. The Holiday Maker Ghost. When I was in my early 20s, my parents bought a new house 2 hours away from where I lived. It was a 2-story home near the ocean with the bedrooms upstairs and the living room areas downstairs. After they had settled in, I went to visit them. I stayed the night in the spare bedroom. Everything seemed normal when I went to bed, and sleeping somewhere new has never really bothered me, so I fell asleep easily. I woke up during the night and I heard someone walking around upstairs. The floors were timber, so I could clearly hear what was footsteps walking down the hall and around the stairwell. I checked my phone and it was 3 a.m. I assumed one of my parents had gotten up to get a drink, so I saw nothing of it. Minutes passed and the footsteps continued. After 10 minutes, I got up to see what was happening. Neither of my parents are sleepwalkers, so I wondered if something was wrong. I opened the door to a pitch-black hallway, stood there for a moment, could no longer hear footsteps. I went to look at my parents' room as their bedroom was down the hall and it was ajar. Both my parents were asleep in bed. I assumed whichever of them had gotten up had gone back to bed as soon as I opened the spare room door. So I went back to bed and thought nothing of it. I had trouble falling back asleep. I laid in bed like something was off. I told myself that timber floors creak all the time, so it was probably just in my head, that it kind of sounded like footsteps. As I started to close my eyes, I heard it again, the creaking of footsteps on the upstairs timber floors. I went cold. I told myself one of my parents was awake, and that was all it was. Just go back to sleep. But I couldn't. I heard one of them slowly walk down the hall into the stairwell. This time the footsteps were much louder, like they were stomping. I got up immediately, willing myself to open the door to check, to prove to my overactive imagination that this was one of my parents going to get something. I opened the spare room door and the stomping abruptly stopped. Once again I stared into the pitch-black hallway, although this time I had a gut-wrenching feeling something was staring back at me. It made me feel cold inside. I turned on the bedroom light illuminating the hallway and it was empty. I went to my parents' room and again they were both still asleep. I went to the stairwell. I couldn't see anyone, so I started walking back to the spare room and I heard the footsteps now downstairs. I froze, thinking somebody had broken into the house. Ran back into the spare room to get my phone to call the police if footsteps continued. As I entered the spare room and closed the door behind me, I instantly heard loud thumping footsteps upstairs. Hastily moving toward the spare room door, I was paralyzed with fear. The footsteps stopped right outside the spare room door. My whole body was cold. Whoever was in the house was now standing directly outside the spare room, inches away from where I stood on the other side of the door. I stood there for what felt like hours, but I finally got up the nerve to open the door. I held my hand on the door handle and told myself there's a logical explanation. I just don't know the sounds this new house makes. It would make no sense for there to be a person standing in the hallway, waiting at my door, and that I was safe. But I didn't feel safe. I turned the door handle and looked out into a completely empty, dark hallway. I took a deep breath, closed the door and listened. Nothing. No footsteps. I turned the bedroom light off, got into bed, sat staring at the door. That was until sunrise. No matter how many times I told myself I'm safe, I was still too petrified to sleep or move. No more footsteps. Light finally started filling in through the bedroom window, and it was morning. When I finally could hear my parents stir, I went out to talk about them and talk to them about what had happened during the night, expecting them to tell me that it was a creaky house or to laugh off at how silly I was being scared. But that's not what happened. When I explained to my mom that I heard, well, she replied, "Oh, that's the man who used to live here. He walks around sometimes." I looked at her in shock and disbelief. I yelled back, "What the hell do you mean? Like he still has a key and comes into the house? It's insane. Mom, why haven't you told someone? Called the police?" To which my mom replied very casually, "No, honey, he died here. He was leaving for vacation with his wife one day. They had packed their bags and the taxi had just arrived out in the front. He picked up the bags, walked to the stairwell, and tripped on the top of the stairs. He broke his neck falling down, died instantly." The real estate had disclosed to us when we bought the house. What they didn't tell us is that he still walks around at night. Deep Woods Encounter. This happened to one of my friends. He and two of his buddies decided to go camping one weekend in the United Mountains in Utah. They wanted to go out in the middle of nowhere to really get away from civilization and just chill and fish and stuff like that. All three of them are pretty outdoorsy and experienced with camping and backpacking, so this was no big deal for them. They went to a trailhead in the Unitas, hiked about half a mile up the trail, then turned off the trail and just hiked for about 4 miles away from the trail. They had little trail markers so they wouldn't really get lost coming back. They find a spot, and there's no sign of anyone around. The ground looks untouched by humans. There's also a brook close by, so they decided to set up camp. All three of them had camping hammocks, so they set those up in trees and then just kind of explored around for a bit before they decided to build a fire. Neat stuff like that. Eventually, the evening rolled around. So they built a fire and made tinfoil dinners, and were just shooting the shit. When they decided to go to bed, the guy who told me this said he remembered laying in his sleeping bag in the hammock thinking that even though there was the sound of water in the brook close by, and every now and then there'd be like an insect noise or whatever, the woods were so quiet. Like being out of civilization made him realize how rarely we as humans experience real silence, since we all fill our days with so many noises and distractions. He said it felt eerie. He could feel himself starting to doze off when the worst thing in the world happened to him. He had to pee when already being comfy and warm. Tragic. He figured he'd rip the Band-Aid off and go pee before he fell asleep for the night. He put on his headlamp, got out of his hammock, and walked about 30 feet away from his buddies in their hammocks to pee. When he was walking over, he thought he saw something dart out of the sight like unnaturally fast. I heard a crack of a branch. But because they were so far out in the wilderness, near a brook, he didn't think too much of it. He unzipped his pants, peed, and then right when he was zipping his pants back up, His headlamp shone on something on the ground that paralyzed him with fear. A few feet away from where he was peeing were unmistakably fresh human footprints on the ground. It had rained in the mountains the day before, so the earth was soft in some areas. There was no doubt in his mind that these were not only human footprints, but that whoever made the footprints was barefoot. The creepiest thing was that the footprints weren't staggered. They were side by side, facing where these guys were camping. It was as though someone was standing still at the edge of their camping spot in total darkness, just watching them. Those were the only footprints my friend could see. No other prints leading in or away from the ones that he saw. Totally freaked out, he ran back to his hammock and got his knife. He always has that and takes it camping a lot. He loudly whispered his two friends' names, but they were already asleep, so they didn't answer. He debated whether he should wake them up, but decided against it. There's no real physical threat that would justify waking them up. He put his headlamp on and put a brighter setting and shone it up in the trees and around the general area of where he had to pee. Nothing. He didn't sleep that night. Those footprints looked as though someone had been standing there moments before he walked up to that spot to pee. He felt like he and his friends weren't alone. When it reached early in the morning, when the sun had just barely started to rise, my friend decided he was going to pack his stuff up because he was still spooked and wanted to start hiking back to the car when his friends were up. When he was taking down his hammock, he saw another set of fresh footprints. But this time they were like 10 feet away from his hammock, like on the edge of the trees behind his hammock. As if someone had been standing about 10 feet away from his hammock, just staring at him. Again, no other footprints leading to these two footprints. He was full-on freaked out by this point, so he woke up his friends and showed them the footprints. They got the hell out of there. Sometimes, you're not as alone as you think you are. Was my last house haunted? When I was 13 at the time, my family and I moved to just outside Columbus, Ohio in 2010 from the West Coast. We went to be near extended family. We lived at this house from 2010 to 2019. I was never a non-believer in the paranormal, but didn't think anything would ever happen to me or us. Every weird incident or experience I had there never struck me with much concern, at least in the moment. And I thought everything was just a weird coincidence. Also, these odd incidents that I'll explain here soon didn't happen too often, so there may be another reason why I didn't fixate on them as much. However, time passed, and recently had a discussion with my family about some weird incidents I had in the house. To my surprise, my parents and both my sisters were taken aback, and each said that they had weird occurrences as well. Here's a list of some of the things that I experienced along with my family. We had a grandfather clock. It had been in my dad's family for decades. According to him, it hasn't worked in almost 40 years. It was mainly in our house just for decoration. In 2011, I was on the computer in my room. Close by, the grandfather clock loudly chimed a song. I immediately ran into the living room with my dad and little sister with a what the fuck reaction. After about a minute or so, the song stopped, and the grandfather clock hadn't worked since until a few years later when my parents took it to a shop and got it completely fixed. If I had to pick a room that was deemed the most haunted, it would be the piano and dining room. We had 2 cats. We had these 2 curvy scratches on the wall. For a long time, we assumed it was the cats, but these markings were literally identical, which was odd. In the piano and dining room, there were more of these identical scratches on the wall, more than in any other room in the house. What creeped me out the most, well, that sometimes at night, my cats would stand on the floor and just stand at the ceiling corner of this room for 30 minutes to an hour, like something was there. They didn't do this in any other room in the house. My personal and most terrifying experience to this day was in the piano and dining room. It was the summer of 2018. Just my mom and I are at the house. It was 10:30 at night. I was locking the house up. There were 2 entryways to the piano room. I was a few feet away from the room, and I had just an eerie feeling about it when I started looking at it through the corner of my eye. Me trying to be bold made myself walk through the room just to confirm that it was clear. I walked in through one entryway and was exiting through the other. Literally, as soon as I was taking a step out of the room, a warm sensation hit my face. Immediately started having a bloody nose. Blood was coming out of both nostrils. I wasn't super spooked in the moment, but looking back now, along with my family now confessing to weird incidents in the house, amplified how scary this experience actually was. My dad said he probably had to replace over 100 light bulbs in that house, which apparently it's believed the paranormal interferes with electricity. My sister and my girlfriend at the time, and now my wife, and myself have all heard 3 knocks on our door at night at different times, and have all gotten up, and no one was ever at the door. My older sister was once in the shower and heard my dad say, "Hey," in the bathroom. When she looked out, no one was in the house. She looked at the window and my dad was actually outside mowing the lawn. When she asked my dad, he said he'd been outside for almost an hour straight. Not really paranormal related, but I swear our house was some sort of wind tunnel. Every time it was windy, the entire house would make this loud howl. Super eerie. And just a side note, apparently this house was built in 2008 because the house before burned down. No one was killed in the fire to my knowledge. And like I said, there was really nothing clear-cut paranormal that happened in this house like movies. But I don't think all these experiences, well, you could deem them as normal. Occurrences like this happen so seldom, so I never really thought much about it at the time. But looking back now has me pretty spooked. What do you think? Ghost car or divine intervention? In the fall of '98, I started college. 18 years old and fresh to the real world. I had a few night classes that I'd taken because they were offered my hometown. I had to travel to take my other classes. It saved me a little bit of money to do it. One of my teachers I didn't vibe with at all and decided I was going to skip her class. Maybe I was going to go on a road trip with my friends one night. When I say road trip, I mean drive around and smoke weed all evening. We were veteran tokers at this point, so no bullshit or getting sick or scared. We weren't the type to overdo it with anything. We lived in a small town and there was nothing really anything to do, but I don't condone driving while intoxicated. Well, any type. We were young and dumb at the time. But just imagine a place with a few gas stations and a few crappy fast food places. A stop in the middle of nowhere off an interstate that you've never been down with plenty of roads surrounding it. Roads that aren't traveled a lot. Just a lot of old country roads, perfect for not being seen. So after several hours of young guys driving around the back road, smoking joints and telling lies, we decided to get something to eat and call it a night. We were in good shape as far as how high we were. The driver had only taken a few tokes when we first started out on this adventure. We're getting closer to town, and there was only one more huge turn. It's like one of those kiss your ass turns before, the driving got easier. You have to slow way down to come through this one cleanly. Just as we're approaching an early 90s model Chevy S10 type truck, it comes bouncing through this huge curve. This thing's going so fast it looks like a rock skipping on water sideways. My friends and I are in a Chevy Monte Carlo. I'm in the back, sitting in the middle, so I have a clear view of this. The last thing I remember seeing is the truck in our lane and our bumpers inches from each other. My friend that was driving had nowhere to go off the road and was right about 20 or 25 feet drop right into a field. The angle the truck was coming at was turning left. It may have put us in his path. The huge hillside almost straight up that met the left side of the road. The turn broke around this hillside. This was one of those life flashes before your eyes type moments. I could see the ambulance arriving in my head in that second. This was not going to be good. I felt the heat coming off the headlights in my face. I closed my eyes and braced myself for impact. I heard my friend scream, and then nothing. Complete silence. We were all inaudible, trying to communicate but too shook up to get words out. Gibberish and a bunch of loud, "Dude," and "Oh my God, dude, what the fuck?" The car was stopped. I got out to look for the truck. Would have gone off the road. But from the direction we had came, it was straight behind us. We could see a car traveling that way. The truck hadn't passed us and went that way. On the left side of the road was a hillside, almost straight up and not getting up there. We don't see any headlights off the right side of the road even. But being where we live, people used to keep handheld spotlights in our cars and trucks to see deer while bedding down at night. There's nothing off the road to the right, and these spotlights can light up several acres at a time and nothing. No markings on the hillside to the left. No car parts strung across the road anywhere. There isn't a place to turn off for a while behind us. Just a straight road for about a half mile before it starts winding again. It's several minutes before you can turn off into the next holler. So we get back in the car and go as fast as we can. We drive trying to catch up with this truck. At this point, it's for our own sanity to find where it went. We traveled to the end of that road and never saw another vehicle. No one passing us or us catching up to the truck. There were several small houses we passed and no truck in the driveway. We turned up the only holler on that road, with 2 small houses and no truck in the driveway. So, we came to the conclusion that, as crazy as it sounds, it was either a ghost truck or some sort of divine intervention, because this truck went through us and disappeared. There's no way that it missed us. My friend in the passenger seat claims to this day that his eyes were open the whole time and says it disappeared right after we should have felt impact. The Man. I live in what was once a small town in Minnesota. Recently, the population has been booming. Double deja vu. But that's beside the point. My town was founded back in 1853, and the house I live in is one of the original farmhouses. The previous owner died, and the house was left to rot for multiple years. We bought this house in 2011 and fixed it up. Ever since moving in, there's been so many paranormal experiences that I've lost count, and I'd like to share some on this sub. The experience I'm writing about today just happened a few days ago. My mom's grandma, or my great-grandma, she had this really old creepy painting with like 5 or 6 clown faces that kind of just passed down through my mom's side of the family. This painting hangs in our dining room, and it's always creeped me out. I thought that it had creeped me out like 2-year-old brother as well, but a couple of weeks ago I was at home by myself. I was watching him while my dad went to pick up my sister from school. We were running around the house and playing. This is when all of a sudden, once we'd entered the dining room, my brother stops dead in his tracks, looks to the side and says, "Scared money." Money equals monster in his language, and points to the old painting. First, I thought nothing of it because that painting scared me as well, and I assured him that there were no monsters and that it was just a painting. He brushed it off and we continued playing like normal. But now I don't think that's what was scaring him. Fast forward a couple of weeks, now just one day ago, I overhear my mom and dad talking about something my brother was saying to them at separate times, but neither of them were with him together. I come up to my mom and ask her what she was talking about. She explains to me that the day before my brother had been sitting in my dad's room on the bed staring at the window. My dad asked him what he was looking at. That was when he pointed out a large oak tree that we have in our driveway. He said, "There's a man in that tree." Now, my mom hadn't been home at this time, so she had no idea it happened, but it sure as hell freaked out my dad, especially because my brother, who again is 2 years old and only speaks in broken sentences, had just with no stutters, no made-up words, no nothing, just perfectly told my dad that terrifying, complete sentence. And to make it even worse, my dad half-jokingly asked, "Was the man red?" He said no and asked, "Was he blue?" No again. Finally, he asked, "Was he black?" My brother said yes. Getting a little more freaked out, my dad then asked him, "Does he have a tail?" He said no. "Does he have wings?" He said yes. A couple of hours go by, and when it's dark out, my brother's playing with my dad in the dining room when he stops, looks at the painting of the clowns and says, "The man is there?" Again, in an eerily perfect sentence for his age. My dad once again asked him the same questions, and once again, my brother said he was a black man with wings. However, this time my dad asked him what did he want. My brother said, "Ugh." UHG, which is his way of pronouncing my sister's name. The day went by, and as it turns out, my mom had brought up a similar experience to my dad the day after, not knowing my dad experienced almost the same thing the day after she experienced it. Her story was 2 days ago. Her and my brother were returning home from shopping. She got my brother out of the car so we could walk inside while my mom carried the groceries. When my brother got out of the car, though, he didn't walk inside. Instead, he just stopped, stared up at that giant oak tree in the driveway where the next day he would tell my dad there was a black man with wings standing in that tree. Getting impatient and cold, we live in Minnesota, my mom didn't ask what he was looking at and told him to get inside. Now, my brother is 2 years old, and who knows what's going on in his imagination, but I just think that having 3 separate times where neither 3 of us knew the other 2 had experienced this with my brother until my mom brought it up, they say something. Especially since when this quote-unquote man wanted my brother and said my sister's name. Bathroom ghosty experience. Okay. Just to share one more story today. At one of my jobs during my first day, I had to wait with some of my new coworkers for my mom to get off. She had got me a job at the restaurant that she worked at. I had just moved to the area, and she had been there for a little over a year. We had carpooled. Anyway, my trainer and the other coworkers and I were closing the restaurant side of the place. The other side connected by a hallway, and the 2 doorways was a bar. It was open for 2 more hours. After we finished closing up, I was sitting in the darkened restaurant at the table with 2 coworkers just chatting a bit, getting to know each other and whatnot. I excused myself to use the restroom, which is in the hall that connects the bar and the dining room area. That hall and the bathroom is close to the front door as well. The bathroom door was super heavy and opened fairly loudly with a creak and a whooshing sound that closed slowly due to the spring mechanism that it was connected to. It was also a great noise barrier. When someone opened it while you were inside, the noise from the bar would be kind of much, much louder until it slowly closed. The bathroom used a motion sensor detector light, so it was off until I opened the door and walked in. To paint a picture, you walk in and to your left, the closet door is the sink. Then also on the left, but a bit further in, are 3 stalls. 2 tiny first and then a large one in the family disabled. I know I was alone and I saw the I know I was alone as I saw the tall... Double messed up. I know I was alone as I saw the stall doors were open, and I have a habit of looking under for legs. I was in the first stall. As I finish peeing, the lights turn off. I'm startled by this, and I say something like, "What the fuck?" And right as I'm about to stand up and flush, in the now pitch-black bathroom, there's 4 or 5 quick bangs on the stall door so hard the whole stall shook. Scared the absolute fucking hell out of me. I yell this time, "What the fuck, not funny?" But no giggling or other noise you'd expect from a new coworker or someone pulling pranks. Suddenly the light pops back on. I didn't hear the door open or close. Never heard footsteps or literally anything other than the banging. I feel super uneasy, actually frightened, and quickly leave the stall, look in each of the other 2 stalls. I don't see anyone. I'm pretty positive I would have heard someone open the door if somebody had come in after me or somehow were in there before me and left. I also wasn't in there for more than a few minutes. Seriously, probably only 3 minutes tops. I wash my hands quickly and try to leave, really trying to rationalize what happened. When I get back to where my coworkers and I had found our male coworker, I smile, thinking, he must have been my female coworker. What? Aha. Okay, I'm going back a couple sentences. When I get back to where my coworkers and find only male coworker, I smile, thinking, must have been my female coworker, and she's probably going to jump out at me and try to scare me again. I ask the male coworker where female coworker is, and he says that she left out the back, opposite direction of bathroom, because it was late and she had to open the next day, and to tell me bye. I sit down, confused and scared. Didn't say anything to anyone, but until a month or so in, I heard another coworker talking to a customer about weird experiences that she's had at the restaurant. She believed it to be haunted. Apparently, someone had killed themselves in the basement this was back in the 40s when it was a small Martin or shop or something. Over the 9 months of my working there, so many things happened, not only to me, but my other coworkers too. Definitely still could have been my coworkers pranking me, but no one ever owned up to it. I think that's a little weird if it was meant to be a prank. Ask Reddit. I was camping in the 80s on Bluff Mountain between the Blue Ridge Parkway and the Punch Bowl Shelter. This area is part of the Appalachian Trail. Basically, you can camp anywhere off the dirt roads or trails. We were camped about halfway up Bluff Mountain for a week. Second to last day, we decided to do the day hike up to the top of Bluff Mountain, taking our time to explore on the way up. When we got to the top, we saw the old fire tower foundations. Did some exploring and found the Oddie Klein Powell Memorial. You can Google his name to read about him. Remember, this is in the late 80s, no internet. So it was basically us stumbling around and finding this powerful memorial where a child had died 100 years before. It was profound. We stayed for a bit and reflected on the story and talked about it, then hiked back down the mountain to our camp. That night at our camp, we slept outside our tents, because the weather was beautiful and it was also our last night. The three of us slept in our sleeping bags lined up next to the fire, a few feet in between each of us. So we dozed off to sleep. Every night, like clockwork, at around 3 a.m., we could hear a train whistle way off in the distance. It was kind of cool, because if you happen to be awake, those of you who have roughed it understand that sleeping in tents or sleeping bags isn't the most restful of sleep. You knew that the sun would be up in a few hours, and you had a sense for what time it was. Stirring in my sleeping bag right after I heard the train whistle when I heard something coming. When you camp in places like this, you can hear the slightest sounds at night, because there's nothing but animal movement or bugs. I reached over and smacked my buddy on the leg to alert him something was coming. Keep in mind, it's pitch black in the forest in the middle of the night. Our fire was nothing but a few small embers, so the light it provided was minimal. I wake my buddy up as the noise is really loud and heading right at us. The noise stops, and standing directly in front of us, in our camp in the middle of the night, were two men with shotguns and a lantern. They were dressed in overalls and wearing boots and hats. Shotguns were lowered, but still, they had shotguns on us in the middle of nowhere in the middle of the night. I had the only weapon that we brought with us, so my sleeping bag. It was a CO2-powered pellet gun, which would have had little effect on two guys with shotguns. We brought it to keep animals away. All three of us were shitting bricks, scared out of our minds at this point, and it was like a standoff. Who's going to flinch first? They shined their lantern at us. We stared at them, waiting for those guns to be raised, which was silently understood by us. That happens, all hell's gonna break loose. Probably not gonna end well for us. Without a word spoken by us or them, they turned around and walked off. None of us spoke to each other until the noise of their movement was far away. We immediately got up off the ground, had a brief what the fuck just happened conversation, and made the decision right there in the middle of the night to pack up and hike down to our car. We were off that mountain before sunrise. Years later, I began researching the story behind the memorial and the child that had died on that mountain. Spoke with a few local historians. They had me speak to a professor down that way that was writing a book about the events of Oddie Klein Powell and his family's history in the area. It was he that told me he thinks that we had a direct encounter with the ghosts of that mountain. An idea that had never crossed my mind. I assumed that they were moonshiners or poachers who checked us out, saw we were young men and no threat, so they moved on. This professor believes we had a ghost encounter because in his research he had many similar stories from others in the area over the years. Apparently, as the story goes, search parties worked those mountains day and night looking for this kid who was missing back in 1887 or 88. The professor believes that we had one of these encounters with the ghosts of the mountain still looking for the boy. During the onset of hypothermia, something strange happened. This happened many years ago. It was like 2010 or 2011, I think. It was winter break, and I was out in the woods camping with 3 friends. I've been camping on almost a weekly basis for years, and occasionally for my whole life, it was like pretty familiar with the whole experience of it. For some reason, I was really complacent this time, and I didn't prepare very well. It's about 0 degrees Fahrenheit, well below freezing, and I just have a sweatshirt and a jacket. I was walking around and I was doing fine, although my feet were cold, I remember. We found our spot to make camp for the night. We don't use tents or sleeping bags. We build a fire and we chat. I'm growing increasingly miserable as I can't get warm, even with the fire going, especially my feet. I got my feet really close to the fire with boots on, and I can't tell if they're warming up or not. I take the boots off and I still can't tell. Can't keep them too close because they'll burn. I'm so cold I won't feel it if they do. I remember being so desperate for warmth, I repeatedly asked my friends if they'd give me anything they have. The only extra piece of gear anybody had was a poncho. I took it, knowing that it'd probably do nothing, but I'm really desperate and I wrapped it up like a blanket. I didn't want to be the reason that we had to pack up and go back early in the first night, so I try to just endure this as best I can. I'm laying there on the ground so damn cold, and I remember feeling a bit sleepy. I went into it and I passed out. After some unknown amount of time, everything from here was just kind of relayed to me later. Some large creature comes crashing through the forest, snapping branches, making all kinds of crazy sounds. My friends try to wake me up, but I'm unconscious from the cold and won't wake up. This creature comes up to the right from behind where I'm laying on the ground. My friends are yelling at it, and it supposedly is acting very loud and seemingly aggressive, shaking trees right behind me, maybe about 15 feet away. This would be a good point to mention that there are no bears or major game in this area other than deer. Friends and I all grew up in a wooded country area and know the behavior of deer well. They don't violently break and shake trees with this intensity. This creature has a standoff with my friends for a few minutes. They still won't wake up. They make the decision to escape with their own lives and leave me lying there on the ground. I don't blame them. Do what you gotta do. Sometime in less than what I guessed to be 30 minutes after this, I woke up. I felt a strange sense of peace and comfort. Somehow I was warm, despite hours next to the fire and still descending into hypothermia and temperatures continuing to drop. Nobody tending the fire, I woke up and was warm. I woke up and, as I said, with a feeling of peace. Immediately noticing my friends aren't here with me. I'm unfazed by it, and I'm just perfectly content to sit there and exist. After maybe about 10 minutes or so of sitting there, awake and warm, I hear my friends coming back. They see from a distance my silhouette sitting next to the fire and run back. They're urgently asking me questions if I'm okay and what happened. Told them I don't know what they're talking about. They relayed this to me, and their decision was we're going back home early because of that. Not because of the cold. It wasn't the reason that they went back, but we all talked about our experiences. We were pretty confused by the whole thing. My feet were purple for like 2 months. I constantly had a slight feeling of being cold, and the skin on my feet and legs hurt for a long while. Healed up fine though. I think I'll get colder easier now though. Been about 10 years since this happened. Everybody's still very serious about it. I'm very convinced that it's not a joke. Anyway, that's one of the strange things that's happened in the woods. Been thinking of sharing something for a while, and here it is. The town is just as haunted as the woods. Part 3. The School and the Pub. Back in the day, I had a friend who lived next door to the local high school. I stopped over one night and refused to step foot in his house again. Bit of a backstory. The school was built in the early 1900s. It's got a lot of history to it. I attended this high school growing up, just like nearly everyone in the town did. There were rumors of it being haunted, but most of the time everybody just put it down to being a stupid story. Ouch. Under the school was a number of tunnels. They were originally built due... Under the school was a number of tunnels. They were originally built due to the Second World War as safety precautions. The tunnels are still used to this day for storage. The story goes that one of the students was murdered in the tunnels by a group of teenagers. However, I've never really been able to find any truth to this story. So, back to my friend's house. The layout of his house was very strange. It used to be a pub back in the early 1900s. We were upstairs in his room just talking. It was about 1 a.m. and it was just the two of us in the house. All of a sudden, through his bedroom window was a flash of light. This obviously caught our attention, so we peered out the window. Directly out of his window, you could see the assembly hall of the school. For some reason, all the lights were turned on. I looked at him as if to say, "What the fuck's going on?" He said to me, "Just wait, you'll hear the singing in a minute." Lo and behold, we heard muffled singing coming from the hall. Carried on for about a minute and then abruptly stopped, and all the lights switched back off in the school. I asked him what the hell that was, and he replied, "It happens fairly often. I've gotten used to it." We put a film on to calm my nerves as to what had just happened. Around an hour had passed, and we heard footsteps from outside his bedroom door. It went eerily cold in his room. The pacing outside his door continued for just a minute and then stopped. I was terrified at this point, but he didn't look bothered by it at all. I told him to explain to me what on earth was going on. He said to me, "This house is haunted by 5 ghosts. The old lady who walks back and forth in the driveway, who you can see through the kitchen window. She wore a scarf around her head and had a hunched back. The lady with no teeth would just stare at you, smile, then disappear. And the 2 children who could be heard laughing and playing together." He said that he was used to seeing them all, and they were all harmless. He then paused, took a breath, and said, "And there's one that we call the tall man. He was the one outside the door. He would only appear when renovation was being made on the house. He didn't like change, apparently, and he would make that known. Rooms where renovation was taking place would become freezing cold constantly. It didn't matter how warm the rest of that house was. That particular room would be stone cold, and things in the room would get thrown around at night. And someone could be heard pacing and stomping angrily about. The reason he was called the tall man was because of, obvious reasons. My friend said he had seen him twice, and he was nearly 7 feet tall. Period clothing, wearing a top hat. After that night, he did say to me that he was unsure why he had made an appearance that night. There was no renovation work taking place after all. At least when I'd stopped there. We both got obsessed with trying to find out the history of that house, but couldn't find anything apart from the fact that it was an old pub. I wouldn't go back to that house after that night, and every time I would walk past the house on my way to school, I would get anxious and refuse to look at it. The town has a number of pubs, 2 of which are from the 1700s and still in use today. These 2 pubs are particularly very haunted. The Woman. I live in kind of a small town in Minnesota. Recently, the population has been booming, but that's beside the point. My town was founded back in 1853, and the house I live in is some sort of original farmhouse. If you're having deja vu, guys, I too The narrator, I'm having deja vu. But I digress. The previous owner died in the house and was left to rot for multiple years. We bought this house in 2011 and fixed it up. Ever since moving in, there's been so many paranormal experiences that I've lost count. I'd like to share some on this sub. For maybe a little over a year now, I've had two very quick but extremely distinct experiences of something resembling a woman, doing what almost seems like watching me, until I notice. The first time it happened was when I was in my dining room doing a quick after-school workout with my dad. The way that I was facing was towards the kitchen, and in the kitchen there's a window in my kitchen which looks out into the right side of my backyard. I was just finishing some kettlebell set. For some reason, I glanced up at the window. Instead of seeing the large tree in my backyard, I see the top half of what looks like a woman in a white gown darting away from the window. It's the middle of spring, so there's no snow outside to get confused with. And anyway, I go over to the kitchen, get a drink, but also to look out the window and see what it was that I just saw. I thought maybe it could have been my sisters, but when I checked again, they were sitting on the couch behind me in the living room. I have no idea what this was, and it kind of freaked me out when it first happened. Thought this could have been a trick on my mind until a couple of months later. This is when one of the most horrifying experiences I've ever had occurred. My room in my house is in the attic. We redid it and made it into a very large bedroom. Because the attic wasn't finished when we bought the house, there's a large brick chimney on the side of my room coming up from the ground and out the roof. To the right of that chimney is the corner of my room where my Xbox and PC are. Because this area where I'm typing this Reddit post right now is tucked into the corner, I can't hear if somebody were to walk up my stairs, especially if my headphones are on. I also cannot see it. The other side of the chimney where I'm sitting in my chair because, my little sister often likes to sneak up here at night and scare me before she goes to bed. It's really annoying, but to be honest, I don't really care that much. So, one night I was playing on the Xbox at like 11 p.m. when again, for some odd reason, I decided to look down over my shoulder toward the bottom left of my chimney. What I saw was someone's foot quickly put behind the chimney to the part where I can't see it. At first I wasn't scared, laughed it off because, thought my sister had tried and failed to sneak behind my chimney in order to scare me. I called out her name, telling her that I'd seen her and that she wasn't going to scare me. I waited a minute, but no one responded. It was just dead silent. I got a little annoyed because I had to get up from what I was doing and get her. To my absolute horror, there was nobody on that other side of the chimney. At this point, I got a little freaked out, but still started to look around my room for her. I searched every single centimeter of my room, and when I was fully freaked out, I called downstairs to my sister and she responded from her room. The foot that I saw pulled back from behind that chimney was so unbelievably vivid. But the worst part is, when I looked over to see that foot at first, I didn't look up, I looked down. What part of this thing did I not see other than its foot? Was this thing just there staring at me while I really wasn't paying attention? How long had it been standing there? The next day I just thought it was weird that I had two experiences where it almost felt like something or someone was looking at me. Maybe even staring at me for an indefinite period of time until I saw them. You never really believe until it happens to you. This happened in early February of 2005 in Concord, Virginia. Like my title, I wasn't a true believer until I saw what I saw. Even though it was almost 20 years ago, it's something I think about often. It's like my whole life changed in the matter of 5 seconds. Since then, I've become somewhat sensitive to things I can only explain as the supernatural. So let me set the scene. I was a super young mother to my first daughter, who would turn 1 that month. We used to live on this old kind of curvy road where one end brings you to Lynchburg and the other to Appomattox. Like every morning back then, I was heading to Lynchburg. But of course, I was speeding to make time to go to work for, supposed to be there at 5 a.m. There was this part of the trip where it has a super sharp curve that when it would sort of like snake, and it would be uphill at the end of the snake. There would always be huge packs of deer in this area, so you literally go 5 miles an hour with all the curviness. This strip of road didn't have any houses for at least 3 miles each way. Even though it was 20 years ago, I still remember every single little detail. Like the outside temperature was 17 degrees. To Usher's Confessions Part 2 was on the radio, with the time being 4:43 a.m. I remember the vanilla tree car freshener. Bro, I even remember what underwear I had on. I'm sorry, but it's just nuts I even remember that stuff. I was speeding until I got to the top of the snake, slowed to a basic crawl. But as I was entering the top of the snake, Usher started coming in and out of the speakers while my whole dash was slowly dimming. Of course, I had a mini panic attack thinking my car was dying, but I was confused because I still had plenty of power when I stepped on the gas. By the second curve, I got the most intense feeling I've ever had in my life at this point. I can only explain it as pain, or sadness, fear, coldness, and just the feeling of being lost. All I could do was bawl my eyes out, like a full-grown woman crying like a baby. And as I reached my last curve before the uphill, I saw him. I saw him leaning against the hill that was right next to the road. I first noticed his bare feet with his gray tattered pants. Wait, it's the middle of the winter. Where are his shoes? Was my first thought. But then I saw his gray, thin, strange jacket, one I've never seen like that before in my life. As I slowly made my gaze to his face, I realized he didn't have a face, but rather just a shadow. I literally could make out every other detail but his face. It was just gone. You know how if you're going slow enough and you hit your brakes, the red light can kind of see what's behind you in the mirrors? Well, this guy was just gone. And so, wasn't all of those emotional I had 2 seconds ago. I made it to work with only being 2 minutes late. And that day after work, I decided to walk around the downtown Lynchburg historical building. Something I've never done in the 5 months I worked there. That was the day I learned what the Civil War soldiers actually looked like. And I also discovered my road was used as a trail to Appomattox. Appomattox? That is a very cool name. Bizarre word. I also had no clue when a soldier would die, they would steal anything useful off of the fallen soldiers. I know what I saw that day, but I can't tell who or what side that soldier came from, because even though I thought I'd seen the color gray, it was really just a ghost. Did they even really have colors? Summer camp. This happened to me in June of 2019. I had turned 17 a month earlier, and I was mentoring a group at a summer camp. The events of this story take place in Anjala, southern Finland. Finnish is my main language, not English, so pardon me for the mistakes. There's an old manor in the school center where the camp was held. The manor is really beautiful. It's built in the 17th century, I guess. Very much ghost house material. It's surrounded by a forest, and there's 2 roads that lead up to the front yard. The manor is open for visitors, and for that 1 week our camp instructors had a key to the back door. There was another summer camp at the same time with us, because the school center was so big, and we shared the key with them. We spent time in the mansion almost every morning, doing activities such as singing and playing. One night, when I was going to bed, I realized that I'd forgotten my phone inside the manor. It was necessary for me to get it back. I had wake-up alarms and I had to call home, so I went to the camp instructor's flat and get the keys. Unfortunately, they had given me the keys to another camp's night watch, and I had to find her. Because the school center was quite large and I had no flashlight, it took me a while to find her. While giving me the keys, the night watch told me that she had seen some movement in the edge of the field. The school center was surrounded by fields and forests, and the edge of the field is where the forest began and where the manor was located. I noted that, but I didn't think of it as much, especially when time passed. It took me 5 minutes to get to the manor. The front yard was dark because it was something like 11 p.m. or 12. I went straight to the back of the manor. I think one important thing to note is the fact that the backyard was wide. There were no trees, only grass. So I was fully visible when searching the back door. The only door I found was the one that I had been using during the evening activities. But that door could only be opened from the inside. The whole time I kind of felt like strange, probably what the night watch had told me, but standing alone on the veranda at night in the back of this empty mansion, I had suddenly a feeling that someone was watching me. Because I'm young and have no, chill, didn't even know where the right door was, I decided to go to the building where I stayed with the other mentors, and then have my friend go back in the manor with me. I left the manor without looking back because the atmosphere was disturbing. My friend was still awake, so I asked her to come with me to get my phone. On her way to the manor, she told me that the right door was actually a side door that was located in the edge of the forest. We hadn't even arrived to the front yard of the manor when we saw it. 3 figures moving fast from the back manor all the way across the front yard and then disappearing into the forest. We just stood there and held our breath. Those guys obviously hadn't seen us because they just vanished. Me and my friend waited for them to come back, but because they didn't show up, we continued our way to the manor. After this, we spent like 15 minutes inside the building. My phone wasn't there, so we left and gave the keys back to the night watch. We also told her that, what we had seen. She called the guards, but they didn't find anyone. I did find my phone. It was under a couch in the building. And I stayed. I don't know what I saw that night. It all happened so fast, but I think the figures in the forest were waiting for someone to show up and open the manor doors so they could go in. When I arrived there alone, they probably thought that that was their time. But since I couldn't open the door and left, they must have thought that I was just checking the locks or something, and then they just left. All I can think about now is, what could have happened if I had managed to open the door at first try? The manor is huge, and it's far from all the other buildings in that site. The Locksmith's Prison Ghost Story. Normally, the first thing that gets built in every prison, along with the foundation, is the tunnel system. This has been the case even back into the 1800s, given the fact that my old prison had it running under the whole place. What the original purpose was back then, I don't know, but now they're used as emergency escapes during a critical incident, and for critical systems access. The maintenance staff at prisons are very diverse in specialties, from heating and cooling technicians to electricians to locksmiths. As the place relies on locks to keep prisoners in the facility, you can imagine the facility locksmith is normally busy. Here's the story. Bob had just finished fixing the holding module's lock for the third time this month. The repeated use of the lock caused it to fill with metal shavings that would eventually jam the mechanism, and he'd need to swap it out with a spare and repair the one that he removed. The toolkit gripped in one hand and the lock in the other, Bob proceeded down the secured stairwell that led to the lock shop next to the facility arsenal. Reaching the bottom of the stairwell, he set the lock in his toolbox while he struggled with his keys to find the proper one to open the door that allowed him into the hallway. Struggling with the door, which was assisted closing with considerable weight, he finally managed to open the door and walk through. The hallway was dimly lit, more out of expense than function, and linked the arsenal, the lock shop, the emergency tunnels, and the emergency exits. The exits were linked to the arsenal and the lock shop directly to allow immediate egress, and the tunnel had a simple metal gate with an oval diamond pattern that allowed you to see through it. 15 feet past the door of the tunnel, the lighting became so bad you could barely see anything. Bob waited for the door to shut all the way, looking at it as it did, until he heard the lock audibly click. Then checked to make sure it was secure by testing the handle and pushing against the door. Finding it secure, he turned and began to cross the hallway to his lock shop door. When the damaged lock tumbled off the toolbox, it clattered onto the concrete floor with a loud ringing clang that reverberated through the hallway and down the open tunnel. Shaking his head at how forgetful he was being Bob, he bent at the waist, picked up the lock. Grabbing the lock with his free hand and rising, he found himself standing only 5 feet from the gate that he stood in front of the tunnel. As he looked up from the lock he had just recovered, and he saw what looked initially like a swinging maintenance light. The tools were used frequently down in the tunnels, and the catwalks around the whole prison, really. It was cheaper to give everyone in maintenance a portable light that attached to the electrical outlets than it was to put proper lighting in every nook and cranny. Looking closer and approaching the gate, he realized that it was not a maintenance light. The light was orange like a flame, not yellow-white like their maintenance lights. As Bob looked closer, shielding his eyes from the nearby ceiling light, he allowed his eyes to adjust to the dark as he heard the creaking sound of a metal hinge echoing in the distance. Thinking that possibly something may have broken loose down in the tunnel, he set down his toolbox and the lock as he began to grab for his keys, still looking down the tunnel. As he found the key to the gate, Bob realized he could see a figure down in the light. Breathing a sigh of relief, he began to take in a deep breath to yell down the other maintenance man down the tunnel, but he stopped short as he got a clear look at him. The light wasn't an open flame or a maintenance light. It was an old 1800s-style lantern, and it seemed to move in time with the metallic hinge creaking sound. The man holding the lantern appeared to be very white and wearing striped clothes. Backing away from the gate in shock, Bob watched the figure fade away like a fog lifting off the ground when the sun rises. The town is just as haunted as the woods. Part 4. The Four Crosses. The Cross Keys. The former coaching inn was built way back in 1746. It still stands and functions as a pub today. The infamous local serial killer, William Palmer, who poisoned a number of people, he was said to be a regular, and there's a story of him poisoning one of his possible victims in that pub. The pub is known for cold spots, people's drinks moving, voices and footsteps in the cellar, and numerous accounts of shadow people. William Palmer was eventually caught and was hanged for his crimes. It is his spirit that people believe still haunts the and wanders the pub. The Four Crosses. If you've ever been on the hunt for a truly terrifying experience, the Four Crosses is the place to go. Declared as one of the most haunted pubs in Britain, the Four Crosses was built in the 17th century and again is still used as a pub today. There's reports of a round-head soldier from the Civil War who's spotted in the ladies' toilets, as well as a woman called Emily who constantly cries. One of the locals from the early 2000s is said to have never left the pub after he died. A young man in the garage who committed suicide is also still used to be residing there. The most common ghost is that of a little girl, who is seen often in the downstairs bar. People report this as being a black-eyed girl from the local woods, but from my personal experience, it is not her. The Four Crosses hosts ghost hunts on a regular basis, one of which I attended a few years ago. We got started on our night with the usual tour of the building. This is before splitting off into smaller groups. About 6 of us were sitting in one of the bedrooms asking the usual, "If there's anyone here, make yourself known," sort of talk. And after a few minutes, the TV came on in the room and lit the whole room up with a static white noise. This obviously shit us all up. After a few seconds, it switched back off again. Upon investigation, we found the TV wasn't even plugged in. Now there's cows. None of us had a logical explanation as to how this had happened. We moved our investigation into the attic of the building. And just a bit more history for you here. The wood beams in the attic were originally beams taken from a ship, so the wood beams are older than the building itself. This was told to us after a couple of people in my group, myself included, said that we felt a bit of motion sickness. Apparently, it was a regular occurrence in that room. So we got out the Ouija board to see if we could contact anybody. And we did. We started talking to this little girl. She was scared, felt alone. She was trying to find her mother. She spelled out her name to us. Emily. Not the woman who's supposed to, meant to be seen crying. We asked if she was buried in the cemetery across the road. She said yeah. Few people went over to the cemetery and actually found the grave of the little girl named Emily. Throughout the night, we conducted a number of investigations where we heard whispers and creaks and odd noises. As we came to the end of the night, we placed a torch on the table. We asked Emily to turn it on, to which it lit up extremely bright. This was actually caught on video, to see if I can find it. Everyone seems to have a story about the Four Crosses. It's extremely haunted. One of the most active ghost hunts I've been on. It's close to the local woods, but people are unsure if they're connected. I'm questioning whether I made the right choice. I asked that quote-unquote thing that's been in my house for 17 years to show himself tonight. I'm questioning whether I made the correct choice. For context, my parents bought land when I was little. They built the house from the ground up. I moved there when the building was finished, and I'm the first owner that lives here with my parents. The weird things started from the beginning. The first weird thing was that I started hearing my mom or my grandmother calling my name. When I asked them why did they call me, they said that they haven't called me. The second thing was when I was alone. I sometimes heard knocking from my front door. There would be no one there, and me being the child, I would open it, look around to see who it was. The third thing was that I started getting nightmares constantly. So I started sleeping in my parents' room. The fourth thing was that I started getting chills randomly. All of those things started slowly going away as I got older. It then came back harder some years ago. Started waking up in the middle of the night. I would be sweating profusely, even in the winter where it gets to -10 to -20 degrees cold. And I started getting anxious when I was home alone, or when it was nighttime. The banging started again, but this time it was on the walls too. We even started hearing them in the sauna, the washing room. My parents thought that it was mice or some rodents. I started hearing shuffling and creaking, even in the day. But the 2 years now have been unbearable. I've started seeing things in the corner of my eye when I would move around the house in the day. But when I look back, I won't see nothing unusual. I started noticing that some doors would be slightly opened, even though no one's gone there that day, such as the sauna and the bathroom. It even started happening with my closet. These all could be a coincidence, right? But I can't explain or rationalize these next events. I woke up one morning at 2 or 3 a.m., up with a sweat, like usual, but this time I couldn't go to sleep even though I was sleepy. I started getting anxious and scared for no reason, and I noticed that there was no sound outside. Usually at this time of year, the middle of summer, I would hear some birds or crickets, but I didn't. I didn't hear anything except a light scratching sound. I was at the second floor with my window fully open. So I laid there until 6 a.m. I went to the gym with my dad. The second thing was that I live alone with my dad this September. We were upstairs playing on our computer when suddenly I heard our front door open and someone walking around. My dad heard it too. He went to check it out because usually when my mother comes home, she always says hello. We both went down and looked over at the house to find no one. The third one was 2 days ago. I was going to bed at 1 a.m. and I was tucking myself in. I pulled my legs up to let the blanket go down around my legs. I started doing that as a child. I felt someone holding on to the right corner of my blanket, not letting go. I panicked, looked at my right side to see nothing. That bed is 2 meters by 1.6 meters, and the blanket is 1.7 meters by 1.4. So like I said, I asked that thing to show himself today, so that I know if it's all a coincidence or not. But I'm starting to doubt myself because after I said that, my heart randomly dropped. I don't know the reason. An angel and a tall man. To start this story off, I've moved a lot, and this story talks maybe about 2 and a little third one of my ghost experiences. I was about 4 when this happened, so I can't remember much about it, but my parents have told me that we lived in a 2-story house in the woods. There weren't many other people around us, but we still had some neighbors. By now, that place is filled with houses. My mother's told me that I used to play a lot with a ghost called Kayeti or something like that. Me and my sisters, 3 years younger than me, were the only people that saw her. My mother remembers me talking about a pretty average height white ghost who had a white dress that was almost to the ground. As I said, I don't remember much about it, but I do remember after a while that we went to a graveyard. And as usual, Katie came with us. But when we started leaving, my mother asked, "Won't you wait for Katie?" And I'd answered. She told me that she's going to stay here for now, and I never saw her again. The next story starts when I was about 6 or 7, maybe 8. I lived in a small apartment on the first floor. There was only one bedroom which was filled with stuff, so me and my family all slept in the living room on the sofa. It opens up into a bed. I was the one sleeping next to a wall, and on the other side of the wall was the kitchen. So pretty much every night I slept there, I got a nightmare, and I always woke up at 3 a.m., and then I would go to sleep later on. In the nightmares, there was a tall man, I would say about 190, like 6'2". They would always want to trap me or hurt me. The one I remember exactly is where me and my grandma were in the house and it was pouring rain. Suddenly I remembered that we'd left our shoes outside. When I opened the door to grab them, there he was, a tall, completely black creature. It looked like a person's shadow. Randomly, there was a trash can next to the door, and he put me in there and locked me inside it. At that point, it was 3 a.m., so I woke up. Once my mother tried sleeping on that spot, she also had a nightmare and woke up at 3 a.m. But exactly before we were about to move away, I fell asleep. And in the dream, I kind of woke up and like a ninja jumped out of the bed ready to fight. But as I was searching for him, I saw someone walking out of the kitchen. The kitchen light was randomly on. It was a tall man with a long beard and long hair. Turns out he wanted a friend to play with. In the dream, we agreed to meet up some other time and spend some, time together. But I never saw him again. Later, when I was talking to my mother about it, she told me that, there was a ghost portal on that apartment, and also was on the 2nd or 3rd floor. Can't remember exactly. Also forgot to mention that we saw many things get lost in there. Like I would throw a ball on the top of the wardrobe, and when I'd come to look for it, it just didn't exist anymore. Since then, I've always believed in ghosts, and the only appearance of a ghost I've had after that has been my current apartment. I was doing some editing behind my desk, and I decided to put both of my headphones on. I usually only have one. But when I did, I heard a loud bang exactly behind my back, and when I turned to look, there was not a single thing that had fallen or broken. Also, my neighbors dropping something makes a completely different sound. I've never heard or seen that ghost afterwards. I don't disturb them, and they don't disturb me. When I was talking to my mother about ghosts, she told me that once in this apartment, she almost fell asleep on a sofa in the living room while watching TV. Something had shooken her up, but she was all alone in there. And after that, she had a feeling like someone's watching her when she's watching TV, which doesn't happen to me. I fucked up. A Ouija board experience. Last night, my 2 friends and I got out a Ouija board. We wanted to talk to a ghost that's lived in our hall for a while. Weird shit is always happening. People hearing their names being whispered in the middle of the night. Bathroom stalls being locked by themselves. People waking up at 3 a.m., literally feeling like someone was sitting on their chests. Like the weirdest things. So we decide to talk to this ghost we randomly named as Dolores. We read all of the rules and started asking if she was with us. After a couple of minutes, the planchette moved to yes. But right before we asked her a question, it immediately said goodbye. We gave it some time, and then we did it again. I know I did this to myself. When she told us that she was with us, we asked what her name was. Spelled out something along the lines of VOPF. VOPF. But it wasn't anything we could understand. The energy from the board was really bad, so I asked if she was upset about something. When I asked what it was, she went to S followed by U. My friend asked if she was going to say suicide, and it went to yes. Obviously, it shocked us all. So when we were telling her how sorry we were, it spelled out SOS. I asked if there was anything we could do to get her closure. It said yes. But when we asked what we could do, spelling out gibberish again. We started over and over and asked again. It spelt KWS. My friend asked if she meant to say KYS, and it tried to move quickly to yes. I didn't want it to say yes, so I forced it over to goodbye. But I'm not kidding when I said that planchette was literally moving against me when I flipped it. We stopped, did some research to see if we could figure out if somebody had killed themselves in our hall, in our dorm, or something. But all we could find was a girl that killed herself in May. And I'll call her Allison for privacy. So we started again. Once she signals to us that she's with us, we ask if it's Allison. It says yes. We ask the year too to be safe. And after it says 2019, I asked if she had once lived in that dorm. And that's why she was with us. It said no. So I asked if it was her doing all the weird shit all semester. It said yes. So my dumbass felt comfortable with the fact that I thought we all knew who it was. So I asked what we could do to help her, get her closure. The planchette started, which I did not know at the time. It was doing figure 8. It would start at B, swivel to the UVWXY part, then go back to the B. We were so focused on what it was spelling, we didn't notice the shape it was drawing. Since repeating letters is a horrible sign, we said goodbye, didn't contact it again. I may be overthinking the whole thing, but I know that 1, none of us were moving the board. 2, energy coming from it was really bad. And 3, we have no idea who we talked to last night. If you read this far, I'd really like to hear what you think of this. What could I do? And will I keep this updated in case anything's happened? Also, I know I definitely did a lot of things I shouldn't have. So let's move past my mistakes and see what I can do now. The Southern Baptist Haunting. I was raised and live in a portion of Tennessee, and it's still relatively rural by an old farming family, of who 99% of the family was Southern Baptist, and all attending the same church. They had for generations. This was a multi-room, picturesque white church smack on a bend of a road miles away from anything other than farms and sporadic houses. The church has occupied that property for 150 years now, and that building had burnt down once around 130 years previously. My mother was not religious and didn't go, so my aunt and uncle were determined to make me into a good little Southern Christian. Clearly didn't work, but I digress. My aunt was the kitchen lady, in charge of dinners and breakfasts, that sort of thing. So more often than not, my uncle would drop us off with supplies to cook and prepare the dining room extremely early on Sunday mornings. We would be having a meal after service. I'm talking 5 to 6 a.m. early. He'd unlock the side door, take the key with him, and leave to get a few more hours of sleep while we worked. My first experience was around 8 years old, and it happened when my aunt told me to go turn on the lights in the building and unlock the doors for the other congregation to start coming in. The dining room's connected to the rest of the church by a long hallway. It had 2 Sunday school rooms, 2 bathrooms, and 2 entries into the back of the main worship room. It was like an H-junction, with a tiny library and storage room on the left entry, and a set of stairs to the, baptismal on the right entry. The light for the baptismal was like up a small series of stairs. To get inside the pool itself, you'd have to climb 2 of those steps and reach around for the light switch. Felt like a hand grabbed my own. Like anyone would. I freaked out. Fell backwards off those stairs and booked it back to the kitchen where I was chastised. Whooped. For making up a story, I tried to explain the scream and running. That church would try to put in security systems and whatnot, but they never worked right, and every security company would refuse to work with them after a while due to electrical issues. As time went on, I had quite a few more experiences in that building, and now as an adult of 27, around that property as well. A shadow figure, roughly 7 feet tall, staring me down in a hallway one night after helping clean up from a wedding when I was 10. I would see that figure quite a few more times before I stopped attending. Hair pulled repeatedly through that hallway at various ages till I chopped it off completely at 15. A face of an angry old and wrinkled man staring at myself and 3 more girls from the baptismal pool itself. All 3 promptly never walked in the connecting area again. I had doors slammed from various parts of the building, most often the double doors connecting the vestibule to the main worship room. Saw bright red orb-like lights swinging around in the hallway and windows. I've since seen those lights in the fields around the church when driving home at night in the bushes around 10ish. I heard murmuring often enough that I had to tune it out until somebody else would ask if I heard someone talking. Constantly felt like I was being watched by someone who would love to throttle me. Felt breathing on my neck practically every time I set foot in there. That church was abandoned a few years ago because of some drama that caused the place to shut down. They've tried to sell the building, but nobody ever wants it for as long as, pack up and leave with no warning whatsoever. I feel like whatever's in there is happiest when left alone, and I'm grateful I don't have to deal with that mess anymore. The town is just as haunted as the woods. Part 1. I live in a very small town, right on the edge of a very popular wooded area that attracts a number of paranormal investigators every year. There's been multiple stories of weird things that go on in those woods. Black-eyed girl, pigman, cult activity, weird cemeteries, alien sightings. Most of the locals have witnessed something weird go on in those woods, which has widely been reported. But I wanted to talk about a few experiences I've had from living in the town first. I'll start with the experiences from my parents' house. So my town is an ex-miner community. Most of the town is now built on top of old mines, including my parents' house. My parents' house is, in my opinion, 100% haunted. There's certain parts of the house I won't go into on my own. So let's start from the beginning. We moved into this house back in '99. Little things would happen, like things would go missing and turn up in weird places, but nothing major. But things started to pick up over time. One night my dad, who used to believe there was no such thing as ghosts, he was up late doing paperwork, He heard footsteps on the stairs, thought it was my mom coming down. After they reached the hallway, they stopped. He thought this was a bit odd and was about to get up to see what was going on. That was when his glass of wine slid across the entire dining room table and smashed up against the wall. Another experience my dad had was when he fell asleep on the sofa and said that he was thrown, quote-unquote, across the room. And on top of that, he heard a man's voice tell him to go to bed. Personal experience that I've had in that house include seeing an apparition of some old-style boots walk behind me in the mirror, footsteps and voices heard in the hallway and dining room at night. The whole family's seen things move across tables and the fireplace. The things that creeped me out the most is that we've all seen the face of a man appear in the living room window. The front of my parents' house is a very long driveway, so we know it's not just somebody walking past. We've all seen it, including visitors to our house, and everyone has described it in the same way. The one experience that sticks with me the most is the time I was washing the dishes in the kitchen. It was pitch black outside, but all the kitchen lights were on, and you could see into the hallway. I saw the reflection of what I thought was my dad walking past me. I even felt somebody walk past behind me. Carried on walking into the next room, which is a downstairs toilet. I started talking to him and thought it was a bit rude that he didn't answer me. I then walked into the living room to find my dad sitting there. I asked him why he didn't answer me, and his response was that he hadn't moved from the living room all night. But I know I saw a man walk past me. The room that creeps everyone out, the dining room. This room is an extension onto the house, and there's an archway connecting to the next room. There's something about this room and that archway that unsettles everyone. This is where a lot of the apparition activity has been spotted, including shadows, footsteps, and just a general unsettling feeling. I've always experienced someone tapping on the window from the outside of the dining room while I was home alone. The outside of the window is the garden, which is only accessible through the back door of the house. There's so many experiences that I want to talk about, which happened in my hometown. I feel like this could be a few parts. I just want to point out that I've been on a few local ghost hunts, and have met a few mediums. They've all said I'm a sensitive, which is apparently someone who isn't psychic, but is apparently able to see and hear more than the average person, which honestly would explain a lot, because I witnessed a lot of weird things. Little boy in nursing home. I work at a nursing home in Corpus Christi, Texas. It's a higher-end one, and it's probably the most expensive one around. I started working here almost a year ago. Since I've started here, I've heard many stories about the little boy. Residents, mostly on one side of the building, they report having interactions with the little boy. The problem is, this little boy, to the best of our knowledge, is a ghost. At first, I don't believe the stories. I believe in ghosts, but don't usually automatically believe every ghost story I've ever been told. The stories I heard were always the same. The kid shows up and is loud. Sometimes there's a girl with him. Sometimes there's a mom involved. But his dad's never around. And sometimes the mom abandons him. My girlfriend who worked here before me said that a resident said that, well, she was adopting the little boy because his dad was dead and his mother was terrible to him. The stories were all similar and creepy, but I still was skeptical. My first direct interaction with the boy was when a resident of ours broke his hip. We were changing him after he had his first BM, and he's in pain. He says, fix this, fix that, just generally making complaints. I say, okay, sir, we'll get on it after we're done helping you. He replies, and can you do something about those damn kids? My freaked out because this man had never been told the stories and was a retired PhD holding professor. He was far from the type to tell ghost stories. And when I probed, he said that they came into his room at night and are loud and leave a mess. This, mind you, is the exact hall that all of the reported activity occurs. My next interaction was a couple of weeks later. I was sitting down that hall with my coworker. I had wheeled our resident to the window down a hall to get some light. She was mostly nonverbal, but that day she spoke. She said, "That poor boy." When I asked her to explain, she says, "I'm going to take care of him. Your heart has to go out to him. Dad's dead and his mother doesn't want him." At this point, I should let you know that every time this kid was spotted, deaths started to happen. It wasn't always the people who saw the kid, but if someone did see him, I knew 3 people were about to pass away. If you've worked in this kind of facility, you know that death comes in threes saying is scarily accurate. I've come to the conclusion that I think this kid is actually death. Quite literal Grim Reaper death. I think he shows up as a kid to not scare the residents, and think his story is to make them trust him. I just got into work at 3, and it's 4:28 as I write this. I had another interaction with him around 3:30. My favorite resident moved from one end of the building to the side with the ghost activity. She's sweet and a retired elementary school teacher. She's never suffered from any kind of dementia or anything like that, and, well, I'm walking laundry down that hallway and I hear a yell. I rush in and she's standing without her walker. Sometimes I didn't even know that she could. She was wobbly and yelling to get her wheelchair. She said that little boy was standing there watching me fall and wouldn't hand me my chair. After she calmed down, I asked her to describe the boy. She said he could have passed as either Anglo or Hispanic. He had beautiful skin, but had dark circles around his eyes. His sister was with him. I heard his mother yelling for him to come back after he walked in. I was literally in the room with him, mildly freaked. I'm now just waiting to find out who's going to pass away. The town is just as haunted as the woods. Part 5. Castle Ring. As I edge ever so closer to talking about the infamous woods, I thought I'd talk about one of the oldest locations in the town, which lies just on the edge of Chase Castle Ring. Castle Ring was originally thought to be back in the Iron Age. Although there's no defined date, the area is believed to be over 2,000 years old. Unfortunately, only the perimeter groundwork is there today. During the 12th or 13th century, a hunting lodge was built, the foundations of which are still visible. Rich in history, this small hill fort has a lot of stories behind it, from UFOs to werewolf sightings to the spirit of a nun, and always my own personal experiences of the place. So let's get into it. Back in 2004, a local was driving past the car park that lies at the bottom of the castle ring. This is when he spotted a hair-covered humanoid figure that crosses the road. Shocked by what he was witnessing, he slowed his car down and attempted to take a photo. He was quoted as saying that it was about 7 feet tall with short, shiny dark brown hair. A large head, had eyes that glowed bright red. The spirit of the nun is often seen near Castle Ring, where the locals would collect water. I was unable to find her backstory. People are unsure if she drowned here, was murdered, or is just somehow connected to the area. The abandoned windmill that lies just up the road from Castle Ring also has a sad backstory. Local folklore suggested that this windmill was built on an old pagan burial ground, which would suggest why it's so active. 2 children also suffocated in the flour silo, who are still reported to be active in the area to this day. The legend tells of a tall black shadow-like figure that was spotted as the children suffocated, which is probably the same shadow humanoid that was seen back in 2004. Earlier this year, while stuck on lockdown, I decided to take the dog for a walk as part of my daily, allowed out once a day for exercise thing. I hadn't been up to Castle Ring for years, so I thought it would make a nice change to my usual walk. It was raining, so I knew hardly anybody would be out. I parked up and noticed my car was the only one there. I didn't think much of it, as this year's been a whole load of weird. I started walking around the perimeter on the allocated path. The path dipped into more of an enclosed wooded area. I started to feel very uneasy. I took out my headphones as something didn't feel right. My eyes started darting left and right as I felt like somebody was watching me. My dog, who loves everyone and everything, started snarling and barking at something in the woods. At this point, I decided to go straight back to the car. I picked up the pace and walked back on myself, just constantly looking around. Out of the corner of my eye, something caught my attention. I snapped my head back around to catch what looked like a black shadow darting behind one of the trees. I ran back to my car and drove as quick as I could away from that area. I now remember why I hadn't been up there in years. The last time I was up there, myself and a couple of friends witnessed strange-looking lights in the sky. The whole area just made me feel uneasy, and even thinking about it gives me chills. I know I'm not the only one to have experienced weird things go on up there. My paranormal experience. I did, and still to some extent, consider myself a skeptic until I saw what I saw about 1.5 years ago. I've never really posted this anywhere. I only relate it to close family and friends. But some recent events have had this experience playing on my mind again recently. I've also been looking at it from a different angle, with some recent realizations. So I'm a 20-year-old woman at this point, and this occurred when I was about 18 years old and living with my 35-year-old older sister. Things were bad at home with my parents, and she had graciously chosen to take me in at the time. I had at that point in time been living there for about 5 months when this occurred. So my sister's house was 2 stories tall with an attic, a relatively new house with a modern build in a newer area of our town. My room was upstairs. One night I walked upstairs at about 9 p.m. after my routine, eating dinner and doing dishes, and I headed to my room to grab my bathrobe for a shower. My sister and her husband both work in the medical field, so their schedules vary at times, and they had been asleep for hours to wake up at 2 or 3 a.m. for a shift. So, it was very dark upstairs. The only light that I would keep on so that I could see where I was going was the living room light. It shone bright white light downstairs, and a dimmer light at the top. But this was all I needed, as my room was about 4 feet to the right of the stairs. So as I said, I walked upstairs to my room doors, which were slightly ajar, stopped dead in my tracks. I saw a man peeking the top half of his torso and his head from behind my bedroom door. I truly thought this was an intruder at first, until I realized his entire silhouette was completely blurry, and his center was just black. As I stopped, almost had the big one. Whatever this thing was darted back behind the door as if I scared it as much as it had scared me. After about 30 seconds of standing completely frozen and trying to process what I had just seen, I went into my room, checked behind the door and under the bed, looked out the window. There was no one to be seen. About a month later, I had another experience. As I said, there was an attic in my sister's house. They didn't use it much at all, Pretty much just put extra boxes up there when they moved in and left it alone. I was doing dishes one day, and I heard what sounded like a jar falling to the floor, which I knew was the attic floor because the second floor was carpeted. Rolling for about 30 seconds before abruptly stopping at the opposite wall. I didn't really make this post for opinions about what I experienced. I would still be open to them if you have anything intuitive to offer. I'm still not sure what it was myself, but I'd like to add that I was doing more spiritual work than I ever had done before while staying at my sister's house. I was meditating daily, doing work with stones, just generally opening myself more to that side of myself because of the troubles I was dealing with at the time. I felt like it helped me as well. I'm not sure why I fell off of that lifestyle. It's something that I'd like to make a habit of again. But do you guys have any input as to whether or not this might have had any effect on my ability to connect with the other side? Would love to hear your thoughts. Edit. I'd also like to add that again, I've been a skeptic for a long time and would still pretty much consider myself one. I believe it's incredibly, naive, you could say, of humans to assume that they can make definitive conclusions about the afterlife, even though it's something that we know nearly nothing about. But I also realize that there are multiple other explanations for what I may or may not have experienced. I'm just looking for an open discussion. True story. About 12 years ago, I moved into my house. It's an upper masonette. It was built around the turn of the century, I think 1910 or thereabouts. When I first moved in, I lived with my brother. We began to notice some strange things. Firstly, windows that we swore would be closed would be wide open. Not that strange. Mistakes can be made, but it happened so often that we decided to do an experiment. We closed and locked every window in the house, then took a bus into town. We spent a few hours shopping and then came home. When we got back, all the windows were unlocked and wide open, and a stack of plates from the kitchen cupboard were on the counter. The phenomena continued. Wet handprints appeared on the ceiling in the kitchen and bathroom. Handprints appeared on the outside of the windows. And not long after, blood started to appear on the floors and walls. It ranged from splashes where it looked like it had been flung to small pools on tables and on the floor. Once my brother's partner's train tickets home that were in his wallet turned up in the living room floor in a small pool of blood. We absolutely could not explain what was happening. A friend of ours who was a nurse at the Royal Victorian Infirmary in Newcastle upon Tyne took a swab of the fluid, confirmed that it was indeed human type A blood. Once when my brother and I were watching television in the living room, we could smell smoke. It took us a long time to discover that the underside of our dining room table was on fire. No flames, but the wood was smoldering, a red-hot ember. We had to turn the table over and cover it with wet cloths before really going to bed. The blood continued to materialize at regular intervals. We also started to discover some purposeful placement. In opening the bathroom cupboard, there would be stacks of jars and bottles of shampoo and cosmetics, balanced so precariously that a touch would cause them to collapse. One morning, I woke up and found every knife from the cutlery drawer in the fridge. By this point, my brother and I had moved out, and we decided to call a priest. Fortunately, he seemed quite disinterested and said he could only offer the same blessing he would bestow on any new home. The phenomena did not stop. In fact, it got more frequent. He sent an email to the Society for Psychical Research. but received no reply. At last, my mother, who's a very devout woman, said she knew of a priest who was mandated to deal with these sorts of things. I contacted him, and funnily enough, when he arrived, I recognized him. He had baptized my friend's eldest daughter, and also said Mass at the school that I attended. He assured me that whatever was happening was not dangerous, and I could not be harmed. He went from room to room with holy water, much as one might imagine. Then he held my hand and sang a prayer which I believe was improvised. Before he left, he stuck a piece of laminated paper above my kitchen door that bears just a series of letters and numbers. I have no idea what they mean. He wouldn't take any money from me. We shook hands and he left. There's never been any activity since then. Not really a thrilling tale, but a true one. Finally had an interesting Ouija experience. I've played with Ouija boards numerous times. I'd played with different friend groups. Nothing interesting happened. We'd either get no response or it'd spell out random things. This past Thanksgiving, a friend came over, and after eating dinner he wanted to give the Ouija board thing a try. Just a quick note about us for background context. My friend is an ex-Mormon who doesn't believe in the paranormal. And although I'm open to the idea of paranormal phenomena, I've yet to personally experience anything that I truly find to be convincing. Before beginning, we set our intentions to speak with positive spirits only, and we agreed not to do anything obnoxious or weird, like making fun of the board or spirits, or asking questions that we shouldn't. When will I die? How will I die? Things like that. To my surprise, the planchette began moving shortly after we asked our first question, and the connection seemed consistent from there. The atmosphere was relaxed and warm. Among an array of questions, we asked questions about the individual we were communicating with. We also asked questions about ourselves that we knew the other person wouldn't know, and the board answered accurately. We were trying to think of some more questions when it started spelling out HELLPME. I know this sounds so cliche. If I ever write horror stories, I'm absolutely using this in the plot. Something I couldn't even think to, even if I tried. The chill environment became a bit eerie following this. We asked with slight apprehension, "How can we help you?" It responded, QUIT. My friend looked genuinely nervous. I felt on edge as well. We agreed to listen to the response, but after we asked a final question, we asked if it could share why it wanted us to quit. The first letters were S and H, and I assumed it was going to tell us to shut up. But instead of going to the U, it ended up spelling SHATAN. My friend looked confused, and I asked her if she knew what the word meant. She said she didn't speak, or at least didn't speak Arabic. I told her it could mean Satan in Arabic and explained that it's a classification of jinn in Islam. If the board meant Satan, as the pitchfork dude, then we both already knew what that would mean. Either way, it wasn't good. We kept up our promise to stop after that question. We made sure to thank the spirit for talking to us. We said goodbye before closing the session. We know about the idea-motor effect, and/or explanations about connecting with the subconscious. But I think it was particularly eerie that 1 started responding as we tried to think of more questions. 2, we both thought the board would spell shut up, but it went to the SH, but instead it spelled out shaitan. All in all, it was an interesting experience, but perhaps superstitiously, I almost feel like it was a warning to not keep messing with the Ouija, provided that it truly was something supernatural, and not the ideomotor stuff. The possible ghost that's been haunting me for 4 years. This haunting or unexplained experience has been happening to me for 4, almost 5 years, really. In May, I'm a 19-year-old and almost 20 years old. I'm a young woman living in the PWN. It started with one of my old houses when I was around 15 years old. Please bear with me, I'm pretty new to Reddit. It was the summer of 2015. I was about to move out of the city and into the mountains with my mom. It was late at night and I was getting ready for bed. The condo we live in, well, it would make me in particular feel very unsafe at night. Specifically the downstairs, which is where the 2 bedrooms were. I'd almost always have these vivid night terrors. In my night terrors, I'd be visited by a shadow man dressed in all black, would slowly chase me around the woods or my house. He'd eventually kill me in these very unpleasant and painful ways. He would almost always come out of this small room behind the washer and dryer in the hallway. That room scared me shitless. It was a small deck cement room under the stairs. I had no idea what it was there for or why. I was sad that we were moving, but I was glad that we were getting the fuck out. I decided to sleep on the couch on my last night in my old house, mainly because my bed was already in a moving truck. I remember putting my pajamas on and heading upstairs with the worst feeling that someone was right behind me. I ran up the stairs, flopped onto the couch, and wrapped the semi-see-through sheet over my body. It almost felt like my heart was about to beat out of my chest. I was petrified. I heard soft and slow footsteps make their way to me. I remember crying and trying to convince myself it was my dog. And shortly after, I saw a handprint push into the sheet cocoon I'd wrapped myself in. I remember telling it to go away, closing my eyes and continuing to cry until I passed out. Still to this day, weird things happen in my home. I've seen the same shadow apparition of a tall man, like 6'7", in what looks to be a Western-style hat, with what kinda looks like a duster. He'd stand and walk outside my room in the hallway and whistle eerily and off-key. I've even once had 2 friends who I was FaceTiming. This was in 2017. I heard the apparition and shadow man walk around my hallway whistling. Sometimes he would even mess with my electricity or electronics. Hell, I had 2 perfectly working iPhones. Suddenly they would start acting crazy and eventually end up breaking. One of which I had a 15-second video where I caught the whistling outside my window. I even remember frantically sending it to one of my friends who I'd previously told about the haunting and weird experiences. Sometimes I'd also hear scratching in my walls. Yet there's no room for anyone. There's no rodents either. Recently I've gotten Wicca, so I've been burning protective herbs and incense and such. Thankfully the activity has since significantly died down. But every so often, I still hear whistling in the woods in my front yard, or right outside my window. Even my mom and my animals hear it. I'm not quite sure what this is, a spirit, a demon. If I'm being completely transparent, I got into the occult when I was young, around 12 to be specific. But I didn't know what I was really getting into. My house is haunted and is getting worse every day. I will be telling these stories like I would if I write it in a diary. It all started in summer of 2010 when I was 5. My family moved to a rather big city in Switzerland. We live in a block building which was built in 2007, so it was fairly new at the time. Ever since I moved into there, I've been experiencing a lot of activity in my home, which is strange as it was just constructed 2011 to 2014. Every now and then, me and my brother were seeing orbs floating around and transparent people staring at us. I was able to take a picture, which I'm unable to upload as the file's like on a 7-year-old hard drive, which I accidentally dropped, but I try to explain it. It was a picture of a doorway in my home. The door was open, and in the doorway there was someone, a completely white person. No face, no eyes, nothing, just a white flash in the shape of a person. Keep in mind, I didn't use the flash function for the picture. There was a second picture even more scary. I was 7, really bored. My grandma just picked me up from school in her blue Mazda 3. For no reason, took out my 20FR, $24, MP3 player, which was, had a shitty camera, made a photo of the huge underground garage that we were in. And there was it. At around 7 foot tall, a completely black person. Again, no face or anything except for, eyes. It was standing right in front of my grandma and staring down at her. 2015 to 2018. Me and my brother were seeing a lot of ghosts in the reflection of our windows, especially when studying. But in this time period, nothing more happened. Activities became so rare that I thought the ghosts were gone. 2020 to now. I've been hearing a lot of strange sounds coming from my room. Something even growled at me while I was playing Minecraft on single player. I didn't have my headphone on, so I was trying to listen to my brother who just got called by a call center scammer. And then right behind me, a growl like a werewolf. Still one of the loudest sounds I've ever heard. But I was the only one who heard this. The day before yesterday, 1:15 a.m., midnight. As I'm only 15 years old, I live with my parents, just like any other 15-year-old. So that night I had to take a massive dump. Important note, there's a hallway connecting the kitchen and the bathroom. So, as I just finished taking a dump and washing my hands, my brother, 16 years old, comes bursting into the bathroom and locks the door. He said that he heard a door opening and locked us in so we don't get grounded for staying up so long. But it wasn't my mom, not my grandparents, who live with us, by the way. It was something unexplainable. So 20 minutes have passed. We're still locked in, and I can hear rustling like someone searching my jackets hanging in the same hallway as the bathroom. 30 minutes have passed. I hear footsteps and I'm freaking out. 34 minutes. My brother just unlocked the door and we're trying to make a run for it. Since then, every night I hear footsteps coming from the same room. I need an explanation of what's going on in here. Can't get any sleep from hearing footsteps in the hallway and kitchen. They just walked into the door and disappeared. My parents were both born in Poland, but they met and had children in Canada. My mom's house was out in the farmlands, but my dad's house was in a small town with a huge amount of history, Sandomierz. The house he grew up in was a small house to begin with, but throughout had so many additions that it now resembles a small mansion. The house is also very poorly insulated, so the stairwell, the basement, the attic, and all the hallways were usually freezing cold in the winter. Only the bedrooms have a radiator in them to maintain heat. The house has 3 main floors that are often used, and an attic with a fireplace in it. An attic? Anyway, it really is a beautiful house. I always visit it in the summertime, and my sister and I slept on the top floor, just below the attic, which was empty during the summer, since my grandparents rented the floor out to students during the school months. I usually spent my summers there with my sister, but with her own schooling getting more demanding with age, we tended to stop visiting as often, spent our summers in Canada. I signed up for a teaching retreat when I was 18, which would give me all of my required volunteer hours for high school. I took an extra year of high school. I would get to go to Poland to teach English to students in Krakow. I would spend 1 week in my dad's hometown visiting my grandparents, then drive out to Krakow the next day the retreat started. So I was given the top floor to sleep in, alone, in a very big, cold house. You may remember how I mentioned I have a friendly and lonely presence following me around. Well, I was there and I didn't feel them. I felt strangely alone, or being watched in a cold way. The day of the retreat, I woke up and showered. Then after putting my clothes on, I turned the open door. This bathroom door is one of those fogged glass windows at eye level. You can't see anything really other than shapes and shadows through it. You know the kind. I reach for the handle, and before I get a hold of it, I see a tall figure approach quickly. Not taking steps, but just getting closer without bobbing up and down. It's an old house, so I wouldn't be able to hear footsteps. I didn't. Then the door rattles with a loud bang and the figure's gone. Now this happened really fast, all within the second of me grabbing for the handle and looking up through the window when I saw the figure. I thought maybe my dad's fucking with me. We usually play stupid pranks on each other, so I opened the door quickly, ready to catch him. Nothing. Nobody. Not even footsteps running away. Just a really weird feeling of confidence in the air. Not my confidence. Still trying to find a rational explanation for this, I walk over to the stairwell thinking, maybe he's just that fast. And I hear him mid-conversation with my 90-year-old grandparents. All the other people in the house in the middle of the, heated conversation. Most Polish conversations are, by the way. Starting to feel like my brain was short-circuiting because this just didn't make sense. I ran through all the rooms, checking every curtain, window, closet. Maybe somebody broke in. Maybe a bird flew through the window and into the house, even though the windows were closed and it was clearly human in shape. Anything to not believe it, because it really just felt unfamiliar and sinister. I later learned from the neighborhood that the entire neighborhood was built on top of a very old and demolished graveyard. Ask Reddit. This was actually fairly recently. I was home alone, house sitting. Family was on vacation. I'd had the music turned up. It was exceedingly loud. Bass was shaking the windows. I sort of get paranoid while I'm on my own in large houses. My dad's house isn't mansion-sized by any means, but it is rather sprawled out, and it had more than enough space, even when he's here with whatever guests and extended family. So what I usually do is lock up completely, and then I barricade all the windows and non-essential routes through the house. Strategic furniture fort. Bedroom toilet, toilet kitchen, toilet laundry room. This is in the event that I need to leave the house. I go out my second-story window. Anyway, so the bass is thumping away and I've come off some long gaming streak. I'm sort of zombie-moded and sleep-deprived. I start to hear this offbeat thumping downstairs. Irregular, heavy footsteps moving rapidly. What the shit? I I slowly lower the volume so as to not give away that whoever's on the second floor totally just got spooked by whoever's on the first floor. Yep, it's not really noticeable now. It's also like 1 a.m. and it's dark out. I'm totally getting scared now. And then suddenly, the noise stops. Oh man, what do? What if they're like right outside my room right now and I can't hear them because the music's too loud? So I immediately mute it and freeze. Dead silence for about 5 minutes. I pull out my bat, shove my taser in my pocket, and head downstairs. Everything's still barricaded off. Just as I'm coming out of the kitchen, something dark flashes across my peripheral vision, but soundless. I turn the corner and peer into the living room. It's mostly dark. It's 1 a.m. The only light is coming from the hall light behind me and the fluorescent array in the kitchen. And then, all of a sudden, there's this loud-ass scrambling noise, like kids stomp running down a hallway, but right in front of me. Something pure black, like a moving shadow, which by all rights should be totally weightless, about the size of a fat raccoon. It shot underneath the couch, behind one of the armchairs. It's this fat, wooden leather armchair right in the darkest corner. Can't see anything back there. Even in daylight, there's usually poor visibility. And then the curtains rustled. Perhaps they meant curtains. The radiators under them creaked, like under stress of some phantom weight, and there was this distinct curtain sound, like they were being yanked on by something behind them. The front curtains are on these metal rail things. At this point, I'm completely scared shitless. I shift my bout in front of me and flip on the living room lights. As soon as I do, something fucking shoots out from behind the curtains before it can react, runs up the wall, and goes through the opening screen outside. 1. The screen window was shut tight. There's a removable screen in the front window which cranks open. It has a solid lock and, clutch system. You physically need to remove the screen entirely in order to open the window. The window and screen were both shut tightly. No signs of any disturbance on the ground. No animal or human footprints, residues, or tears in the curtains, scratches on the walls or furniture left behind. And 3, very audible noise. Ouija board experience aftermath. 4 years ago, give or take, me and 2 cousins played the Ouija board for the first time. We tried to play with cameras and audio recording. We asked 2 or 3 questions. No answer. No movement. But when I asked, "Do you not want to play because you're being recorded?" And it moves to yes. Creepy as it was, I suggested that, let's end the game, put all this stuff away, and try again. This is when shit got really weird. I don't want to make this too long, just a summary basically of what happened, and what information we learned from who we were talking to. This person was not dead. Apparently, she's still alive and communicating with us from her dimension. She said that she's from 6th, and she was 12, but in her world, it's much older than we are. The name, I can't remember it almost spelled out just random letters. My cousins fucked up by asking religious things, which, from I heard, is a no-no. Answers we were getting were starting to get strange. I decided that we should end the game. Years passed, and I've never played it since. But I recently learned that they played it a couple of times after. Long story short, one of my cousins told me recently he's been seeing a tall shadow who he describes looks like it's wearing a hoodie or a cloak. Not just him, but 2 other people who have never played have seen it. Also, he claims to hear like a goat sound near the house. but no one would be there. His girlfriend heard it as well. He said he can't sleep sometimes and feels a very, a not strong, but powerful presence. Something that's letting him know that it's watching him. He had a dog who was dying, and he was grabbing his head and praying. And all of a sudden, under the house, a bunch of frogs started making sound like crazy. If something caused them to do that, and he was praying, what was it? My other cousin, to be honest, hasn't really seen anything. It's just really one of us that's seeing and experiencing shit with his family members. I used to live with him, but it's been a year. I moved out. And in the room I was staying is where one of my cousins who didn't play has seen this shadow too. I honestly just have a really crazy dream sometimes, and very frequently, but it's pretty much really it. Any questions, feel free to ask. I'll do my best to remember, and I know I couldn't explain and write every single detail. Some of it I don't really remember. Also, something to point out is we are, 100,000%. None of us made this shit up. We had our hands in a position where we can see our veins if someone's, making a force or trying to make it move. We would all know, and watching each other as this was happening, this shit felt like it was being moved by something else. Felt the fucking chills while this was happening. Not to mention, we swore on anything that we didn't do it. Anyways, that's all. Thank you for your time. I also do want to say I don't really believe that a girl or a woman we were talking to, for all we know, was something that was trying to fool us and make time to leave this game open. Oh yeah, and we lived right beside a cemetery where it was played the first time, so that's the cherry on top of all of this. Can anyone explain what just happened to us? My friend and I were out in Oregon. We had 3 strange encounters that we fear are connected. I was wondering if any of this fits with other stories or legends in the area. We were out near Tillamook, camping in the woods beside a beach. It was dusk, and we were walking down the shore. We came across a dead sea lion. Its face had been ripped off. We thought it was strange, but thought it might just be a gruesome orca kill. The body was otherwise intact, except for 3 perfectly circular wounds along its side. Crows were eating the other dead things on the beach, but nothing was touching this sea lion, not even bugs. Bright red muscle was coming out of one of the wounds, so we thought it must be fresh. My friend and I like bones, so we wrenched a few loose vertebrae out and took it back to camp. That night, my friend felt called back to the faceless sea lion. We walked along the beach, looking at the stars, but he kept wanting to go find it. Freaked me out, so I said I wouldn't go with him. He decided not to even go. In the middle of the night from our tent, we were awoken by a truly bizarre sound. A snarl, something like a wolverine. Then a distinct squeal. It circled our tent, making one sound and then the other, over and over. We stayed still. My friend felt called to unzip the tent and look at it. He told me later, but stopped himself, wanting to make no sounds. I whispered that I had no concept of what it could be. It sounded like 2 animals, but moved as one. In the morning, there was no blood or feathers or fur on the ground to show an animal attacking another. We swore it sounded like one animal oscillating back and forth between snarling like a rabid dog and a squealing pig. We threw the vertebrae back in the ocean, wanting to appease whatever we might have unsettled. A little further away the next day, my friend and I snuck into a closed lava tube cave. We went late in the day. It was raining, We saw no one else in the surrounding woods or in the cave. About a mile in, we both heard a woman laughing. It was kind of a neutral laugh. Then came a garble of human voices. It was coming from behind us. We had stopped a few times to sit in the dark, so we thought if there was someone behind us, they would have caught up to us. We were too far below to hear anything from above. We were in the cave for about an hour longer. Didn't hear or see anyone again after that. We left Oregon the next day. I'm not sure these are all related or if they mean anything, but they shook us to our core, and it felt maybe like something was following us. Any ideas would be extremely appreciated. I'm going back in my head now to when I was about 12 and I was obsessed with Animal Planet, and I will tell you that if you saw perfectly circular bite marks, whether it be on a whale or a sea lion, there's something called cookie cutter sharks. They have sort of a circular mouth and they attach and they sort of cut a perfect circle incision into whatever it is it's eating. So there's your answer. Wasn't expecting me to have it, but there you go. I've always been a skeptic, but my boyfriend made me doubt myself after a few weird experiences. I'm 21, and until now, I've never really believed in paranormal stuff. I always tried to find a logical explanation for everything. I met my boyfriend about 4 months ago. He told me that he can sometimes see dead people. Thought he was joking and trying to freak me out, but he was dead serious. And I don't see why he would lie to me about stuff like that. Also, a few things that have happened. They really made me doubt myself. First off, I used to think I've never seen dead people. When I was a kid, I saw a dark figure standing in a doorway at my parents' place once. I'll tell more about the doorway later, but I can't remember if it was a nightmare or not. I also saw a lot of nightmares about a small girl living in our storage room. My parents' house is well over 400 years old. I still sometimes get the feeling that someone's following me when I'm visiting my parents, but I used to just think it was anxiety. I hadn't told anyone this, my boyfriend, when we went to his parents, but when I showed him the house, he seemed uncomfortable in some of the rooms, kept staring at what seemed like emptiness. He asked if people had died in that house. I told him that probably many people had died there because it was just such an old house, but I only knew of one. At that point, I didn't know I didn't know that he could see dead people, let's just make it frank. He also was really uneasy when he met my grandpa and seemed a bit odd. I thought he was just nervous. The next night was the one when he told me about his ability to see dead people. He told me about seeing people sitting on chairs. He also told me about seeing an old man that looked a lot like my grandpa, and that's why he was uneasy with him. Because at first, he wasn't sure if my grandma or grandpa was alive, or if he was a dead one. I showed him a picture of my great-grandpa who looked exactly like my grandpa, and he said that he was the man that he saw. He also described seeing a fat man dressed in early 1900s clothing, wearing glasses. I showed him a picture of a man who owned the house before my family, and the boyfriend confirmed that it was him. Then he told about the presence of the doorway, the same doorway I saw in the nightmare. He didn't know anything about that yet. He said he couldn't see anything, but he said it felt like he walked through something freezing cold. I went to go get a fan from storage. It was really warm in my room. He stayed at the door and noped off, told me that something had grabbed and brushed his foot. Now, this was the same room I used to see nightmares about too when I was a kid. It just freaks me out because he has no way of knowing about my nightmares or what the people living there used to look like. I'd like to hear more about stuff like this, but I just don't want to ask him too much. Maybe because he's had a really bad experience with dead people. Is there an easy way of approaching him about it? Also, these aren't the only weird things that have happened after I met him. These are just the ones that made me doubt my thoughts. I grew up in a haunted house. My new apartment is even more haunted. I grew up in a home for 21 years. It was pretty haunted. Many unexplainable phenomena, such as footsteps from something other than a living, phantom smells, objects being thrown, items disappearing completely. They were never found, even after gutting the place before moving. I've always been sensitive to the paranormal since I was a little girl. I even truly believe I've had evil entities enter my dreams. I had a truly evil and disturbingly gory one when I was only 7 years old. This is before I was even allowed to be influenced with such things like violent movies and TV. Well, a couple of years ago, I moved to a basement apartment complex. If you follow paranormal stuff, you'll know basements are notorious for activity. Since I moved here, I've had poltergeist activity. I've seen with my own eyes one, and I've been woken up to an unknown female voice saying, "Hey," directly in my ear. So clear it sounded like it was a living person. It even caused a breeze on my face from the breath behind the voice. I've also seen orbs with both my eyes and with my phone camera. My cat's seen at the same time as well these things. My bedroom door has been knocked on more than one occasion, woke me up from the sleep. I had another dream recently after moving here, and I believe it was paranormal. It was not myself in the dream. I was not even the same ethnicity or age as myself, and it was beyond vivid. I experienced this person's death at the end of a handgun. I'm living in a very bad neighborhood at the moment, so that kind of death is not uncommon here. Only a week ago, I was physically, or what felt like, burned, and it left a mark that stayed for hours. I've also smelled not only unfamiliar perfume here, but also a rotten egg smell, which was not an odor encountered at my last place of residence. Sometimes I wake up with pretty bad bruises that were not there when I went to sleep. Last year I almost drowned, and since then, my sensitivity to the paranormal I've noticed is stronger than ever. Almost I feel like it's bordering on me being a medium. I should also add, while I live here, a person died on the property in the parking lot outside my unit. That's just one death that I know of, and that I don't know if there were others before I moved in. Honestly, though, I'm feeling the presence of several spirits. Every night it feels like dozens of eyes are on me. The point of this post is really kind of at the end of my rope. I can't sleep at night because being afraid of these spirits waking me up or entering my dreams and giving me nightmares or harming me while I'm sleeping. I'm new to Reddit, sort of. Maybe somebody can direct me to a sub for people that are paranormally sensitive or mediums, so I can connect with people who are the same. Also, any advice on how I can spiritually protect myself from the evil here? I've tried Christian prayer. It's not worked. Do I have a strong intuition, or am I psychic? This all started when I was young. I woke up one morning on a school day, instantly knew that something bad happened. My parents hadn't woken me up for school. I went into the kitchen. My mother told me what happened to my grandma. She was found dead inside her home. I was too young to understand what happened to her, but I knew it wasn't a good one. I visited Colorado. I did this with my childhood best friend when we were in elementary school. This was back in 2008. We visited the famous Stanley Hotel. This was the hotel that was the inspiration for The Shining. While touring the hotel, I entered a room on one of the upper levels. The door windows blew open and the door slammed shut. An adult male that was with me ran out screaming. This same childhood friend lived in an old house. It was once a one-room schoolhouse. We were watching the premiere of High School Musical in the living room, and then fell asleep on the floor. I woke up to a green glow in the distance. I looked and there was a small child at the top of the stairs. So scared I shut my eyes, but every time I opened them, he was closer. I ended up yelling my friend's name, waking her up when she was standing over. But when she woke up, he was gone. A few weeks later, I told her parents what I saw. Her parents told me that they also experienced something very similar after I told them my story. I also used to see shadows in the attic and the basement. I found out recently that 3 people were murdered and buried on the property. That house burned down in the middle of the night. There was also an elderly male that visited the house and talked about how his son and him lived at the house. His son passed away. Not at the house, but his son was deceased. I have many other odd paranormal stories, but that's for another time. I've always been able to sense energy, though. Not just in a paranormal aspect, but humans too. I can sense a person's presence before I can hear or see them. I sometimes hear ringing in my ears, and maybe a heaviness over my head when it's a certain energy. The most recent thing that happened to me was last week. I'd told one of my coworkers that I was feeling very anxious and had a bad feeling. The next day, one of our coworkers was brutally murdered. I'm not claiming to be able to speak or see the dead, but I'm very confused on the way my senses work. I'm hoping there's anyone else out there who's had this happen to them as much as it has to me. I don't talk to my friends about it. I don't want to scare people or have them think I'm weird or faking it. Please help me by giving suggestions, because at this point, I'm feeling crazy. I think something is attached to my boyfriend. Hello all. So, quick backstory. I'm recently moved in with my boyfriend in the basement apartment of his parents' house. I've always felt comfortable down there, until I moved in. Now, I don't like being alone in the basement. I always feel like something is watching me wherever I go. I've noticed when my boyfriend is having a rough mental day or is upset about something, activity seems to pick up, as if it's feeding off of it. Several times I've heard sounds of something pacing in the hallway between her bedroom and my craft room. I'd get out of bed, open the door, see nothing and neither of our dogs in the basement. One evening I was alone in her bedroom. This was after my boyfriend and I had a serious talk about him finding a new job. He decided to go for a walk to blow off steam. I was alone in our room. About 10 minutes of him leaving the house, Music started playing through her speakers by itself. When my boyfriend came back, I asked if he was trying to mess with me by turning the music on via Bluetooth on his phone. He gave me a weird look, said he was about several blocks away from the house, would have had to been able to do it even if he tried. When I'm in the shower by myself, I hear sounds of the door handle rattling or knocking inside the bathroom. I'd roll my eyes and open the shower door to see if it's my boyfriend trying to join me, or maybe just wanting attention. I'd be alone in the room and would always confirm if he had not come in or out of the bathroom while I was in there. Most times it would be around 4 or 5 a.m. when I'm getting ready for work. The most recent occurrence happened the other night. He was very upset. Couldn't figure out why he was so upset and why he couldn't stop crying. He was a complete mess and decided to drink, which in my opinion made it worse for him. That's a different story. He was very drunk, upset and loud. I tried to support him, but reached a point where I would only get about 3 hours of sleep before work. And where I am, with the only one working out of us, I needed to be at least, functioning performance, so I don't lose my job. So I decided to go to sleep on the couch, give him some space. I had reached that phase of sleep where you're so close but also aware of your surroundings. That's when I heard something race down the stairs loudly. In my mind, I thought it was our bigger dog coming down the stairs to sleep on the couch, which is where he usually is asleep. However, shortly after the sounds, I felt an ice-cold air against my face. It felt like it was prickling my skin. I heard the loudest menacing and terrifying growl I'd ever heard in my life. It was right in my ear. I immediately shot up, looked around the room. I was completely alone. None of our dogs were in the basement. Am I dealing with something evil? Not even sure how to go about it, or how to even mention any of this to my boyfriend without feeling like I'm sounding crazy. I'm so uncomfortable. I try to avoid being alone altogether. Advice? Thoughts? See ya. Ask Reddit. The first one. I had a dream. To this day, it is tied to being the most vivid dream I've ever had. In the dream, I was walking with a group of people down into a deep cave. To my right of the wall of the cave, to my left a deep hole that was so deep you couldn't see the bottom. We're walking on a narrow path between the wall and the hole. After walking for a while, sort of lazily spiraling downward, we turned slightly to the right, as opposed to a downward leftward spiral. We see this carved statue that looked very much like an old stone carving of an ancient god, but it was huge and carved out of the wall of the cave, Mount Rushmore style. It was separating us from the carving. Well, rather what was separating us from the carving was a huge cavern. At this point, I hear a voice say, "Cannot stop me." And me, as a cocky little prick, says, "Watch me." I jump into the cavern and fall. I land in what I would like to say is a classical depiction of hell, maybe a Mario Bowser-like castle landscape. I'm running through some flames and find a person. I couldn't see his face, but I knew him. I grabbed his arm and he and I ran the hell out, jumped some iron gates. I wake up, I hear the voice again, open my eyes, and there's a dark shadowed figure standing over me. I can't move. Feels like someone's pushing down on my arms and legs. I can barely breathe. The figure moving slightly as if it realized I was awake and jumped backward into the corner of my room and just stands there until the sun starts coming up. This encounter is probably sleep paralysis, but the fact that the shadowy figure didn't go away after I'd fully woken up and could move, Never left my bed, I was too afraid. It leads me to think otherwise, sort of. Secondly, years after that first dream, 3 nights in a row I have recurring dreams. The first instance of the dream, I'm laying on the floor in the room where my brother's sleeping. He's in a bed and I'm sleeping on the floor. I'm looking down on us from above. In the dream, I see the cloaked figure that I saw after the first dream, like real life, and I described, and he draws a knife and goes to kill my brother. I wake up and stop it just before he does it. This dream happened 3 times in the same night. I have this dream again the next night, except this time in the dream and in life, I'm sleeping on the floor of my friend's dorm room. In the dream, I'm looking down on us before he's sleeping on the floor next to me instead of the bed like in real life. And in this dream, the same figure tries to kill my friend, and I stop him. This again happens 3 times in that same night. Third time I have this dream, forget where I was in real life, but in the dream I was awake. It was bright out. I was standing in the marketplace like a courtyard area. Lots of stone buildings and the road was cobblestone. I see through a dense crowd that same dark cloaked figure holding a knife and chasing someone. I run after him and he disappears, but I grab someone I didn't recognize. I woke up after each of these dreams each time they occurred. 3 times each night, 3 nights in a row. And when I woke up, I'd feel like I was being watched, but wouldn't ever see anything. I discovered this subreddit today, and I want to share something that I can't explain. This happened in late 2020. I don't remember exactly, but around November, so a few months ago. I live in a 2-bedroom hall and a kitchen. It's like an apartment in a group of apartment buildings arranged in a rectangle with all buildings connected to each other by a common terrace. Our apartment's on the 5th floor, which is the top floor of the building. Both of the bedrooms have a balcony attached to it, separated by a door. Balconies of all apartment faces inside, and the rectangle formed by the buildings remains surprisingly quiet, even though the building's a pretty busy part of the city. Both balconies have clotheslines running on its outer side. Keep a small bucket full of clothes and pegs and clips. We keep this bucket in one of the balconies. It's usually left in one where, we last dried clothes. We've installed wire nets in both balconies to stop pigeons from entering. There's many pigeons in the area. They usually destroy plants and sometimes hurt themselves with stuff lying around the balconies. Note that after installing those nets, we never had an incident of a pigeon entering the balcony again. Those nets were tightly fitted with no gaps large enough for any pigeon to enter. Till that day. I live with my parents. Me and my mom were the only people in our apartment. Dad leaves for work early in the morning. My mom was doing some daily chores. I was doing some freelance coding work at the time, so I had my laptop and a study table in my room and I was working on it. It was a client's project. The bucket of pegs and clips was on the balcony attached to my room. I knew this because I saw it earlier in the morning when I went to the balcony. Early in the morning, Mom had hanged some clothes and put them up to dry in the balcony so the bucket had some pegs left in it. Sometime before noon, I suddenly started hearing the sound of clothes pegs being dropped on the floor, one by one in the balcony, in a weirdly kind of constant tempo. At first, I thought that it was my mom taking dried clothes off the clothesline. She had the habit of just throwing the pegs on the floor instead of aiming for the bucket, when in a hurry especially. But when she came to my room, after she heard the sounds as well, realized that there was something else. Maybe a pigeon might have managed to get through the net. So we both head toward the balcony door. And as soon as we turned the doorknob, the sound stopped. We very much expected to see a pigeon flapping around trying to find the gap again. But as we open the door, we see there's nothing in the balcony, just pegs scattered on the floor, and a few left inside the bucket. No pigeon or anything else. Not even a sound of a pigeon flapping and flying away, just complete silence. My mom said it must be a pigeon, but honestly, I don't know if it was. Firstly, there's no way a pigeon could get past the nets. Also, the level at which the pegs were in the bucket was very low. It would have been hard for a pigeon to reach that deep in a bucket while sitting on the edge. And if it was inside the bucket, it would be impossible for it to fly away silently without us noticing at the time it did. It should have made at least some noise from flapping its wings or from its paws against the plastic bucket and the pegs. If we consider that it was indeed a pigeon, then from the moment we installed the nets and balconies till now, this was the only time a pigeon managed to get past the net and also managed to leave without us seeing it. Ask Reddit. I live in Vermont, pretty close to the Canadian border. My family owns a good chunk of mountain behind our house. I've always loved hiking up our mountain and camping out. But after several instances of being far too close for comfort with coyotes and bears at night, I decided to build a small shack for camping in. I built it my freshman year of high school, and it certainly was nothing to write home about. It was basically a log cabin made from only moose maple, which sick to kind of build with, and completely encased in roofing to prevent rain from blowing through the cracks between the logs. That's the backstory. The camp became pretty popular as a spot for my friends and I to hang out and shoot guns and blow stuff up, because it was like 10 miles away from any significant settlement. While it was certainly liberating being in the middle of nowhere, we all knew it was just us to get to safety if anybody of us got injured up there. So I'll start with the story. I asked one of my close friends to go on a camp out on Friday night after school. We'd been friends since middle school, so he had been up there multiple times before. After hiking up and roasting some hot dogs on a fire while listening to some chill music, it was dark. Whenever it gets dark on these campouts, you can always hear wildlife, I thought. You'd hear it running around the woods surrounding the fire. I always thought it was creepy, but after a long time with no bad encounters with wildlife, I felt pretty okay with the situation every night I was up there. And it more or less just became a neat occurrence while camping out. I always was armed with some sort of gun going up there for protection, so I never felt that scared. Anyways, after having our fill, we decided to go into the camp and get some sleep. In the camp, which is a 10 by 12 foot space, there was one homemade bunk bed, some floor space and a countertop and a small wood cook stove. I took top bunk and my friend took bottom. We both fell asleep pretty quickly, but awoke simultaneously at what I would guess to be around 1 a.m. to the sound of a church choir right outside the camp. It sounded like 30 or 40 people singing, and it was resonating inside my head. I could distinctly make out some Latin words, but I could never piece together what was being said. I turned down to my friend and asked if his phone was on. He said it was dead. The creepiest part about this is, after reflecting on it, was that we were perfectly calm. If anything, it was super soothing, and eventually we both fell asleep. In the morning, we just both checked around the camp and, we didn't see any sign of anyone, let alone 40 people. We were 10 miles away from a town. To this day, I have no clue what happened, but I commonly refer to the singing as the angels because of how angelic it sounded. I think about it all the time, but it hasn't happened to me again since. I'm just glad I have someone to corroborate the story with, or else people would just think I was insane. I teleported. I can't quite remember how old I was. Maybe 5-ish. I have this super vivid memory, and I can't quite make sense of it. My mom just brought it up tonight, and it was crazy hearing it from her perspective. One night when I was 5 or so, we had some family friends over with their kids. We had an underground room under the house. It was like a basement and a spare bedroom area. All of us kids loved playing in the quote-unquote downstairs room. That night we built a fort with some mattresses and blankets. The family friends went home later that night, and I remember my mom tucking me into bed. We had a whole goodnight routine for all of my teddies, and so they wouldn't feel left out. I fell asleep in my bed. I woke up later in the night because I felt cold. I was in the blanket fort in the downstairs room. I bolted awake. I was so scared of the dark, and I was so confused as to how I got there. The downstairs room had a bit of an eerie vibe on a good day, and this night it was so dark and cold. It felt like I was being watched and closed in on, like the same panic you get when you run up the stairs real quick at night. I bolted out of the downstairs room up to the ground level, where the backyard was, and then up the back stairs to the back door. I was sobbing and screaming and pounding at that back door. I woke my whole house up, parents and sister. So my parents rushed to the door to unlock it. They double-checked the door and windows, and everything was closed and locked. Everything locks from the inside. My mom brought it up tonight. We've talked about it before a bit in the past, but I asked her what she remembered. She put my sister and I into bed, and she said that she woke up to me banging on the back door and screaming. My parents got me inside, tucked me in again after a lot of comfort and snuggles. Mom said that she was sure that she tucked me into bed, and that she had no idea how or why I got outside when the whole house was locked. Also, I'd never do that as a 5-year-old. The house we were living in at the time had a bit of a spiritual presence, you could say. Real weird, unexplainable things that have happened, but nothing scary or malicious. Just making themselves known, or perhaps residual hauntings. It's only happened once or so each time, but we had unexplainable and very clear footsteps and knocking and full-body apparitions and other weird things happen. I did sleepwalk a bit as a child. Maybe that's an explanation. But also, how did I get out of the house when all the doors and windows were locked? And only can lock from the inside, mind you. There's no way I had the cognitive ability to lock up after myself and have a key and the windows locked from the inside at 5. For my own sanity, I've been trying to make sense of this, because of the alternative being like a real kick in the pants. I'm thinking more of a paranormal experience, which is also... So, my question for you is, what the fuck happened? How could I have gotten out of the house and ended up in the mattress fort that we built in the downstairs room? Bad neighborhood. Back in 1997, I lived somewhere that one might call a bad neighborhood. It was in the San Fernando Valley, so it wasn't the worst LA had to offer. The apartment was under the stairs halfway to the back. The rent was cheaper than the other apartments, and I was glad to have gotten it. It was just me and my girlfriend at the time living there. What was odd off the bat was that it had 2 steps from the door to the floor of the apartment. I don't know why, and it was the only one. What it did do was make it cooler, almost cold all the time despite the outside temperature. The kitchen and living room were open to each other, and the door led to the bedroom. You could see 80% of the apartment from the bedroom. The first odd thing, well, that happened was at night. I could hear someone walking around outside my door and then knock. Sometimes I was in the living room and could clearly see that no one was out there. A few weeks the TV or radio would turn on and then the volume would go up. At the time, I figured that somebody had similar electronics and that was causing it. It wasn't until a drawer came open in the kitchen something fell on the floor late one night. It was my knife drawer, and the chef's knife was on the floor. I was in my bedroom and I could see across the apartment. No one had been there. I started asking the neighbors, but they were mostly wanting to keep to themselves. The next night I woke up to quiet sobbing that stopped when I went into the living room. The next day I struck up a conversation with an older resident. I asked about my apartment, and he smiled. He told me a few years back there were some gang members that lived there. They used to make a noise and trouble, and everyone stayed away from them. One day they got in a fight in the apartment and stabbed someone to death. They just up and left him there. It took a week or so to call the police. Then it started smelling. They couldn't get the smell out because it was in the subfloor. The solution was to tear it out and carpet and tile the cement under it. Looking at the rough cement, 1 foot around the whole apartment made sense. He then told me that there's more. I was like, great. The next people who lived there, had a teenage daughter. She had a boyfriend in the building. They broke up later, and he would watch her come and go with hate in his eyes. Lucky for he did not hurt her physically. But what he did do is hang himself on the stairs just outside her door, looking at it. He knew she left for work early, and of course she found him. Later, I talked to the lady that lived in the apartment where they dead boyfriend lived, and she said they could hear someone opening her door then walk down the hallway toward my apartment. I did not renew my lease after a year of ghosts and the actually dangerous gang member that lived in and these apartments. I'm reading it as is. The town is just as haunted as the woods. Part 6. The Black-Eyed Girl. Thought it was about time I spoke about the woods. Stretching for 30 miles, Canuck Chase truly is a stunning place to go in the day. If you're stupid enough to wander up there in the night, make sure you don't go alone. However, just because you go in the daytime, don't think the light will protect you. The spirits and demonic entities of the chase are known to make an appearance throughout the day. In the 60s, 2 girls between the age of 5 and 6 were murdered. Their bodies were found on part of the chase that is now known as Birch's Valley. This bit of history is important, so keep it in mind. Let's get into it. The most famous spirit that haunts the chase is that of the Black-Eyed Girl. She doesn't appear very often, but when she does, it causes a media storm. Back in 2014, a local was flying his drone over a dense wooded area of the Birch's Valley. It was there he captured what looked like a girl with black eyes floating between the trees. Footage is available on YouTube, by the way. It had just been 30 years since the last sighting of this girl, but no one knows why there was such a long gap in between the sightings. When sightings take place, a piercing scream of a girl can be heard. People flock toward the noise thinking a child is in danger. No older than 10, the girl is known to stand there with her hands covering her eyes. She will then lower her hands to reveal the coal-black pits that she has for eyes. And within the blink of an eye, she will disappear back into the woods. Every person that's witnessed her is given the same account. She does the same thing over and over, and she'll also only appear in the daytime. So the murders that I was on about at the beginning of this post. Some people believe that the black-eyed girl is the spirit of one of these little girls. It is said that around the time of the murders, another 7-year-old girl went missing, but her body has never been found. And just a bit more to add to this story that's slightly more close to home. Around 15 years ago, my father-in-law was driving back from work. He drove through the Chase, just as many people do every day of their commute. He drove down the very long stretch of road through Birches Valley. He looked in his rearview mirror to see 2 very young girls sitting in the back of his car. He slammed his brakes on, swerved his car, came to a stop, and checked the back seat again. Nothing. The girls had disappeared. He explained to me in much detail that the girls, well, what they looked like, from the color of their hair down to the clothes they were wearing. He is convinced to this day that the spirit of those little girls who were murdered had made their way into his car. The Chase is covered in paranormal activity, from the demonic pigman to the copious amounts of spirits reported to have been seen. I love going up there for the beauty of the area, but it always feels as if I'm being watched. Little house in Creston, Iowa. When I was young, I'm talking from the ages of 0 to 6, my family and I lived in this house in Creston, Iowa. I'll never forget the place. It was 2 stories, and the attic was technically 3 bedrooms, and mine was the one up the stairs. You'd go up the stairs through my brother's room, hang a left through the parents' room, and then to the back. Picture a bedroom with slanted walls and 2 windows in the back. That was my room. A bedroom through a bedroom to a bedroom. The layout of this place made 0 sense. It also had a basement that, from a very vague memory, never stopped flooding. Not sure what that has to do with the story, but I'd like to know that, well, let you know what happened in this place. I remember a little road that if you followed it around the back, you'd go under this tunnel and a bridge that supported trains. If you'd look out the side window from the kitchen, you can see a public baseball field. I'm 32 now, my brother's 29. We still have dreams about this nightmare for children. Every night when I would go to sleep, I would see these glowing eyes in my windows. 2 sets of them on occasion, like it brought its frickin' buddy to come peep on this 5-year-old in the 2nd-story window. I would tell Mom all the time, and to this day she thinks I would just be making it up. She gave me the typical mom response, told me to stand up to my fears, and I did, once. That night I yelled, "Go away!" And the body that the eyes were attached to started to frantically try to open the window. I had them locked, of course, wouldn't go to bed without them locked. As soon as the growling and rattling started, I gunned it to my brother's room and the little guy's floating out of his crib. I go to my mom's bed while having one of those throat-dry can't scream moments, trying to push her awake. My father comes walking up the stairs. My brother falls back to his crib. Dad hears him screaming, and he's standing there crying and reaching for him, and he puts us both back to sleep. I didn't sleep. About a week went by that I didn't sleep. Mom invited my grandparents to stay the night. My grandpa was apparently the only one that could calm me. That old geezer made me feel safe, On the 3rd night of his stay, the eyes were back. So I go downstairs to snuggle up to my grandpa while he's asleep on the couch. When I rounded the corner, I could see something black floating up through his stomach and up through the ceiling. He's gasping for air and, begging something above his head to make it stop. I was so freaked I froze. The next morning I asked him about it. He said an angel was patting his head, telling him it was going to be okay, it's almost over. My brother was 3 and I was 5. My grandparents are all passed now, and there's no way we should still be seeing this shit in our sleep by the time we're 30. I want to know if that place is still standing, and if anything else has happened to anyone else who stayed there. I'd just like to know that it wasn't just us. The street address is 231 Chestnut Street, Creston, Iowa. The closest to a ghost encounter that I've had. So 2 nights ago at about 1:30 a.m., my boyfriend and I are chilling in his car. We were parked in the driveway in front of the house for some quote-unquote outside time for a while. From my passenger side view, I'm able to see through the window of the living room diagonally into the kitchen, where the small light above the sink was on. We started talking about video games, so that made us get ready to head back inside. Though through the window, I saw a dark shadow pass from the kitchen light into the dark living room. I asked my boyfriend if he saw anything. Apparently he missed it. I'm always reading about supernatural things. So I keep moving my head back and forth to try to replicate the same shadow movement I saw, just to make sure I wasn't just jumping to conclusions. Came back with no results. For more detail, it was pretty quick. If it were a person, it would be like I only saw them from shoulder down by the time I noticed to go into the dark. About then, which was only probably like a minute later, the kitchen light goes out. My boyfriend saw it too. "It's probably my mom," he said. "Yeah, but isn't it always on? That's weird," I said. So yeah, I'm a wee spooked, but whatever. Then the light turns back on. Again, like a minute later, and there's the same shadow. It was only seconds before it walked away again, but it stood still, and I made out a body and an arm. The whole dark figure had a feminine frame, and looked as if they were dragging their hand while looking out the window. The sink window leads to the backyard. Now I'm spooked as fuck. My boyfriend was confused, but insisted it was his mom probably not being able to sleep. I get pretty spooked easily, but it was weird actually having a real visual piece of evidence. Anyway, we go back inside, and I'm like scanning the room for any evidence of anything. I saw nothing. There was absolute silence. My boyfriend's parents were asleep. I was acting so weird. I was so scared, honestly. I was so freaked that my boyfriend thought I was messing with him. Anyway, I wanted to post this that night, but decided it wasn't cool and probably his mom until now. So we're all eating and I hear my boyfriend mention the story above. He started noticing that he'd go from our room to the kitchen, get snacks and drinks, and, well, within like 20 to 50 minute intervals, the light would either go on or off, with no sounds of his parents moving. Then, y'all, his mom straight up replied, "Oh yeah, there was a lady who died in that living room, you know? It's probably her." I kid you not, I froze. Then I learned that the lady who died was best friends with the neighbor across the street who's a writer. When the writer would get up at odd hours to do her typing, she would see from her window the shadow of her friend. She literally knocked on their door one night to let them know her friend's ghost is there. What? So, now I'm here. Sorry I included so many details, but this is just so cool to me. I think my grandfather is trying to communicate with me. Basically, my grandfather sadly passed away at 90 a few years ago. I was too young for it to process back then. I was around 7. And so I never really mourned him or dwelled on it. while doing my grandmother a favor and cleaning the spare bedroom for her, the room that he passed away in, keep in mind. I saw the flat cap that my grandfather used to wear nearly every day if he went out to do something in the garden or just around the house. After seeing it, I asked my grandmother about it, and she said that I could have it. I remind her of him, and she's trying to get over his death still a few years later. So I finished up in the bedroom, went downstairs, and had a nice chat with my grandmother, then went back to my house. I put the flat cap on my chest of drawers, next to my TV. I see it every night before I go to bed, pretty much. After about 3 or 4 days later, I started having weird kind of streams of energy go through my chest and jolt me awake whenever I would try to go to sleep. I usually just brush it off and continue attempting to go to sleep. Insomnia runs in my father and mother's sides of the family. It was mostly manageable, and I'm only writing this because recently, as we get closer to my grandmother and grandfather's wedding anniversary, the activity has started to become more intense and frequent. I might sound a bit off of my rocker, but I swear, sometimes I'll see a silhouette facing me from outside my window, or sometimes hear his voice whisper when I'm home alone. Just yesterday, we celebrated my grandmother's birthday, and the presence was way stronger than what I was now accustomed to, over the past few months anyway. I kept on seeing his face in everywhere that I would look, from wallpaper to tree branches and leaves forming his facial features. I took it as a good sign that he wasn't here to cause any harm or be an annoyance. But when I came home from the party, it seemed like things just were off. A general uneasy feeling and the hairs on my neck were standing as if something or someone was observing me. I was too tired to care. It was a long day from uni and the party, so I just got into bed and brushed it off. That night I recall having an extremely vivid dream, and in it, me and my grandfather were talking outside on a park bench. The same park of the town he grew up in. Most of my mom's family lived there, and his presence there wasn't completely visible. I recall having a long and deep conversation with him about my family, his childhood, and other things I can't remember off the top of my head. At the end of the conversation, most likely when I was nearly waking up, he kept on saying that I need to start visiting my grandmother more, and he said she doesn't have long left. What should I do? I don't want to cleanse the spirit as he's my grandfather, obviously. The town is just as haunted as the woods. The Gaskins murder. I've taken a couple of days away from this, but I think it's about time I get back on another post. This will probably be my last post about the Cannock Chase. I still have more stories about the chase, but those are more UFO related. Today I wanted to delve into Gaskins Wood. Part of the chase that lies between Hednesford Hills and Cannock Chase. This small wooded area has a sorrowful backstory. Back in the First World War, a couple lived close to the woodlands. The husband went off to fight, and the wife was left at home. Months later, letters stopped coming. The wife believed her husband had died at war. She moved on and started a relationship with one of her neighbors. She soon fell pregnant. The husband suddenly returned home from war. And upon finding out about his wife being pregnant, he murdered her in a fit of rage. It is said that he dragged her body out into the garden, left her rotting there for 2 days while it snowed. He then took her to the woods where he chopped her up into tiny pieces, scattering her body. Eventually, after she was reported missing, confessed to his crimes. the police were unable to locate her, the husband agreed to show them where she was. He took them to part of the woods where the water container was, of which he showed the police her head. He had stuffed it between the water container and a pipe. The rest of her body was never found. The woods is named after her murder. Their last name was Gaskin, hence Gaskin's Wood. This part of the woods is a popular area for teenagers to camp, and I spent a number of weekends over there when I was younger. I used to cut through these woods on my way home, and always felt on edge walking through there. Sometimes I would run, though, just to get through the woods quicker. The one night myself and a group of friends camped up there. We were pretty loud that night. We were all just having a laugh, being usual teenagers. As the night drew on, we all eventually retired back to our tents. Around 4 a.m., we were woken by the noise of a woman wailing and crying around the campsite. A couple of us got out of the tent to see what was going on. Nothing. We stood about reassuring each other that we weren't going mad, that we were all hearing it. It was quiet. There went still. No birds, no rustling of trees from animals, nothing. It was eerie. That's when my friend went pale, his eyes looking straight behind me. He whispered, "What is that?" We turned around to see a woman, battered and bruised, wearing a white nightdress, crying. But the thing that made us all stand there in shock and unable to speak was the fact that we could see right through her. And just like that, she vanished, right in front of us. Safe to say, we quickly packed everything up and were home by 6 a.m. It's been around 10 years since I've stepped foot in that part of the woods. Couldn't pay me to spend a night there again. Ask Reddit. A couple of years ago, I was 23 at the time, I was still living with my parents. I was up upstairs in my bedroom hanging out in my room and watching TV. I was on the phone with my friend at the time, and while I was on the phone, I exited my room and went downstairs to have a cigarette. The only other person in my parents' house that day was my dad, who later I found out was asleep in his room on the main level. Anyway, I was gone for about 7 minutes when I walked back upstairs and entered my bedroom. I was still on the phone at the time, and I walked toward my bed and sat down. Eventually, after 20 seconds or so, I glanced back up to play my TV, and there at the end of my bed was a piece of paper sticking up from the base. I just remember not understanding what I was seeing, and never in my life have I so quickly dropped dead silent. I say dropped dead silent in a way to try to explain what it feels like when you're coming to terms with something that your brain isn't ready or fully capable of understanding. I just remember going, "Nate." And he kept saying, "What? What?" I could hardly speak. I quickly said I'll call him back and immediately took out my phone and took a picture. I took a picture before doing anything else, before I even studied what the piece of paper was, before I did anything at all, and I took a picture. I took a picture because I couldn't believe my eyes. I don't know how it got there, why it was placed the way it was, and why it looked the way it did. I'm getting goosebumps right now. Anyway, it was an old economics paper of mine talking about the government and the divide in our two-party system, and the divide that it creates in America. I wrote this econ paper 3 years prior in a college intro to econ course. There was originally 2 pages to it, but it was missing its second page. The edges of the page were burnt, and there was a big yellow triangle that almost looked like it was highlighted on, smack dab in the middle of the page. It almost looked luminescent, or like a dollar bill does. Anyhow, it absolutely scared the fuck out of me. That paper had been in my closet stacked away with all my other schoolwork, and now it was ripped from the other page and was placed at the edge of my bed, sticking upright for me to be able to see. It was gone for only 7 minutes. Nobody could have done that. It was absolutely impossible. Shortly after that bizarre situation occurred, I dodged the hell out of my parents' house, went to a hotel with a friend of mine. The second part of the story is just as scary, but I don't even want to get into that right now. Anyway, I still wish I knew what it meant. I can't tell if it was good or bad. I don't know what the symbolism was, why the paper had weird burns around the edges, and what the fuck the large luminescent triangle meant. I still don't know why or how, but my concept of understanding the world's changed ever since. I was only gone for 7 minutes, mind you. Paranormal experiences. I do not know how to say this without sounding insane. But since I can remember, I've been on some weird, haunted, psychic shit. This goes from my childhood to me as an adult now. I'm relatively sane and emotionally sound. I have ADHD and dyslexia, and I'm in therapy. I typically don't mention my paranormal experiences due to the fact that I seem insane. It starts with my childhood home, built during the Great Depression. Here's all the known of the history. According to the previous owner, Mrs. H, a young girl, I'll call her E, met a violent death from a fall on the back porch. Because of this, the family sold the house to the H family. Mrs. H and Mr. H had a family followed by a long and happy life until Mr. H's death. Mr. H died from some lung condition caused by his time in a naval shipyard. I'm not quite sure when he died, but I do know that the dining room was turned into a hospice in the end. Then in 2002, when my family purchased this house from Mrs. H, once she moved to a retirement community. From my childhood, I remember my old dead grandfather in quotes, and a little girl in a smock dress and a bow in her hair. My mom can go on and on about the stories of younger me acknowledging and talking to my old dead grandfather and the imaginary friend all the siblings had. I could go on and on about these experiences, but I'll just share a few. As time went on, my whole family had paranormal encounters. Mine were primarily with Mr. H. Nothing really malicious happened or anything. It was kind of like he was watching over me when things got rough in my childhood. Another creepy thing that happened to me is sometimes I just get vibes, I guess. There's not really any other way to say it. Some places that I've walked by or been in sort of just give me a vibe. Most of the time, it's not necessarily a negative thing, but on occasion, it would be threatening or sad. I now work in EMS going on 4 years. It's hard to explain, but there's like a heavy and threatening vibe that comes with certain scenes. 3 calls in my career have given me this quote-unquote vibe. One of which I walked in to discover a DOA by a self-inflicted GSW. Upon investigation, he was a monster of a man, decided to end it to avoid prison, followed by 2 situations that were true crime documentary-level homicides. In the town I work, there's 4 places that give me the heebie-jeebies. 2 places that have given me vibes similar to the quote-unquote vibes. I rarely go around unless I'm dispatched to the surrounding area. Upon research, I discovered at 2 of those locations the same SK killed a total of 5 people. After that, I decided I should stop looking into it. Ask Reddit. I've been a witness to many strange occurrences in our house over the years. many of which happened to my very skeptical friends as well. We cannot explain this. The strange occurrences mainly center around my father and sister, while my mother and me, thankfully, have only been peripheral witnesses. 1. When I was around 7 years old, me and my sister and our babysitter were watching TV when the blood completely drained from my sister's face. She was 11 and she tries to scream. Nothing's coming out. Then she says she saw a small, hairy man walk through the living room right in front of us. She wouldn't stop crying. My mother thought she was making it up, but my father was eerily quiet. 2. When I was about 14, my father was screaming at me to leave the glass sliding door alone. Apparently, I was violently pulling at it, screaming at him to open it. I wasn't at home at the time. 3. My best friend came to visit me, and this being South Africa, was waiting at the security gate of our house to let him in. He was calling my name and I was on the toilet. We both hear my dad saying, "He's on the toilet, he'll be right back there." My blood froze. My father wasn't home. We had no idea what to make of it. 4. While another friend, the biggest skeptic I'd say, was sleeping over, him, me, and my sister were discussing my friend's girlfriend at the time. It was the middle of the evening, not too late. We were sitting in my sister's room. Something was violently throwing the chairs around the kitchen. The sound was as clear as day. Thinking it was a burglar, we locked the door and pressed the alarm button. When the security guys arrive, all the doors are locked. There's nothing amiss in the kitchen. This was truly frightening. 5. The whole family had heard a woman laughing and knocks on the doors. The TV switches on by itself. Volume increases and decreases on multiple televisions. Lights come on and off. We hear whispering at night, mostly indistinct, but sometimes referencing us. Psst, my sister's name. Psst. This was a weekly occurrence. 6. My father saw a small humanoid running up our stairs. Right around the time my sister saw the thing in our living room. He's also seen a woman walking around the house multiple times. 7. This happened about 3 years ago. My cousin was around 8 years old. We went inside the house to go swimming and get a towel. She starts screaming and running out of the house, face white as a sheet. She says there was a badly burnt child in my sister's room staring at her. She was truly shaken and sticks by her story. She doesn't like to come visit anymore. These are just some of the weird shit that's happened in this house. And yes, my family are all still living there. My father's an extremely quiet guy, to the point of it being painful, and not one to suffer fools. Which makes me even more uneasy about all this. We're not particularly religious or believers in the paranormal, but enough weird shit's happened to make me question this reality. The Shadow Man. My husband's on the road, a truck driver. And usually I go with him. Wasn't feeling too well. Decided to sit this trip out. Around 2-something this morning, I called my husband to see how his trip is going. We chatted for about a half an hour before he pulled over for the night to sleep. Shortly after, I went to sleep too. At about 3:40, I was awakened by something. The air felt heavy, like it was hard to breathe. I opened my eyes, and I instantly regretted it. I was facing away from the wall where my bed is, so I was sleeping on the outer side of the bed. I felt like something terrible was laying next to me, and I would literally be scared shitless if I turned around. My heart started beating terribly fast, and I could feel myself starting to hyperventilate. I remember I kept saying, "Oliver," which is my husband's name. It wouldn't be the first time he surprised me, and maybe finished his trip early. Come home and be there when I wake up. So I prayed and prayed that it was him. It wasn't. Whatever it was got up off the bed, and I could feel it moving out of the bed. I squeezed my eyes shut, prayed to God, Muhammad, Buddha, and every other god I could think of, that whatever this was would just leave my house. Me being the idiot, well, I popped open an eye just to see what it was. I didn't see anything. I knew it was still there watching me because the air was still so heavy and thick. I sat up in my bed, and that's when I caught a glimpse of a dark shadow figure of a man. He was freakishly tall and thin, super long arms, hunched over, and had this glowing red aura around him and what looked like fire for eyes. The scariest thing I've ever seen. I'm a sensitive, which means I can't always see them, but I can sense them, and I pick up on their emotions too. I felt really pissed, like I was filled with hatred when I looked at whatever this thing was. I turned to the nightstand to flip on the light, and as soon as I did, the thing was gone. The air became soft again. It was easy to breathe. My heart stopped racing. I stopped hyperventilating. I don't know if this was a dream. It's possible, but it felt so real. I felt the thing in my bed and move out of the bed. I know the emotions I felt as soon as I looked at it. I have a friend who's a priest. I'm going to have him come bless my house. This is the second time something paranormal has happened in my home. There is a friendly woman presence, and it used to try to play tricks on me, but now just hangs out with me. My mom's house always felt a little bit off. Not in a necessarily unsettling way, but in the way you never felt like you were alone. I've always been the silent and more observant type, so maybe that's why she targeted me out of my family. Never had a real definite feeling for her at first. Just this, someone staring at me right now kind of a feeling, which always forced me to push my back up against a wall in the living room and stare out at all the house. One time a bird flew into the window as I was doing this, but that could have nothing to do with it, right? It really started to get bad after I watched Paranormal Activity, the first one. I feel like she follows me around and feeds off my emotions. I saw this movie at my sister's boyfriend's house. Couldn't sleep that night when I got back home because I felt that feeling like your friend's gonna jump at you just around the corner. You just don't know when. Well, I exited my bedroom the next morning to find everybody had left, and I was home alone. Wanted to go to the bathroom, but then suddenly heard one of the metal kitchen chairs sliding against the stone floor in the kitchen downstairs. I stopped and called out to my family again. No one answered. I went downstairs, only 3 steps. It's a small house. I saw one of the chairs slide back and make the same noises as I heard from my bedroom, that metal against stone sound. Nobody was there. Doubled back into my bedroom, blocked the door with my body weight, sat there until my parents came home, then rushed out to use the bathroom. After I moved out, that's when I felt her following me. That's also when I felt her getting closer to me, and when I started to sense that she was also a woman. She started sliding things across tables and misplacing things. I'd leave my phone on the table in front of the couch, not get up at all, then reach back for it, and poof, it's gone. I'd throw the couch apart thinking it's behind the cushions, checking the kitchen and the bathroom, even threw the sheets off the bed, thinking maybe I sat down there for a bit and forgot. I returned to the couch with my hands in my hair. There it fucking is, sitting right on the center of one of the couch cushions. I just threw apart looking for it. At that point, I just yelled out, "Look, if you want to stay here, don't bother disturb me, don't hurt me. You can stay here, only if you kind of keep to myself and you keep to yourself," or something along those lines. After that point, things I know I lost like years ago would turn up in cabinets. Didn't even have at the time that I lost them, too. Didn't hear footsteps around me anymore, and my cat stopped staring at the corners and yowling. I still feel her watching. I know she's following me. But I kind of like her now. But I can't stop thinking maybe she's, just waiting for something. Anybody who's still hearing my voice, just wanted to let you know that I appreciate you. Good afternoon, good evening, or good night. See ya. Another idea for a creepy rabbit hole thread to explore during lockdown. Know any weird, creepy childhood memories that only you seem to remember? This has been asked before, but I felt like asking it again as the results were so fascinating, and all were very varied. The original asker of the question remembered having unexplainable memories of them seeing an ape being escorted by 2 soldiers into a bunker that was triggered by seeing an ape in a zoo for the first time. I have several, but my best one would be this one about a strange VHS. In my house in the early 2000s, I had loads of VHS tapes, and I remember watching them over and over. There was only one I recall putting on twice, and even then I only briefly saw what I had on it. It was some animation with puppets, which might have been stop-motion animated or puppets controlled like the way Muppets are with strings and Thunderbirds. Can't remember. It might have been a mix, but in a few shots, they're burned into my memory of this thing. The puppets looked like they were being controlled like Muppets, but sure as hell weren't as family-friendly looking. The first time I put the video in there is this scene of a little boy sleeping in his bed in a dark room. I remember he probably had red hair and looked somewhat realistic, which is what was scary about this show or film. I'm from the UK, and I used to watch Rosie and Jim. If you haven't heard of it, look it up. The character Jim is what this boy looked like, except, well, more realistic. The boy's head is only seen lying on a pillow. Then an old man, which I guess is his granddad, is seen talking to him by the bedside. The old man looks kind of like the doctor from Back in the Future, but as a realistic puppet. I remember my dad seeing me watching this and being like, "Turn this off, whatever this is." Then I put the video in again, some other time, I guess, and, well, I saw a different scene. The boy was outside in daytime in some backyard or alleyway. I don't know. It was some place outside of a house. There was a shot of a boy looking at me, and then a shot of an old man standing on his doorstep looking at the boy. I think there was a dog barking in the background too. Weird, I know. This video was so spooky, like it had no box or any label identifying it. I remember finding such a video and putting it in again, hoping that it wasn't the scary puppets, and was relieved to see it was Pingu. I remember watching a short film from the early 90s called Tom Thumb. It featured stop-motion puppets and real humans which kind of looked like this. It might have been some surreal short film made by a similar artist. The grainy quality of the show and film makes me think it must have been made from the 60s or 90s. It's a mystery as to what this video thing was meant to be, how it ended up in our house, and what became of it. What is a paranormal experience that you eventually found a completely rational explanation for? A year ago, my girlfriend and I had just moved into this nice little studio apartment in Munich. The building had a twin right in front, separated by a garden about 15 meters wide. Our apartment's balcony looked down into this garden. On one end of the garden was a street through which a tram went by, and on the other end was a third apartment building. On the corner of the building in front of the building to the side, there was a small entranceway from a second street and into the garden. This other street was small and had a sidewalk, and you could see only a bit of it through the gap between the two buildings. I explain this in detail since it'll become important later on. A couple of nights after moving in, I was woken up at around 3 a.m. by the sound that can only be described as a stack of metallic plates banging against one another. Or maybe as if someone had put a bunch of cutlery in a bag and shaked it in a very rhythmic fashion. I thought, well, that's odd, and went back to sleep. During the next couple of weeks, this kept happening almost every night, at the exact same hour. I noticed also that the sound seemed to cross the garden from one end to the other. It faded in, became intense, almost as if it was right in front of my apartment, and then it would fade out the other end. Eventually, my girlfriend heard it. She was getting some water, I guess. She became scared shitless, too. After some time, my curiosity became bigger than my patience. At this point, I was even waking up on my own around that hour, sometimes even a few seconds before the sound went by. One night, I get up, go into the balcony and wait. A minute later or so, I hear it. I look down into the garden, right as it's going by, and I see nothing. Now, I've never believed in the paranormal before. I'm your run-of-the-mill rational dude, but this got me baffled. I couldn't even come up with one single logical explanation. The sound seemed to come out of nowhere. I then jump over into the supernatural, and the only possible explanation I could come up with is that this had to be a ghost of some medieval knight or soldier or some shit. Full clad in armor and all. I mean, what the hell else could produce a sound like that? The next night I wake up again, wait in the balcony, ready to see the best ghost story unfold before my eyes. Again, I see nothing. I decide to let it rest and just get used to it. But it kept happening till my patience was again gone. I go out into the balcony another night, but this time I pay attention to the whole area, the sounds going by, other balconies and the roof of the buildings, and then I see it. Through the gap between the buildings and the corner of the garden, I see, for a split second, this dude in a black winter jacket pulling a small cart behind him. I smile to myself and I think, son of a bitch. Then I go back to sleep like a baby. The town is just as haunted as the woods. Part 7. The Pigman. Local folklore talks about a horrendously creepy-looking creature that stalks people of the chase. Ask a local about the Pigman. They'll smile and tell you the story as if it's just a ghost story to tell children. Ask them to go into depth of Cannock Chase, and you'll see the look of horror that takes over their face. The story goes that a woman who was accused of witchcraft became pregnant. She didn't want to bring shame on her family by having a child out of wedlock, so she went deep into the woods to give birth. That's when her child was born. It was horrendously disfigured, supposedly due to the corruption of her practicing witchcraft. She offered her child up to the woodland in hopes that she would be forgiven for the evil that she had done. It's said that she returned to the village where she soon died from a flu-like illness, taking her secret about her child to the grave with her. few years later, people started to report a humanoid-like creature that had facial features that resembled a pig. He would watch the children from the village while he stood in the tree line sulking. After a number of children went missing, livestock had just been gruesomely killed, thrown about the farmland. The village soon became abandoned and reclaimed by the woods. Centuries went by when the local scout club was camping over the chase, close to where the abandoned village was. The scout leader recalled the story of the pig man. He told the scouts that if they sing a certain song, Pigman would appear. So they all stood around the campfire and summoned Pigman. He's said to have appeared and murdered all of the group apart from one boy. From that day, the Pigman's been known to roam the woods once again. Now, there's absolutely no proof to back this story, which is why a lot of people state it as folklore. However, there's been numerous accounts of people seeing a man that stands on the tree line with unusual facial features. People have gotten close enough to see his demonic mutated face. It's then that he will run, go back off into the tree line, making a blood-curdling high-pitched noise described as a pig squeal. Unusual footprints have been found in the area, yet no one can work out what animal it's meant to belong to. There's been a number of people that report that in the evening, just as the sun is going down, as the chase is quiet and calm, a distant high-pitched pig squeal can be heard from deep in the woods. Kennick actually has a large number of pagans that live in the area. It's something that's always seemed to have a bit of a part of this town. However, it's a well-known fact that the cults and those who delve in dark witchcraft have practiced on Kennick Chase. Could the Pigman be a result of witchcraft? Or is this entity something else entirely? Weird man just vanished. It's an incident that's happened around 3 years ago during the early days of COVID quarantine, somewhere between March to September of 2020. I got home after a night shift. This was like 3 a.m. My girlfriend was sleeping, and I took out her dog for her usual night walk like I used to do every night around night shift around this time. It was the first COVID quarantine in my country, and most people were taking it pretty seriously. There weren't many people outside during the day, even less at this late hour. Near the end of the walk, I see a man dressed in a suit walking down the street ahead of me. Keep in mind that in my country, practically no one wears a suit unless you're in a groom in a wedding. Even lawyers in courts don't wear, suits most of the time. So it really stood out. Especially at 3 a.m. He also had a flat cap, which is also very uncommon. The more I was looking at the man, the more curious I got. I noticed he wasn't walking right. He was limping, but not the way an injured man limps. He seemed like someone who doesn't know how to walk properly, or like someone with a severe mental issue like Down syndrome or something. My first instinct was to get closer, thinking some poor mentally ill person had lost her, something. But my dog wouldn't let me get close. My dog's usually extremely curious and friendly. Any person we see while on a walk is a potential friend for her. She'd usually be thrilled to approach strangers outside. But in this case, she was absolutely terrified. She pulled on her leash and cried, not wanting to get close to the guy at any price. So, I didn't get any closer to the guy, and I saw how he limps weirdly until he got behind a car. He was standing so I could see his head over the roof of the car and parts of his body through the car windows. Never got a good look at his face as it was dark and he never really looked straight at me. The person suddenly stood up straight. He went from limping and barely standing up to standing up complete right and straight in a moment. Didn't seem awkward in his movements anymore. He took off his flat cap, stuffed it in his jacket, started searching his pockets for something. I assumed he was looking for car keys since he was really close to the car, and at some point he seemed to have dropped something. Again, I assumed it was the car keys. He bent down to pick it up, and I couldn't see him anymore. I waited for a few seconds and he wasn't standing up, and at this point my dog seemed more at ease and was more curious than scared. I got closer to the car looking for the guy. He wasn't there. I looked for him behind the car and under it, looked inside the car through the windows, and there was no one inside neither. There was no way he could have gone anywhere without me noticing it. The car was parked next to the sidewalk with no other cars next to it, open space in all directions. Any direction he would have gone, I'd have seen it. The dog would have seen it. I was really tired after a night shift. If I was alone, I'd be convinced I was imagining it, but that night my dog, who's usually very cuddly chill and sleeps all night snoring like a truck driver, didn't even get into bed with me. She was in the corner of the room, shivering with fear, and stared at the door all night. In the morning, she behaved normally again. I've never seen her act like this before or since. Living in a Haunted House, Part 2. Okay, so I said in my earlier post that my husband and I bought a Maison Bourgeois in France. I'm trying. Over 20 years ago. It's a large house over 800 square meters with a hectare of land. It has 3 stories. It has a front and back staircase, and when you're in the front part of the house, you cannot hear anything that is going on in the back part of the house. My husband traveled a lot for work, and I was often left alone with my 3 young children. Since this was the case, we put in an alarm, and it had motion detectors in several rooms that might be vulnerable to a break-in. One such room was the playroom. This room is adjacent to the room I talked about in my earlier post. We used it as a guest bathroom and a bedroom, but it had 2 doors, and you had to go through this room to get to the playroom. The alarm in the playroom seemed to go off quite a lot during the dead of night, around 2 or 3 a.m. This in and of itself was enough to scare me when I was alone. I would go begrudgingly into the playroom to see what set off the alarm, only to find nothing. Sometimes one of the remote control cars would have moved, but basically nothing. We had the alarm company check it out. They found nothing as well and said, well, maybe a spider or an insect crawled in front of the motion detector. Overall, I had some pretty bad vibes in the room. One day, my son had a friend over. They were like 6 or 7. They came to me running, acting a bit hysterical. They said they heard men talking in the room. I went there to check it out, and I heard men talking, but very muffled. I looked out the window into our garden to see if perhaps it was the gardener, but no one was there. Couldn't find the source of the voices. They always seemed to be right next door no matter what room in that wing of the house I was in. I didn't want to show my son and his friend that I was scared, so we left the room and I brought them to the kitchen. Of course, later when I told the story to my husband, he said I had an overactive imagination and I was influencing my son into thinking ghosts were in our house. Once after I heard a man and a woman talking when I was in this room. It was late at night. I was tidying up after my children. My husband was on a trip and I started to be frightened. I thought somebody had broken in, but I also had a strange feeling that maybe it was something else. I called a good friend who came over with a baseball bat. Like 2 women and a baseball bat could fight off intruders of any kind. She didn't hear anything and all the doors and windows were closed and locked. I was starting to feel like maybe my husband was right and maybe I did have an overactive imagination. This, however, was not the end to the voices, and later on, several other people, many of them skeptics, also heard them. Someone living in my house with me. Long but creepy. The house I grew up in was haunted, as many stories from all my family, and from the previous homeowners and even the people before them. Well, the house had issues. A lot of people refused to go back after visiting just once. So with that, and just how old it is, no one wanted to buy it when my dad put it up for sale in 2011. In 2014, my fiance and I took it over. Well, apparently during those 3 years that the house was on the market and empty, it wasn't empty. Someone broke in and took up residency. We were both package handlers for UPS in Louisville, Kentucky. This house was in New Albany, which is like 10 or 12 minutes away. That's in Indiana. We both worked the late night shift and rode together. So at 2300 hours, we'd leave the house and get back around 0500 or 0530. Literally the second day we had gone to work after moving in, it happened. We walked in the front door. I went to the bathroom, which was after the kitchen. The kitchen also had a door, but didn't have a deadbolt, just a twisted knob-type lock. I walk in the bathroom and it smells like shit. The faucet's on, and I thought my fiance left it on. I call her to the bathroom and I say, "Hey, what the fuck? Did you leave this on?" The faucet was on, and it wasn't a small drip. It was as if someone were washing their hands. Suddenly I noticed it. After I turn the water off, I'm standing in the doorway of the bathroom. She is standing in front of me, but in the middle of the kitchen, with the kitchen door behind her. The door is wide open, and I somehow don't even notice it. She thought I had opened it to go take out the trash, but when we got home, I went directly to the bathroom. At this point, I told her to get behind me. I unholstered my pistol, 'cause yeah, I carry. I went out back, walked around, saw nothing. I locked the door and went back in and checked the house. Found old food, bottles, shit stains, and it reeked of urine, all upstairs in my sister's old room. 2 days later, we get back from work. The back door is wide open again. This time, I think it was just to get their stuff. I think we almost caught them 2 nights prior, and that's why the faucet was on. What's incredibly creepy, though, is that literally the very next day after work, right across the street from my house, was this homeless person. They were pushing a shopping cart with a blanket and a trash bag. This person had a very creepy mask on, and they were watching the house. When my car light hit them, the person started to move it, but very slowly. I still wonder if they were studying our hours. Didn't matter, though. The same day, I went and bought multiple locks for each door. Thinking about trying to talk to the spirits in my house. Wanted to know the consensus on whether I should or should just ignore them. My family and I lived in the same house for the past 25 years. Activity started pretty much immediately. It's continued off and on the entire time. I believe there are several different spirits that share our home, and for the most part, they're benevolent. One feels mostly mischievous and curious. There's an old man that feels spirited and angry, but he's never been aggressive or violent. Last night our stove just magically, that's the only way I know how to put it because I can't explain it any other way, it magically showed damage to the frame and the push pad where you set the timer. It honestly looks like it was punched because the push pad is pushed into the back wall and the metal is bowed up and pushed out the back. My husband, myself, my son, my oldest daughter, and youngest daughter, we were the only ones here that could have done it. I can pretty safely say my youngest, who's 7, likely isn't responsible. Our house is relatively small, being only about 1,300 square feet. So I feel like even in my bedroom I would have heard the punch or the hit. at least one that would take to do that much damage. No one heard anything. We all just came out and it was like that. I'd used it for several hours prior, and know it for sure wasn't like that. Everyone swore they didn't do it, and honestly, I believe them, because we struggle so much financially as it is. Can't imagine any of them messing up our already secondhand stove we barely got as it is. My son is 17, my daughter's 22. It would just be super out of character for either of them. Also, I should mention, last week in the same day our microwave and coffee pot quit working. I just chalked it up to the age of the devices. Bought both of them brand new within the last 2 years. I've always declared out loud that I wanted my peace and privacy, that they didn't have to leave, but that my family needed to be respected. It's never backlashed on me that I know of, and in light of the recent revamped up activity, I wondered if I should try to make actual contact and see if it helps any. There are so many things that happen so frequently, I can't help but wonder what would happen. My husband says leave it be, hates to even talk about it. Will I make it worse? Or is there a respectful way about talking with them? We've cleansed lots of ways. Salt, sage, sweetgrass, copper. Sometimes it calms things for a while, but not for too long. Graveyard stories from Dad. Anyway, my dad was a wild card when he was young. Thought a spooky graveyard was the ideal date spot like most people back in those days. 1. The Bull's Lament. There was once a farmer who had a prized bull in life. The farmer loved the bull so much that when he died, he wanted the bull to be killed and buried beside him. He also wanted a monument of the proud bull placed over their graves to watch over them for all eternity. Most folk during that time thought the farmer was crazed for thinking of such a wish, yet that didn't stop them from honoring his wish. When the farmer passed, the bull was put down, placed right beside him. The monument was then placed over them just as the farmer had wished. I'm not sure how many years went by until my dad's experience, so I apologize for not having any idea when it happened. Possibly when he was early to mid-20s. My dad liked to hang out in the nearby graveyard with several of his friends. It was like their own playground where they could play army men and pranks. On one night in particular, he and one of my uncles were just relaxing until they heard it. The sound of a bull crying out, either in anger or in anguish. They looked at one another, decided to see where it came from. They followed the noise to the monument only to find nothing. It was then that they heard the bull roar somewhat nearby before the sound of charging hooves running toward them. Dad said they ran the hell out of that graveyard and back to their car. The Man in a Top Hat and Cape. Another story my dad told me happened when he and one of my uncles took their dates to the graveyard. They parked their car in one of the turnoffs and proceeded to make their own lover's lane. Things were getting serious when one of their dates noticed a green fog begin surrounding the car. All 4 of them sat frozen, watching the mist grow even further in thickness. Soon they began to hear strange thuds striking the car. It was then that Dad decided to turn the key, get out of there as soon as possible. He was then surprised to find a man dressed in a top hat and a cape standing directly in front of their car, smiling at them. The thudding on the car began to become even worse, scaring the dates further. Dad hit the gas pedal, drove forward directly toward the man, hoping that he would move out of the way. Instead of moving, the man stood still, allowing the car to drive through him. Dad stopped the car some distance past where the man stood, looked through the back window. To his surprise, he saw the man still standing there unharmed with the same grin. The man began to gesture for Dad to try again, but Dad decided to just drive out of there for several miles in silence. That feeling of being watched. So me and my friend love being in the forest. We feel safe there. Or we usually do. A while ago, I left to go take a picture of a waterfall while my friend stayed back in our usual spot. Pretty close to the waterfall, but neither of us could see each other. Whilst I was there, my friend started to feel like they were being watched. But not that usual just shrug it off kind. No, they felt like they were in danger. When I came back, they asked, "Do you feel like you're being watched?" Looked around for a second before agreeing that I did. But instead of leaving, we stayed and talked for a while for some reason. But eventually it became an unbearable feeling of dread and like we were in danger. So we quickly got our stuff and got the hell out of there. Once we crossed the bridge out of the forest, the feeling left. We felt safe again. Then yesterday, none of my friends could come with me outside, so I went alone. I didn't, originally intend to go into the forest, but I did. I felt safe there. I needed the comfort of nature at that moment. So I walked around for a bit going around the area, but not the spot. We both love warrior cats, so we made our own clan in the forest, which is the area that we tend to hang out in. Then I decided to go to the same spot, since our spot I just couldn't walk past it. Then when I was there, I saw a bike light, and what are they saying? I need a cigarette. When I was there, I saw a bike light on the path. It was getting dark, by the way. No big deal, there's always bikers here. I didn't think much of it and went to pick something up that I saw. But then when I grabbed it, I saw a person dragging the bike up and off the path and onto the grass. The path is a bit below the grass, so you have to climb up to get up. But there's no path or anything to bike on. Felt creeped out and left the area, going to a different spot, which was a rock surrounded by a river. Unimportant information, I think. Though we did make it to the Moonstone from warrior cats. I went up onto the rock and just sat there for a while. At this point, you couldn't see shit in the trees from the darkness, but I felt the feeling of being watched again. A similar area. It started in the same area as last time. When I glanced into the trees, I felt as if I saw a person's head move, like out of the way. When I looked at them, nobody was there from what I could tell. I ignored it and stayed. But the feeling of being watched became unbearably large again. This time, bigger than before. So I quickly got off the rock and left. The thing is, I felt it all the way up till I went past the spot. It stopped when I got to the clan rock. Then, when I had to walk past an area that had some of the same trees as by the Moonstone, just on the other side, I felt it again. It didn't leave until I crossed the freaking bridge. Does anybody know what in the hell that was? Late night creepy vibes. This happened when I was 18. Me and a workmate were working late. We worked at a restaurant called Valentine's. If you're curious, I'm from New Zealand. Anyways, I was letting out the last customers before closing the night. I thanked them and locked all the doors in the restaurant so we could start cleaning up. It was raining heavily and it was stormy weather, which isn't out of the ordinary for New Zealand. But it was crazy and creeped us workers out because the power and the lights kept flickering on and off. Me and my mate were the last workers to finish up. My mate, being the manager, told everyone to finish up since we don't have a lot to do, but asked if one of us could stay. I offered to stay. We were having a good old laugh and chat, and I would say that we'd been cleaning for about an hour until we heard a massive bang in the reception area. It sounded like a door A guy came running in asking if he could use the bathroom, and he looked desperate, soaked to the bone, and sad looking like he'd been crying. So me and my mate said, "Okay, sure." I thought to myself, I'm sure I locked the door. Maybe the crazy wind blew it open. I went and shut the door but didn't lock it, so the guy who ran in could get out. Me and my mate decided to have a break, so we sat down, started eating, and talked for a good 30 minutes. Then we both noticed that the guy that wanted to use the bathroom hadn't come out yet. My mate went to go check. Said that he wasn't in the toilet, so we kind of assumed he ducked out without us knowing. So I went back to the door and left it unlocked and locked it. Within that few minutes I was walking back to the table to finish my meal, the door smashed open again, and the same guy came in asking the same thing. I was kind of creeped out. I turned to my mate, who was freaked out more than I was. My friend was signaling me to look into the tinted windows that were in front of me. The lights started flicking off and on again, which made it hard for me to figure out what my friend was trying to signal for me to do. I looked behind me and the guy was still standing there. I turned and looked in the window and I noticed the person had no reflection. My heart was racing. I kept my eyes on my friend. We both said we could use the toilet, but my friend is like psychic or has some gift. Said the third time around isn't a good sign, that he told me to leave everything. We locked the restaurant immediately. Nothing ever happened after that, but it was creepy. It's probably the only intense experience I've ever had, really. Later on, we discovered that the theme park that's built across the road from the restaurant also experienced things as well. They've had more bad ones where workers would end up sick. Some say it's because it's built on an old cemetery. I'm 30 right now, and I still remember it as if it happened yesterday. Ask Reddit. One night when I was 10, I was asleep in bed. I was woken up by my bedroom door opening, then someone sitting on my bed. I felt the graze on my leg and the bed sink as they sat. Thinking it was my mom having something to tell me, I opened my eyes only to see a pale, eyeless, just black empty sockets boy who seemed to be my age sitting at the foot of my bed with his legs crossed staring at me. Or, well, facing my direction since he had no eyes. He then reached his hand toward me. He was holding what looked like a little black box. I was freaked out, but as I reached to grab it, he hesitantly pulled back. I reached out further for it and I said, "Give it." As I did so, I blinked, and by the time I reopened my eyes, he was gone. The spot of the bed where he was sitting lifted back into place, but the imprint of somebody sitting there was still present. I told my mom in the morning. She was slightly freaked out, but assured me I was just dreaming. Fast forward 5 years, though. I had my girlfriend over to do homework. After homework, she took a nap while she waited for her parents to pick her up. When they arrived, I tried waking her to let her know. I nudged her. She opened her eyes so sudden, looking in the direction of the corner of the room where the wall meets the ceiling, lifting her finger and pointed. And as fast as she awoke, she fell asleep again. Well, I attempted to wake her up again. She came to full consciousness, and I asked her what the hell that was all about, and she explained what she just did. She said, "Oh, I thought I was dreaming, but up on the wall I saw a little boy with no eyes just there like Spider-Man pose staring at me." That's when I freaked out, told her the story. First time, really. What I saw, and what I guessed was the same kid. Fast forward another 5 years, still with the same girlfriend, and by this time we had a 2-year-old daughter. We were living in an old bedroom at my parents' house. My daughter would wake up at the same time every night and start talking. For a while, we thought it was a normal baby thing, till I noticed it was almost the same conversation every night. I playfully asked her one night who she was talking to each night. She responded, "Little boy. He talks to me. He's nice. He's lost. He's looking for his mommy." I told my mom what happened the next morning. Before I got to tell her what I thought, she said, "I remember when that happened to you. Then your girlfriend. No idea what that is." By then, neither my girlfriend or I have seen the little boy after our first encounter, but my daughter continued her nightly conversations until we got our own place later that year. I used to live next to a cemetery. Can spirits just pass through? I, a female, 24 years old. I used to move around a lot until my dad got remarried. We moved to the Midwest. The house I ended up spending the rest of my adolescent and teen years in was built by 2 houses down from our small town cemetery. We were the first ones ever to own the land and build on it, so we were also the first people to live in our house. But that hasn't stopped weird things from happening. When I was 11, I'd moved into the new bedroom in the basement. Got one of those loft beds with a desk underneath the top bunk. One night I woke up in the middle of the night to my TV was going in and out of signal, then went back to sleep after I turned it off. But when I laid back down, I felt something caress my hair for like a solid 30 seconds. It wasn't threatening, but I just froze until it stopped. Tried forcing myself to sleep. We've always had a dog in the house, and they've never acted weird. But when I was 14, my mom and I were cleaning a room in our basement to get ready for a slumber party I was having. We both heard what sounded like my dog coming down the stairs, stop at the landing. So I went to go greet him, as he was getting older, and the stairs are a little more difficult for him now. Well, he wasn't there. So I called his name. He was sitting in my parents' room with my dad. I know my mom heard the footsteps too, but to this day, she denies that it happened. Nothing happened again until about maybe 16. I was having friends sleep over. The 4 of us are pretty musical, so we had our guitars and ukuleles propped up against the wall or laying on the floor. The 4 of us all woke up around the same time at like 4 a.m. We heard the strings being plucked and strummed, like very gently. Today I haven't heard or seen anything out of the ordinary. None of these little instances were ever threatening or scary. Just kind of peculiar. I would usually brush them off the next day, but, well, my friends always believed it was a ghost or something. I am a huge believer in the paranormal, but I've never really had any experiences that were undeniably spooky, so I never gave these events much thought. But now I think maybe there's spirits passing through, because they were so near and far between, and also because I lived next to a cemetery. Ask Reddit. So my family has a shore house that's been a part of my family since 1883. Every one of my family stayed in that house. An ex-great-uncle died in one of the rooms that I slept in because it was downstairs. I was too afraid to sleep in the upstairs and I stayed there alone. So according to a medium or whatever they're called, they told us it was haunted by my great-aunt Beth. I also believe her husband is haunting because of my dad's stories. Anyway, my parents told me stories from back in the day of their own experiences with unexplainable stories. I thought they were made-up stories to scare me. Well, one time, me and my buddy were in my living room. I was sitting in a chair that sat next to the door frame that was next to the staircase. It's just me and him in the house when we hear footsteps going up the staircase. We stood up and went to the stairs, and we listened as we heard step by step go up the stairs. It was during the day, so it wasn't as scary. Another time in the same house, after assuming the person who haunts the house was my ex-great-aunt Beth, I would jokingly talk to the ghost in the house. I wasn't sure if she actually heard me. Well, in my kitchen, we have 2 long fluorescent light bulbs. One long one and then another one next to it. Well, one didn't work all summer, like literally never turned on. Well, after that last day in the house, I was locking the house up for some reason. I'm in the kitchen, and I jokingly say, "Okay, Aunt Beth, I'm leaving. Have a good night. Love you." The light bulb that didn't turn on all of summer suddenly turns on. I was so terrified I grabbed my stuff, shut the lights off, and bounced. The last experience was once again in the same house. So even though I was afraid to stay in the upstairs at the night, the only room with AC were the upstairs, and so in the bedroom there's a wooden folding door that connects to another bedroom that you have to jane shut, because it keeps the cold air. And then there's the main bedroom door that goes into the main hallway. That door you also have to jam shut because cold air, and the door is expanding from the humidity, so you gotta jam it into the frame. Anyway, one morning I wake up and my bedroom door is wide open and the door across the bedroom is open and the lamp is on the floor. All the doors and windows are locked. I try not to think of anything, but it still freaks me out. So the following night I have the doors closed. I'm scared, but I fall asleep. I wake up the next morning and now the sliding door is open. My bedroom door is open and the door across the hallway is open. The lamp is now shattered on the floor. It was so terrifying that thank God I didn't witness it or wake up to it. Need help. Shadow figures with eye shine, seen in reflection from my lizard's tank. I don't do drugs or drink, for your information. This is not my first experience with things that have eye shine other than animals. This is not my first time seeing a shadow person. However, this is my first time seeing 2 shadow people at the same time and with eye shine. This was through my new lizard's tank I just bought yesterday. Needless to say, I flipped out, ran to my parents and brother to come see them. When I came back, they were gone. I was not thinking good at that moment to take a picture or a video. Damn it. But I have this story to share, and I hope someone will at least see this and tell me what the fuck I saw. I just got this new common lizard I saved at work. He or she is both blind in both eyes, and was very dehydrated and hungry. It wouldn't get off my finger the whole day, so my brother just decided to get a tank and keep him. Well, I put its tank together real late last night. I went to bed. I woke up late for work, but I decided to go ahead and feed and water and check on the little guy. I put my face almost up against the glass to watch him, when on the back of the tank I saw what looked like a shadow moving on the other side of the glass. I ignored it, didn't think anything of it until I saw a quick flash. I tracked it with my eyes and saw it flash a few times, and then it came into focus. I thought I was seeing a cat's reflection on the window that was behind me. Then I could make out a general face shape of what I imagined was a person's face, but it was all smoky shadow. Right where a human's eyes would be were 2 perfect eye shine globes. I could tell when it actually looked at me and saw me, it snapped its eyes on me, quickly disappeared from the black glass pane of the tank. That's when the second shadow figure appeared, with its eye shine very bright and clear, almost like it had just walked up. And when it saw me, it started moving its head very, very, very fast back and forth. I couldn't help it. I started following its eye shine with my eyes. That's when it started moving very fast back and forth. When it had my attention, it literally snapped its eyes onto mine, and I could not look away. I didn't flinch or move at all. That's when I freaked out and ran for my family to see. Wanted to see if they could see this too. When I got the shadows were gone along with their eye shine. To me, it almost felt like I was the creature in the tank being watched. Freaky feeling. It's been bothering me all day. And any time I see a reflection anywhere, I'm always looking just in case I can see those things again. Ask Reddit. I live in the woods in Florida. I'm 13 miles from the nearest anything. And that anything is a gas station. I'm 25 miles from the nearest town. My only neighbors for 2 miles are my parents who live across the street from me. I'm a single mom. It's just me and my son out here and our dogs. In my living room, I have a giant gray sectional couch in the shape of an L. My son, who was 6 when this happened, likes to pull up the ottoman, making the giant couch like a big bed that he then piles all the blankets and pillows that he owns to make himself a camping nest. He sleeps out in the living room. Now that I've established some background information, here's the actual story. So I'm home from work early-ish one night. My son had built his nest on the couch and passed out early, like 8 p.m. So I had time to myself and a sleeping child. I decided to play some Skyrim uninterrupted for once. I'm playing my game, smoking my bowl. I've got my medical card, by the way. Just having a great time when I hear my pit bull. His name was Aries, and he barked. It's not a bunch of barking, just one insistent, "Hey, Mom, you left me out. I want to come in," kind of a bark. Any pet owner should, kind of be nodding their head right now. We all know our pets' voices. I pause and I look at the time, and I say out loud, "It's only 8:30, you're fine. It's a beautiful night out anyway." Go back to my game. About half an hour later, he barks again, just that one, "Hey, Mom, you left me out here," kind of a bark. It interrupts my concentration, and I ignore the urge to get up and let him in. I continue playing because I don't get that much time. I work like 50 hours a week and taking care of my kid in the house when I'm not working. I'm mid in a dungeon quest, and I'm concentrating hard. About every 15 minutes, I hear the one stupid bark, and I start to get really annoyed. Because every time he does it, I get the literal urge to go let him in, and it just tips me out of my train of thought and ruins my game immersion. I'm starting to get angry. "If you wanted to let you in, I'd let you in, but you're fine." Finally, he does it that one last time. Most moms know what I mean. I'd had enough, so I toss down my controller, thinking how stupid this dog is, and as it hits the piles of covers next to me my kid's buried in, I hear a snore, a dog snore. I move the blanket to see Aries dead asleep next to my kid, not a care in his dumb doggy brain. Immediate fear and dread and heaviness like I've never felt washes over me. Can't describe it any better than an ancient fear. It felt old and terrifying, and I literally heard a voice say in my head, "Don't move, baby, don't get up. Just keep playing like you don't know anything's wrong. It'll go away. If you take one step toward that door, you're in trouble." I picked my controller back up and kept playing. Heard the bark a few more times, but around 11:45 the air in my house felt normal again. But I slept down on the couch because I wasn't leaving my kid alone. Connection with someone in another universe. I'd appreciate if somebody read this and provided me with answers, or maybe a similar personal experience. I'll try. A couple of years ago, I, at the time a 17-year-old female, was admitted to the mental hospital for suicide attempts and self-harm. After I'd filled out some papers and had everything sorted out for my hospital stay, I was brought into the day room to meet other patients. I sat down and introduced myself. Then my eyes landed on one of the girls, and I froze. could have sworn I knew her from somewhere, but it wasn't a weird feeling I got. I had to just make myself focus on the other people in conversations, or else I would just keep thinking about how I knew her. I noticed she looked at me a few times too, like she was trying to figure me out. Later in the meal room, she was staring a hole into me. I noticed something was telling me her name was Kelsey. Can't explain it, but I was being told that was her name. Their last name was on the tip of my tongue. Finally, she spoke up and said, "Do I know you from somewhere?" I told her that, I'd been thinking the same thing about her. I asked her where she was from, what her name was, and she replied, "Kelsey B." I swear, my heart stopped for a second. Even the last name that was on the tip of my tongue. I'm using B to protect her identity. I told her my name and she replied, "I know your name from somewhere, I just don't know where from." We spent the next half hour trying to find any possibility of how we could know each other. While we were talking, it felt like I literally knew this girl. However, no family, mutual friends, mutual activities, or clubs. And she had never been to the area I lived in, but I knew her face and voice and name before she even said it. When I got out of the hospital, I searched for her. I found nothing. The past few years, every few months, I searched for her using every way possible. When I think of her, I get a yearning feeling. My chest and stomach ache. She wasn't supposed to be a long-term patient, so she's not still in there. What teenage, now adult girl has no social media? Can't explain it. Do we know each other in a different universe? Do we have connections from our past lives? There's no way this is a coincidence. It's happened to me. Spirit of my grandmother helps my mom process her grief. First, my mom is diagnosed with PTSD, and on top of that, she has anxiety. She's had a hard time dealing with bad and sad things. She also tends to emotionally shut down when things get tough. She is in therapy and has been for nearly a decade. She had a really traumatic childhood. My grandmother, my mom's mother-in-law, died in 2019. My mom loved my grandma like her own mom. Her death was rather sudden, dying of heart failure, and she didn't really bother telling anyone in the family about it. My mom also lost another mother figure to her around the same time. My mom was also about 16 weeks pregnant at that same time. She had me young, and is only in her mid-40s now. The combination of the loss of my grandma and my other mother figure that was lost caused my mom to miscarry. She ended up needing a D&C to get the fetus out. It wasn't expelling naturally. It was going into decomposition. The combination of all three losses had my mom spiraling. She was closing off to my dad, to myself, my sisters. We were all so worried about her. She was like this for a few months until she started to come back. Turns out that she had a dream. In the dream, she saw my grandma and my great-grandma who passed away in 2006. They were sitting at my grandma's old dining room table and drinking coffee, a sight that was common to my mom in the early days of my parents' relationship. My mom starts trying to walk to them, but for whatever reason isn't getting any closer. Keeps calling out to them and it doesn't do anything either. After a few moments of this, they both look over at my mom and my grandma says, "It's okay, we've got her," before looking down into her arms where a small bundle is held. Mom woke up right after. She needed a good cry. but it was right after that she was able to start processing her grief of the deaths. My mom never found out what the baby, that she lost was, but she named it Caitlin after the dream that she had of my grandma. We all still miss my grandma so much, and her loss never gets any easier. Tearing up writing this, but every now and then, we know she visits. My mom, my dad, my 13-year-old sister, and myself. We've all smelled her perfume when at home. My parents have heard her voice. My cousin Aiden even once saw her at a place that he, his dad, and my grandma used to meet up all the time. Haunted Library Visit. In my town, we have a library. It's almost as old as the town itself. When I was about 12, I was assigned a history paper in school. Since we got to pick the topic, I decided that I wanted to do it on the history of the town itself. I went to the library to get some research material. The library is actually a large 2-story house previously owned by one of the town's original prominent families. The second floor was off limits unless you received permission from the staff to go up there. They store most of their historic documents and books up there. I was given permission to go upstairs to look through those books. I had no preconceived notions about the library, but I felt really creeped out upstairs alone for some reason. I was going through the books trying to find something interesting. From one of the side rooms, I heard a loud bang, like a door being slammed, which was odd since they'd removed all the doors. I feel really uneasy about being upstairs now, but I'm there for a reason. So, I decided to see what it was. Maybe a bookcase shelf gave out. I took a look in the side room, and there's only an old-school writing desk with a little plaque that says Mr. Putnam, 1885. The room was a bit cold, but nothing is out of place. A little confused, I shrugged it off and go back to the center room and keep digging through books. I finally find a book that covers what I'm looking for. I sit down to start reading. I get a few pages into the book and nearly have a heart attack when I hear another loud bang from another side of the room. This time it sounded like somebody threw a brick at the wall. I can see into part of the room, and it looks like it was a nursery or a playroom based on the tiny rocking chair and the teddy bear next to it. For some reason, I was terrified of going to that room. I did anyways, though, because I'm a dumbass. I walked into the room and turned to look at the corner. Wasn't able to see this from outside. I'm frozen in utter terror as I meet the eyes of a young woman in a white dress. She's hanging from the ceiling by her neck. She seemed to see me, but was motionless. I tried to yell, but just couldn't get it out. I was, however, able to break free of her horrible gaze, run downstairs and out of the library. I sprinted 6 blocks home. Wasn't until I told people about it that I found out sort of one of the maids that worked in the house had become pregnant out of wedlock. She hung herself in that room. I still hate going near that library. Ask Reddit. When I was struggling with heroin addiction, my mom, who's fairly religious, suggested I go to church, maybe talk to somebody there about what was going on. I was pretty close to rock bottom at the time, so I thought, well, what the hell? I'll go talk to someone. I walked to the Catholic church down the street. I'm not Catholic, but it was the closest church. I walked in. This young preacher, he was wearing all black with the collar, looked about late 20s, early 30s with brown hair and brown eyes or green eyes. Walked out into the hall. Same time I walked in, really. Introduced himself as Father Mike. He looked at me and said, You look like something's pulling you down. Do you need to talk? I said, yeah. We sat in the entry hallway and talked. We talked for about 2 hours. Everything just kind of poured out of me. I felt so comfortable with him and at peace. I talked about the addiction issues and how my life was so messed up at that point that I was thinking about killing myself to stop the cycle. He looked me in the eye with these crazy green eyes. Never seen anybody with that shade of green before. He told me, you don't have much time left. You keep using your borrowed time. There's not much of that left. Get yourself into detox and get shit together. Otherwise, you won't have to worry about taking your life. I said, yeah, I know. Done this a bunch of times. He cut me off and said, I know, I'm being serious. If you don't get sober this time, you won't get another chance. When he said that, I got chills. So I thanked him for his time, called my mom, and she drove me to detox. On the way to the hospital, I told my mom about Father Mike. She said she was going to go thank him for talking with me. Fast forward about 2 weeks, and my mom calls me in treatment. She says that she went to the church and asked for Father Mike. The staff said that there was nobody named Mike who worked there. There wasn't any young man with brown hair and green eyes. She asked if I was sure about Father Mike. I said I was 100%. I still remember how green his eyes were. She checked at various other churches in the area, thinking I was high, and wandered farther from the place I was staying. No one had a Father Mike, or anyone who fit his description. Mom is completely convinced that I had a run-in with my guardian angel. Wasn't so sure, but his eyes and the way he said you won't get another chance instead of you might not get another chance still gives me chills. I did go on to get sober, and I did get my life together. Night jogging. I can't really say why I did this. I know it wasn't really for my health. After night classes at a tech school, and my friend had time. We got out at about 10, and in those years this was early. He asked if there was any tracks open to jog in. Burbank was too far, and I told him I knew a place. I'd been taken the year prior by a friend that liked local anomalies. I drove to the hills, where the 210 and the 118 meet. In the hills, maybe 15 minutes in there, is a graveyard called Glen Haven. According to my other friend, the year prior is very haunted. It has no walls, and it's across the street from another graveyard that does have fencing. Down the road from it has a gravity hill that pushes your car uphill. Down further, there's a bar that had people that would chase you out if you weren't their type of people. Getting deja vu again. I feel like I've read this story. At the end of the hall, you bump into a walkway that goes under the 210 freeway. Supposedly, someone was killed there, and you can hear this screaming if you go in the middle of the night. The gravity hill is real. The bar is always closed when I've gone, and I heard this screaming at the walkway, but I can see it being an echo. But the graveyard. Me and my friend walked out, and I told him that we could run across and back for exercise. After some debate, I told him it was forced conditioning. We would be compelled not to stop until we got back. I didn't know how right I was. By then it was almost 11 p.m. and we started our run. Started to hear a little girl giggling. As we continued, because there is no lights in or around the graveyard, I could see what looked like fireflies. They're not native to Southern California, at least. I've never seen them here. We started detecting movement by the time we reached the other side, and started running back, almost in a panic. By this time, we could fully hear footsteps behind us, and both of us refused to turn around. When we jumped off the curb onto the road, it all stopped. The whole place was silent. It scared the hell out of us. On the way back, I said, "No one better chase us. I'm not in the mood." We did this once a week with the same results for a month. After that, we found something else to do that was less frightening. Being macho, we were like, that's boring. But we were really scared. I can admit that now. Visited in the night and intentionally woken up. 2 weekends ago, I had visitors in my bedroom. I was sleeping when I felt someone's hand pressing on my butt, left cheek specifically. Thought it was one of my kids coming into the bed. So I shooed it away, lifted my blanket up so whatever could crawl in with me. Then a hand pressed real firm on the same left cheek, like it wanted my attention right at that moment, you know? I got up on one elbow. No kid in the bed. Doors closed. So I'm looking around like, what the? Then there, right at the foot of the bed, standing 4 feet tall, unmistakable silhouette. Large head, small body, just right there. I sat straight up. When I did, the other one moved. It was right next to me, looking over me. I didn't notice it when I first turned around, but when I sat up, it moved away and up and away from me, like it had been hunched over me. Its face right next to mine. It had to be 7 feet tall. Tall and thin, but its head was kind of proportionate to its body. It was dark, so I couldn't see features, just movement and shape. They didn't look solid, like they had this swirling liquid smoke moving across their bodies. I think they were partially cloaking themselves. It looked like in between the liquid smoke there was nothing. Like little swirling liquid windows. I could see the wall and the carpet and the dresser through them. So I'm sitting straight up looking at the small one. I wasn't scared, but my senses were all the way up. I guess I think fear might have been trying to creep up, and I didn't want to ruin whatever this moment was about to be. I said, "Are you really here?" In my normal daytime volume voice. It slowly started to move backwards. I saw that and lurched toward it as fast as I could and stretched my arms out wildly, grabbing to where it was, but I missed it. I watched it phase out of sight, both of them. The whole experience lasted mere seconds. They woke me up. They wanted me to see them, to know that they were there. Honestly, I feel like it was a gift. It was an absolutely remarkable experience, and I hope they showed themselves again. Shadow monster visits me. So around 2016, I'd been living in my new house for about a year or two with my mom's now ex-husband and my mom. After a while, it began to feel weird being alone there, and at night, it would feel like I was being watched from my hallway. I would go to sleep with the door open, never once falling asleep not facing the door. Anyway, after a few months of this, one night while falling asleep with my TV on, I wake in a dream. At this time, my bed was laid on the side in front of a large window and my door was on the opposite side of the room. So I think I'm awake, and I notice that on my side, my room is only faintly lit by an orange street lamp. And as I turn my head toward the door, something is in my doorway. It looked like the shadow monster from Stranger Things Season 2, but in a more humanoid form. yet it looked to be about 8 feet tall, and I could see no eyes, but it felt like the eyes of a predator were on me. It was arched in a way that felt like I was going to be attacked. I open my window, jump out, and run down the street. I'm running in jello about a half block down. I feel out of breath. I turn and look. I see my street and a street lamp. I try to run farther, but I can't. I turn around again and I see it standing there under the street lamp. It screams a loud, harmonious, guttural, and terrifying scream. A scream that makes your stomach drop. At that moment, I wake up. My abdomen shoots up and I'm gasping for air and crying. My TV's turned off and I was in darkness. I woke up around midnight, I believe, and I stayed up until 3 a.m. watching SpongeBob or something. I know the TV thing could be explained like automatic turn-off or my mom turning it off, but I have reason to believe that she didn't do that. I also had AT&T. Usually after a while it would go to some blue screen instead of turning off. Either way, waking up again in a way that the dream started terrified me. After that, I smudged and I think I told whatever that was there to leave me alone. Now that I think about it, I believe I put salt in my bedroom doorway. I don't remember anything happening after that, but my mom and I ended up moving to another haunted place because she got a divorce, which I'll make another post about. If anybody has an idea about what this was, or seen anything similar, I'd be interested in hearing. It doesn't feel human, and it happened in southeast Wisconsin. I felt it touch me. I fell asleep at around 4 a.m. I woke up at 5 a.m. I was at a sort of camping place with people I knew and some I didn't. Around 100 feet away, there was another camp I had to get to, but it was already dusk, turning everything around these camps pitch black. I had to make my way to the other camp, and a kid from my school happens to be there. He tells me the way. I'm really afraid of the dark, but I see some people coming and going between the two camps, so I toughen it up, grab my phone, and make my way there. Making my way to start the trail, there's a small ditch only 2 feet deep going around the camp. I set foot down in it in order to reach the trail. When I take another step, my body goes limp, as if God or a being much more powerful than me commanded, fall. I collapsed in the ground in an almost paralyzed state. I felt a hand curl around my ankle and drag me into the woods. All I could think was, this is the end, and I could only pray. I could only groan for help. It was blood-curdling, and the way I was being dragged, the hand had no sway to it. It was being hauled like at constant speed. Something of inhuman precision and strength was taking me away. Here's where it gets worse. I start to feel the inside of the top right arm muscle and my entire right shoulder tickle. Not pleasant, but a violating sensation. This sensation is followed by a feeling of old, spindly fingers making their way up my shoulder toward my neck. And at this point, I was awake, so I didn't feel the drag anymore, but I was fully aware of the fingers touching me. I had two options: scream and fight waking my friend up, or slowly turn to my side in hopes it went away. I chose to slowly turn, pretending to be asleep, and as I began to turn my body to my right side, the fingers began to creep away from my neck down my shoulders. Afterward, I picked my phone up under my rib and covered my head with my blanket. What's extremely worrying is that when I'm sleeping on my back, the right side of my body is the one facing the door in my room, making this seem like there really was something there. The house I live in has a history of apparitions and noises of people walking and certain malicious spirits. They've been removed, though. I also still feel a residue. I'm typing this after waking, since I haven't been able to go back to sleep. My first and most recent experiences with entities. The first time I witnessed a ghost was in high school. This was back in 1878. Whoa, you must be old. 1878? That makes no sense. That means they'd be 100 plus years old. I'm going to assume that they meant to write 1978. I was visiting a friend, walked into his house. Just off from the front door was the living room. I turned, and I saw a woman by the window. She was dressed more like a woman from the 50s. This supports my thesis, okay. I thought this was odd. I smiled at her. She smiled back and faded from sight. My jaw must have dropped because my friend said, "You just saw her, didn't you?" That was the start of my paranormal journey. Since that time, I've seen and heard all manner of activity, from the mundane to the worst you could imagine. In my home, we have 3 spirits. One is a small girl, maybe 10. She wears a bright-colored dress and has blonde hair. We'll see her darting around the corners or letting out the occasional giggle. She likes to tap on things from one side of the house to the other. She is a busy one, but we don't see her every day. We also have a shadow person. I believe it's a woman. She shows up infrequently, but when she does, her favorite thing to do is stand in the middle of her hallway for about a minute or two, then just fades out. I ran into her about 2 years ago. I was headed back from having a cigarette. She was in the hall. We must have stared at each other for 30 or 40 seconds. I said, "It's your move." She faded out. The third one is also a shadow, but a 2-dimensional shadow. This shadow likes to walk past windows at night. We see it on the east side of the house. It walks very close to the window. My wife was the first one to see it. She was in her office. She called like she was scared to death. She said she saw a man. Took my dogs with me, and there was nothing there, of course. But my dogs will bark like nuts if a bird farts 10 feet from our window. So they should have reacted to someone getting into her yard, but they didn't. My wife also said there was no noise. We have gravel on that side of the house, and no sound at all. My first and most recent experiences with entities. The first time I witnessed a ghost was in high school. This was back in 1878. Whoa, you must be old. 1878? That makes no sense. That means they'd be 100 plus years old. I'm going to assume that they meant to write 1978. I was visiting a friend, walked into his house. Just off from the front door was the living room. I turned, and I saw a woman by the window. She was dressed more like a woman from the 50s. This supports my thesis, okay. I thought this was odd. I smiled at her. She smiled back and faded from sight. My jaw must have dropped because my friend said, "You just saw her, didn't you?" That was the start of my paranormal journey. Since that time, I've seen and heard all manner of activity, from the mundane to the worst you could imagine. In my home, we have 3 spirits. One is a small girl, maybe 10. She wears a bright-colored dress and has blonde hair. We'll see her darting around the corners or letting out the occasional giggle. She likes to tap on things from one side of the house to the other. She is a busy one, but we don't see her every day. We also have a shadow person. I believe it's a woman. She shows up infrequently, but when she does, her favorite thing to do is stand in the middle of her hallway for about a minute or two, then just fades out. I ran into her about 2 years ago. I was headed back from having a cigarette. She was in the hall. We must have stared at each other for 30 or 40 seconds. I said, "It's your move." She faded out. The third one is also a shadow, but a two-dimensional shadow. This shadow likes to walk past windows at night. We see it on the east side of the house. It walks very close to the window. My wife was the first one to see it. She was in her office. She called like she was scared to death. She said she saw a man. I took my dogs with me and there was nothing there, of course. But my dogs will bark like nuts if a bird farts 10 feet from our window. So they should have reacted to someone getting into her yard, but they didn't. My wife also said there was no noise. We have gravel on that side of the house, and no sound at all. Paranormal stuff all of a sudden. I'm a 20-year-old female. So to explain things, this is a real event that happened yesterday. Nothing too drastic, but still extremely weird. The reason I'm writing this is because my parents had some small paranormal stuff when someone died, like loved ones saying goodbye, but still not like this. I came home yesterday, went to my room, and relaxed, mostly browsing through social media. The only light was in my room. For context, I live in a country where theft is non-existent. Also, my parents were outside working, so they could hear anybody who would enter. So fast forward, I was laying in bed, and I see someone peeked like 3 times exactly. They were checking on me, and then the door closing. I didn't pay much attention since I thought it was my mom just checking on me in my room. Also, the hallway where the person or thing was checking on me was dark, but I'd probably see a figure if there was a person. I left my room to ask my mom why the fuck she was checking on me 3 times and not saying a word to me. I left my room, to be honest, to say that, to show her some random funny meme. So I called for her and nothing. I saw the second door to the house half open, so I figured she left the house to go outside. I go to the other door and start going outside. They're locked. I tried to rationalize it, but I couldn't, mostly because the key was left inside and you had to enter. When outside, I asked my parents why the fuck they were checking on me and locked the door. Both started to argue why the other one's lying and who was in the house. Turns out, none of them were. My brain didn't register immediately. I didn't hear any footsteps, and my dog, who usually reacts to somebody in the house, didn't. After my mom came to the house, she found a window fully open. They wouldn't open it. They claimed that it didn't because it's winter. The drawer was fully open. That all wouldn't scare me if my mom didn't tell me that today her light that she didn't turn on started flashing randomly. To be honest, kind of scared and made everything worse. Also, my parents are freaked out too and still don't know what the heck happened. Did we need a priest or a medium is in question? Might not be an exciting story, but I'm still thinking about the fact that something was looking at me. I didn't really react at the moment. Ask Reddit. I can't actually confirm this is paranormal, but due to the fact that there was only one other option, it seemed paranormal at the time. This may seem like a mild, maybe even lame experience, but it really freaked us out. Now this one is rather short, not very fulfilling, but it's a story nonetheless. Every summer, my family and I travel back east to visit our extended family in New Hampshire and Massachusetts. Often when we're there, we'll have other relatives come by and they'll hang out with us. One summer we were staying at my aunt's house, which had a basement, a main floor, and then an upstairs. Upstairs were 2 giant rooms, although only one of them had been finished at the time. My cousin had been given permission to stay over for the night, which I was pretty ecstatic about, considering me and him are really close friends. It was just us 2 upstairs, with our sleeping bags and whatnot. For the sake of this, I'm going to call my cousin Jack since I don't want to give out his real name. Jack and I were often the ones who went to bed last, whenever he spent the night. We'd always stay up together watching YouTube or TV and playing on our phones, normal stuff. We positioned our sleeping bags near an outlet and started to charge our phones. We took turns, since it was really only one outlet, and we wanted to make our 2 sleeping bags into one giant thing. It gets rather cold in Massachusetts nights, even in the summer. Well, we started to jokingly mess around with each other's phones. I believe it was his turn for the charger, so I moved myself to the other side of the quote-unquote bed, and he starts to shuffle around the blankets. He asked me where the charger was. I didn't know where. Probably had fallen out of the outlet. I recalled the outlets upstairs being loose and, well, got lost in the bed when we switched sides, maybe. We looked under the pillows, under the blankets, under everything, and no luck. We looked around the whole room without finding the charger. It was at that point that my aunt had knocked on the door, asked us to keep it down. The room is directly above the master bedroom, after all. We shrugged it off, headed downstairs and into the living room, decided to watch some TV to pass the time since neither of us felt tired. After a few episodes of a show that we'd like to binge together, we decided to go back upstairs and quietly look for the charger again. We tiptoed up the steps into the room, but something was off. We slowly approached the bed until we finally saw it. The charger was on one of our pillows, out in the open. We were so close to freaking out. I know this sounds like a joke, but it actually gave us quite the startle. Me and my girlfriend had an odd moment tonight, and I don't know what happened. This incident happened earlier this evening. Me and my girlfriend are still very confused on what it is that happened. You may or may not believe me. That's your choice. But please, someone explain what had happened if you can. Earlier this evening, me and my girlfriend were playing around. Not doing what you all think we were. But we were messing around and having fun. Something had come up about her face. Though I'm not entirely sure what had happened. So I'm going to just apologize in advance. I had touched her face, then she covered it with her hands. Then playfully I had said, "Let me see your face." She wouldn't remove her hand from her face, so I said it again. And this time she ducked her head into her legs. Obviously, she was still playing around and we were laughing and joking this whole time. Then when she had her head tucked and her face was buried in her hands, I had whispered into her ear, "Let me see your face." That's when things got weird. I'm not exactly sure what happened next, but I feel like I know exactly what had happened at the same time, if that makes sense. I remember my eyes closing and my brain going black, and me continuing to say, "Let me see your face, let me see your face. See your face. Show me your face. No, you want to." Talking really fast and whispering. And this was was all into her ear. I do remember, for some reason, really wanting to see her face before this happened. Like I said before, I barely remember this. But at the same time, I do. It just didn't feel like me. Then when I'd finally come back to my senses, caught myself doing it, and my girlfriend was freaking out still in the same position she was before. She was breathing really heavily and rocking back and forth. And I asked her if she was okay. She took a bit to respond, but eventually said that she was fine. She had told me after that she blacked out too. She couldn't hear me talking. Then her brain went blank. It's like she was there, but wasn't at the same time. Very similar to what I was feeling, honestly. I know it sounds like she had a panic attack, but what was really strange is that almost right after she responded to me, she was completely fine. Out of it, of course, because of the confusion, but calm. After that happened, I got really freaked because I didn't even feel like it was me talking. Felt like something else was there and I was watching. Lost girl. Over the years, I've seen and sensed the presence of spirits. I've only spoken to one in a short conversation, like 10 years ago. I live in a suburb of Los Angeles, so it's a small street with houses up and down the streets. Tree-lined sidewalks, a few street lamps. I remembered that I needed to take out the trash. I had to bring it to the curb for pickup. When I walked out, I looked up and down the street. No one was there. The street was dark and silent, with a breeze that's pretty usual for the area. When I was done, I was surprised to see a teenage girl walking down the sidewalk toward me. The streetlights were like a half block away, and they were sort of covered by tree branches that moved in the breeze. Because of the lighting, she was in blue tones. She was walking slowly, looking from side to side. But her look, I suspected she might be blonde or maybe a redhead. 5'7" maybe. White, like pleasant blouse, a gypsy skirt, sandals. Kind of like a hippie, but I've seen girls dressed this way currently, so wasn't that out of place. She seemed lost or high, but her presence at this time of night was out of place. When she got within 15 feet, I asked her if she was okay or if she needed help. She said no, but didn't look at me, and then said I'm looking for my friend's house. It has an alley behind it. I told her all the houses here have alleys. She said that she'll find it. She never looked at me, just at the houses, and she also never stopped walking toward me. The tree branches shifted in the breeze and the light ran across her face. At that moment, I realized she had no eyes. I could see into her eye sockets for a moment. She was 5 feet away at this point, and I was frozen in place. All I could say at this point was, "Do you want me to tell anyone or anything? Call them?" She walked right past me on the sidewalk. She didn't stop or look at me, but said, "No, I'll find them." Frozen, I watched her. She walked 20 feet to the tree. That's where the street lamp was covered. She sank into the shadow of the tree trunk on the sidewalk. I made my way home, but kept looking out my window for a few hours. I still get nervous when I walk outside around there. Clap. Me and my sister were very young, and we had a full-time maid babysitting us. I guess because our parents were working. I was probably 9 and my sister was 6. The house helper was 40. So I've always been into such stories of the unknown, and I was a weird kid. Not surprised something like this happened, really. I was with my sister, and also the sitter. We were all laying down. I was on the bed, my sister and the lady were on the floor mattress. We were chatting and singing songs, and nothing really being related to ghosts. And suddenly we heard the center of our position a loud clap. A very distinct, clear, loud clap. We were looking at each other. We knew that it wasn't any of us. It was such an intimidating sound, like a clap made by someone with stiff hands. We looked at each other, as if asking about it, and nobody of us could understand what had happened. My sister wanted to use the washroom, and that sitter insisted that we shouldn't move. However, I convinced her. As we're sitting in the living room and the washroom was in the other room, we had to go there. We formed like a line and went in, and to our shock, the washroom was locked from inside. Now, we literally got terrified overthinking about every scenario possible. And more than the probability of a ghost, we thought there might be an intruder. It was an apartment, and we called our neighbors from the flat below. They broke into the washroom and called us to be at their place for a while. This lady never came back the next day because of how scared she was. That building was, in fact, creepy on its own. We were the only two families staying there, and the topmost floor was occupied by some college students. That house had a few weird instances throughout our stay. I told my mom about it, and fortunately, she believed us. She's had felt strange about that house too, really. We were staying there for like 4.5 years already. In the beginning, all the flats were occupied, and everything was normal. And it happened only later when all the people left, and we two were the only family staying there. We left that place too. We were feeling unsafe by the passing time. Though a few years later, my dad changed that apartment into his office space, and he never felt anything there, but my sister and I remember that it did happen. We got goosebumps talking about it once, so we avoid touching that. The man in the hallway. So let's kick it back to around 6 years ago. I'm around 11 years old. I sleep with my door closed to my room all the time, because I don't like my dog jumping on my bed at midnight, scaring the daylights out of me. No matter how much I love her, but that month, my door would begin rattling as I'd lay in bed. Like something was trying to grab onto the knob or push the door open, but just wasn't strong enough or able to get a good enough grip on it. And it would make my door just kind of rattle back and forth. It would go on for a short bit, but would eventually subside after a max of probably 2 minutes of rattling, leaving me sitting there, like thinking, what the hell? Trying to force myself back to sleep. This is going on for several nights in a row. I bet there were more happenings that I'd managed to sleep through, but I always remembered waking up to the noise and just staring at the door as it did this thing. So I eventually get sick of all this nonsense. I suspect it's my dog leaning, pressing maybe against the door, trying to get in. I decided it was better. Well, better to know that it's her than the fear, wondering, of, losing sleep. I still get chills just typing this out, and this story is the biggest reason I still sleep with a nightlight, and why I believe in ghosts. So that night it's pretty standard bedtime procedure. Brush teeth, make bed, crawl in, nighty-night. And I sleep for a good few hours before I suddenly wake up to a voice whispering in the night. Some real cryptic horror movie bullshit. Kind of like whispering at the end of Gravity Falls theme song. I kind of just sit there. I'm listening to it and I start to look around the room and then toward my open door. There he is, standing there in the doorway, a shadow, the silhouette of a very tall man standing in the doorway that was darker than the darkness around him. Very easily to sort of distinguish just outside my room. I have no idea what's going on, and I just ask, "Dad?" And it stops. Dead fucking silence for a good 3 seconds, as me and it are staring each other down. Then it leaves. It slides out of the doorway to the left, and like a fluidness that isn't natural in any way, shape, or form. And like that, it's gone. It's 3 a.m., dead silent. Just me, my bed, and the night. Still scares the shit out of me to this day. The Peruvian Lady. A few years ago, I used to work in hospitality, so I could travel and earn money while I did it. I was working in a beautiful hotel in Peru. I'd been working there for 5 months and absolutely loved it. One day I was working in reception. I was checking people into their rooms, and this one lady walks in. She had long brown hair, a black handbag, and a red shirt with what looked like weird stains on it. She had booked a room with 4 bedrooms. Thought it was a bit odd that she booked one of the biggest rooms and she's just one person, but I just assumed the other people were, they're going to come later perhaps. She was only going to stay for 2 nights. I gave her the keys and didn't see her for a while after that. The next day, everything was normal, and how my day usually went. But it was at night when things started to get weird. I got a phone call on my hotel's phone at around 10 p.m. At the same time, my personal phone started ringing. My phone said no caller ID. I ignored it and hung up. I could pick up my work phone. I picked up, and it was the same lady I saw earlier. She was crying, saying she needed the ambulance. I asked why. She wouldn't stop weeping. She just kept begging me to call the ambulance. So I did, and luckily, the hotel was only about a block away from a hospital. The ambulance quickly came, and we went into a room where I'll never forget what I saw. There was blood everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. But that lady wasn't there. It was only blood. I got freaked out and I couldn't handle seeing the blood, so I went back to the desks downstairs, and on my desk I found an odd printed note. The note said, "You'll need it later," or something like that. Next to the note was a small clay bowl. Later I told my Peruvian friend about it, and she said they used clay bowls as a source of protection from malevolent spirits. A few days later, I still have dreams about this lady all the time. I had a dream where I would see her again in a hotel room. She would just be standing, staring at me. It wasn't until I started working in another hotel where I saw her in the lobby. She looked the exact same. Red shirt was clean this time. I was petrified. She was smiling just like in my dream, and I screamed, and my colleague at the time ran over to me and asked what was wrong. I told her about the lady, and she said, "No one was there." The Girl in the Cemetery. When I was 17, I'm 24 now, I visited a cemetery at night with a small group of friends. We were just going to look at the graves, give a little love to the graves that looked like maybe no one visited them anymore, maybe because they were from so long ago. We were not going there to hurt anything or mess around with the graves because we were, well, most of us still are, very spiritual, otherwise known as not religious. I'd always liked cemeteries, and I feel kind of at peace when I'm in one, so I was very comfortable there and relaxed. I think that may be why what happened at all. I was following near the back of the group, lingering on some graves to read. seeing what was written, that's when everything for me goes blank. The rest of what happens is what my friends told me about hours later. This one's mine. I called to the next nearest person in my group. He turned around to laugh and tell me to quit playing around when he stopped. I shouldn't have died, really. It wasn't my fault. What do you mean? He asked, getting my other friends to stop and walk back to me. Well, you see, I was playing in the barn with the kittens and a man came in with a gun and bang! I don't think they would have believed I wasn't the one speaking if the voice, well, hadn't been so much of a different pitch and had a very, very country accent. I don't know why he did it. He's my daddy's best friend. For the next 2 hours, I led them around the cemetery pointing at graves and telling them about the people buried there like I knew them. One of my friends had her phone out, used as a flashlight and record everything I was saying so they could face check when we went back to the house that we were staying at. Eventually I stopped again, frowning at a headstone. This is my brother. Got to live a long, long life. It's not fair. I want to live too. This is what I said, and I stopped my foot before just collapsing on the ground. I didn't wake up until I got home that night. I remember I had the worst headache of my whole life. My friend showed me the video. Then we all looked up as much as we could on the internet to see if I'd been right. I was right about everything except one thing. The grave I'd collapsed on top of hadn't been the brother of the girl who had supposedly possessed me. He had been the son of her father's best friend. The same best friend who said that she had shot her. Never been back to that cemetery since. I'm afraid of a little girl won't be the one to possess me this time. New house. Both me and my brother experienced this. I was around 6 or so. My brother was about 10. We had just moved to a council flat where the previous tenant had passed away from old age. So this was like 1997. Before we moved in, my parents got everything in the house sorted, furniture and such put into place. Me and my brother shared a room, and on the first night when we were asleep is when we had our first paranormal experience. I won't say ghost, because the way this ends may say otherwise. About 2 a.m, we both woke up to our TV bedroom flickering on and off to static. The main light in the room flickered, and the furniture cupboards and drawers opening and closing. This wasn't quiet at all. We were both so startled and scared and genuinely screaming for our parents. After about 15 seconds or so of no response from them, we ran out of the room to our parents' room. We found them in bed. The weird thing was the cold. We were pushing them and screaming right next to them, but they didn't wake up. They were both so cold. The last thing I remember of that night was looking to the hallway through my parents' bedroom door. There was just white light. That was it. My brother can't remember looking through the door, so it seemed only I could see the light. Me and my brother then woke up from our beds at around 8 a.m. in the morning or so. That's after my brother woke up in a panicked state. Looking at each other, and we talked about it. As we talked about it, we knew it happened. We ran to our parents' room again and woke them up to tell them what happened while crying out of fear. We never did find out what happened or what was the cause. We stayed at my grandma's house for a week or so before going back and having no real problems. At least, not to that scale. My dad was a huge skeptic of the paranormal, but even he experienced the weird footsteps in the hall on occasion, the weird figure in the front of the bathroom door at the end of the hallway. We were and still are a poor family with health problems, especially on my mom's side. So there wasn't so much we could do. It never bothered us much other than the weird sounds and the sights every so often. This still happens to this day for them. I've since moved out with a friend. Me and my brother are still adamant on what happened that first night, that we still don't know what happened in the end, or how we ended up back in bed. This may be a ghost story, or for all we know, an alien abduction. We have no clues and no ways to find out. Paranormal occurrences in Appalachia. Located also on Native American territory. All of this occurred at my parents' home. This is the home that they currently live in. When I was 10, we moved to our small town to a property in the country. This property had documented having a late 1800s farmhouse that had been torn down quite a while ago. Never knew the date. It's a nice flat property that is one farm field away from the banks. That's the Ohio River, and the other side is woods, and an area at the top of the woods that has an Indian mound. The entire area was once Native American territory. One of my main hobbies growing up was walking along the water of the Ohio River and finding arrowheads with my family. We have a collection in a glass box at home. The first experience was my own, alongside my brother and sister. We had been living on the property for about 5 years at that point. No other occurrences before. It was summertime. My parents were at work. We had chores to do throughout the day, and it was midday that we all agreed to do the dishes together. My brother made sure to turn off the TV in the living room, beside the kitchen, so this way we wouldn't get distracted. We can get it done quicker. While we engaged in the dishes, my brother, super goofy, was singing random songs and eventually said, "You know, Green Sleeves is actually a really good song, and it has the same tune as What Child Is This?" Then we all just started singing what we knew of Greensleeves. We finished the chorus and all stopped singing. But immediately after we stopped, there was a whistle that continued the exact same melody of the chorus. It lasted for about 5 seconds before suddenly trailing off quietly. We had stared at each other, at least while it happened. And my brother is the only one of us who could whistle. He and my sister immediately went to check by the passerby outside, but saw nothing. We have no close neighbors, and if someone were walking by, they'd still be fully visible. I was having a panic attack from fear. We all did a thorough check inside the house, but found nothing. Ask Reddit. I used to work at a restaurant that had a garage door. Basically, it's a wall of windows that can be lifted up like a garage door to create a false patio. It was a pretty solid thing, and it rattles fiercely when you open or close it. It looks out into the street, which was usually quite busy. That night I was finishing up closing duties, maybe 11 o'clock or so. Dishwasher and cooks are long gone. It's dark outside, so all I can see across the street are the lights from the opposing building, a restaurant too. I finish everything up, head back into the back room, and start shutting off all the lights. As I sign out and gather my stuff, I hear a rattling sound, like a fist knocking on the window, almost as if they were shaking the garage door. I poked my head out from the back room to look, expecting to see some drunk customer hoping for a late-night meal. But the second I look, the rattling stops. Nothing there. Weird. Must be the wind. Maybe a truck passing by and shaking the garage door. I turn back and grab my keys. Rattling fills the dining room once again. I turn on one of the main lights and step out, ready to tell whoever it is that we're closed. But once again, the rattling stops and nobody's there. All I see are the lights across the street and my own annoyed expression reflected back at me. No trucks or cars, no people or wind. I return to the back room to grab my stuff, turn off the light again, and get ready to get the hell out of there. And you guessed it, the rattling starts again. This time I say out loud, "I'm not doing this tonight, I'm tired. Just let me lock up and leave." It stops. I walk out of the back room, set the alarm, open the back door that leads out into a dark parking lot at the back of the building. When I turn back to lock the door, I see a figure standing at the garage door. Needless to say, I got out of there as fast as I could. I know it was likely someone having a smoke. I know the rattling was probably just the wind, though I'd never heard it make that noise before, and never heard it again after it. And I know that the rattling stopping and starting like that was probably just an eerie coincidence. Sometimes I remember that the restaurant backed onto the city hall where an old jail sits just underground. Sometimes I remember how old that district is, and exactly what might have lived in these buildings before we moved in. And I'm glad I quit that job when I did. Last night, my grandma passed away, and the TV turned on by itself. Audio only. Last night, December 15th, my grandma passed at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. India time around 8 a.m. December 16th. I've missed almost all my family funerals due to expenses, and the bodies never held for longer than a day before cremation because my family's choice in India. I've missed my grandpas, my aunts, and now my grandmother, all on my father's side, due to living in the U.S. Since I found out last night around 11 p.m. and thought of "forgive me" echoed in my head a million times as I sobbed uncontrollably. I asked I just needed one sign to know that she's forgiven me for not being able to make it to yet another funeral. I then called my dad to tell him what happened early in the morning of the 15th. Not sure if it was related, but I had a dream. I dream a lot, but I share especially when following events that are strange. But since I moved to my new home, been here for 9 months, I never have any of these scary, uncomfortable dreams or other paranormal experiences, as I usually do with those in hotels or older places. Anyway, in my dream I saw a woman float into my bedroom. A dead bride. Kind of weird, like a typical movie. And as I'm trying to get my husband's attention to tell him about this intruder, I get up to stop her. As I do, I get up from the dream. Naturally, I get very scared at the night, especially due to nightmares, so I breathe heavy, wake up my husband, and I'm unable to sleep throughout the night. I wake up the morning of the 15th for a doctor's appointment. As I drive to it, I think of how lonely this woman must have felt. Anyway, as I'm telling my dad this dream recall, my TV went off. Audio only. This has never, ever happened before. My husband and I were on the couch FaceTiming my dad. Both remotes were on the table. Nobody touched or sat on it. I usually have a sixth sense of things, but never would have predicted the passing of my grandma. Like a couple of weeks ago, I had a dream my parents got into an accident, but they were both fine. That morning, right as I woke up, my mom, and she called me, said Dad's feeling like he's having a heart attack. In the end, with God's grace, he was all okay. And it was all an accident technically. My grandma lost her husband about a decade ago. Her daughter, who's my aunt, a little more than a decade ago. She always felt very lonely. She lived with my other aunt, but I knew she was very lonely and not the happiest. Anyway, the TV's audio turning on, I like to believe that she gave me a sign. Ask Reddit. When I was 3, my grandfather passed away. I don't really remember him, like at all. I know exactly what he looks like, though. as my grandma still has pictures of him all around her house. And I've seen the home videos of him and myself, and my younger sister when she came along. We were all playing with him, and him lighting a candle at my first birthday, that sort of thing. There is an exception, though. For years, I've had this random memory that must have occurred only a few months or so before his passing. I'm pretty sure in this memory I was 3, or very close to it, and my sister was around a year old. I have this very vivid memory of myself sitting at a kitchen bench, my sister in her high chair, and my granddad playing pop-up behind the kitchen bench. Like he would duck down behind the bench and do a big pop-up to surprise, making a very funny face each time. I was laughing. My baby sister was doing the typical baby big laughing. It's nothing special in what happened or what went down, but yet it's so strong and vivid. Now, despite how vivid and strong that memory is, I was never sure if it actually happened. Like I said, I was only 3. I barely remember my granddad, and apart from that memory, the only thing I really know about him are stories from my mom and grandma, and from the home videos. I could totally be making it up, which is very possible given what we know about memories from young childhood fading or being twisted in the sense that we kind of misremember them. Sometimes we might even have completely false memories. Flash forward to last year when I was pregnant with my first and my friend group. Or when I was pregnant with my first. My friend group were talking about my family and what do they think the baby will look like. I talked about my granddad, how I barely remember him, but I have this one memory and it goes like this. I'm not sure if it was really real, but blah 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 blah. That night after catching up with my friends, I had an incredibly vivid dream. In this dream, the memory was being reenacted. I was watching my granddad pop up and down behind the counter, making funny faces and making me and my sister laugh, just like I remember. But after the 5th or 6th time of him doing it, he pops up but becomes serious, looks directly at me. He tells me that yes, this really did happen. He loved playing this game with us girls. He's happy I remember it, and don't worry, I'm not making a false memory, everything's all good. Living in a Haunted House, Part 4. The Man with the Stovetop Hat. Living in a house that's haunted is not at all that you see in movies, really. Months would go by and there'd be nothing out of the ordinary. There were times that I'd even start to believe that perhaps I had an overactive imagination. However, when other people share the same type of experience, it's hard to discount what you're experiencing. When we first moved into the house, we needed to do some basic updating. The electricity was very outdated. The electricians were up in the attic, which, to be honest, was not some place I really wanted to visit. They were doing some rewiring. Some wallpaper was peeling off a wall that they were working on. I decided to take it off. Underneath was a drawing in black charcoal of a very tall figure in a stovetop hat. Creepiest thing I ever saw. Definitely not a child's drawing. Made a real impression on me, to be honest. Tried to put it out of my mind. Years later, like at least 8, we were preparing to go on vacation. The car was loaded up and my husband asked my oldest son to go back inside the house. Wanted to make sure all the lights were turned off. After about 5 minutes, he came racing out of the front door, terrified. "There's a man in your room." My husband and I went inside and searched the house. No one was there. My son later told us as he reached the landing in the front of our bedroom, he saw movement in the room. He looked inside and saw a tall man dressed in black with a hat looking out the window. The man then started to approach him with his arm out. He ran out of there as fast as he could. This experience so affected him that he wouldn't sleep by himself during our vacation. He was about 11 at the time. We talked about it quite a bit during the vacation, and my youngest son, who was 4, said, "Mommy, a man comes to see me at night. He sits in the chair by my bed." I tried to talk about this with my husband because it seriously freaked me out, but he chalked it up to an overactive imagination. I never saw the man, but on numerous occasions whilst I was sleeping, I would wake up feeling panicked, and I'd have the sensation that someone was standing over me. I would burrow under the covers and pretend to still be sleeping. It made me feel like a child who's afraid to look under her bed or needs a nightlight. Who was this man that both my sons claimed to see? Was he the man in the charcoal drawing on the attic wall, I wonder? My middle name is inherited after my mom's friend who died in a car crash as teens. Some backstory. In 1980, my mom was heading to a basketball game with her 2 friends. Her friend Dawn was driving, 16 years old, missed a turn on an old Montana road during night, went into the fields. Seatbelts weren't really a thing, but Dawn died on impact. My mom was in the middle seat. It was an old truck. She went flying through the windshield. The other girl took the least of the crash and was able to walk to a farmhouse and get help. My mom doesn't remember being ejected. Before this year, she told me about the story before, just the bare minimum that her friend had died in an accident. This year I asked her more about it, because I've always been drawn to Dawn. She mentioned that after the accident, she was put on antidepressants. She experienced glowing orbs flying around her room within the first few weeks after the accident. Since then, she's been terrified of antidepressants. I think the orb was her friend telling her it was okay, that she was safe, and to not be sad. Months after learning more about the accident, just this week, I found a yearbook from the year she died. It was the first time I learned her full name and saw her face. Today I heard a Carpenter song and immediately wanted to paint. The image in my head was a golden field with a road and canyons in the background. I was listening to 70s music, and then Dawn came into my head. The next song was Driver's Seat Sniff and Tears. The lyrics reminded me that Dawn was driving, so I checked to see the song name and noticed that the time was 11:11, an angel number. The song mentions a Saturday night drive, the Blue News. So out of curiosity, I checked to see what night the crash was on. It was a Saturday night. Then the next song that played was Saturday Night Bay City Rollers. The playlist is a random shuffled Spotify playlist called 70s Hits that I've never played before. Now as I write this post, the song Slip Sliding Away by Paul Simon plays. It feels eerie, like she's communicating with me. I opened my mind to her, and I feel immensely sad for her. I found out that I have a guardian angel 3 years ago. I didn't know who it could have been, but now I believe it to be her. Ask Reddit. I was working as an LDS missionary in Idaho. My companion and I were late to our last appointment of the night. We were hauling ass on our bikes to get there as soon as possible. We had to slow down for a moment to wait for a bit of traffic. And while we were briefly waiting, this guy on the sidewalk, it looked like he was out on a jog, and he makes a comment about the nice weather outside. I noticed he was wearing all Nike apparel, which seemed funny because most people in that area didn't really wear higher-end name-brand athletic gear. But this guy was decked out in Nike stuff. I smiled, agreed, and said have a nice night. Then we sped off. Our appointment was about 1.5 miles from where we slowed down. We made it there in like 2 minutes. We pull up to the house, lean our bikes against the front steps, and right as we're about to knock, a guy behind us asks what we're doing. We turn around, and it's the jogger from a couple minutes ago. I was certain because of all the Nike gear. We explain that we're there to teach some people about Jesus. He makes some joke about being the devil. It was weird. Can't remember exactly what the joke was, but it was weird. Then he asked where we lived. We just said that we lived north side of town. He asks if we lived here, meaning the place that we just showed up at. No. We just said we live on the north side. This is the far south side of town. We tell him to have a good night, and he leaves. We didn't notice anything strange until, after we got home. My companion pointed out that we were riding our bikes as fast as possible and got to our apartment within 2 minutes of seeing that runner dude. He managed to get to the same spot on foot, just as fast. How? That would make him faster than anyone on Earth? We weren't followed by a car, and he didn't get out of one. No shortcuts to this place because it was a straight shot down the main road of town. Then I realized that when he showed up at our apartment house, he was in a totally normal state, like not out of breath. If he had just somehow managed to run 1.5 miles in 2 minutes, he'd be sucking wind. But nope, totally fine. The last strange thing was that the ground was covered in dry, crunchy leaves due to it being fall. Wherever you walked, you crunched. My companion pointed out that we didn't hear him approach. We didn't hear him leave as we turned our backs to knock on the door. We didn't know what to make of it. It all felt sketchy as hell, though. Ghosty moving my shoes. I, a 28-year-old female, have had a lot of ghosty experiences. One of my most recent ones, though, involves my shoes being moved. At this point in time, I was working 2 jobs as a server. Double shifts Friday and Saturday, so 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. I just got home around 10:30-ish. I was just exhausted. I had to be at work again the next day at 7 a.m., so I didn't do anything except come home, walk into my living room, drop my bag, keys, jacket, and arm my couch, take my shoes off by the side of the couch, let my dog out the slider connected to my living room, and turn around and walk down the hall to the bathroom to brush my teeth and whatnot. This was before locking up and heading to bed. For context, I sleep with my bedroom door closed. Always. No exceptions. Ever. My dog slept in my bedroom with me. In the bed most nights anyway. Sometimes on the floor. Morning comes, my alarm didn't go off. I wake up already 30 minutes later than usual and bolt up in bed. I notice my bedroom door is slightly ajar. First, I didn't think anything of it really. Perhaps I was just too tired to notice that I didn't shut it all the way last night. Slowly crept open overnight. So I just crawl quickly out of bed, run to the bathroom to get ready quick. Once I'm done, I head to the living room to put my shoes on, grab a bag of keys, a jacket, etc. There's only one shoe. Super stressed because I'm already behind, I start frantically looking everywhere around the couch, under the couch, then the whole living room. No other shoe. I decided to just wear a different non-work pair of shoes because I'm late. Frustrated, I rush back into my room, get my dog up so that way I can go potty before I leave, and as I enter my room, I see my other shoe on the floor by the head of the bed, positioned as though if someone were wearing it, they'd be looking at me. I immediately get the chills, but I'm also still late, so I call for my doggo and leave, but I thought about how the hell my shoe got there basically the whole day. The next morning, I woke up to find the shoes I wore the previous day instead of my work shoes in the hall, positioned as though someone were walking toward my bedroom. I also know that I 100% left them in the living room like I had my work shoes. About a week after this, my mom, we live in a split level, me downstairs, her upstairs, found one of her shoes on her hallway shelves. friend's dad scared them one last time. When I was a baby, my mom and dad attended a funeral for our best friend's dad. He had committed suicide. Her dad was a security guard who worked second shift. Every night he would come home, eat his dinner, and have a glass of whiskey. He would do this at his seat at the table. One night he came home, ate his dinner, drank his whiskey, then shot himself. After the burial, a small group of people went back to the house for lunch and drinks. My mom and dad were one of the few people to leave because I was still a baby. My mom told Jean she would call her the next day and check on her. The next day, my mom calls Jean and she tells my mom to come over because she wouldn't believe what she had to tell her over the phone. Mom goes to Jean's house and told him what happened. Around 10 the night of the burial, really, Jean and her family decided it was time for bed. Jean had 2 sisters and a brother, all of whom lived out of state, and she lived at home with their parents. They cleaned up the house from the guests that they had over, including washing and drying the dishes. They all went upstairs to go to bed. Sometime in the middle of the night, one of the sisters got up to use the bathroom, heard a noise coming from the kitchen, then what sounded like footsteps going into the dining room. Didn't think anything of it until she saw someone was in bed. So she woke up the brother, who then woke everyone else up. He grabbed a baseball bat and led his mom and 3 sisters downstairs to see what was going on. They go into the kitchen and see one of the cabinets are open. He could have sworn it was shut when they went to bed. He put the dishes away after all. Then he went into the dining room where he lost it. He turned on the light and saw that the chair their dad used to sit in was pulled out like someone had been sitting there. And on the tablecloth was what looked like a ring of condensation from a glass. They all freaked out and ran upstairs. A few days went by and Jean went to the store to pick up some pictures from a roll of film that she had dropped off the day after the funeral. As she looked through them, her face turned white. She showed her mom a picture that was taken with everyone around the dining room table, and in the middle of the picture, there was her dad's chair. It was seated, like a faded figure of her dad. Ghost on Discord. During the height of COVID in 2021, I had to take a plane somewhere for work. Beforehand, I had to self-isolate in a hotel for 2 weeks. During that 2-week period, I was on Discord video chatting with my wife every day. Nothing really happened, for the most part. One night, however, we were talking and watching stuff together like normal. She went to go and take a shower, but just left the camera on. Is this the same story? As I'm sitting there chilling on my phone, not looking at the camera, I still had my headset on. I heard a little girl's voice come through my headset. I forgot specifically what I had said, but I do remember hearing giggling. So I turned to the computer. I thought, oh, she's playing a prank on me. Very funny. But then there's no reply. I then hear a voice sing the classic scary movie trope, Daisy, Daisy. This is the exact same story. This must be from the same user, but written on different posts. I digress. The little girl's voice becomes 2 voices overlapping each other like a man and a girl at the same time and became distorted. As this is all happening, I see the green glow around the border pop up to show that the audio is coming from my wife's microphone. I thought this was your girlfriend, now it's your wife. I keep trying to say, haha, I know, very funny. And the talking stops. I say, hello? Trying to get her to reply, but then the little girl's voice replies back, hello? At this point, I'm freaking out. I asked another question, but I forgot what it was. I remember it being a pretty simple question. After that, I remember the little girl saying, look behind you, and then laughing. Obviously, at this point, I'm pissing my pants. I did one of those scary movie reactions where you turn around super fast, but nothing was there. Now my wife comes back from the shower, or his previous girlfriend. I see her come out in only the hallway. We have our small apartments. There's no way she was at the computer. No way she used a soundboard, which I don't think she even heard of before. I didn't end up telling her what happened till I got back. Otherwise, she would have been scared out of her mind by herself. To this day, I get the chills thinking about it. I tried searching online to see if people had their own Discords hacked or something that made hackers talk through their mics, but found nothing. If anyone has any input, please tell me. Haven't found any explanation to it all. The dress. I live in what was once a small town in Minnesota. Recently, the population has been booming, but that's besides the point. My town was founded back in 1853, and the house I live in is one of the original farmhouses. The previous owner died, and the house was left to rot for multiple years. We bought this house in 2011, and we tried to fix it up. Ever since moving in, there's been so many paranormal experiences that I've lost count, and I'd like to share some on this sub. Starting with my first ever experience when I was around 8 years old, this is not necessarily a scary experience. It's just one that stuck with me my whole life. In my living room, there's a very large window looking out into the street. And one day I was with my sister, my mom, and my grandma, and I suddenly got the urge to move the blinds and just, look outside. Can't explain why I felt like doing this, but when I did, I looked over to my mailbox, which is right next to the street. And the first thing I noticed is this large pink dress. It was flowing in the wind, seemingly attached to my mailbox by some string or rope. For a minute, I just sat there looking at it. It was a very pretty dress, and my 8-year-old mind was ensnared by it. But soon enough, I call over to my sister to come have a look at this beautiful dress attached to our mailbox. Obviously, she has no idea what I'm talking about, gives me a confused look, and comes over to see this dress. To my surprise, thinking back, the dress was still there, even when I looked away from it, and even more surprising, when my sister comes to look at it, she sees it too. Super untypical for ghost stories. We're both staring at this dress when my mom finally realizes what we're doing and asks. We tell her what we're seeing, but when my mom finally comes over to look, the dress is gone. Completely vanishes in the span of about 4 seconds. And I know it would be impossible for it to have went and blown away in the wind, quote unquote. I just missed it because, for one, I looked away for less than a few seconds, and two, the street is relatively big with a hill on the other side, where if it were to blow, it would have landed on this hill. My great-grandmother's paranormal experience. I was told this by my father when I asked him for stories while doing my family tree. My great-grandfather had been murdered in 1938. I had found his death certificate from Mexico City. Something to the effect of massive head trauma. My dad tells me that his wife had 2 small children in the house. She was fearful that whoever killed her husband would kill her and her children. She would sleep at the front door with her children face out so she could see under the door if anyone was coming. Because she lost all income, she rented a room to an old lady named Kona. Every morning she would come out of her room dragging her slippers on the floor one step after the other. One day, Kona didn't come out of her room. It turned out that she had died. That brought the neighbor doctor, And he said, yeah, she passed away. In that poor neighborhood, they did wakes in the house. So the neighbors set up in the kitchen table and started praying. Suddenly Kona screamed and sat up, yelling about how she went down a hallway to a large book that contained all of her sins. She said she would cover her eyes but could still see them. She said it was horrible. She then faded and died again. After everybody was done shaking, the doctor was called again and he said, "This time, she's really dead." Unamused, the funeral continued, and Kona was buried the next morning. My great-grandmother closed Kona's room, went back to sleep looking out the crack at the bottom of the front door. In the middle of the night, she heard the door open, and then the she, shh, of Kona's slippers across the floor. She was frozen, started praying, but wouldn't stop. She then remembered that somebody told her if she cussed out the ghost and it was a pure soul, it would leave. She got up, started cussing Kona out. In the pitch black, the spirit ran into her and threw her on the floor and left the house. I find it interesting that Kona had warned everyone when she came back briefly that she was not a pure spirit. The Lockbox. Last summer I went on a cruise to Mexico and Honduras. The port was in Galveston, Texas. Me and my family love to go antique stores whenever we're out on vacation. One day we stopped by this antique store on the street. It was relatively big. It had 3 floors, each designated to different items, such as the 3rd floor being only for furniture. We were looking for a while when suddenly I made my way up to the 3rd floor. I instantly got this really weird, eerie feeling, probably because the 3rd floor was completely dead silent in comparison to the crowded 1st floor. Despite the feelings, I continued to look around when I found a small, cramped room. This room, which was connected to another larger room that was specifically for old lockboxes and briefcases. In the middle of this larger room was a lockbox sitting atop a stand of some sort. This box had a 3-digit combo on it. For some godforsaken reason, my brain decided that since I'd gotten a disturbing feeling coming up here, it would be a good idea to put 666 in the combo. Who knows? Maybe it would work, and it would be a very creepy story to tell people, so, well, I did that. I was going to change it back to what it was before. But then my mom ends up calling my phone right before I was about to revert it, telling me that they're leaving. Not thinking twice, I rushed downstairs, not wanting to get left behind. Days go by, and I realize I didn't revert that combo on the super weird displayed centerpiece lockbox on the disturbing 3rd floor in the random antique store. That is, back from 666 to what it was before. I can't help but think that this mistake has done something weird to the experiences in my house. And later on, I'll write more experiences in the sub and make references to the lockbox for more clarification. The whole vibe of that 3rd floor creeps me out when I think about it. When I look back at it, this lockbox was set up so weirdly in a kind of sunlit room. It was displayed in the middle on a stand in the scary 3rd floor of a random antique store in Galveston. Ever since forgetting to revert it, I just feel like the experiences have been more vivid and more frequent than before. The town is just as haunted as the woods. Part 2, The Little Girl. I visited my parents' house this evening for dinner. which reminded me of a few more experiences that I'd had in the house which I'd missed out on my last post. So back when I was 18, I worked nights. I came home at 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning with my now fiancé. We used to work together, which is how we met. We were always super quiet in the morning because everybody else would still be in bed. We went straight into the kitchen as usual, clicked on the kettle to make a post-work brew before bed. I also forgot to point out my last post that the very active dining room is the room attached to the kitchen, so you walk through it to enter the kitchen. Myself and my partner were quietly chatting away when we heard footsteps in the hallway which entered the dining room and abruptly stopped. We both heard as clear as day a woman start laughing. We both whipped our heads around thinking it would be my mom, but obviously there was no one there. Everybody else in the house was still asleep and in bed. The following evening when I woke up, I spoke to my mom about what had happened in the kitchen. She told me that she had also experiencing, just weird things going on in the house that week. At this point, we were used to the spirit of the man that lived in our house. But this was something else. It felt sinister. The following weeks brought some odd activity in the house, and the rest of the household on different occasions heard a little girl skipping and laughing in the hallway. Female whispers and crying could also be heard in the night. My mom went to see a friend after this who's a psychic. She explained to my mom that this little girl had come into contact with her while in the local town. The girl had taken a liking to my mom, decided to follow her home. It was the first time somebody had come to see this psychic about this girl. Apparently she had followed a few people home. We decided to get the house cleansed to send this girl actually home. However, the male spirit that we have nicknamed John still remains in the house to this day. Although the spirit of the girl has now left the house, there's something very unsettling about it being there. That atmosphere at the time changed in the house, and everyone seemed on edge. A mysterious encounter, sleepwalking, shadows, and unexplained events in the night. Anyone else experienced this? Long ago, my brother and I sometimes shared a room while on vacation. We would stay over together. We played games and often gamed. My brother is known for sleepwalking, which usually happens in phases. Several times a year, a few weeks at a time. Once he ended up standing out of the shower before waking up. Another time he was descending the stairs, still asleep, misstepped and fell down. My parents found him downstairs, took him back up, treated his wounds, and he went back to sleep. About 15 minutes later, he woke up and started crying. This story is about an autumn day. I had a Jip and Janneke, famous Dutch children's book. There was a lamp hanging over my bed. It emitted a soft blue light. I woke up to knocking on my door. I didn't respond. After repeated pounding, I saw the door handle moving up and down. I remember lying in bed petrified. What? Why is this happening? Suddenly, the handle turned down, the door opened, and on the floor, I saw a figure. Not a shadow, but a sort of shape. An arm was in the air, fist clenched, moved toward me in a worm-like motion faster than someone crawling or sneaking. Suddenly, the fist was beside my bed. I was terrified. What is this now? Every time I tried to move my hands to my head, the fist came between them and my head. It seemed to sense when I did this. It was truly bizarre. I think I haven't slept so badly in ages. It felt like hours, but realistically, it was probably about 3 minutes. Then the fist lowered and the figure remained lying there. I didn't dare do anything. Gradually, I fell back to sleep in silence, The next morning I looked on the floor and it was gone. Couldn't figure out if it was my brother or not, and I still can't. Still not entirely sure, but my brother and parents don't remember anything about it. What it was, I have no idea. Was it my brother? No idea. Maybe sleep paralysis. I genuinely don't know. Me neither. My father predicted his death. I hope you don't find me insensitive, because I believe I just had a paranormal experience. About a year ago, my father mentioned a vision that he had. He said he could see himself lying in the morgue, and he somehow knew that the vision would come true within a year or so. At the time, I didn't put too much thought into it, because my dad often had vision nightmares. And sometimes he had trouble differentiating reality from imagination. Anyway, during the past few weeks, his health deteriorated very quickly. It was obvious that he wouldn't live, maybe another few years. Then one day he came out of the bathroom, white as a ghost, and he said, "My face in the mirror is the same face I saw in my vision. Exactly the same features, even the hair length." My sister joked that maybe he cut his hair and cheat death, but an ominous feeling resided in the room nonetheless. He was dead serious. Anyway, last night was the worst I've ever seen him. Seriously, he went from being quote-unquote normal in the morning to being inches away from death at night. He couldn't sit up, he couldn't speak, and his legs were all swollen. He died in his sleep, and an ambulance took him away in the morning. Today's been a roller coaster of emotions, but ultimately, I'm glad that he's finally at peace. It really feels like he lived just long enough to see me and my sister grow up. And in another year, he would have been alone with my mother in an empty house. Something I know he couldn't live with. He's very family-oriented. I'll never know whether his vision was real or coincidence, but it really makes me wonder about the mysteries of life. There must be more to this world that we don't know about. May never know about until the next life. In any case, I'm sure my father's up there, pain-free and moving around without the use of a wheelchair. Basement spirits in an old house. It happened probably when I was about 5, I want to say. It was before my family moved states. We lived in a 2-story house in New England. I'd say our house was at least 100 years old. Some might say 200. That doesn't exactly explain the phenomenon that I witnessed, but maybe it had been the site of another house at one time, but I'm not sure. A little backstory. I was a pretty sensitive kid, and I was very in tune, especially around this age. My mom told me that she'd often be thinking of something like, "I want to make chicken for dinner." Then I'd ask her if we could have chicken for dinner. That sort of funny thing. It seems dumb and silly, but I also think it's a bit telling. Our laundry units were in the basement of this house. My mom never liked going down there much because it was wet and pretty dark. It smelled like earth. One day she was carrying me down with her, put a load of laundry in the machine. I asked her, and I remember this pretty clearly, "Who's those people in the corner and what they were?" She freaked out and asked what I was talking about. I remember I saw 2 people there, sort of see-through and sort of floating above the ground in the upper corner. One was an adult woman, one was a young boy. They both had buckles on their shoes, I told my mom. Note, I was too young to know about pilgrims or old-fashioned clothing at this age. I didn't learn history in school yet at all. They were wearing, well, odd clothes, too. I told my mom. Mom looks angry, but the little boy says it's okay. I remember that. The apparition of the woman did look very unhappy and it scared me, but her son spoke to me and told me it was cool. Anyway, after relaying all this to my mom, she freaks out and we went upstairs fast. I'm not sure what it was. Like I said, I wasn't learning about history at that young age, but, well, didn't watch much TV either. Went to an alternative school. I was always kind of just put off by old things and scared of them. We lived in a very historically rich town and neighborhood. It was famous for the War of Independence. My friend Uncle Jim. I already knew about this ghost before this experience. He died in a house fire in the 80s. And when a new house was built on top of his old house, he decided to occupy it. He was friendly, never tried to harm me or scare me, just wanted to have fun at our expense. Tuesday night, my roommates are gone. Sweetness, I have the house to myself. Just finished making dinner and was watching a movie while my laundry dried. It's done. As I'm walking back to my room, I pass the front door and notice it's unlocked. I'm about to go to bed, so I might as well lock it now and save some time. Fold the laundry, now back to the movie. But my cat starts crying at the door like he wants out. When I go to let him out, I open the door and he runs out. That's weird, I thought to myself. I could have sworn I locked the deadbolt. I must be tired. It's bedtime. As I'm lying in bed, I can't help but shake this feeling. I don't know what it is, but I can't sleep. So I get up and just walk around. I walk past the front door and it's unlocked. Now I know something's up, because I definitely locked that like half an hour ago. What the fuck is going on? I lock it again and walk to the kitchen for a snack. Munching on my snack, playing on my phone, I hear a click come from the front door. It's unlocked again. Nobody's outside. Roommates' cars are all gone. What the fuck, yo? I lock it and sit there waiting. A couple minutes go by and sure enough the deadbolt turns unlocked on its own. So I lock it again and wait. I sat there, straight eyeballing the deadbolt in silence. Just as I predicted it, it starts to unlock itself. Uncle Jim, I know that's you. I made sure to say it in kind of a playful voice. I know that's you. I'm tired and I want to go to bed. Play tomorrow. The lock stopped rotating and then returned to the locked position. I left, came back about an hour or so later. It was still locked. It was still when I woke up the next morning, too. Uncle Jim didn't come back the next day to play. Aw. This still, in a sense, scares the crap out of me. This happened not too long ago, but I'm writing from how I remember the encounter. I'm 28, female, and always have some type of paranormal thing show up once a week. Vary 3 weeks, and so on. As I write this, I'm in Queens, but I live in the Bronx visiting family. Anyway, sleeping in my bed. Just to give an idea, my room in the Bronx is like a small to kind of medium-sized place. My room is small, but manageable enough to switch it up. My bed is near the window. The bookshelf is near the wall next to the closet and the door into the hallway leading to the kitchen. I have a dresser near my bed and a bigger dress. I only mention that because sometimes it's also where I see odd things. Anyway, it's been around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning when I felt something going like a crab, moving on top of me in my bed. I wake the heck up thinking it's a family member or a cat, but neither. All I see is a dark shadow of something like a male figure, but a shadow near the less, moving from side to side of the bed. I wanted to move, but I felt like I couldn't for whatever reason, so I just kept my eyes directly at it. It was using its arms like a crab walk on my bed. This happened for a few minutes before I finally woke out of nowhere being able to move, and my half-awake, half-asleep self. I looked all around and went back to sleep. Anyone wondering what that was? Got my guesses. One, it was completely materialized, meaning that it was using a lot of energy. So I couldn't move, which I was beat was fucking purpose to put me in a damn neutral state, but the arms and the body, that does raise questions. I have other experiences, sometimes around the bookshelf where I hear books or small items move, sometimes my dresses where things get knocked into or I hear tapping. The hall basically near the bathroom, where in that experience I heard something in the bathroom. I know because when I am in the dark, it happens, one way or another. But you be the judge of that. Ask Reddit. Back in 5th grade, 2017, I was in an after-school program. I liked to draw and would look for random blank papers to draw on. One day I had finished a drawing, placed it on a table, and went home for the day. When I came back the next day, somebody told me that someone vandalized my drawing. It was scribbled all over. When I asked who did it, nobody knew who it was. I shrugged it off, but I was kind of upset. That was the first time. The second time was maybe a couple of days after. I don't exactly remember. This time I was at home, at least 8 o'clock. I was drawing fan art in a notebook I found. At least 7 to 8 pages. I was proud of how they came out. I left the notebook on the coffee table and went to sleep for the night. When I came back, all of those drawings were vandalized, scribbled and written all over in each page. The only person I knew was my little brother, so I asked him about it. He said he didn't do it. It was believable because he never vandalized my drawings before. I wrote in the notebook, "Who are you?" I didn't touch it until the next day. When I turned the page, the mysterious person replied something along the lines of, "You know who I am." I was very confused, especially since this person didn't specify. While I would probably be freaked out, at least I knew who was ruining my work. The third time was back at the after-school program, probably a few days later. I was drawing as usual and went home a bit after. I placed the paper on a desk before I left. When I came back to the drawing, it was vandalized again, but this time with a written message. "Never talk to me again." I was honestly scared. There was nobody I knew in that program who hated me to that extent. I would know that because kids who didn't like me would make it pretty obvious. I asked who it was again. Still, nobody knew. I had started to believe I was being haunted by a ghost or spirit. That was the last time an event like that occurred. I'm in 9th grade now, and I still have no idea who that person was. And I still think about it sometimes. My small experiences yet to stop. So it was end of afternoon, I believe. I went to the basement, which was accessible from the outside instead of the inside. There was a single bulb, which can be turned on after a set of stairs with a rope or a cord. This basement was mainly empty, made of a concrete floor with wooden walls. There was this one couch. This couch projected a shadow because of the light, but suddenly when I looked, another shadow appeared. This shadow was the figure of a man. It was a figure on the floor, like if something was standing there, but obviously nothing was. I was scared. But it gets worse. It started running toward me. Have you ever had a shadow run toward you? Because I see nothing. I'm on the stairs. I have a door which is easily blocked by anything. I'd almost bash the door for it to open, which I always hated the basement. Never went again. Each time I left my house, there was also a garage. It wasn't ours, but was right next to our property. My friend's dad owned the garage. There was a glassless window, in which was always pitch black, even in daytime. From this window, you could hear something. My name is Zachary, and every time I would walk past it, I heard Zach, 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 Zach in the wind. Not just once, many, many times. And today is not any better. Lately, I've done a spirit box session, which I received answers to, but very clear. So that's to take it very lightly. What did I do in a session? Well, I'm chilling in bed, and occasionally, once every 3 weeks or so, I'll feel something. Like a person climb on my bed. Not just a little weight, no. The bed literally feels and also makes the sound of someone laying down on it. It happened to me approximately 4 times. There was also this time when me and my sister were home, but my parents were gone for a while. And we both at the same time started to feel chills, started to feel worried. My sister also mentioned that she heard the first night "Get out." I've seen shadows in my room, but not a lot of them, only 2 since we're here. So it could be anything. Amazon Echo talking to me after Grandma died. So this summer, my elderly grandma got dramatically less healthy and began living with my parents. My parents have a den in the front of the house and a staircase that begins off the same foyer. Anyway, they tried to make Grandma as comfortable as possible for the last few months of her life. They moved a TV in there and a few of her things from home. My sister got a brand new Echo show to display the time and weather. Sadly, Grandma began to show signs that she was nearing the end. I came back home to see her for a few days before she passed. While it was definitely, uneasy watching a loved one pass, it didn't seem creepy or unnerving. Everything seemed normal. The Echo in the corner, her in her bed, and the visitors coming and going. About a week later, she passed in her room, and that evening went back into that room, and the Amazon Echo was just, it yelled out the time. I'd never done that before, scared me to death. I continued to sit in the den and play the piano in there. Then suddenly it happened. I ran out of there and asked my mom if she'd heard it in the next room. She had, but didn't think much of it. I figured it's just a random tech thing. Fast forward to tonight. We're back visiting for Labor Day weekend, and as I'm carrying things up that staircase across the foyer, it yelled out the time again. I about threw my suitcase. Then, as I gathered myself, it did it again. I ran upstairs, and this time my fiancé heard it. I know I'm not crazy, and this happened multiple times. I've Googled, can Echo talk without prompt? Amazon's proximity telling time. There's a motion sense talking. But there's no TV on, and it's silent except the AC running. My fiance said that it's her saying hi to me or something. But I don't buy that. There's got to be a rational reason why this is happening. And the rational reason why this video is over is because it is indeed over. See ya. I saw something my puny brain immediately tried to reject. Have any of you witnessed an unidentified moving object? This happened on the way to EMS class 4 years ago. I've been looking for somewhere to post ever since. I'm hoping to find others who've experienced the same thing. I was driving, my brother was in the passenger seat, reading the assigned chapter for that week out loud. We were coming up on an exit when I saw the thing coming down the eastbound freeway ramp. I have to call it a thing because I've no idea what it was that I saw. It moved so fast. To give an idea how fast, we were about 50 yards away, and I saw it at the same time I heard it zip by. It looked like a ripple, like if you saw a heat distortion but throttling forward. It registered as a momentary blur. I don't have a reference for what I saw, so my brain instantly tried to reject it. It happened so fast I didn't even react, not so much as a what the fuck. I didn't even mention it. I will say this though, traffic was very heavy, and heavy enough that it seems unlikely no one else saw. I'm baffled that it could maneuver at that speed without colliding with other vehicles. I didn't think about it again until the next time we passed by that exit, but even then I thought about it for maybe a second. When we passed by the exit again about a week later, my brother blindsided me. He said, "Bro, we have to talk about that blur." Apparently, he looked up from his book and saw the same thing I did, but his take was a bit different. He claimed he'd been trying to talk to me about it all week, but every time he tried, his whole, train of thought would derail. His take definitely gave me the creeps, though. He believed that whatever we saw was actually trying to make us forget about it. He also said that he'd practiced saying the phrase, "We have to talk about the blur," several times that day just to make sure that we would talk about it. My best guess is that we saw an alien vehicle. I wish I had more to say on that, but that's all I have. If this has ever happened to you, I'd love to hear about it. Haunted elevator. I just finished at 6:30 p.m. an exam held at the upper wing of our school building. The upper wing has the classrooms. The lower wing holds the lobby and has an elevator to the left and a staircase across from it to the right. Since the building has glass walls and has Christmas lights strewn over the glass facade encasing the lower wing, maintenance has the lower wing at lights out at 6 p.m. for aesthetic purposes. The outdoor Christmas lights really pop this way. Anyway, so I just finished my exam, which was held at room 402, and I was one of the first students to do so. When I exited the exam room, I was alone, making my way to the lower wing where the lobby is at, and I was ready to descend the staircase. That's when the elevator right behind me just opened. I looked over and it was so brightly lit that it illuminated the entire dark lobby. But no one was at the lobby except for me, and no one was inside the open elevator at all. I noticed that the call button was lit too, and it indicated that it was going down. So I thought, maybe someone exited really fast and accidentally clicked a button or two before leaving. Found it weird, but I paid it no mind. I continued descending to the third floor by the staircase, and then right when I landed at the third floor lobby, the elevator opened again. It cast an unmissable light from the other end of the floor. I looked over again and I saw once more that no one was inside the doors, and no one was at the lobby at all. The call button was lit again, and it still showed that it was going down. I was nervous at that point, and I couldn't bear to look at too long. So keeping my eyes on my shoes, I hurried down the stairs to the second floor, and it happened again. The elevator opened right when I reached the second floor, cast a light on the whole lobby, and showed me once more that no one was there. No one inside the bright elevator, and no one at the lobby who could have pressed the call button, which was still lit and was going down. I raced to the ground floor, but this time the elevator didn't follow me anymore. The ground floor, which was empty, was also at lights out, but the main doors leading outside allowed some light and some noise in. I ran out of the building as fast as I could, and I only got ready to relax a couple of paces outside the building when a classmate called out to me from the benches. Me and my cousin heard a church bell inside our room. This is a story that happened back in 2015. Freaks me out to this day. For context, me, a 25-year-old male, and my cousin, 26, go to our grandma's house every school and uni break since we were kids. We stay there pretty much doing nothing and having fun playing video games. We always share a bedroom when we're there, and we both have our own beds. I was 15 and he was 16 at the time, and none of us were having sleep paralysis. This one night, we both went to bedroom around midnight, closed the door, and fell asleep. Sometime later, my cousin got up to pee, left the room, and went to the bathroom, causing me to wake up because of the lights. Checked my phone, and it was around 2:30 a.m. He came back, closed the door, and laid on his back. And that's when it started. Keep in mind that I was 100% awake at this point, as I had woken up from him opening and closing the door. By the time he laid on his bed, this really deep-toned and steady-paced church bell started ringing really loud inside our bedroom near our beds. I was listening to it and I freaked the fuck out, and all I could do was cover my head with blankets and stay there trying to hide myself. A few seconds later, that fucking bell started to wander around the room, moving in all directions, up and down, moving all over my bed and all around the whole bedroom. I'm not sure how long this lasted, but it felt like an eternity. And then started moving toward the door. I got out of the bedroom into the living room. The bedrooms of the house are right next to the living room, then headed to the back of the house and disappeared. The direction it was going was clear to me as it was getting lower and lower until it just disappeared. I have no idea where this came from and where it went to, or even what it was. After it was gone, I honestly didn't have enough courage to say anything. I just stayed there quiet. So did my cousin, and needless to say, I didn't get any sleep. The next day when I woke up, I asked if he heard the bell, and he said, yeah, exactly like I did. To this day, this is an experience that creeps the hell out of us, and we have no explanation for what happened. Ask Reddit. For context, I believe to this day that the vast majority of all, if not all, paranormal videos and photos have a plausible explanation outside of the paranormal. This means that these videos and photos can be easily explained away as either CG, poor quality cameras, pareidolia, or outright fakes. Needless to say, I do believe that there still can be paranormal shit that happens. However, at the time when this happened, about 8 years ago, and when I didn't believe in ghosts as much, my family and I were staying at Fort Garry Hotel in Winnipeg, Manitoba. I had a very, you could say, spare moments. I decided to explore the hotel because it was, well, absolutely beautiful. Got lost, as I usually do in buildings, since they get directionally challenged the moment I step into one. Anyways, I happened to run into someone that looked like they worked at the hotel. But they weren't house cleaning or a clerk, so I was unsure of their position or job. I asked for directions back to the lobby, since I had to meet my family in a few minutes. The moment I arrived in the lobby and walked past the front desk, a clerk and a security guard were staring at me in shock and with pale faces. The security guard asked me who I was talking with earlier for the directions back to the lobby. I told him I thought it was somebody who worked at the hotel. Well, wouldn't you know? Turns out that floor I was on, can't remember for the life of me, has a bunch of paranormal shit that goes on regularly. I don't know if he was supposed to, but the security guard showed me the footage he had just seen. The person I was talking with never appeared on the security feed, even though they should have been in plain view. It was super creepy because I had shaken this person's hand for some reason, and the footage just showed me shaking hands with the air. The person appeared in front of me as any other person would have. When I touched their hand, it felt like any squishy person would normally. And yet they never showed up on the footage. There was no way I could have blocked out the person from the view of the camera. I'm only 5'6". The security guard even pulled up a second angle for further proof. No one else believes me despite the footage. To this day, I still don't know how to explain it. Ask Reddit. As an elementary school kid, we had the chance to do an overnight field trip on an old wooden boat museum. It was to teach us what life was like on a boat back in the 1800s by experiencing it. We would learn sea shanties and how to haul cargo by pulling rope together, with events all led by people dressed up as sailors. They taught us how to stand and get our sea legs, knees crouched slightly all the time, and we had rat stew, chicken soup, and rationed lemonade to prevent scurvy. In retrospect, one of the most badass field trips a kid could ask for. We even had night watch shifts where we split into groups and take over and watch the horizon for a while docked. Write in journal logs on parchment with quills by candlelight, and then wake up next to the group and go back to bed. When I got up from my shift at 2 a.m., we dressed for the cold and lined up outside. I had a jacket that had the straps to seal the underside and keep warm. While we were lined up, I felt an ice-cold S drawn along my back. I looked back at the classmate who was barely even awake. When I asked him, he swore he didn't do anything, and reasonably he couldn't have. There was no access to my back. I wrote about it in my watchman's log, moved on until the next day. While we were having breakfast biscuits, s'mores, they told us a ghost story about a prankster crewmate. He was a younger kid and would draw an S on the backs of sailors and run off before they could see him. The S stood for his name, although I can't remember it now. During a storm, he fell while working on the topsails and died at sea. And the workers at this museum would talk about how sometimes he would hang around and still pranks people. Well, I mentioned what happened, and the face of our host seemed pretty shocked, wide-eyed. She looked at two coworkers before moving on and changing subjects, as if they passed the tale along for entertainment but didn't really believe in it. But I do now, I guess. I don't know how else I could have felt something so cold while being wrapped up so snug. Wind wouldn't only make a line on my back. Nobody could touch my bare back. Ask Reddit. My sister once dated this guy whose parents kept this little carousel thing up at the top of a big dish cabinet. I assume it was maybe for Christmas, but it kind of fit there, so they left it. Even though it was pretty high up, if you walked by, it was triggered somehow and would go off. It was cute. Then it started to die and was moving really slow, and the music was kind of deranged. So they took the batteries out and just never replaced them. Every time you'd walk by after that, it still went off. Super slow and super deranged. Then it started going off when you were sitting on the couch way across the room in the living room, not even moving. Completely open rooms, you can see the entire dining room and the living room from the other side. This same house also had a strange basement. I've never had issues with basements, except this one. It was two-sided, as in half of it was for the laundry area, and the other half was like a sitting area. I guess that was separated by a thin wall. Every single time we'd be down there, I felt watched, and the hairs on my skin would stand up. Thought it was just me until my sister's boyfriend eventually moved down there. She said the same thing. It was not pleasant to sleep down there at night. Especially since they weren't allowed to leave the laundry light on, and there was no door to that room, so it looked like a giant black void at night. I'm not the only one who's felt watched in that house. So like I said, it feels tame compared to some people's experiences. However, it still freaks me out to this day, and I do still think about it. I also went to my dad's friend's house when I was like real young to play with their kids while the adults hung out. I remember going up to the playroom that they had set up for the girl my age. We both sat down to play with a big plastic doll house. The ones where you could move the staircase up and down, kind of like an attic ladder. Well, we were laughing, having a good old time, until her mom walked in. I turned and said something along the lines of, "Hi, Beth and I are hungry. Can we get a snack?" She looked at me like I had two heads and asked where I'd seen her, because she'd been looking for her, because it was time for her medicine, apparently. I saw my father's dead ex-girlfriend as a small child who I'd never heard of before. I have no explanation for it. This is how my parents have always told this story to me. I was 3 at the time, so I really don't remember it all personally. But this is the story that, well, they say I told them. My mom says that one night in the middle of the night, I came bursting into her room, hysterical. I was telling them to get the lady with the hole in her stomach out of my room. My parents, obviously perplexed, went into my room and checked it out. They found nothing except my dad said my room was freezing. It was the middle of summer. We didn't have air conditioning, so it was weird. My parents assumed it was like a nightmare and asked me to describe the woman to them. They said my description was incredibly vivid, that I described her hair and her face and what she was wearing and very specific birthmarks that she had. My mom said my dad's face would just, well, after the explanation, went pale. He just walked outside, apparently. My mom, once she got to calm down, put me down to sleep and went outside to talk to my dad. My dad broke down once she went outside, told her the story of the first girlfriend, the only other girl he'd been dating seriously beside my mom. My dad's first girlfriend killed herself by shooting herself in the stomach. Whew. He was so freaked out because I had described her to a T, even mentioning her very specific birthmarks. My mom had never heard about her before this point, as my dad didn't like to talk about it. She, his ex-girlfriend, called him the morning before she killed herself. He didn't catch her call because he was out surfing with his friends. My mom has speculation on why she chose to haunt me. She thinks she had to tell my dad something. There are speculations on what that something is. Also, it's highly speculated among her friends, and my dad believes it too, that she didn't commit suicide, but was murdered by her current boyfriend at the time. My dad and her were already broken up by the time she committed suicide. Did you also see shadow people when you guys were kids? When I was about 8 or 9 years old, I moved to live with my grandmother for a while. Her house was an old building with one floor and an inner courtyard where a huge fig tree grew. The house had 3 exits, but one of them was peculiar because it was wall attached to the main bathroom. The bathroom had a window of frosted orange glass that separated the room from the exit hallway. When I peed, I could see the silhouette of whoever passed by the hallway. In that house also lived 2 uncles, an aunt, and 2 cousins. But I often stayed alone because everybody had their occupations or went out to do some stuff. That's when something strange started to happen. Every time I entered the bathroom, I saw through the window some shadows that moved from left to right, as if they were going to exit. They were shadows of bald men, all the same, that only showed from the torso up, one after another with a distance of about 1 meter between them. At first, I thought they were real people, and I had fun trying to catch them. I used to leave the bathroom and run to the hallway, but I never did find anyone. It was as if they all vanished. After a few weeks, I stopped finding it funny. I realized that those shadows only appeared when I was alone in the house, and that no one else saw them. I got scared and thought that what I saw was not normal, but even threatening. Then I used to avoid the bathroom, or if I went, I covered my eyes, sat on the toilet to turn my back on the window. I stayed with this behavior for some months, until one day the shadows disappeared and never came back. Now I'm 24 years old, 24, and I've never seen anything paranormal again, except for that experience that marked me forever. Sometimes I wonder if it was real or if it was a false memory implanted by a vivid dream. But what intrigues me the most is that I've read cases of other people who also saw shadow people when they were kids. Am I crazy? Did my brain invent the story? Or did something similar happen to you? This is my story. Okay, so this took place 12 or 13 years ago. I was 18 when this happened. But I swear I remember what happened this night clearer than most I've had. On this particular night, I was a designated sober driver. As I had recently broken my hand playing rugby, and after I had made my last drop-off around 1 a.m., I decided I would call it a night. As I was driving home, I was approaching a local historic house/reserve named Caputoi. For reference, outside of this house, which was sort of appearing to be like a hitchhiker. I obviously thought that this was weird as hell because being rugby season is pretty damn cold at 1 a.m. Due to the recent spate of break-ins in the area, I honestly considered picking up this quote-unquote hitchhiker. Thought maybe they'd be safer crashing at my parents for the night than on the streets of Belfast, Christchurch. As I got closer to this hitchhiker, I got a look at their face. Now, this is going to sound bizarre, and it's difficult to explain clearly, but the best I can do is to liken the face to an old brown, leathery volleyball type thing. Felt my blood run cold as I quickly accelerated away. After a couple of seconds, I looked in my rearview mirror. There was nothing there. Now, proper scared, I practically raced home. Once I got inside, I saw my parents just about to go to bed. My mom says, "Are you okay, Isaac? You look like you've just seen a ghost." I was just, it's funny that you say that, as I recounted what I had just experienced. A couple of weeks later, I was having a conversation with my mom about some other bullshit that I can't remember nowadays. She mentions that she told my uncle about what I had said. I was told that the apparent story of a hitchhiker that had been murdered after being picked up outside of Kapatoa House. Now, I'm unsure if that's true at all, but the whole thing made me think differently about the idea of ghosts. I never believed before this night, and now I do. Ask Reddit. I'm a psychiatrist, and during my training years, I worked for 6 months at a ward treating patients with depressive and anxiety disorders. It was an old building who had been housing psychiatric patients since the mid-1920s. On our floor, we have 13 beds and a nursing station, a living room, and a few conference rooms. One day a few weeks in, I'm interviewing a patient who, when asked about sleeping patterns, tells me that she's been hearing a baby crying at night. This would wake her up. There are no babies in that hospital, as the place is situated far away from housing areas, and there are restricted visiting hours. Afterwards, the nurse pulls me aside and tells me that the baby crying there is not a psychotic symptom. She's very serious about this, but apparently won't elaborate. Kind of shrug it off as, either way, it doesn't change the diagnostic or the treatment, and I forget about the experience. Around 3 months in, I stay and sit in the nurse's station, and 3 nurses behind me are talking. One of them says, "She's very active today," and the other says, "Really? Oh, I hadn't noticed." I turn around and ask them who they're talking about. They look at each other, and then one of them hesitantly says, "Well, there's a baby here, and she cries sometimes." I, of course, say no, but they just kind of shrug and smiled. Not 30 seconds later, I hear it. It sounded far away, but not too far. A cry, clearly a baby's cry. It sounded like it was separated by maybe 2 or 3 walls. I'm perplexed and look at the nurses. They look at me like, "Told you so." I, of course, ask about this, but they can't say anything else but this faint baby cry is there. It's been there always. Since then, I heard it maybe 2 to 3 times a week. I told a new doctor about it, who laughed. However, a few weeks in her stay, she came to me, white as a sheet, and told me that she heard it in their coffee break. All the nurses just kind of knew about it. And being in psychiatry, hearing that kind of stuff is not really something you brag about. I was transferred and haven't heard it since. Think about it sometimes, but I don't really know what to make of it. I think my in-laws' house is haunted. My in-laws' house, and specifically their basement, has always given me the creeps. I don't like going into their basement by myself. It's like I feel watched. And it's only in their basement. I was there on Sunday, and I was there by myself, as my in-laws are out of town. I was doing laundry in their basement. It was just during the day, and I was assuaging some of my fears, you could say. I'd been doing laundry for a few hours, and out of the corner of my eye, I see a figure in the reflection of the TV. Obviously, I look up and see nothing. Tried to recreate what I saw, as there's a lot of collectibles in the basement. Couldn't. Then around an hour later, I hear what sounds like someone upstairs. Keep in mind that I'm alone here. Even the cat isn't home at the moment. I go up thinking it's just my sister-in-law, and nothing. An hour or so later, I hear someone coming down the stairs. And again, I go. No one's there. After that, the cat comes back in, so I can ignore some of the noises, as he's a chunk. So I explain it as being him. Around an hour before I leave, I hear a very audible floor creak from my in-law's bedroom. The cat's asleep in my mother-in-law's office, and again, I'm by myself. I never heard any creaks being that loud while I was there. The last time I was in my in-laws for laundry was while we were gone, and I saw a figure in the reflection of the TV. I saw a figure that looked like a girl wearing one of those floor-length nightgowns standing right next to me in the laundry room. Each time I see something, though, I can never see a face. And the time I saw it in the laundry room was the only time I got a pretty clear image of what was there. Now, some of the activity I can put down to, old dogs. My in-laws have 2 dogs, Max and Charlie, who died in the house. One was put to sleep and the other died suddenly of a stroke. And I'm a firm believer that pets can stick around after death, as 2 past pets of mine have done just that. But the figures I've seen have been human in shape. There's no way around that fact. Need advice. Urgent, in parentheses. Lately I've been seeing things. I didn't think anything of it till tonight. I constantly hear things moving. Things that shouldn't be moving in my home. I hear walking, other stuff like that. Today, as I was getting ready to leave for school, I saw a strange man in the mirror for a split second before he disappeared. I was kind of shocked, but I forgot about it. I go through my day, and it's time to go to sleep. It's normally really hard for me to fall asleep. Tonight was no different. I tried to fall asleep and started having some weird dreams, nightmares even. I woke up and thought nothing of them. Then I tried to go back to sleep yet again. I had another strange nightmare, and this time the same man I saw in the mirror earlier in the day was there. Needless to say, I was more shaken and frightened. I awoke, ran to the restroom to try to calm myself down. Then I tried to go back to sleep. Now, this is the part that's making me write this post. It's as follows. When I was younger, say in middle school, I used to get sleep paralysis almost every night. Seeing things have never been a part of my sleep paralysis until tonight. I had another nightmare, realized I was half awake and paralyzed, something that hadn't happened in years. But this was different. I was seeing things. That man, all I could do was whimper because I simply couldn't move. I was in shock. And then something else strange happened. Felt something enter my body. Some kind of energy. I don't know how to explain it. My whole body shivered as I felt this, and I was having this vision. It was like nothing I've ever felt before. I got extremely cold and, well, even more frightened. I finally got out of the paralyzed state and tried to make sense of things, but I simply can't. I'm just really in shock. I don't know what to do, so I came here. I just want to know if anybody's ever experienced anything similar and how they dealt with it. Thanks. Grew up in a haunted house. I grew up on a farm that was settled by my great-grandfather in the 1800s. To this day, whenever I go back, I, and anyone with me, feel like we're being watched and that we're not welcome. My childhood was filled with terrifying interactions with the paranormal. My closet door would fly open in the middle of the night. My siblings and I would hear banging and voices all night and discuss what we heard in the mornings. On a weekly basis, I would hear this cackling and growling sound getting closer and closer to my bed, eventually hearing it right beside me. Then a feeling like something pushing me into my bed and telling me that it was going to drag me to the pits of hell. I would assume this was sleep paralysis, except for some notable things that happened afterwards. One evening after the threats, I went to my sister's room. My mother was asleep in her bed because she was scared. I walked into her room and a floating head was on her bedpost, turning in circles, making that cackling sound. I went back to my room for a sleepless night. A few nights later, I heard the cackling again, getting closer and closer. I pulled the covers over my head and waited for the inevitable. My sister then screams at the top of her lungs, sending us all running to her room. She had heard the cackling, and a ghost of a woman flew into a room right above her bed. Terrifying. I won't get into details unless asked, but we messed around with the Ouija board my parents bought us for some reason, including once when we snuck it into a church, which was the craziest thing I've ever seen. It was like adding fuel to the fire. Eventually, things quieted down after they, got someone in, unsure who, and they determined that there was a portal to hell in the closet. Put some crystals around the house. The house to this day still has that eerie feeling of being watched, and the feeling of not being wanted. I've been periodically stalked by entities since. That's ended since I became a Christian. Is a spirit or a ghost trying to latch onto me? Some background. I'm 14 years and struggling with my mental health. I live in a 100-year-old two-story home. I live upstairs by myself. My parents and younger brother are downstairs. I've always seen shadow figures, but after I moved in around 2 years ago, it increased there. The past month or so, my mental health got worse, and I've been off and on. A few different medications too, and at one point I was only taking a low dose of the meds that I'd taken for over a year. During this time, the shadow figures and random noises had gotten worse to the point where I started sleeping downstairs on the couch. I eventually moved back upstairs after starting 2 new meds, and I wasn't seeing or hearing any noises. As soon as I moved back upstairs, however, I had a pit-like feeling in my stomach. I've been sleeping up there, but it feels like something is watching me. I don't think much of it until I started hearing the sounds again, like people talking at night. Everything just seemed to go down from there. Every time I was in my house, I had a sense of dread. One day when I was looking for my shirt, I was listening to music. I saw a flash of a hand reach out, place my shirt out from underneath there. I first thought it was my rabbit or something, but I don't know how he could get out that fast. Set it there. He's a rabbit. I ended up brushing it off and just saying that I was seeing stuff. The next day I was putting up my clothes and listening to music again. This is when I felt something grab at the bottom of my pants. I made sure my rabbit was up and my dog was too. I didn't have my dog and my rabbit. They were sleeping. Haven't found an explanation for the second encounter. With everything added up, I don't know what to think. I'd like to know some of your all's opinions. Haunted school. Okay, so not exactly my encounter, but one of a close family friend's. For context, this particular family friend, let's call her Jane, is a secretary and a teacher at a school which my parents teach. I attend, and is also under the church that we're part of, including Jane. And I think it should be mentioned that the grounds on which the school is built used to be a graveyard. So the school grounds have 2 separate regions. One where all the classes are situated along with the administrative office and the actual church building, and the back region where the residential building is. Our principal and the church pastor occupy the residential block with their family. Jane, being the personal secretary of the principal, is given a room at the campus. but her room is near the school region, so pretty close to all the classrooms. While Jane was staying at her house, she told us that it was not uncommon for her, you could say, to hear noises of the benches being pushed around, doors being banged, or even footsteps from the school building. Some nights she also hears knocks at her door, loud enough to wake her up from her sleep. And the possibility of anybody being there is ruled out because the door that leads to the school building remains locked. Also, this was apparently a regular occurrence. But the thing that creeped her out to the point that she came over to our house to sleep was one night Jane woke up to the sound of knocking at her door so loud that she was convinced something was knocking at her door, or someone. She got up, went to the door, but no one was there. She looked out to make sure. Looked right, no one. Left, a lady. The lady was standing at this pedestal kind of a thing, wearing this long white gown and had her hair down. And the eerie part was that she was holding this large book, this huge book, was just looking into the sky. And in the blink of an eye, she just disappeared. Jane prayed as soon as she got to her bed, and the next day came over to our house to stay a few nights. She was so shaken. Ghostly mischief. This here's my story of incidents that caused my family a certain degree of trouble. When I was a teenager, a long time ago, still living at home, my mom got on a long kick about some silverware going missing. She was somebody who not only was, impatient, but didn't suffer fools at all. To save money for a house purchase, we were living in a 1900s 4-apartment building. My mom kept her kitchen cabinets and drawers well organized. She was always in a rush, and if kitchen utensils weren't handy, she got anxious. At some point, she started mentioning to us her silverware was suddenly and inexplicably going missing. She was getting frustrated, tried to blame one of us for playing a practical joke on her. One that she didn't find funny. Neither my dad or I would dare think of playing tricks on her. We assured her that we had no involvement in the disappearances and helped her look for them, but no luck. At first, it was one of the 2 knives, until she was actually down to only 1 knife left. It was weird as fuck. These were silverware knives, not the big ones for food prep. Her quote-unquote obsession with the missing knives grew to the point that she started questioning the few neighbors that we had. Of course, none of them had been in her kitchen, so they got plenty annoyed by her suspicion. We had to apologize to them on her behalf. She was just pissed off. Fortunately, my dad made enough trips to Goodwill until he found a very similar knife pattern and brought them as replacements. When my folks finally bought a house and everything in the kitchen was getting packed for moving, we gave the kitchen a deep cleaning, and what turned up? The knives from the original set. But they were in the strangest place ever, behind the drawer in which she kept cloth napkins and trivets. This was a whole 2-drawer below where she kept her silverware. Why there? I don't know. None of us knew. In my opinion, for those damn knives to end up there, had to be some kind of ghostly mischief. None of us would ever think to put them there. That old apartment always had a kind of strangeness. Ouija board experience in middle school. I'm currently a 19-year-old female. When I was younger, my mom unwillingly gave me her old Ouija board, the one she used when she was a kid. So around sometime in the 80s, I started playing around with it when I was probably 11 or 12. Anyways, I'd always been fascinated with ghosts and spirits, anything to do with the paranormal. Although I didn't really know much about Ouija boards then. I also didn't know how to properly use one. So long story short, I think as a kid I might have let lots of spirits through or something. Because since then I've had lots of unexplainable experiences. There's always one that comes to mind often. It was around the time I was about to move. Because for some reason, well, it increased the activity. Anyways, my mom was out to get teriyaki for dinner. I was watching television in the living room. It was around 6 p.m. in the evening. I was laying on the couch, watching my favorite cartoon. This is when I got this feeling of panic. I felt as if something was watching me. I even heard the floor creaking like there was someone in the bathroom hallway. I remember turning down the TV and looking over at the other couch where my two dogs were momentarily sleeping, their ears slightly shifting around. I heard what I thought sounded like a closet door slowly open, and then all of a sudden I heard a loud thump. My dogs woke up and frantically jump off the couch and start barking. They start running for the front door like someone's there. Quickly sat up and turned around, and I was expecting to be met with something or someone. And all I see is my Ouija board lying right beside the rug in the walkway of the living room, which was about 12 to 15 away from the closet. This was over by the bathroom. I remember picking up the board shortly after and putting it back in the closet. Overall, it was pretty fucking scary and left me visibly shaken. After that, well, I believe it was in 2015 or 2016, I learned how to properly use a Ouija board. The ghost in my house, and the first time I ever felt true fear. Still traumatized. So this is an experience from when I was 7. When I was little, whenever my dad went out of town for a business trip, I'd sleep in my parents' bed with my mom. This was one of those nights. Sometime in the middle of the night, my mom woke me up saying that she heard someone was in the house. Note, it was just us two and my dog. I listened and I could hear a door slamming shut, opening and slamming shut again. The weird part was it sounded like it was the same door over and over again. My mom called 911. This is when I silently cried in fear under the covers. I'd never felt such fear, and it was the first time in my life that I'd been completely overwhelmed with panic. I also heard my dog going crazy out in the hallway. She was whimpering, and I could hear her collar jingle as she was running. I couldn't tell if she was running from something or chasing something. When the police arrived, the noises stopped. They searched the house, but found nothing. As soon as they left, me and my mom tried to go to sleep, but the door opening and closing started up again. My mom said she didn't want to call the police again, so I cried myself to sleep that night. When I woke up in the morning, it had stopped. There was nothing out of place, no open doors or open windows. My mom doesn't like to talk about that night. For years after that day, I'd check closets and under the bed and everywhere somebody might be hiding. Whenever I walk into a room, especially. To this day, I can't sleep somewhere if a door isn't locked. I'm 18 now, and I can never forget that night. I've always been angry at my mom for waking me up to experience the whole thing. Could have slept through it, completely avoided the trauma. I also can't help but wonder what would have happened if I'd slept in my own room that night. About 10 years ago, I had a dream that still gives me the chills every single time I think about it. Important backstory information. A friend of mine passed away when he was 19 from a sudden illness. His name was Kevin. A few years after he passed, my boyfriend and I moved in with a friend who's Kevin's best friend. We shared a one-room bedroom apartment, and both had our beds in the same room. Rent is expensive in your early 20s, okay? So one night I was asleep and dreaming. Can't remember the beginning of it, but my dream suddenly changed. It got really bright, and I was walking up a set of stairs leading to an apartment door. I opened the door, and there was Kevin, sitting on the couch in the living room of this brightly lit apartment. I said hi to him and sat down on the other couch facing him. He said hi back, smiling. I started asking him how he was, and that we all missed him. He said he was great, and that he missed us too, that he's keeping an eye on us for where he is. Anytime I asked him about where he was, he would say that he can't talk about it, or that he had to leave. I said we don't have to talk about it. He said we shouldn't be sad about his sudden passing, and to live our lives and be happy, love one another, things like that. After a couple of minutes, I suddenly woke up. It's the middle of the night, and I looked around the room. My boyfriend was snoring away, and my roommate was asleep in his bed. I tried to go back to sleep, but couldn't shake the feeling that Kevin was somehow still in the room, as if something was watching me. The dream just felt too real. While Kevin looking around the room, I said, "Kevin?" out loud. My roommate's head lifted off of his pillow suddenly, and he turned around to face me. He said, "Did you just say Kevin?" I responded with something like, "Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Just had a strange dream about him." He froze and then said, "I had a dream about him too." I asked him what happened in his dream. He had the same dream at the exact same time. Ask Reddit. So, I work in a stupidly old pub in the arse end of nowhere. It's in the UK. In summer, we get absolutely rammed, and it wasn't uncommon, as the head chef, for me to still be in the kitchen on my own at 2 or 3 a.m. There were plenty of staff stories about the pub being haunted, but I never paid them too much attention as it all seemed a bit wild. It didn't sound like they'd really be out of place in a low-budget horror film. Anyhow, it's about 3 a.m., and I'm the only person left in the pub. I've been for several hours, and I'm just finishing up for the night, and I've started mopping. I always mop twice at the end of the day, once with a lot of water so the dirt lifts, then once with a dry mop to get it all off the floor. So I've done my first run with the mop, and the floor is soaking wet. Whilst mopping, I have to kind of back out. That's so the pub floor is able to reach every spot. I go outside to let the hot water and chemicals do their job, and I light up a cigarette. About halfway through it, I hear a sound like one of the doors close inside the kitchen. Now, where I'm standing has a view to all entrances and exits into the kitchen, and I would definitely have seen a person walking through using a door, so I think nothing of it and assumed I was hearing something. I finish my cigarette, go back inside to dry mop, and I once again have to back out, so none of the doors into the pub floor, and as I do so, I look down into what should be a dry wooden floor. Only it's not, because there are wet footprints there. Some are mine, but the others are from someone barefooted. I'm not ashamed to say I got out of there pretty sharpish and drove home at a speed likely to put me in prison if I was caught. I checked the CCTV footage from that time. That was the next day, and there was no movement on the cameras at all. Shadow person? Back in December 2022, Me, a 24-year-old female, and my partner, a 23-year-old male, were playing with both our cats in the lounge. The lounge is connected to the house entrance and hallway. That leads upstairs. A door separates the lounge from the hallway, and in this scenario, this door is shut. Upon entering the lounge, there's a glass door which leads you into the living room. This is where my partner's parents were during this unexplained event. So the event that took place was simple, yet me and my partner cannot explain it. We were on our tummies, playing with the youngest cat, while laying on the floor, and we both laid our heads down, and our cat was playing with her toy fish. She grabbed it with her claw, but managed to throw the toy past us. It landed at the base of the door leading to the hallway. Watching our cat rush towards it, we laughed, reached to take the fish. Upon reaching for the fish, I see a pair of black shoes walk past in the hallway under the gap of the door. This door is solid wood, so I couldn't see who was there, just saw the feet. I didn't think anything of it and thought it must be my partner's dad. Only to turn to the glass door, seeing both his parents on the sofa watching TV. Confused, I looked at my partner. He looks at me and says, "You see that too?" The fact that I didn't have to say anything terrified me. There was absolutely no one else in the house. As it stood, everyone was either in the lounge or the living room. Right after realizing we both saw the same thing, we opened the door to find nothing. Nobody was there. My partner checks outside the front door and there's not a soul around. We ask his parents if there's been any visitors. Nope. We're confused. Haven't told many people this in fear of sounding crazy. His mom completely believes us, as she's had experiences in this house. This house is over 300 years old too, so I'm fascinated yet scared to investigate what me and my partner saw that day. I'm happy to elaborate on other events happening here, but it's fair to assume what we saw was supernatural or paranormal, right? I saw my wife come home to shower. It wasn't her, and I'm not crazy, I think. This happened in September. Been trying to process this and even discuss with my wife. She's stumped like me. IWFH, and my wife, is a freelance photographer. Our daughter was at school and my wife left at 10 a.m. that morning. She had 3 photo shoots to do, and she said she would be home by 3:30 after picking out her daughter from school. We said our goodbyes, and I continued to work. At 1:30, I hear the door coming from the garage entrance open and close. I assume it was her maybe making a quick stop. Either way, I poke my head out of the office and see her walking toward her bedroom. I assumed something happened because she was wearing a different outfit. I go to my desk and finish the task I was working. Since I was almost done, it only took a minute. I go to her bedroom and see her in the shower. Figured she probably made a mess or was sweating and wanted to refresh before the next shoot. I did say anything. Just left her alone. I'm assuming they meant that they didn't say anything. She looked at me and smiled, and I smiled back. Nothing unusual. I go back to my office and continued working on other projects. At 1:45, I received a text from my wife with a picture. She ran into an old friend of mine at one of the photo shoots. Apparently, it was for him and his fiancée, an engagement shoot. I asked her where this was and how she got there so fast, and why did she change back into the clothes she was wearing. She was confused, told me she just left there. It was her second photo shoot. The first one was at 10:30, 11:30, about 25 minutes from her house. The second one was at 12:30 or 1:30, 45 minutes from her house, according to Google Maps. I told her what I saw. I even went to the bathroom. The shower was wet. Her towel was wet. The clothes were gone, though. There were wet footprints on the bath mat. I showed her the video. She was stunned, as was I. I'm asking here, what the hell just happened? No, I'm not crazy. Well, for now. That could change. I can't say it's a ghost, but this was definitely not normal. It's not happened again since that time. gritted. This happened to me, my brother-in-law, and my aunt in 3 different rooms of my house. I was sleeping in my room. I woke up in the middle of the night to see a woman in a white dress with large black hair asking me, "Are you cold?" I just said yeah, thinking it was my mom or my sisters. She tucked me in and I went back to sleep. The next day I go ask everyone in the house if somebody went into my room to tuck me in. But they said no, nobody went there. I tell my aunt. She told me that the same thing happened to her, except that she noticed that she didn't know the woman, and she just covered her face. In that same house, my sister heard a man's voice right next to her ear when she was going to sleep. Every day you could hear people running around the house, moving stuff. And the most scary thing that happened was that my sister was studying with a friend and my brother-in-law, and the 3 of them saw a dwarf thingy running in the backyard of my house. Finally, my mom contacted a woman. She talked to my mom first. They didn't know each other and had no way of knowing anything about us. The woman starts asking her questions, like, "What's your name? How old are you?" And then she asks my mom, "How many kids does she have?" My mom says 3. The woman says, "No, you have 4 kids. The oldest one died when you had a 3-month pregnancy." My mom was shocked. Then the woman started to describe our house. She'd never been there. Finally, she went to our house, told us that there were 3 different portals in my house. One of them in my room, which was always cold, by the way, and told us that there were 2 ghosts, a man and a woman, that they came to my house because they saw that kid, which was me. I was playing alone. They went there to play with me. She then started to kind of exorcise my house. After she was done, the running stopped. We never heard or saw anything again. My room was also never cold. Terrified by a malevolent spirit. When I was 5, my parents and I lived in this apartment building. My family had been having many things happen. We would see figures and noises with no explanation. Our cat running around like she's being chased. I even have a photo of anomalies, like parts of photos being really shadowed. This is one of the times the spirit focused on me. I was terrified of the dark, to the point where I had a nightlight, the bathroom light was on, and shining light into my room, as well as street light coming in through the open blinds in my room from the main street that we lived nearby. My room was so well lit, I could essentially read with no issue with my light off. This night in particular, I couldn't sleep. I'm laying in bed waiting to fall asleep, and my parents were already in bed sleeping, when suddenly my room goes pitch black. I'm talking so black that I wouldn't be able to see my hand right in front of my face. I look towards where my door should be, and I see this large figure in the doorway with blood-red eyes. Being the little 5-year-old I was at the time, I screamed. I saw him begin to walk toward me, which wakes my parents. They don't get up, and they just ask me why I'm screaming. I can't get a coherent response out, and they tell me to go to their room to talk to them. They didn't know what was going on, clearly. By this point, the entity is halfway from my door to my bed. I get the courage and run. I run right through it. And as I hit where the entity is, it gets ice cold. I don't stop, though, till I get to my door. I turned around at that point. My room was back to normal. I then go tell my parents what happened. They felt horrible that they didn't come to me after I told them what happened. But over the years, people have tried to claim it was a dream. I know it wasn't, though. My main reason for knowing is because when I was a teen, I stayed at a cousin's place, told her that story. She then told me that she saw the very same entity between her and her son's crib one night. She lived a block away from my old apartment at the time. Ask Reddit. 1991 New Zealand. At 15 years old, I had just got off a 2-week grounding. My mom reluctantly let me go out to school night to watch a movie at a friend's house. The movie was due to finish at 9 p.m., and I was expected home for 9:30 p.m. The walk home is through suburbia, and usually would take no more than 10 minutes. My mom made it quite clear that if I wasn't back by 9:30, I'd be grounded for another week. We watched the movie. I immediately got up, said goodbye to my friend's parents, and left, noting that it was just after 9 p.m. I got about halfway home and a large German Shepherd-style dog appeared in front of me, snarling, drooling, and blocking my path. I went across the road and there was just in front of me again, stationary but still growling. I zigzagged up and down the road and it would appear and then disappear from sight. I then decided to sprint home. It followed me for a while, not running or barking, just walking and growling. I was a fat kid, so I was completely out of breath when I got in front of the door. I knocked, and I could hear the TV on, and my mother let me in with a real mean look on her eye, chastising me for being late. And that was another week's grounding, and how her and my dad had been going mad with worry. I exclaimed, "Late? Can't be more than 9:20 p.m. I left my friend's house and gone at 9 p.m. Bring her parents, they'll tell you." My mother scoffed and said she'd rang my friend's parents and they confirmed I'd left at about 9. So what in God's name had I been doing for the last 2 hours? It was 11 p.m. I told my mom the story of the dog and she must have been able to see in my eyes that it wasn't bullshit. We checked every clock in the house. My mom even rang the speaking clock. It was 11 p.m. We rang my friend's parents to tell them I was okay. Her parents even told my mom that I was anxious to leave at 9 p.m. as I didn't want to be grounded again. 30 years later, I still can't explain what happened that night. I'd been followed by a hound from hell, and in the process lost 2 hours of my life. Elf in my grandma's house. I need an explanation. I was at my grandma's house with many relatives because it was her birthday. She sometimes talks about the house's fairy, but I didn't know about it, and if I knew, I would have laughed at it because it's obviously bullshit. Yesterday, something happened. We were having dinner in the garden, and my grandma asked me to go near the front door, to go near the intercom to open the gate. She wanted to ask her neighbor friend if she wanted some leftovers. Well, I went to the front door and opened it. It's a very heavy iron door. Pushed the button near the intercom to open the external gate. There was a bit of wind, but not enough to explain what happened. I heard from my left coming from the closet and not the intercom. Oh, oh, oh. It was really clear and from a location pretty close to mine. Not exactly shouted, but more of a way to draw my attention. I turned around really fast, but the closet was completely dark, so I wasn't able to look inside. It couldn't be neither somebody from the outside. It was clearly from my left, and they were too far away from me to notice them. Nor were they inside, since there wasn't anyone in the house. At that point, I got scared, turned around toward the main door, which I opened before, and it was closed. Completely closed. It's a heavy door. I would have noticed if it got closed. At that point, really scared, I ran upstairs inside the house. Today, my uncle texted me about what happened yesterday. I told him the full story, and at that point, he says that it could be the small elf that my grandma sometimes sees. She says she saw him, and it's a small, hump-backed with pointy-eared creature. I don't know why even its appearance she sometimes refers to it as the house fairy. I don't really believe in this stuff, but one time my grandma predicted the death of the people that robbed her house. Maybe I'm just connecting unrelated stuff, and probably that it was just a coincidence. But I feel like it's worth noting. My family's been haunted by what we think are the same spirit or entities for years. It comes and goes. Sometimes it's quiet for a long period of time. Months go by, nothing happens. And then as soon as we think it'd be gone for good, something happens again. It's back again, whatever it is. Definitely presenting itself more often. Whether it be moving chairs, knocking on doors, or slamming them closed. Footsteps, voices, and even things we see, sometimes things in our peripheral vision. It's noticeably all back. And since we've lived with these experiences for maybe over 10 years, it still gives us an uneasy feeling. My younger sister, 22 years, was usually the target. She became severely depressed, anxious, and reserved. But now I'm scared that it's me. My mental health has been pretty good over the last year, with great improvement. But suddenly I feel like the life is being sucked out of me since these occurrences have started up again. We've had our houses over a year blessed 2 times. We sage the house every now and then, but whatever's lurking always seems to come back. They present in our dreams and in our nightmares. It follows us when we leave the house. I don't really know what to do with it, as it comes and goes as it pleases. So far, nothing violent's happened. And sometimes people in my family have seen apparitions that don't give off bad energy. So I'm wondering if there are multiple spirits with us. We are a family with close ties to the spiritual realm after all, with our ancestors carrying the gift of feeling and seeing these energies and entities. I'm just worried whatever's with us right now is bad, because it certainly doesn't feel good. Ask Reddit. I've always lived in a haunted house or haunted dorms, and I currently have a spooky roommate in my apartment. When I was in middle school, like 7th grade I think, my mom, sister, and I moved into this old shotgun house down the street from a recycling plant and a factory. Behind the house was a swampy area with a big gravel circle and a garage. To the left and down where 2 houses from the garage was like an old barn. One day my sister and I were walking my Doberman and our 2 pit bull puppies. We passed the old barn and saw an old man standing in the hayloft. He waved at us, so we waved back, kept walking back toward our house. A few days later we were playing in our outdoor bunny pen with 2 of our rabbits, and we hear whistling. So we look over and see this old man standing in the hayloft. This time he had an older Doberman-looking dog with him. He waved and smiled. We waved back. A week or so goes by, and we had just been telling her mom about the old guy that she'd been, telling us about. Well, that's nice. And she brushes us off. We decided we were going to go for another walk with our dogs, see if we could talk to this old guy. We go to the barn, and it's just a pit in the floor. There was no ceiling, a floor for the hayloft. We were puzzled, but kept looking around. Dumbass poor kids need to be hooligans. We saw a rope hanging from the rafters and heard someone yell, "Hey!" So we get the hell out of there. We bump into our neighbor on our way back to our house and explain everything that's happened. He looks at us and nods, then tells us that there was an older guy who lived in the house and shared the property with the barn. and one day he was fired from his job at the town steel factory. He ended up hanging himself in the barn. We were creeped out, but we weren't scared or anything. The house we were living in was full of spooks. We were terrified of the one who lived in the bedroom. Read the unfinished, uninsulated attic. So one smiling, waving old man wasn't too scary for us. We'd still see the old man when we went for walks or played with our bunnies. He'd always wave, and we'd always wave back. My book characters are coming to life. All but 2 characters are based on real people that I know. The villain and the love interest. The villain's in real life counterpart happens to be a coworker. I knew he looked familiar though, so I brushed it off, but it wasn't until he introduced himself to me that I finally realized who he reminded me of. My coworker shared the exact same name, looks, and height of the exact outfit the villain wears in the story. He hadn't gotten a uniform yet. It was uncanny. This happened back in late July. So my encounters with him were few and far in between after this, due to school starting up. I started journaling after this, for my own sake. I jokingly said in the first entry, why couldn't it have been, her instead? On August 27th, I saw him. The love interest's counterpart was also identical to the original. Same name, same height, same hair and eye color. At this point, I had already told my friends about the encounter with the villain. Except this is what really scared me. Why would this happen twice? Denial runs in my blood, so I continued to brush it off until early November. It was okay enough to have the characters have similar-looking counterparts. It wasn't okay that the counterparts started acting like the characters from the book. The villain is an avid drinker. My coworker works as a bartender. He isn't like a mob boss or anything. He's a villain who subtly befriends the protagonist. I can see that he was trying to befriend me. I don't know if I'm just being paranoid or if I should be friends with him or not. The love interest, is in love with the protagonist and we're friends. Though recently he's been showing signs of liking me romantically. Then again, I can't tell if it's the paranoia or not. Ask Reddit. I went to stay with my dad for a few days at his house. His house is in Mississippi. It's an older craftsman home built in the 40s. I stayed up late one night. Late for me, it's like 9 p.m. I was in the living room watching TV on the recliner while my dad was slowly dozing off in his bedroom. While watching TV, a plastic chewing gum wrapper shot across the floor about 5 feet. I found that odd, so I looked to see if the fan was on. Nope. Listened to see if the central heat or the air kicked on or off. Nope. Checked to see if windows were open. Nada. Nothing to my knowledge could have explained how that wrapper seamlessly shot across the floor. During the time I'm trying to analyze what moved the wrapper, my dad's dog, who was sleeping on the ground next to me, woke up, started growling in the direction of where the wrapper stopped moving. The dog then jumped up on the recliner with me, continued growling toward that direction. I noticed he was visibly shaking from fear, which heightened my anxiety, because I was just wasn't like him. I had had enough. Ran into my father's room to tell him what had happened. He rather calmly explained that the previous owner passed away from a heart attack in the living room, implying that it may have been his ghost. I lived in that house as a preteen and a teen for 7 years. I didn't know that tidbit of info, nor had any similar events occurred. My younger brother came home an hour or so later from visiting friends, and I explained the weird experiences to him. He was like, "Oh yeah, the house is totally haunted." Apparently he had his share, I guess you could say, of odd noises and unexplained footsteps in the house. My father renovated the house over 20 years ago and has also come across things that he can't explain. So every time I visit, I now get an uneasy feeling. My cat comes back to me when I'm sad. So when I was a kid, I had the prettiest cat ever. Her name was Ansa. We got her in 2004 when I was 5 years old. She was the best girl, and we were literally inseparable. She always came to sleep next to me, and wherever I was, she would come sit on my lap or near me. If she was outside hunting, she would come running whenever I called her. And if I was sad or sick, she would lick me and come, lay next to me. She started purring every time I even looked at her, and she purred loudly, like she was the ultimate purr machine. We lost her when I was in the army, so I didn't have a chance to say goodbye. It broke me when I got the message from my mom that she told my cat had died. She was sleeping, I guess, but then again, she was old, so I had been expecting it. We still had 2 cats, but still, nothing could replace her. And as much as I loved the other cats, she was special. After that, whenever I'm visiting my parents' place and I feel sad or anxious about something, I start hearing this quiet, soft purring underneath my bed. It sounds like her purring. The first time I heard it, I thought that there was one of the other cats under the bed. But then I looked and I saw nothing, but I could still hear it. It's been almost 2 years now since he died, and last time I heard the purring was last Saturday. My room's door was closed, so I knew there was no other cats in my room. I needed some alone time because my cat can be a bit exhausting at times. I was just laying on my bed feeling a bit down. I started hearing it again, the soft purring under my bed. And nowadays I don't even bother checking. I know I can't see a cat there, I just accept it, and it does calm me down. It makes me feel better, so whatever the purring is, it helps me. I just like to think that it's my pretty girl, still wanting to make me feel better like she did when she was still with us. Strange music in my head. I was around 10 or 11 years old when this took place. I'm 21 now. I had really often nightmares and anxiety problems as a child, which is why I often was sleeping in my mom's bed. I was only living with her. My mom always left her door open in the night, and you could look into her hallway. She was laying in front of me facing to the door, and I was behind her, so I'd basically have to lean over her to look into the hallway if I wanted to. It sounds so dumb, but if you played the Slender Man game, you probably know his heartbeat sound that comes when you collected the first 1 or 2 pages. And I swear to God that one night when I was trying to sleep, my mom already was, I start to hear this extremely loud heartbeat with like an ominous music straight out of my head in my ears or something. I don't really know how this was possible, or exactly what was even happening. But I immediately start shivering with anxiety and quietly tried to wake up my mom, shaking her and telling her to wake up. I don't know why, but I didn't care to look over in the hallway. Maybe it was just the extreme fear, because something I couldn't explain was occurring. But I felt some kind of presence there. My mom wasn't waking up, so I started to get a little louder with my voice and shaking her more. Then my anxiety became so extreme that I pushed and even kicked against her back. I was so in fear. Didn't bring anything. And at that point, I couldn't understand anything no more. I literally just turned around again, facing the wall, and laid there. It felt like 30 or 45 minutes, till this heartbeat and the music in my head finally stopped. I couldn't sleep for another hour. The next day when me and my mom was awake, she didn't really seem to notice that I literally pushed and kicked against her back for minutes that last night. I never told her. Thought she was being influenced by something that night, and it was so creepy, it gives me chills till today. This has never happened again since. I only told this old friend once, and I don't think that he took me serious. That's the end of tonight's stories. Slightly more brutal command of the English language this evening. See ya. Ask Reddit. We moved into a house, and everything was quiet the first 6 months or so. The neighbors told us that the people who lived there before had moved after their teenage son died in a motorcycle accident. Then after the first 6 months, my dad died. Not in the house. But after that, stuff started to happen. I would have friends sleep over, and one night my friend woke up because she had said that there was a young guy standing in my bathroom. I went and checked. No one or nothing was there. Over the next few years, just about any friends that stayed overnight had said that they saw a tall, blonde young guy walking around the house. We did have a few other things happen. Like a wine glass was on the counter and it broke. No one was touching it. It just shattered on the counter. Another time during the winter, we had a heater on. My room was always the warmest in the house, and it was ice cold as you walked across the bedroom to the bathroom I was connected to. The creepiest thing was when my boyfriend was sleeping on the couch in the middle of the night. He said he woke up to a young guy pushing him off to the floor. He said the guy didn't say anything, but my boyfriend at the time knew that he had to leave. He did. He wouldn't stay at my place after that. Gotten a lot of crap about the wine glass, so I'll explain in better detail. This is an edit. My mom had a huge collection of glassware. She had so many there wasn't anywhere to put it anymore. So we just set them on the counter. The wine glass had just been sitting there for a long time. No one had touched it, hadn't come out of the dishwasher or anything like that. Basically, she bought it, put it on the counter, never touched it again. When it broke, no one was near it. Only me and my mom, where they were both at least, I guess you could say, at least 10 feet away. Could it have been something like a crack in the glass? Maybe, but at the time it startled us and we thought it was weird. I was just sharing one of the many things that happened. Dreams and voices. Possible hallucinations, too. Ever since I was little, I used to have this dream my mother and I called the corner dream. Essentially, it was a vivid dream of a corner, the ceiling corner to be specific, in one of our old houses. This came along with breathing coming from it. I was never able to see really what it was until about a week ago. I've always had this dream often, 3 to 4 times a week. Before I explain what's changed about it, please note that I have frequent sleep paralysis. Yes, Gecko. Lately in my dream, I've been able to see something, but not someone in the corner of the room in my old house. I can hear it panting and mumbling to myself, which it never used to mumble before. As cars pass by outside the window, I can briefly see what seems like horns. Not 100% that they're actually horns, but there's definitely something on its head that sticks out. I usually wake up to my oldest daughter screaming and attempting to look over. I always feel like I'm being held down afterwards, and if I'm able to look to the side, there's the thing standing there in the shadows of the room. When everything ends, my daughter is 100% fine, asleep sometimes even. Earlier today, I kept hearing, "Can I come in?" and a male's voice from my living room. My living room connects to the outside by my front door. Since my parents live next door, my father's had a camera that turns 360 that I have access to. Since I thought someone was at the door, I checked the camera. Nobody was there. But yet I kept hearing him asking. I didn't feel comfortable opening the door or responding to the voice. I could just be hallucinating and having sleep paralysis, but it all seems too coincidental. This isn't the first time I've heard a random male voice throughout the house either. Something keeps appearing as my husband. I have something in my house, and I have no clue what it is. I call it a mimic. Starting in 2022, my husband and I would hear our voices calling each other. It would happen at random, and after a while, we just stopped paying attention. 2023. I'm starting to see what I imagine it is. It appears as my husband. The first time it was standing in front of his door with his back to me and his hand up as he was locking the door, but he wasn't moving, just frozen. I ignored it because, well, thought he was trying to creep me out. Went to the bedroom where he was sitting. I freaked but moved on because what else am I supposed to do? More times happened, like coming in and having him laying in bed facing away from me. I lay down with my back to him on the phone. Felt him shift, then felt a light touch on my hair. I turned and it was just a pile of blankets. Now here's where I'm getting scared. In September, I opened the bathroom door, surprised that he was just standing there with his hand to his stomach. I went to apologize and he said, "Something's wrong with my stomach." I said I'd go get the medicine. When I came back, he was gone. So I went in his room and he was watching TV. I tried to give him the stomach medicine. He said he never asked. I told him what happened and the shock on his face is stuck in my head. He said he wasn't in the bathroom, but did say to himself something was wrong with his stomach. He's been so many appointments trying to figure out what it is and still no answers. Hopefully soon, though. Has anyone dealt with something like this? I truly am just trying to figure this out. I'm not asking for belief. I'd truly love to find science behind this, but I just can't figure what would be realistic about this. Phone ringing in cemetery. I'm in my 20s. I lost my father in a car accident at the age of 6. This month was his birthday month. I still visit his gravestone often, but this time I went together with my girlfriend at dark. I had no other options due to work. We went to replace the flowers. Right before we finish, an old telephone ringing sound goes off, like actual classic ringing of a wired old telephone. Both instantly get this disgusting, nauseous feeling of dread. Our first instinct was to get out. There's no lanterns there, so it was all flashlights. No other visitors. Important factor is that we both heard it loud and clear. I've never suddenly felt so sick and cold as I have then. Later, when driving home, I changed my mind. Thinking it might have been him trying to contact me, we went back. Armed with a shovel, a knife, and flashlights, we went through the whole cemetery in the area where the ringing came from. Nothing. No houses, no people, nothing. Thinking I might have missed something, went to check on Google Maps, but the direction it came from had no houses close to it at all. I don't expect people here to have answers, but I sure hope that this place is like something I can share. Well, I surely hope that this is the place, meaning Reddit, is a place where I can share such an experience, as most of my relatives laugh it off as a ha 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 ha, he said thanks. My dad's accident still is a very touchy subject for me compared to my siblings, as I knew him the best, being the oldest of the three. And this event didn't help me out one bit. If someone's interested, I've had some more strange things happen in regard to my dad, but at my parents' house. Nothing since I have my own house, though. There might be a ghost in our house, and we need help. Okay, so me, a 15-year-old female, and my twin sister Sophia were both in our beds tonight to go to sleep. This is when I started to hear footsteps, very heavy ones. So I texted her and asked what the hell she was doing since it was just me and her in the house. Our parents are out of town. She replied with, "I'm in bed, dumbass." I called her a liar, so she sent me a picture of her in bed. The footsteps were going all around the house in a circle for 20 more minutes. I decided to ignore it because, I don't know, maybe it was just the house shifting. About 30 minutes later, Sophia texted me, saying that she heard a light switch turn on and then off 3 times. I told her that maybe it was a good idea that she come sleep in my room because I was genuinely freaking out. She told me that she was too scared to move, so I got up and ran to her room, shutting the door behind me and turning on the light. When I got into the bed with her, things just got weirder. The footsteps started up again after 10 minutes of me being in her room, the same route that we'd been taking before into the kitchen and down into the living room and back around the hallway that leads to my room and my sister's room, and then it repeats. We keep hearing light switches clicking on and off all around the house. The heat is kicking on and off like someone's messing with the thermostat. And it's also normally very warm to my sister's because she has 2 heat vents in the room, but it's freezing in here now. And every once in a while, we'll feel a breeze go through, but no windows are open. We also are hearing tapping on our bathroom door and on the walls, and it sounds like somebody opened the cleaning closet near the kitchen. Both too scared to move. We don't know anything about paranormal stuff, so we're trying to Google some things, but nothing's helping. So we decided to get up and search the whole house together. Didn't find anything, though. Again, we have no experience with this type of stuff. So please, somebody help us. Anything would help. My mother predicted September 11th, but she didn't realize it until after it happened. My mother dreamed about September 11th a few days, maybe a week, give or take, before it happened. She said she had a dream, and in her dream, she was watching 2 really tall buildings burn. She said that she could see and hear people screaming for help. She said it felt so real that she could feel the heat from the fires. She said that she saw both buildings collapse. She saw all those people being buried under the debris. She told us this because she wanted my sisters to not go into the office. My 2 sisters, both attorneys, worked at the Daily Center back in downtown Chicago. My mother assumed it was a premonition about my sisters. They took the day off, and when nothing happened that day, they went back to work the next day. We all forgot about Mom's dream. A few days later, September 11th happened. My grandmother had premonitions too. She dreamed that her oldest son, my uncle, would be shot. She told him to go straight to school that day. Don't stop for anything. Come straight home. He didn't listen. He stopped at a friend's house who had just gotten into his dad's gun cabinet. His friend started playing with the shotgun. He assumed it was empty and it went off. Blew my uncle's leg almost completely off. He had to get 9 pins in his leg and knee to reattach it. To this day, he still can't bend his leg. He walks like he's got a pirate's peg leg. As far as I know, nobody else in my family has this ability. Or if they do, they've never shared any stories. Something, not someone, verbally threatened me. When I was either 4 or 5, I was alone and asleep in my bedroom. I slept on a bunk bed, but my half-brother only lived with us every other weekend, so he wasn't there. I was completely knocked out. Then I started to wake up, but my eyes remained closed. I remember hearing my heartbeat fading, but with every heartbeat, I saw pulsing black and red. I was trying to completely wake up, but after maybe a minute, I took a huge breath and opened my eyes. It was still dark outside, and I was breathing incredibly heavy. I was sleeping on my side. I was about to raise my head and look at my closet behind me. As a kid, I hated my closet because the door wouldn't close. It would close just enough to leave maybe a 2-inch dark gap. Remember, I'm in my bunk bed, about 5 feet high. The bed is parallel to the wall, and the ladder's on the front of the bed. My head rests right in front of the ladder. My closet is maybe 6 feet away, but along that same wall. So suddenly, I wake up, go to raise my head, turn to look at the closet, make sure it's still as closed as possible. Immediately as I start to turn my head, a voice from directly behind my head says, "Stop, don't turn around." I start to turn my head a little more. The voice then said, "If you look behind you and see along the lines of the wall, you'll be dead and hanging on your back wall." As a stupid 4 or 5-year-old kid, at this point I'm terrified but turn my head really fast to face this voice. And nothing. Got out of bed to turn my TV and light on, and just sat there in terror for the rest of the night. It's been 21 or 22 years, and I still see it so clearly. Music coming from the forest. There's this forest close to my house that I often walk in, alone or with my family. It was being used in World War II, so there are a few military bunkers around. The forest is quite long, and there aren't many houses around. In some areas there are none. Now, this first encounter with the strange forest was about a year ago. I was walking, going a bit further than I usually would alone. I explored a bit, then walking back. There was this large field I passed. It had a bunker in it. I took a look. In it were a couple of roe deer bones and some half-smoked cigarettes. Nothing out of the ordinary. This was one they'd forgotten to close up, so you could go inside. There's nothing strange or out of the ordinary in the bunker either. I left it and continued walking. Keep in mind that this was one of those areas where there's no houses nearby. I walked and suddenly my heart dropped. I heard music, very clear, vintage-sounding music like from the 20s or 30s. I was terrified. I walked further thinking it was my imagination, but it wasn't. To continue on the regular path, I had to climb a little hill that was quite muddy. But I couldn't get on it. I had to keep walking through the field without the path. I was so scared I thought there was someone hiding in the trees waiting for me. There wasn't. I took out my phone, took some videos, and sent them to my friend. She could hear it too. I walked home, but I thought it was just a weird coincidence. But last week it happened again. A twig snapped and the music started playing when I was walking back home. The same exact place. I ran back home, which took about 20 minutes. It was the same music. Can someone hack into your Discord and join a private conversation? This happened to me in late October 2021. I was self-isolating in a hotel room while on Discord with my girlfriend. I video call her via Discord. We weren't in a group chat. Most of the night nothing happened, but when she went to go take a shower, something strange happened. She left the camera and audio on when she left, and I just went on my phone to pass the time until she came back. Around 10 minutes in, I hear a little girl giggling on the camera. I saw the audio was coming from her microphone because the edge is glowing when someone speaks. Figuring this was just her playing a prank, I say, "Babe, come on, I know it's you. This isn't funny." I then proceed to hear the little girl sing a classic horror song trope. "Daisy, Daisy, give me an answer," or whatever the lyrics are. But halfway through that line, it sounds as though an older voice is singing on top of the little girl's voice, making it extra creepy. Naturally, I think she's just using a voice box or YouTube video or something, but I immediately find out that that isn't the case. I start saying, "Babe, this isn't funny, cut it out, I know it's you." But then the little girl's voice replies, "Hello?" I give a nervous laugh in response. It almost seemed like the little girl mocked me by also laughing as I was laughing, and then says, "I see you," followed by, "Look behind you." First, I didn't look behind me, but then I did a quick jerk at a moment later, just to make sure nothing was there. I was freaked out at that point, wondering what the hell's happening. Then I see my girlfriend come back into the room after taking a shower with a towel wrapped around her, still a bit wet from the shower. I didn't tell her what happened because I was going to be home for another 3 weeks. She would be by herself. My weird experience. I've been thinking about this ever since I saw it as a kid. This was probably around 2000, 2001. I remember telling my friends at school about what I saw. They thought I was making it up. Well, I grew up in North Jersey. I shared a room with my younger brother at that time. We had bunk beds. I slept on the top bunk. One night, I think it was fall or early winter. There was a pretty loud storm and it was raining pretty hard. The sounds of rain on the roof was pretty loud from what I remember. Our house was right across from a strip mall, so there were sounds of semis coming and going maybe 2 to 3 times a day. They'd usually come to stock the grocery store. I was pretty good at recognizing those sounds. But this night it sounded like the semi was driving on top of gravel right outside the house. It was a different sound than the rain. It was so loud and bizarre that I remember waking up. Definitely wasn't thunder either. From what I can remember, I was just lying awake, and from the corner of my eye, I see what I thought was a laser pointer pointing through the window. It's giving me chills typing this out. It wasn't just one dot, though. It was a triangle of dots kind of scanning my room. It happened in like 2 seconds, and then it was gone. So our bedroom was on the second story of the house, and our window faced the backyard with the woods being behind it. So it's not like somebody could just be shining a laser pointer in because of the angle of how it moved through the room. I was on the top bunk watching as it moved. The incidence angle was above my elevation, but from outside. Could this have been a drone? I have such a hard time believing that because it was raining so hard. I doubt even a helicopter would be cleared to fly in a storm like that. What the hell did I see that night? Has anyone ever experienced something paranormal with someone, but then when you talk about it with them, they don't remember? Hi everyone, I'm Jaylene. I'm 14. And the purpose of me writing this is because it happened to me today. So to begin, I was about 10 years old and with my cousins I'm gonna call G. And they were about 14 or 13 at the time. And I, the narrator, is gonna call Gina. Gina and I used to have sleepovers in her room, and we'd talk and play games. We were those type of kids that would say we were going to sleep, but in reality, we're on our phone or iPad. Anyways, we were in Gina's bed, on our electronics, just watching a show or something. When all of a sudden I pause whatever I'm watching because I hear what sounded like humming. But I could barely hear it. After a minute of trying to figure it out, if I was really hearing something or not, maybe it was just my headphones making background noise, Gina says, "Do you hear that?" I froze for a second, thinking, no, I don't think I really heard anything. I think I was just imagining something. So I then snapped back into reality and told her, no, I don't hear anything. And suddenly we hear a sound like somebody had crumbled a bag or stepped on it. It scared me and Gina, so we hid under the covers till one of us had the courage to get up and turn on the lights. Gina then told me that she had heard what sounded like a little girl singing. We both didn't sleep until morning. Gina's now 17. I brought it up to her today when we were having a discussion about the paranormal. She said that she didn't remember it at all and asked me if I was sure it happened in my room. She still lives in that room. Anyways, I just wanted to see if anybody had experienced something similar, because this is not the first time something like this has happened in my home. Great party, Dad. This happened a few years ago. My mother called me and told me that she was going to have a birthday party for my father. We usually have dinner, so a party was something different. I wasn't in the mood for it, only because he's a realtor. A ton of people I don't know would be there. Add to the fact that the house has a medium backyard with a pool. The lighting sucks, so your standing room only in the house and in the near dark with a little more room outside. It was all okay. Did my best to be social, but I stayed in the backyard for the most part. Looking around, I noticed a woman. He had like a 7-year-old. It was a boy, basically at her hip. Anytime they caught my eye, he had his arms around her waist, was looking at me blankly. I didn't approach them. I thought maybe he was autistic or something, but it seemed odd to bring him to this. When it thinned out, my sister-in-law asked me, "What'd you see?" I said, "Like..." She said, "I felt something in the backyard, but you can see it." I said, "I didn't see anything strange." I said that people shouldn't be bringing kids to adult parties that run this late, especially if something's, not okay with them. She said, "What child?" I pointed out the woman and said, "I guess they had enough sense to take the boy home." She looked at me horrified. There was no boy. That woman lost her son a few years back to cancer. I was told later that there were no children at that party. I drove home freezing the whole time. I couldn't get past the boy's blank expression. West Hollywood Ghost. In the year and a half I was assigned to work a police station in West Hollywood, I saw many strange things, but most of them are for different forums than this. I had contact with trustees, and they would talk briefly from time to time, but I was working for most of the day. For those of you that don't know what that is, it's basically prisoners that are non-violent and have a small sentence that live in the station doing menial jobs. One day one comes up to me, says that he couldn't sleep because there was thumping in the bathroom next to their dorm. I was like, well, mostly likely pipes and just deal with it. I went back to work. After the weekend, I saw him and he looked very tired. He tells me that thumping continued and he could hear gagging quietly. He went in the bathroom and no one was there and the noise stopped. The days would pass and now several of them were looking not rested. They said they can all hear it. I said, mention it to the person in charge of you. He told me that they did, and that they got threatened to get sent back to regular prison if they keep bothering him. Sounded typical, but I was feeling kind of bad as they were kind of looking scared and tired. When I ran into the person in charge of them, he said that complaint came up every now and then. There's nothing really they could do. Everyone knew that 5 years prior a trustee hung himself in that bathroom while everyone was sleeping. The problem would solve itself when the scared prisoners asked to be sent back to regular prison. There's nothing I could do, so I decided not to tell them. Nothing good would come of it. They were all gone by the next week, and their replacements must have been heavy sleepers, because I didn't hear really anything about it after that. Anybody else remember that story? Excuse you, car. Doppelgangers. My 3+ experiences with doppelgangers. I was in Boston, and swear to God, I saw my brother and his now wife walking downtown, literally right in front of a high-rise my brother works in. I called him, and he said they were home, but it was weird. Like 20 minutes later, I was almost in a really bad 3-way accident with speeds up 60 miles an hour, basically. By some miracle, none of us made contact with each other. I was dumbfounded. And to make things even weirder, on the way back from Boston, I saw someone with their foot on the left side guardrail like they were about to climb over onto the highway. The only problem was that they looked like an actual zombie. Not like a disheveled man, but like a zombie with purple and an almost demonic face. I only saw him or it for a split second. Did I see the entity that pretended to be my brother? It's an honest question. In my hometown, me and my brother's doppelgangers have been seen around town. Someone said they saw my brother, like exactly, but with dead eyes. Someone at Dunkin' Donuts told me I had just been there. Same looking person with a navy hat and the same exact kind of car. Even weirder than all that, a few years ago my best friend's grandmother got a call from my friend. The only problem was that the call was coming from the Dominican Republic, an island along with Haiti, which is well known for voodoo. Is my friend a changeling? But seriously, in voodoo, one ritual is creating zombies by stealing their souls in a dark magic ritual ceremony. We've all heard of a supernatural entity called a shapeshifter. Living in a Haunted House, Part 3. There are certainly parts of the house that see more activity than others, but the activity is not limited to the house itself. The front yard of the house is quite large with a circular driveway made of gravel. The whole property is enclosed by tall stone walls and a large gate. Though it's not very easy to enter unless you go through the gate, which is always closed, unless, of course, opened by an electronic opener. One day when my oldest son was about 10 or so, we were playing around in the yard. He was running the circular driveway and I was timing him. Then I would run it and he would time me. About halfway through running a circuit, he came barreling toward me saying, "Mommy, why'd you do that? You scared me." I had no idea what he was talking about. I said, "Do what? I've been here the whole time." He said, "Someone was running right behind me, breathing down my neck. Felt like they were going to push me." The gravel was even crunching behind me. I immediately felt uneasy. I tried to reassure him, but I too had felt as if someone was walking behind me on the driveway on several occasions, only to turn around and find no one there. My daughter also had an experience walking from the front gate of the house one night. She said someone or something had pulled the scarf from her neck and threw it to the ground. She ran into the house hysterical, thinking somebody had followed her inside the gate. We turned on the lights in the yard. My husband went to check it out, but nothing. My husband said it must have been a branch from a tree or a bush, but honestly, I think it was something else. What I don't know left me feeling very uneasy. I didn't like to be out in front by myself. Ask Reddit. My girlfriend had broken up with me, and I was now sleeping alone in the townhome apartment that we both had been living in. For the first time in 3 years, I was alone every night. There was someone who had been hopping fences into backyards at night, trying to get into sliding glass doors, and in general smashing stuff in the area. A month or two prior, there was a shooting and an attempted murder in the dead of night, right on the sidewalk in front of her door. So needless to say, being home alone at night put me on edge. No alarm system, no dog, no firearms, just me. Well, one night I wake up in the dark, only pale moonlight coming through my window in the darkness of the upstairs hallway and stairwell outside my door, and I hear, "Dreg, come here," from my doorway. Then the sounds of dozens of loud whispers. I try to move, to turn and face it, to defend myself, but my body won't move an inch. I try to shout or scream, to be threatening. My voice won't come. I'm trapped inside my body, aware of something at my bedroom doorway, and can't physically do anything. I try to struggle and scream in silence some more, till finally the paralysis just breaks, and I can slowly move and begin to murmur and moan, still having difficulty making sounds. But I finally can face my doorway and find no one and nothing there. Turns out this was my worst bout of sleep paralysis to date. I'm fine. I'm safe. But I close and lock my bedroom door, then sleep with all the lights on. Rest of the night. It fucking sucked so bad being a prisoner in my body like that, not even being able to utter a panicked moan. Well, I can hear and feel something or someone coming for me. Haunted hotel. So my partner and I love to make, a weekend out of our minor trip, just to get away and get a hotel somewhere new. This time around, we went up to Richmond, Virginia. I'd never been there before and wasn't really too aware of the history. Never paid attention in history class. Well, we finally get there. We got a hotel in the historic downtown area near the Capitol building. Cool. Walking up to our hotel, I got an eerie feeling from it, but I shook it off as general anxiety. Our room was creepy. Couldn't really shake the feeling that this was a very old hotel, most likely had a ghost in it. So I looked it up but didn't find anything solid. I get over it, and we leave to explore the city. That night we're falling asleep. No alcohol or drugs involved, and the room is just dark. I'm a little bit psycho because I sleep with my feet outside of the covers. I do this every night. Think I'm asleep, but I still feel like I'm awake. A weird, in-between. This is when I feel someone wrap their left hand around my right foot and tighten. I jerk all the way awake, pull my foot back, look around the room. No one's there. Now I'm freaked out, but I try to just play it cool. Tell myself I'm dreaming, go to sleep. In all of my dreams, there was a male following me around, begging me to help him get to the dreamland. I kept telling him that I couldn't help him. The next morning, I tell my partner about the foot grab and the crazy dreams, and his face goes white. I ask what's wrong. He says, "It felt like I was asleep, but I felt someone push me on my shoulders. I also then had a dream of a male getting in my face." Needless to say, I'm not going back to Richmond. Radio conversations. I can hear in my office without a radio in my office. This is something interesting that's been happening to me. It started maybe 2 years ago. I was working in my home office when I heard what sounded like a conversation going on. It was like talk radio, like it carried on for about half an hour or so. Now my wife had gone to bed, and we live alone, so no kids to be talking to. I don't have a radio in my office. I wasn't listening to anything, and I was reading and doing some research. The conversation was rather muted. Couldn't hear what was being said. However, it sounded like two men talking. I do have a radio in the house, but I would be able to hear it clearly in my office. This has happened several times on and off. Sometimes I would hear a man and a woman talking, just loud enough to hear voices, but not loud enough to understand the conversation. I thought maybe my neighbor had a radio going, but their house is 20 feet from mine with a 7-foot block wall between us. I'm sure the sound couldn't travel that far. I live in Arizona, so it's very rare that we have our windows open, especially in the summer months. We don't want to give scorpions an easy way into the house. A few times I hold up my SB7 spirit box, and other than a few unintelligible voice-like sounds, couldn't hear anything that would be like what I was hearing. So the voice continues, now and again. I just find it very odd that it happens. And, just in case the topic comes up, I'm very mentally competent, and have never heard a voice in my head, ever. I met my dad on the stairs while he was in bed. A couple of years ago, I don't remember how many, but I asked my parents before writing this post, and they said I was very young at the time. I had my first paranormal encounter, and the only one I remember that I'm not that skeptical about. Again, I don't remember the exact details. I was very young at the time. All I remember is me going out of my room in the middle of the night, or in the very early morning. It was very dark, so it's one of the two. Standing in our hallway, I live in this 3-story building, if you count the basement. And all of our rooms, my parents' and my brother's rooms, are upstairs. So we have this little space like a hallway in the middle of the doors to our rooms. So no matter what room you're in, you can always open the doors and look down to the stairs. Anyways, I was standing in that hallway-like space, and I look down the stairs. I see what I remember looking like my dad at the top of the stairs. The position he was in was like a crawling-like position. I only remember seeing the top of his torso and his head, of course. And now the weird thing about it is like he was glowing white. He was white like a piece of paper, and the lines on his body that made out the nose and eyes and hair were like a blue-like color. I just stared at him, and he stared back. Nobody said anything. Not even me, I just stared. think I stared for 15 to 20 seconds before going into my business. I don't remember what I was doing. Maybe I was going to the toilet or waking up my brother. I don't remember. But I do remember checking the stairs while going back, and he was gone. I told it to my parents the next day. My dad told me he didn't leave the bed that night. Living in a Haunted House, Part 6. The Face in the Window. This is probably the scariest experience I've had. Before we remodeled, the house had a door in the kitchen that led to our yard. Our yard was full of very tall trees. It was quite large. At night, it was really dark from all the trees, and the winter months' darkness fell quickly. Several times while in the kitchen alone at night, I would see what seemed to be quick movement by the door to the garden. Sometimes the dog would be outside, and I thought maybe it was them. But at other times, there really was no explanation. Once I saw what appeared to be a very pale, gaunt face looking in. No body was attached, just a face. But it was so fleeting I could convince myself it was my imagination. One night, my babysitter was in the kitchen, trying to help me fix dinner. My two youngest were also in the kitchen. It was winter, so outside was pitch black. My daughter yelled, "Mommy, a man just stuck his head around the door." My babysitter just quickly opened the door to look out, and there was no one there. A few minutes later, my son said, "There he is." We quickly looked around, and we all saw a face looking in. I ran to the door, and my babysitter went outside with me. Once again, no one there. Turned on the outside lights, and we couldn't see anyone outside. We were all a bit freaked out, and the dogs started to bark, but I was too scared to put them outside. I didn't want anything to happen to them. I quickly checked the doors, made sure they were locked, and what was it? No idea. A ghost or an intruder? If it's an intruder, I'm not sure how they would have gotten in our yard, as it's enclosed with a very tall stone wall. Whatever it was disappeared without a trace. Never saw another face in the window after that. I am here. Years ago, I dated a woman named Patty. She was 10 years my senior, but I didn't care. She had 3 kids, and I practically lived with her for a few years. She'd been orphaned for about 10 years and, well, raised by a few aunts. One of them I had not met had gotten sick. It was both the emotionally closest, and they stopped talking in her 15 years prior. That was confusing. We went to the hospital, but she was unresponsive. I met her family and figured out that there was quite some anguish had by this lady when they parted ways. There was nothing to be done, so we went home, put the kids to sleep and laid down. Not even 10 minutes later, we could hear footsteps outside and crunching leaves. I got dressed, and as I was going to the door, I heard 3 thumps on the wall hard. I hurried out, nothing, not around, no signs of anything. We went to bed again. Under an hour, the bathroom sink just turned on full blast, hot and cold water. I was less than 5 feet away, so it wasn't a person. I turned off the water, and less than an hour later, it happened again. We both stayed up after turning the water off. Less than 2 minutes after, we got the call. Her aunt had just passed away. Because of the whirlwind after that, I'd forgotten what really happened until right now that it popped into my head. I assume it takes quite a bit of energy to turn on faucets. Me think so, too. Ask Reddit. I'm a big believer in the paranormal, whereas my husband thinks everything is explainable. I've heard something walking down the hallway between our bedrooms a few times. He swears he's never heard it, and that it's just the house settling. Although many friends staying over, they've been pretty thoroughly scared. One night, maybe a year or two ago, I had a horrible nightmare. And in that nightmare, I heard the footsteps in the hallway, so I sat up in bed. I saw a little boy with missing eyes screaming and gasping for air. He fell from the ceiling and was crawling toward us screaming, with his eye sockets bleeding. He was mostly decomposing. I woke up completely sweating and shaking, only to have my husband jump up freaking out. He said he had a horrible nightmare. He was visibly really upset. It was the most upset I think I've seen him to this day. He never, ever has nightmares. So I told him to tell me about it, to help work through it so he could go back to sleep. And guess what? It was the exact fucking dream, down to the eyes and the screaming. I was actually so scared it took me a few minutes to say anything. I finally told him that I had the same dream, shared details. There's no way either of us could have known on our own. No scary movies, no scary stories, nothing to trigger it. Neither of us went back to sleep that night. Still freaks me out. The Italian lady that haunted our old house. When I was younger, my mom and I moved to Australia from South Africa when I was 7. We moved into this cute small cottage in a popular neighborhood. The house was old and a few areas were quite rusted. I remember that I would never go into the living room because it always terrified me. There was always some creepy, eerie aura in that room. About a few months into living in that house, I would wake up in the middle of the night due to loud, awful sounds coming from the kitchen. It sounded like pots and pans crashing into each other. I walked into the kitchen. There was nothing there, so I walked back to bed. This happened every day. A few days after my mom and I were talking about the weird noises when my mom said something that sent chills down my spine. "Can you see her too?" Those are the exact words my mom said. She told me she could see an old Italian lady in the kitchen hitting pots and pans together, furious, yelling at us to get out of her house. A month later, still hearing those sounds, my mom and I were meeting her neighbor at a coffee shop. My mom asked her if by any chance there was an old Italian lady that used to live in our house. Our neighbor then said, "How do you know? She died the house just before you moved in." We were petrified. My mom then saw the lady again at night. She was more angry than ever. My mom, she told me the next morning that she told the lady that we're kind of safe people. We'll protect her house. Never saw her again. The living room was no longer eerie or creepy either. Ask Reddit. I lived in a haunted house for a year. At this time, it was just me and my 3 sisters, aged 13, 5, and 2. I was 10. My older sister and I were home from school with a stomach bug. My mom had to go get my 5-year-old sister from school and asked us to watch her youngest. We were sitting in the living room. She was eating some snacks and had a sippy cup of water. The top of the cup must have not been screwed on tight enough because when she knocked it over, water spilled everywhere. My older sister went to the kitchen to get some napkins to clean it up. When she came back, she handed me some of the napkins and we both started cleaning. We were on our hands and knees wiping up the water when we started to hear banging coming from the second floor. We both paused, looked at each other, said nothing. But we both had that look of, "You heard that too, right?" We stayed silent and kept cleaning. Then again, another bang. At this point, we stand up and are still silent, just staring at the ceiling. Then came the giggles. We heard little kids upstairs laughing. Then the laughing turned to singing. It sounded like a children's choir singing. My sister scooped up the baby and we ran outside. It was a clear day out that day. But I remember once we got inside, it started to rain. We had no choice but to go back inside. We stayed on the front porch until my mom got home. We saw things in that house that I still have nightmares about 20 years later. But for some reason, that giggling and singing bothers me the most. We both seen a rake that night. This happened back in 2014. I was about 15 or so, and my friend was about a year older than me. I'm staying the weekend at her house, which is out in the country with thick woods behind her property. It's rounding about 3 a.m. when we hear what we thought were cats messing around the woodpile on her dad's trailer. Her dog started to bark, so my friend said she was going to let her dog out. She'd go run the cats away from the trailer. The dog wouldn't hurt the cats when she chased them off, just didn't want them around the house. So my friend lets the dog out, lets him out the back door, and as she's walking away, I look out the living room window facing the backyard, which is the opposite side of the house. That's when I seen what looked like a very pale, bald man with really long arms crouching behind the trailer, and we'd heard rattling around. By that time the back door was open, I looked over to my friend staring at the trailer. She'd seen something as well. She looked over at me, and when we both looked back, it was gone and the dog was sniffing around the trailer. I asked if she'd seen that. She said half questioningly, "That weird white thing with the bald head behind the trailer?" I thought I was imagining it. She had taken the words right out of my mouth of what I saw. We called the dog back inside, locked the house down. We never let the dog out that late or bothered looking to see what was making those weird noises outside ever again. I looked up what we saw. Well, years later. And after reading up on reeks, I'm sure that's what we saw that night. Ask Reddit. Happened to my mom. She told me in the morning a month or so ago. She apparently had, quote-unquote, had quite an experience during the night. She woke up and couldn't fall back asleep. She often has sleep issues. She heard her dog being nervous downstairs. So after a while of listening to this, she decided to go check if everything's okay. She got up, went to the bathroom across the hallway. The door was slightly open and she saw a silhouette. A dark black silhouette. There was no way it was her shadow. There was no light source behind her. She turned the light on and there was nothing there. However, the thrash bag on the trash bin was slightly moving. Like there had been some movement. My mother had just entered the bathroom, so I don't think she caused it. I was listening to this like, what the hell, after reading countless stories of people across the sub. I asked her for more details about the appearance of this silhouette. She said her first thought was Zorro, as in a man dressed in black wearing a hat and a cape. Now my first thought was a hat man, but she wasn't having a sleep paralysis. She's never had it. Maybe just a hallucination, but a weird experience anyway. My mom was weirded out and she doesn't believe in that stuff at all, but she was still interested. She jokingly asked me if I was summoning ghosts or something. Hell no. I also find interesting about the story is that 2 days prior I was trying to open my root chakra for the first time. Doubt it was connected in any way though, but mentioning it nonetheless. Living in a Haunted House, Part 1. I moved to France over 20 years ago. My husband and I bought an old mason bourgeois, which was built in 1789. I've always been curious about the paranormal. I've had some strange things occur in my life, but nothing prepared me for living in this house. The house needed a lot of work, but in the beginning, we just did some basic remodeling and updating. Shortly after we moved in, my daughter was born. She had invited quite a few out-of-town guests for her christening. My best friend was sleeping in a room that we were using as a guest room. She's pretty pragmatic and not really a believer in the supernatural. She was awoken by a sharp punch to her stomach. She said it was so forceful that she actually lifted off the bed. My husband laughed and said that it must have been a nightmare, but this made me feel very uneasy. Already I had experienced weird sensations and heard footsteps in the hallway. I had kept these feelings to myself. I decided to share my thoughts with my best friend. She was very unsettled by the whole episode and was reluctant to spend another night in the room. The next night, she was again hit in the stomach, although not as violently. At this point, we were both freaked out about it. She left the next day to return home. Needless to say, she now definitely believes in the paranormal. This episode was just the beginning of the strange occurrences that happened periodically throughout my time living in this house. My great-gran came to say goodbye. Back when I was 13, my great-gran became very poor. She was 93 at this point, and she'd had an amazing life, but unfortunately she was suffering from cancer. At this point, she was in the hospital and on end-of-life care. We knew she was going to die, and we were trying to make her as comfortable as possible. The one night I woke up suddenly and sat up in bed. I remember seeing my alarm clock and it said 3:04 a.m. At the end of my bed, I saw my great-gran. She was holding hands with my great-granddad, who had died 40 years previously. She was holding a bouquet of flowers in the other hand and she was smiling. She came to say goodbye. I woke up the next morning thinking about how weird the dream I'd had was and how detailed it was. After brushing this dream off, I went and I spoke to my mom about it. She went pale as I explained in detail what I dreamt about. She told me that she had the exact same dream. She remembered the clock in her room saying 3:03 a.m. My great-great-grandparents were both wearing and doing the exact same thing in both of our dreams. At this moment, the phone rings. It was my granddad. He's been crying, but clearly trying to hold it all together for the sake of the phone call. My great-gran had passed away overnight, 2:57 a.m. To this day, I'm convinced that it wasn't a dream, and in fact, the spirits of my great-grandparents who came and visited myself and my mom, just to say goodbye. I saw a shadow person. Okay, so I hosted Christmas at my apartment. After my family left for Christmas, I stayed up and cleaned while my mom went to bed. I have a screwed up sleeping schedule. I've been staying up until 4 a.m., so I figured to get tired, I should just clean the kitchen, dishes, and living room. As I was done cleaning the kitchen, I looked at the reflection of my sliding glass door. There was a shadow figure of a man in front of my Christmas tree, and it was looking directly at me. I looked away and started telling myself I was just seeing things because I'm tired and smoked weed. So I must have thought something in the living room resembled a young man's figure. I went to the living room to start cleaning up and felt this weird energy. I was uncomfortable. It felt like someone was watching me. I quickly grabbed my gifts, and before I went into my room, I looked again at the sliding door, and I swear to God I saw the shadow of a young man, but this time looking at me from his side. I screamed, ran inside. Now what the hell do I do? Am I just crazy, or am I making this up in my head? How do I get him to leave? He's scaring the shit out of me, whoever he is. Also, I have 3 cats. One of my cats was staring at the direction the man was looking at me. Now they're all currently in my room, and I don't want to go outside my room. The same cat that was looking at him also begged to come inside my room by meowing loudly. Help, I'm scared. LOL. Haunted dorm room. It was a tiring day in my college. It was a hot summer evening. I had just returned to my dorm room. My roommate and I had separate rooms and one common room and a kitchen. I found that he wasn't there, so I didn't lock my room and just fell asleep. It was around 8 or 9 p.m. I later started to wake up feeling restless. I was having a blurry vision. My room was extremely hot, even though the fan was on and the window was open. I took off my shirt and drank water from my water bottle. I checked the time, and it was exactly 1:11 a.m. I felt something was wrong, and I tried to stand up. Suddenly, I got pulled up from the bed by my leg. I jumped back to my bed all confused and pressed myself against the wall. Still not fully conscious, I knew something was wrong. I tried to shout and call my roommate, but before I could do anything, I got slammed again into the opposite wall, this time by my shoulder. It felt like someone was trying to drag me into the wall by my shoulder. My bedroom door opened. I got dragged into an empty void. Now I woke up entirely covered in sweat. I didn't have a shirt on and my water bottle had fallen on the floor, but my door was closed. I was still confused and scared about what happened, and I had a bruise on my shoulder. I checked the time again and it said 1:10 a.m. I was too scared to sleep alone after that, so I went to my roommate who was still online playing games on his laptop. I tried talking to him, but he was too busy playing games. Bedtime ghost story. One evening when I was about 15, I was home alone for the night. I'd lived in an older 2-story home. I often felt uncomfortable by myself in the house at night, especially in my room since it had the door to our creepy attic. I spent the evening watching TV downstairs, adequately distracted from being by myself. At some point, I decided I was ready for bed. I went upstairs to my room. I shared a room and bunk bed with my older brother. He usually got home late and went to bed after me. Our bed was pushed in the corner of the room against the wall. The bottom bunk was mine. I was pretty tired, so I laid down and fell asleep almost immediately. Shortly after that, I woke up to my brother sticking his arm through the gap between the side of the bed and the wall, slapping it. It's dark, but I can clearly make out his arm smacking against the wall. Annoyed, I tell him to stop and roll over to try to sleep. Of course, he keeps slapping the wall, but even harder now. Getting angry at this point, so I tell him that if he doesn't stop, I'm gonna hit him. No surprise, but he starts slapping even harder. I'm done with his shenanigans and roll over to punch him in the arm, but instead just hit the wall. A little freaked out that he pulled his arm away so quickly, I get out of bed and rip his covers off to reveal no one's there. I'm officially, nope, the heck out of there mode. Scurry downstairs to spend the rest of the night scared and alone. Something called my name in the mountains. Back in 2021, my family took a trip to Lake Sanitla in North Carolina. A beautiful lake that's rich in Native American history and surrounded by mountain trails. We decided to go to one of these trails on an overcast day. I am not an athletic person, and I do suffer from asthma, so I was behind the rest of my family by myself. About almost halfway through the hike, I heard my sister yell my birth name, but it sounded like it was off the trail. She never calls me by my real name, just my nickname. I've had it since I was a baby. It sounded like she was scared, so I was very tempted to run off and find her. But I knew my sister wasn't stupid. She wouldn't go off the trail even in case of an emergency. I quickly caught up to the rest of my family. My sister was there with them, resting on some rocks next to a waterfall, chatting away and taking pictures. I asked my sister if she had called my name. She didn't know what I was talking about. She'd been talking to her dad the whole time. I don't know what called my name that day, but I'm glad I didn't listen to it. Who knows what would have happened to me? Haven't been to that trail since this encounter. I don't have a clue what called my name. If you're educated on Appalachian folklore, please give me some insight on what happened to me. The night my grandfather passed. Whenever my grandfather would come into my house, I was 11 at the time, he would wash our dishes simply because he liked to. It gave him something to do. The funny thing about this was that he wasn't very good at washing the dishes. They would always have a soapy taste and a residue on them after he was done. We knew he liked to do it, so we never stopped him. Just kind of dealt with it. Moving forward to the night that he died, he passed at 6:20 p.m. The next morning at exactly 6:20 a.m., the dishes crashed. He hadn't been over to our house for quite a few months, since he was hospitalized for a while before his passing. My family all went downstairs and just brushed it off as a coincidence and went back to bed. Well, I woke up at around 9 a.m., freezing cold. I still had the events from 6 a.m. on my mind. I went downstairs and stood right at the sink and just stared at the dishes. All of a sudden, I felt a rush of warmth, starting at my toes and eventually making its way all the way up to my head. I knew he was there with me. I could just feel it. I started to make breakfast, pouring cereal, milk into a bowl, and I couldn't believe it. My cereal tasted soapy. It had to be a sign from him, as he hadn't washed our dishes in months. I know that this isn't something entirely too active, but it has stuck with me to this day and I think about it often, so I figured it was worth sharing. My grandpa came to me in a dream. I do believe there is a God, at the least. All this said, when my grandpa died, I didn't go to the funeral or viewing. I don't go to these events, if that's what you call it. I'm just not comfortable with them. The day after the funeral, he came to me in a dream. And if you're like me, your first thought is, well, It's a dream. This time, though, was different. It's hard to explain, but it was something you feel. He had the same type of clothes he always wore. I could smell his distinct scent, and everything felt subtle and warm. Kind of like when a big light casts on you and you feel its heat. He told me it was okay that I didn't go, and that he understood why. Everything was so vivid and crystal clear. I've never had a dream with such detail, not even remotely. The vast majority of the time, I don't remember my dreams. The times that I do, I try to remember it, but after 10 minutes or so, it's all faded away. It's been several years since then, and I still remember this dream, much of its detail. This has been probably my only experience in a somewhat paranormal event. There's only one other dream I had. I kind of question it, but since I sort of sit on the fence, I just learned to not. Ask Reddit. I decided to take a nighttime stroll sometime between 12 and 1 a.m. I left my apartment. I walked along the road that led to the woods nearby and contemplated on whether to follow the road that led through the woods. I decided against it. I wasn't stupid, and it was pitch black with zero lights. You were really only able to see a few feet in front of you. So I decided to head back home. I barely walked 15 feet from the woods and I heard footsteps directly behind me. I turned and saw no one, and it continued every time I started walking back. Problem was, there was no hiding spots for someone to hide if they were following me, and the footsteps sounded like they were only 2 to 3 feet at most. And I also used to watch those haunted house reenactments, so what I got from those was that ghosts react to fear. So if it was some spirit, I shouldn't act scared. So instead I laughed when I heard the steps again. This time it seemed to stop. I got home and went to bed, and that same night I was awoken abruptly about an hour later to a guy saying, "Psst." I looked around. No one was there, so I just said out loud, "Not right now. Trying to sleep." And I went back to bed. Thing is, if it was just the second thing, I could explain it off, but they happened the same night, so it feels like they were connected. It was a one-off, as if it never happened. Otherwise, I would have went to go check it out. Ask Reddit. When I was 18, I was scrolling through Tumblr on my phone at 2 a.m., giggling to myself, since I shared a room with my brother. Then I hear a male voice down the aisle. It sounded like it was going toward the kitchen. It sounded like grumbling, like an angry kind of grumble. So I instantly assumed it was my grouch of a dad. I felt a strange pressure on my chest. Then the sounds get louder and louder. Then suddenly the door to my parents' bedroom opens. And since it's an old door, it's pretty much falling apart. It makes a popping sound when it opens. The sounds stop. Then I hear my dad go, "Who's there?" He opened my door and I pretended to be asleep so he didn't give me shit for being awake so late. He closed the door, went back to sleep. Next morning, my mom asked me to put away the cereal if I got hungry and ate at night. When he asked me why, she told me that my dad was angry because he found cereal on the floor, and what looked like crushed cereal, like someone stepped on it and just walked away. I got the chills down my spine, told her what I heard at night. That ends abruptly. The following words are she and the. So I'm going to just end it with, I got chills down my spine and told her what I heard at night. Ask Reddit. I used to rent a townhouse in the woods with my ex. One night I'm out on duty. She calls me about 3 a.m, absolutely hysterical. I'm thinking, oh my God, somebody broke in. I gotta race home and help. But it seems the wooden baby gate we used to keep the puppy downstairs flew from the base of the stairs, all the way up the stairs, hitting the ceiling, leaving a mark, and landed in a mangled mess. The puppy was locked in her cage all night, so she couldn't have done it. And all the doors and windows were locked from the inside. Later that month, we're in the kitchen having a chat when, in front of our very eyes, this big heavy feeder we used for the cat, which was on the countertop as I just cleaned it, it rotated 90 degrees upright onto its side. And then gently, another 90, so as to be upside down. This barely made a tap as it landed. This feeder was heavy. When I tried to recreate it, it made a very loud crash. How could it rotate with only a tap? More crazy things happened too. I would enter the kitchen, and then the silverware drawer would bang super loud. The animals would stare at the corner of the room and back away slowly. A dead-bolted door would be wide open as soon as you turned. Oh, and the nightmares, man, you wouldn't believe. So not saying I believe in ghosts, but damn, bud. A strange small person with large eyes. I was probably 11 or 12. This happened a long ways down our street. On the corner, there was a 2-story greenhouse with a large red gate. We lived in a historical neighborhood in the south. I can't remember if we were driving or walking when I saw what I saw. It happened sort of fast, I think. Well, I looked over. I saw a being short and stocky in stature. It was standing and sort of looking over a metal red gate. They had very large eyes, almost like the movie Big Eyes, with the paintings by Margaret Keane. They, whoever they were, also had brown, scruffy hair, and was, I think, wearing a large t-shirt, almost cartoonish, like a drawing. I've always been sensitive. Try to block things out, if that makes sense. I don't want to see anything that wasn't in our world. I wasn't even sure what I saw that day. If it was just a very odd-looking person or something else, I don't know. But it made me shudder and blink to double-check what I saw was there. Ever since I saw something there, behind the red gate, whenever we'd pass, I'd feel uncomfortable and pray I didn't see what I saw again, which makes me think that it was more than normal. Ask Reddit. The student center in my university used to be a restaurant and a cafeteria and a food court. It had it in its basement, with 2 sets of stairs going back to the first floor. Stories said that it was haunted, but I always thought it was a joke. I liked to study down there in the evening, because the food court was closed and all the booths were empty, and it gave me a lot of space to spread out my books and notes and have some peace and quiet. The layout was like one of the stairs was next to the booth, so sitting I could just sort of see if anybody was coming or going. The other set of stairs were behind me down a hallway that had some storage closets and restrooms. There was nothing else down that hall. So I was studying one day in the empty food court and I had to go pee. So I go down the hallway into the bathroom, motion sensing lights turn on, do my business, start washing my hands. This is when I hear a soft cough, cough inside the restroom, as if someone was trying to get my attention. I finished washing my hands and I turn and realize the stalls are all open. I'm alone in this goddamn restroom. I briskly went to my booth and started packing my bags, and before I went up the stairs, I looked around, and sure enough, there was nobody there. I started making my way up the stairs, and I heard the same coughing right behind me. Seeing the movies, I didn't turn around. I also never sat down there again, even after they remodeled it. Ask Reddit. There's something that I've never been able to rationalize. For months after my dad died, we were getting landline calls where no one would answer on the other end. This was in 2002. So, while robocallers were a thing, it definitely wasn't as prevalent as it is today. But we did assume they were probably wrong numbers or something. We didn't have any phones that displayed caller ID at the time. Well, one time after getting yet another call with only silence on the other end, I jokingly said, "Dad, if that's you, call my cell phone." I want to preface this by saying I rarely ever got calls on my cell phone, and never spam calls in those days. I was 18 with an unlisted number that only my family and a few friends had. Just a few minutes later, my phone rang with a number I'd never seen before. With what I'd just said fresh in my mind, kind of freaked out and didn't answer. I was on my way out to go somewhere with my mom, so when we got in the car, I told her what happened. We made the decision to call the number back. It never rang, but there was activity on the other end, muffled static and the sound of numbers being dialed slowly. It was the weirdest thing. Both my mom and I said hello, but no one ever answered. Has anyone ever had something like that happen to them when dialing a number? Never had it happen before or since. Ask Reddit. My grandparents had a porcelain doll in the basement. I would wander down there as a child to play with my building blocks. I noticed it, but paid no mind. It was just a doll, right? Nope. One time the eyes rolled back and I shat myself in fear, ran back up, didn't tell anyone because who would believe me? Years went by. The doll never was moved from the chair. It just sat and sat. Until the day my grandfather sold the house. I was about 13. My parents and I helped with cleaning out the house. I went downstairs to double check that everything had been moved out, and the chair was there covered in dust and cobwebs, but no doll. I asked if anybody had moved it, and they replied that they hadn't. I went to the adjoining room. I was sitting on the workbench, the damn doll. Except this time it wasn't normal. It was facing the back wall, and as I moved toward it, the fucking head twitched, like a person had turned it. I went around, picked it up, ready to hurl it against the wall. Mind you, I was 13. I was scared shitless. Anyway, I picked it up, and it felt warm, like it was an actual body. I dropped it, ran, told my mother that there was a haunted doll downstairs, and what'd she do? She'd throw it away? Nope. It's sitting on her goddamn living room. I'm 24 and I refuse to set foot in that room to this day. Ask Reddit. So when my mom was in college, she worked at a local restaurant as a server. She's heading home around midnight one night. This is after her shift, and a bunch of cops are outside of her apartment. Here's the story as it was relayed to her by the cops and her neighbors. Earlier in the night, the neighbors noticed a guy hanging around her door, acting sketch. They called the police and a report. Maybe it was a possible attempted robbery. Police show up and the guy's nowhere to be found. But upon trying to handle, the door to my mom's apartment is open. Neighbors are adamant they never saw the guy leave the area, so the cops decide to go in and look around the place. While inside, they open her closet door and the man is standing there completely naked. He was, of course, arrested, and my mom arrived soon after with the police hanging around and let her know what had happened and why they had to go into her house. My mom was so freaked out she drove all the way to her parents' house that night, took the rest of the semester off. It gives me the heebie-jeebies thinking about what would have happened if her neighbors hadn't have, happened to be looking out the window, or if they had decided to mind their own business and not call in, or if the cops had thrown up their hands when they couldn't immediately find the guy that had just left. Very possible I wouldn't be here today. I'm done. As a supervisor at a local government facility, I really can't say which ones though, but I've worked at different ones over the last 20 years. This story is secondhand, but at the moment just after it happened. The supervisor from another department came over confused and said, "Can you believe this crap?" I asked him what happened. He said the phone repairman just walked off the job. I was thinking of something mundane, and he said that when he asked the phone repairman why he was packing up, the response was, "That woman," and he kept packing. The supervisor asked, "What woman?" The repair guy said, "The one with the 1940s hairstyle." The supervisor said, "What girl? What'd she say?" The repair guy said nothing. She was watching me unpack my tools and then walk through that wall, then proceeded to walk out and leave. I asked what this facility was prior. He said it was an old landfill, but it was popular Lover's Lane in the 1950s. Seeing how it overlooks the Los Angeles basin makes sense. He didn't know much else. Couldn't find anything to back up other than the view. Make it pretty good for, well, that facility wasn't there. Ask Reddit. I was raised skeptic, so I tend to lean towards things having a logical answer. But there's been a couple of instances I still couldn't explain entirely until recently. If anybody can hear that that's not gunshots, I'm pretty sure those are fireworks blasting off in my neighborhood, but I can't do anything about it, so I'm going to continue on. Just want to note that it's not gunshots, and I'm not recording this audio from a gunfight. The most recent was hearing my cabinet door slam closed in the kitchen while I was in the bedroom. But before I moved to where I am now, I lived with my ex-fiancée at the time, who would often be at work while I was at home due to opposite schedules. So one of the times I was relaxing in the bedroom at night, my dog and I both heard this woman's voice clear as day as if it were right outside my bedroom go, "Jeez." So I panicked and listened for a bit and heard nothing else. Went outside with the dog and saw nobody. Then promptly told my ex what happened. And to lighten the situation a bit, we named her Jeez Louise. Turns out, though, when I'm sleep deprived, well, I get visual and auditory hallucinations super easily. So pretty much any ghostly experience I've had since then, I just chalked it up to that. Ask Reddit. When I was a child, I was staying the day with my two cousins while our mom was just out running errands. One cousin was my age, and we would play together, and the older one was like 18 and was babysitting us. They lived in a very old plantation home out in the middle of nowhere. They had no neighbors and owned tons of land. Their driveway was around half a mile long, so you were really alone out there at their house. Me and my younger cousin were sitting in the kitchen at the table having cereal, while my older cousin stood at the corner washing dishes. There was a window facing the driveway above the sink. We heard a woman loudly call out, "Lucy," older cousin's name. We also heard a honk. We assumed it was our moms, so my younger cousin and I took off running to hide from them, because we weren't done playing, and I didn't want to have to go home yet, honestly. We hid behind the couch for about 5 to 10 minutes, and no one ever came inside, so we became kind of curious. We stepped outside onto the front porch where my older cousin Lucy was. We asked where our mothers were, and she looked confused. Said no one was here. Lucy was pretty freaked, I guess, because we stayed outside together the rest of the day until our moms returned. Shadow of my mom. I'm 24 years old and male. These stories are from when I was like 5, 6, or 7 years old. It could be my brain, but I'm certain it happened. I was in bed and heard footsteps coming up the stairs. As usual, my mother would come to wish me a good night's sleep. Usually I'd be sleeping and would wake up briefly to say something back to her. But this time it felt strange. She came in, wished me a good night, went out. She closed the door. I was lying with my back to her when I turned around. What I saw was a shadow in the room. I started laughing and giggling because, well, that's Mom. The shadow looked like my mother, but also not quite. It was very odd. She seemed older, taller, and thinner. After about 2 or 3 minutes, I ran to the shadow, hugged it, and it laughed. It said something, but I don't remember what. I ran back to my bed and turned around. A minute later, I looked, and the shadow was gone. The next day, I went to Mom and I asked, "Why did you stay so long in my room?" Mom looked genuinely a bit confused. "What do you mean?" I asked her several times about this years later, but she knows nothing about it. Ghost of a murder victim. I lived in this apartment building at the edge of my city from the time I was 2 to 4. We had odd things happen in that place, and I had weird dreams. My mom said that one day she heard me talking by the front door. She came and thought I was playing. Turns out I was looking at the corner of the wall and just carrying on as if I was having a normal conversation with a regular person. My mom, being terrified, she had the right to be really, she asked, "Who are you talking to?" And without missing a beat, I pointed at the corner I was looking at and said, "That man over there, Mommy, can you see him?" Obviously, my mother couldn't see him. Another time, my mom was in the living room and she heard this loud crash from the kitchen. She goes in, worried I'd hurt myself, but instead she sees a loaf of bread on the floor and a broken lid. The lid was kind of one of those old-school Pyrex pot sets from the 90s. Now, Pyrex is known for being really durable, and that particular lid had taken a tumble a few times. This should have broken it. It wasn't until recently, when we were talking about this particular apartment to a family friend, that we found out a couple of years before I'd been born there had been murder in the building. It freaked the fuck out of my mom when she found that out. Random puddle of water appeared on my desk. Something really strange happened 2 days ago, I woke up that morning just to find random water spilled on a desk I only used to store stuff on. My first reaction was that a leak had happened, but after checking the ceiling, it was clear no leak had indeed happened. I must add that for some strange reason the water touched the edge of the desk but didn't fall onto the floor. The puddle was about the size of a large glass of water. I know for a fact that I didn't drop that water. I don't even use that desk. One last thing that makes it creepier is that the night before I ran out of power and spent multiple hours with candles lit up. Did I invite some sort of entity? What kind of glitch in the matrix happened here? To be clear, I live in this apartment for a little over a year. Never had any clear evidence that my place might be haunted, aside from minor things, who often I found an explanation for. My landlord, which is my grandpa, had no respect to my privacy and often comes into my apartment when I'm at work and opens doors, windows, and moves stuff around. Up to today, I always blamed him for these things. But what if he wasn't all to blame? The ghost in our basement. Hi. Okay. So me and my sister basically never sleep downstairs. Nothing really happens in the basement. It's normally just upstairs, like light switches turning on and off, and we hear footsteps when we're alone. But in the last few days or so, a lot has been happening in the basement that we cannot explain. Okay, so basically me and my sister were scared to sleep upstairs alone because we kept hearing footsteps and stuff like that, and our parents weren't home at the time, so it was late. So we went downstairs, and it was normal for about an hour, but then things started to be weird. When we played some music, the lights started flickering, and then just turned off completely, which we thought was just an electrical problem, so we brushed it off. Then my sister made a joke saying, "Imagine if it's just like a ghost." Then the light turned back on right after she finished saying that, so she asked if it was a ghost, and the light turned off again. We started to get weirded out, so we just turned off the light and went to sleep. The next morning, we woke up to a phone call. Felt like it was vibrating the whole room. It was neither of our phones, and her dad and mom were at work. We didn't recognize the ringtone. We freaked out and jumped up and ran over to our friend's house and called her mom. She called the police. They searched our entire house and no one was there. Our family has no idea what to do. White, dense fog in my living room. Hi, everyone. All my life, I've been able to perceive ghosts and spirits, and even the true character of people. Often, some bad entities would follow me to my place if I was feeling down or angry. So I've learned to placate my emotions. I don't give them any entrances in my home. The last 3 months, I haven't seen anything weird at my place. But a couple of days ago, I was walking toward the kitchen. I saw a dense white fog suspended in my living room above the table. It was static and it felt normal, in the way that I didn't feel anything good or bad radiating from it. It was also spherical, but nowhere near perfect. I live by the sea, so I thought this was a marine fog, but I realized the doors and windows were all closed and it was clear outside. The fog disappeared slowly in front of me. I told my boyfriend, and yesterday he saw it while I was in the shower. He described it the same way, but this time the fog was not above the table, but above the kitchen counter. Do any of you know what that might be? Have you ever had a similar experience? Do you know if it's good or bad? What is this entity trying to communicate? Ask Reddit. My first memory is a dream of being in a house and my mom teaching me how to read. cook, and all the basics of life. I woke up talking and was very excited, around 2.5 years old. Apparently, I was kind of a mute before that. No one in my family could believe it. In the dream, I kept asking myself questions, like, how do I know how to speak English? How do I know it's called English? How do I know this is my mom? How do I know the word for mom? Etc. We moved to that house 2 years later, and I tugged on my mom's dress, told her it was the house from the dream that I was talking about. I'm in my 30s, and she still remembers me doing that and talking about that dream before we moved there, including the entire layout of the house that I described for my dream, and it was 100% accurate. I had premonitions and horrible night terrors in that house the entire time we lived there. I could barely go up and down the stairs at that age by myself. I wasn't tall enough to turn the light switch on or off. My mom would come downstairs with me to sleep crying in the pantry still with all the lights on. A ghost and a cheat. I know the feeling all too well. I put one in my lounge room. Now it's picking up growling and light talking and follows stuff I can't see. Growling. One stage the cam even filmed upside down. There's no option to even be able to do such a thing. But in saying that, I'm glad I put them up because in the end my ex-partner didn't know or forgot about the ones inside. And while at treatment for dialysis, I was playing around with the settings and happened to hear something. That something was 14 years being flushed down the drain with her cheating on me. Only 20 minutes before, she dropped off a kiss to me and said I love you and went home. Did that. So the cameras have microphones that I kept her, well, long story short, ended up asking her to leave and not coming back. Do I regret asking her to leave? Not at all. I'm now alone with loads and loads of health problems, can barely help myself or hold things or even push myself in my wheelchair anymore. But fighting every day to prove that I can do it. Ask Reddit. We got my grandma an alarm system after some criminal activity. Teenagers broke into her home, and before that, someone was living in her basement without her knowledge. This thing had a camera on the exterior doors and motion sensors to take pictures of whoever came to the house. Awesome. We were convinced she would be fine. I got a call from her when her phone went off at work saying that motion was detected in the home. Weird, I thought. She lives alone. She assumes somebody broke into her house. I'm concerned because the alarm system itself didn't go off, so this person must have been in the house when she set the alarm. Imagine her surprise when she sees her deceased brother-in-law rooting around in the fridge. He hit a low spot after his daughter died and his wife left him. One morning he took a gun out, went to the lake, killed himself. Apparently he used to come over to my grandma's house every weekend and help her ex-husband with the basement remodel. He used to always dig in that fridge for snacks. I have the picture on my phone still. It's a wild thing to see regardless of the answer. A ghost or an intruder who's hiding in the basement. Living in a Haunted House, Part 5. The Humming Lady. They always seem to be in the next room, but when I go to that room, they seem to be in another room. It sounds like a muffled conversation. We remodeled our house, and after the work, I started to hear a woman humming. Always a cheerful tune, but not one that I knew. Times I really felt as if I was going crazy, but a friend of mine heard it as well. We were having coffee in the kitchen. I went to the restroom. My friend heard the humming and thought it was me. she started having a conversation with me, expecting me to be just outside of the kitchen door. Obviously, I didn't answer as I wasn't there. When I did come back, she told me about what had happened. Never told her about the humming lady. We both felt this was really strange, but oddly enough, we weren't frightened. It just seemed that whatever was humming was not malevolent.